Chapter 601 Three Pillars of God. In the ruins near the King's Court of Giants, Bernadette was slowly observing the murals and exploring the obscure knowledge passed down here in the past. As for Derek's previous independent adventure, she had let it go. To pass here, it is clear that the stars and the fool need to appear to negotiate with that god. Since the stars are unwilling to come, let the fool solve the matter. Derek is a believer in the fool, and there is no more suitable person to test him than him. The result was not what she expected. Derek successfully crossed the bridge and came back alive, looking at the smile that couldn't be concealed on his face. It was obvious that he had crossed the abyss and reached the bright world on the other side. Bernadette walked out of the abandoned ruins and came to the entrance of the bridge. Derek, who had just returned, saluted Bernadette respectfully and then began to talk about the entire journey. He attributed almost all the credit to Mr. Fool's protection, and even called these trials from the fool. Only believers with both courage and faith can successfully pass through the abyss and reach the world of light. Did you really see the sun? Did you see the new world? Elder Lovia was still a little unbelievable. Derek said firmly, Really? I saw the sun. Saw a world without lightning and darkness. Smelled a fishy smell from the sea. And received the blessing of Mr. Fool? Elder Lovia was silent for a long time and knelt down to worship in the distance. After doing all this, Elder Lovia's expression returned to normal and said, We should go back and inform the chief of the news. Derek also agreed with this approach. Only Bernadette was speechless. She came to the edge of the abyss and spoke to the bottom of the abyss again, the great omniscient and omnipotent one. Are you willing to send down your gifts and kindness so that the residents of Silver City can travel through the abyss and pass by, leaving the place abandoned by God? After a while, a brand new altar appeared at the entrance of the bridge, enshrining a new divine emblem that was neither the stars nor the fool. The meaning is very clear. If the residents of Silver City want to leave the land abandoned by the gods, they must worship a god more devoutly. The omniscient and omnipotent person who lives here. God, praise be to thy mercy. Bernadette, who understood, bowed again. Do you, Silver City, mind if you devoutly believe in a great being again? Facing Bernadette's question, Derek and Elder Lovia looked at each other and said, Such an important matter needs to be decided by the chief. I don't think the chief will refuse such a kind request. Bernadette nodded. Let's go back. Next time we will leave the land abandoned by God together. A few days later, a group of 5 people returned to Silver City. Derek was responsible for reporting what happened along the way. Chief Colin agreed to God's request. As long as the residents of Silver City can leave the land abandoned by God and see the light, they can bear any price. With Derek's return, because he was the first resident of Silver City to see the outside world, he was surrounded by everyone all day long, and they took the trouble to ask him to describe the details of the outside world. At the same time, everyone in Bayan City began to pack up their things, preparing to move the entire city and leave the God-abandoned land together. Bernadette was still soaking in the library collection room in Silver City. While she was reading quietly, the silent genie emerged from the wishing lamp. I thought you were going to hide until we left the land abandoned by God and come out. Bernadette put down the book in her hand and mocked lightly. The djinn snorted coldly, ignored Bernadette's sarcasm, and said with an angry look on his face, Do you know why God made such a request? What do you think? He just wants to share the faith of Silver City with the stars and the fool. For an existence like him, is Silver City's faith important? Regarding this point, Bernadette had doubts in her heart. It's not important at all. The djinn god sneered and said, It's just because the stars and the fool value Silver City that he followed suit and laid a chess piece. Just when Bernadette was about to continue asking, the djinn suddenly seemed to think of something, and kept mumbling the word follow the trend in his mouth. Silver City. New faith. Stars. Fool. God. Follow the trend. New 3 pillars of gods? The genie seemed to suddenly understand the key. His expression was shocked, and he had an expression of unwillingness and regret on his face. Damn God. How come all good things happen to you? No wonder you stay here and refuse to leave. Have you noticed something in advance? Is this really what the future will be like? The figure of the genie floated back and forth, mumbling something in his mouth. Bernadette didn't say anything to interrupt the djinn's train of thought. Anyway, in the end, he would definitely be unable to hold back and speak out. The lantern god's crazy symptoms lasted for about 10 minutes before he quietly returned to the wishing lantern and sighed heavily. As expected, I can't catch up with anything, even if there is such a possible opportunity in front of me. What are the 3 pillars of gods you just mentioned? Bernadette grasped the key words from the mysterious murmur of the jinn just now. Oh! It's too far from you. The lamp god looked at Bernadette with disdain. This is the answer I got after thinking about it for a long time. How can I tell you so easily? I can guess it even if you don't tell me. Bernadette was not affected by the sarcasm of the jinn god, and said calmly, the stars, the fool, and God will replace the original three-pillar gods, and become the new three-pillar gods. TSK. You are very smart. But you have too little knowledge. You have too much knowledge. So you feel unwilling to accept it? The genie stopped talking to Bernadette, and merged into the wishing lantern. This time the jinn's attitude was particularly determined. What exactly are the three-pillar gods that the jinn refers to? To make the jinn lose his temper like this? This issue must be very important. Is this why the stars and the fool value the Silver City together? Bernadette did not continue to think deeply. Just as the jinn said, such a problem was too far away from her. Silver City's operations were very efficient. In order to leave the land abandoned by the gods, they brought enough rations and supplies. Under the leadership of Bernadette, they braved the heavy snow and headed towards the bottomless abyss, where the King's Court of Giants was located. The migration team winding through the snow is like a long black snake crawling forward. It took about 10 days for the entire team to reach the edge of the abyss. Chief Colin didn't bother to take a break. He came to the entrance of the bridge and ordered people to build the altar of the stars and the fool, preparing to sacrifice to the three gods at once, thanking them for their blessings, allowing the residents of Silver City to leave the god-forsaken place. Land. The genie emerged from the wishing lamp again, staring at the three altars with envy, jealousy and hatred. What he values is the symbolic meaning of Silver City's behavior. The three beings of stars, fool, and God have become the objects of worship and belief in Silver City. The symbolic meaning here is enough to influence the possible future direction. This is especially true for God. Silver City originally believed in the ancient sun god, but now it has turned to belief in God. And the stars and the fool are also involved. This is simply an early judgment on the final outcome of the ancient sun god. Bernadette didn't understand this, but she knew the powerful relationship. If the ancient sun god saw this scene now, he would probably fall into deep silence. Unfortunately, he will not be near where God is now. Otherwise, the residents of Silver City, who want to leave the land abandoned by God, may still have troubles. Well, the lamp god sighed heavily again. This time he did not return to the wishing lamp, but stared at Chief Colin for a while. After hesitating again, and finally unable to bear it anymore, he floated over, came to Chief Colin, raised his head slightly and said, I can also provide protection for Silver City. This? Chief Colin was stunned for a moment. He had not prepared the fourth altar. And who is this phantom? Is it the magic lamp spirit that lives in the magic lamp in the hands of the sage? Bernadette also looked over. But she did not stop the jinn's behavior, but wanted to see what he wanted to do. Ahem. Don't worry. The Dane god's body expanded several times, and the golden light shone, trying to make his image look taller. He said seriously, what I want to do is very simple. When you are offering sacrifices to these three gods, who protect Silver City later, please also mention that the Lord of the Kingdom of Order, the incarnation of rules and order, is willing to provide protection for Silver City. Chief Colin's face was full of questions. He didn't understand what all this was for. And isn't this weird? When did their Silver City become popular? Why are there new gods who want to provide blessings to Silver City? Bernadette on the side could see that the Jinn god was not willing to lag behind God. Even if he could not join an altar, he still wanted to make a name for himself at this time. The Lord of the Kingdom of Order, the incarnation of rules and order. This should be the complete honorary name of the Jinn. Chapter 602 The Fool God of the Stars. Sir Sage, what do you think of this proposal? Chief Colin, who did not dare to make decisions without authorization, left this difficult problem to Bernadette to solve. The Jinn's eyes also fell on Bernadette, and his eyes revealed that it is impossible for me to surrender to you, and I hope you can help my little stubbornness at this moment. Bernadette first looked at the sky, but the stars did not appear, and then looked at the abyss. God had no objection. She then nodded and signaled to Chief Colin that he could agree to the Jinn's request. It was just a matter of adding a name. Under the sky full of darkness and lightning, mixed with the heavy snow that seemed to never end, Chief Colin led the residents of Silver City to conduct a sacrificial ceremony devoutly. The giant language, which has been passed down from ancient times, is grand, vast, mysterious, and ancient, and seems to echo from afar with this god-forsaken land filled with suffering. The sacrificial music seems to have penetrated the barrier of white snow and reached the kingdom of God in the sky. The gods should also lower their pity eyes for this. Bernadette sighed in her heart. When she looked back, she glanced at the djinn and saw that he was solemn at the moment, which was very suitable for this sacrifice. It seems that he plays the role very seriously, and attaches great importance to the faith here in Silver City. Chief Colin, who serves as the officiant, when worshipping the three gods who protect the Silver City, divided them according to their contribution to the Silver City. He put the name of the stars at the front, the Fool in the middle, God again, and finally mentioned the lamp a little, God's honorable name. When he heard this, the djinn had a thoughtful expression on his face. When the sound of sacrifices dispersed, the lantern god took the initiative to return to the wishing lamp. After the sacrifice, Chief Colin led the residents of Silver City to board the bridge in an orderly manner. He asked Derek to lead the way. Although the road ahead was dark and the bridges were shaking, the abyss still made no movement, allowing the residents of Silver City to pass through smoothly. When the light belonging to the outside world replaced the darkness and lightning-filled sky above their heads, the residents of Silver City walked off the bridge, ending this difficult and long journey. Above the gray fog, Klein retracted his gaze from Derek with joy. The residents of Silver City finally left the land abandoned by the gods, and the little sun finally became the sun that illuminates the darkness. As he said, everything is going smooth. Stars, Fool, God. Silver City is really favored by the gods, Klein whispered, and then left the gray mist. He still needed to drive the ship to meet the residents of Silver City. When Klein drove the ship and the fleet from Bernadette to the Sea of Ruins, Bernadette had already emerged from the bottom of the sea in the Nautilus. She opened the way ahead and led the fleet forward, passing through the Sea of Ruins and arriving at the coast of the God-forsaken land. Regarding the resettlement situation in Silver City, there are two arrangements. One is that you can go to the Roadside Islands, and the other is that you can go to the territory of the Fool Believers. In the end, Chief Colin made the decision to let Derek lead some of the tribesmen to the Fool's territory, while he led the remaining tribesmen to the Roadside Islands. Neither Bernadette nor Klein had any objections to this arrangement. Once the fleet leaves the Sea of Ruins, both parties will leave in one direction. Mr. A also chose to return to the Roadside Islands with Bernadette. It is said that he has received an oracle from the stars to become the envoy of the residents of Silver City, and the Pope of the church that believes in the stars. The Church of the Stars was established on the Roadside Islands, and officially became the state religion of the Star Sea Kingdom. Mr. A will be the first Pope. The djinn smiled and commented, believers who believe in the true Creator have turned into believers in the stars, and even become the Pope. It is really interesting. Not long after, Mr. A, who had been promoted to the sequence for Black Knight in the land abandoned by God, was blessed by the stars and promoted to the sequence 3 three-headed temple. On July 18th, half a year had passed since the southern continent launched its attack on the kingdom of Fenaport. In the past 6 months, the Balam Empire, the Republic of Intis, Lemberg, Sagel, the kingdom of Fenaport, and the kingdom of Lone have had more than a dozen head-on confrontations. On the frontal battlefield, the coalition forces from the Balam Empire slowly, but surely eroded Fenabod's defense line bit by bit. Although the speed is very slow, it never stops. In order to disintegrate the alliance between the kingdom of Fenaport and the kingdom of Lone, the kingdom of Lone set off an anti-war upsurge that became increasingly difficult to ignore. Demand that the kingdom of Lone stop aiding the kingdom of Fenaport and not drag the entire kingdom of Lone into an endless war. As the war continued, the mentality of the residents of South Wales also gradually changed. Compared with the kingdom of Lone, which was fully engaged in the war, the peaceful South Wales was simply a paradise. Coupled with the economic nourishment of maritime trade, peace with wealth, it attracted many people from the kingdom of Lone from other places to settle here. Greg, who felt that the time was gradually ripe, began to consciously instill in the people that the kingdom of Lone was a peace-loving country. But the royal family of Lone was a war-mad family, and they wanted to destroy the kingdom of Lone for their own ambitions. In the southern continent, in the palace of the Balam Empire, Hastur finally took some time out and prepared to accompany Audrey, Azhara, and Susie to the countryside for a few days. During this period of time, he often stayed in the Hall of Stars, sometimes guiding the Yellow Clothes Church to attack the Aurora Society and the Twilight Hermit Society, and sometimes turning into incarnations of light to go to the war-torn places, showing miracles and guidance, and bringing miracles and guidance to the people there. New hope, and sometimes monitoring the stars to prevent Adam and the true creator from secretly planning something else. But what is surprising is that Adam and the true creator have been a little too calm during this period of time. And they don't know what they are doing. Except for what the fallen mother goddess might have prepared in the Fuzek Empire. Everything else was quiet and nothing happened. After a rare moment of peace, Asta decided to relax for a few days and prepare to spend more time with Audrey to prevent her from getting too bored when she came to the southern continent. As for Sharon, since she came to the southern continent, her thoughts have been basically focused on the temperance sect of the Rose School. Currently, she is already the true leader of the temperance sect. Her teacher not long ago handed over this important task to her. Mr. Haster, it's time to go. Audrey was in a good mood today. She held Haster's right arm and said with a smile, Susie can't wait to go to the woods to catch hares. Woof. Susie, who was following behind, was wearing a small brown vest sewn by Audrey herself. The two pockets on the left and right contained fragrant dried fish. When Azhara wanted to eat, she would squat down and take two. Feed one to Susie and enjoy the other for yourself. How are your parents doing recently? Are you still used to life here? Haster asked Audrey, Susie, and Azhara in the carriage that had been prepared. They have gradually adapted to life in the southern continent. Especially my mother. She has now become the most elegant woman among the noble ladies of the southern continent. Every day, a large group of noble ladies surround her, asking her about clothing, jewelry matching, skin care and other issues. As for Earl Hall, he has almost become a frequent visitor to the king, Audrey said with a smile on her face. Feeling Asta's slightly apologetic eyes, she put her little hand on Asta's palm and gently leaned against Asta's shoulder. Susie and Azhara, who were sitting across from each other, looked at each other and had a tacit understanding not to interrupt. Compared with the suburbs of Backland, the suburban manors in the southern continent have a bit more wild nature that has not yet been excavated by humans. Because of the climate and rain, the forest here is far lusher and taller than the small woods like Backland, making the person look particularly small. Not long after the carriage arrived at the suburban manor, Azhara turned into a little black cat and sat on Susie's back. Susie swooped out and ran into the dense woods. The relationship between them is getting better and better. I still remember that Azhara was very hostile to Susie. Haster smiled and told Audrey about how Azhara had always regarded Susie as an imaginary enemy because she was worried about being favored. No wonder I always vaguely heard the sound of a cat meowing outside the window at night. It turned out to be Azhara secretly looking for Susie. The two of them walked around the lake dug out behind the manor, followed the path, and gradually entered the forest. From time to time, I heard Susie's cry and Azhara's excited meow coming from not far away. When the sky gradually turned dark, Haster said Lo, and Susie took Azhara out of the bushes and followed them slowly. When we reached the junction of the forest and the lake, there was a figure admiring the lake and waiting. A rabbit, or more specifically a person dressed as a rabbit. A white-furred rabbit wearing a black top hat and black formal suit, holding a cane inlaid with rubies the size of a dove. Haster and Audrey had met each other in the Garden of Eden, and at that time the other party was eager to point them to the treasure house of the Psychological Alchemy Society. If it weren't for the guidance of the other party, he and Audrey would probably miss the treasure trove of the Psychological Alchemy Society. At that time, Audrey asked him what Mr. Rabbit was. At that time, he did not tell Audrey about this person's identity. Unexpectedly, the other party actually came to visit him. Chapter 603 Susie's Teacher. It's Mr. Rabbit. Audrey had a little expectation in her heart. The other party left a deep impression on her last time they met. But she did not speak first. Behind her, Azhara tugged on the golden hair on Susie's neck. Susie knowingly ran from behind to the front of Haster and Audrey, staring at Mr. Rabbit. I came uninvited and bothered you. I hope the host won't be offended. Mr. Rabbit first smiled and apologized, and then continued, I came here because I have something to talk to you two about. I don't know. Can you invite me to the manor for a cup of tea? If you have guests coming to visit from afar, of course you have to prepare a cup of good tea to treat them. Sir, please invite me here. Haster spoke with a smile and led Mr. Rabbit back to the manor. On the way, Audrey wanted to ask Mr. Rabbit's voice many times. Asta saw her doubts and smiled and asked her a question. Who is the most unavoidable person when studying linguistics? Hermes. Audrey's eyes suddenly brightened when she thought of the answer, and she unconsciously looked at Mr. Rabbit, who was dressed in formal clothes. The other person nodded slightly towards her and showed a gentle smile. It's really him. Hermes, one of mankind's earliest occult masters. The ancient Hermetic language he created possesses the magic of directly resonating with natural forces. He was active in the Dark Ages as a master of mysticism in the spiritual field. The object of his research is the dragon that ruled the sky in the Second Age. The accurate description is the dragon of the spiritual family. Hermes. This is definitely the most inescapable person when studying linguistics and psychology. Someone once commented that Hermes' contribution to mankind was greater than that of Emperor Russell. Just creating the ancient Hermetic language is enough for him to be famous throughout the ages and be remembered forever by future generations. Unexpectedly, such a legendary figure, who often appears in various psychological books, is still alive and standing in front of him. Did Mr. Hermes disappear from history after transforming into a rabbit? Audrey couldn't help but have some cute thoughts popping up in her head. Woof? Susie was not good at guessing riddles and wanted Audrey, who had obviously guessed the puzzle, to tell her the answer. Huh? Mr. Rabbit exclaimed in surprise and glanced at Susie. He carefully looked at every inch of skin from beginning to end. Finally, he said with emotion, "What an extraordinary golden retriever dog, with the appearance of a giant dragon." Ah. Woof. Susie, who had her biggest secret revealed, subconsciously flinched and hid behind Audrey, looking uneasily at the red-eyed rabbit with burning eyes, who seemed to want to completely strip her naked. Audrey smiled and said, "Susie, don't be afraid. This Mr. Rabbit is praising you." Woof. Susie still remained on guard, but her attitude softened. Not easy. Really not easy. Maybe I can start a new project. Mr. Rabbit looked at Susie, who was hiding reluctantly, and said to himself, on how to train a golden retriever into a real spiritual dragon. This is a very good idea. Austin nodded in approval of the idea and said with a smile, "Susie, you must cooperate with your teacher in conducting research on the project in the future." Woof? Susie trembled slightly, and soon understood something. Her restless eyes immediately became excited. This time it was her turn to look at Mr. Rabbit from beginning to end. Mr. Hastur had told it before that if there was a chance in the future, he would find a suitable teacher for it. Hermes, that towering figure in psychology. I didn't expect to meet him on such an occasion today. He still looks like a rabbit. Could it be that Hermes is not a person at all, like himself and Azhara? Is it a creature that was lucky enough to take magic potion and eventually become a high-sequence extraordinary? I didn't expect that the other party, who was born in the rabbit clan, would leave such a great reputation in history. Even humans would snatch it away and promote and worship it as one of their own. This is the path I want to take in the future. This is my sage. Thinking of this, Susie's eyes became more eager, looking at Mr. Rabbit standing in front of her with joy and admiration. It seems that it is very close to me. Mr. Rabbit seemed very happy with the change in Susie's eyes. Audrey was close enough to understand the meaning in Susie's eyes. She knew that this kind of look often appeared when Susie looked at Azhara. It was a look when looking at the same kind of person. She struggled to hold back her smile and prevent herself from being too rude in front of Mr. Rabbit. After entering the manor and arriving at the living room on the first floor, Hastur waved away all irrelevant people before inviting Mr. Rabbit to the study on the second floor for a chat. Audrey, Susie, and Azhara also came to the study. You should understand my difficulty if you see through it without telling me. After sitting down, Mr. Rabbit showed an apologetic look in his eyes. Of course, I only know and recognize Mr. Rabbit in front of me. Hastur replied in the affirmative, and then waited for the other party to reveal the intention of his trip. I come from the Psychological Alchemy Society, and my current identity is one of the 7 members of the jury. Furious, Mr. Rabbit said and glanced at Audrey. The last time you went to the Garden of Eden, I happened to be lucky enough to meet you. That's also our luck, Audrey replied politely, and the other person's identity deserved her politeness and admiration. You should know that the original Psychological Alchemy Society was just a casual organization that purely discussed academic matters. Members who joined this organization all had their own love for psychology. But now such an organization that freely explores academics, pursues new knowledge, and attempts to expand the broader field of psychology has begun to change its flavor. Belief is not a bad thing, but because of the tendency of belief, a series of persecution activities are set off in the Psychological Alchemy Society to exclude dissidents from members who are committed to academic research. This is an extremely heartbreaking thing. My personal abilities are limited, and I cannot completely solve this problem. I need help. Having said this, Mr. Rabbit looked at Haster, waiting for his answer. I know why you came. And I can indeed help you solve this problem. Asta smiled, but when you spoke, I saw the future. You can have another choice in the future. And he also can help you. It turns out it's him. Mr. Rabbit did not show a disappointed expression on his face, but thought of another possible candidate. He had met the other party before, and at that time, he had a strange feeling. Now he knew who he could ask for help in destroying the Garden of Eden. Thank you for your advice. Your farsightedness is admirable. Mr. Rabbit stood up to express his gratitude. This annoying interruption should have come to an end. Not urgent. Haster motioned Mr. Rabbit in front of him to sit back down and waved. Susie trotted over, came close to Haster, and rubbed her head against Haster's palm. Mr. Rabbit, you don't have a suitable student yet. Do you? I have taught many students. Some of them are outstanding, and some have gone astray. Mr. Rabbit looked at Susie and said with a meaningful smile, but none of them will pass on my legacy. If you like, then he will be the last student I accept. The last student accepted is generally of great significance. This means that I have already received students who can inherit my own skills. So there is no need to teach other students. Audrey was happy for Susie from the bottom of her heart, but also a little envious. She actually wanted to become a student of this legendary figure and listen to his teachings. I do. It's my honor, Susie said, with a solemn and serious expression, and spoke a sentence of fluent ancient Hermes. I am also lucky to be your teacher. Teacher. Susie walked from Haster to Mr. Rabbit, leaned down and said respectfully, you will be my most proud student in the future. Mr. Rabbit personally helped Susie up and asked kindly, what languages and characters have you learned? Run. Hermes. Ancient Hermes. Intus. Susie spoke out the languages and characters she knew one by one. This is all what I taught you. Audrey wanted to shout happily, but she was also proud of it. Haster looked at this scene with a smile on his face. What he once said to Susie could be regarded as fulfilling his promise. The scene before us is a historic moment, and it will definitely be written in the history books in the future. You should read these books first. I will come back to you later. I hope you can study hard and work hard to study the boundaries of knowledge. Mr. Rabbit took out a stack of books from the air. There were about 34 books, divided into two parts. The pile in front of Susie almost exceeded its height. I will check your learning progress from time to time. If you encounter any questions that you don't understand, you can write them down on paper, and I will answer them for you one by one when I come next time. I understand. Teacher. Woof. After Susie finished speaking, she barked again excitedly, and almost rolled back and forth on the ground with joy. But in order to maintain its image in front of its teacher, it still tried to restrain its impulse. Don't live up to my expectations. Mr. Rabbit looked at Susie happily, and nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Rabbit did not stay long, and after a few more words, he said goodbye to Haster and Susie and left the manor. Susie reluctantly followed them out of the manor, and went away to see them off. When Susie returned to the manor, Haster had already asked people to move these books to a study room dedicated to Susie, so that she could study hard in the future. Azhara looked at Susie with a confused look on her face. What is this? A big golden retriever worships a red-eyed rabbit as its teacher? Did it see it wrong? Or is the world too crazy? Chapter 604 tonight. Susie is not here. The world is so crazy that even a mouse can be a bridesmaid for a cat. Haster understood Azhara's thoughts at the moment, and the soft part in his heart couldn't help but be aroused. On the other side, Audrey was about to call Susie, and was about to talk to her about what an interesting experience it was to be a student of Mr. Hermes. But Susie didn't look back, and went straight to her study room, and started to look through the books left by her teacher. Well, she planned to stay up late and read at night. This is an illusion that Mr. Haster once told about it. It is said that there is an advanced version of the head cantilever, cone and buttocks. It can't do this. It can only stay up late and read at night. Let it go. This enthusiasm for reading will last for at least a few days, Haster said, glanced at Azhara. Azhara looked away with a guilty conscience. It did not have such enthusiasm for reading. The vast ocean of words dazzled his eyes. If Miss Sharon hadn't been forcing her to study before, she wouldn't be able to speak alone very well now. At night, Susie still stayed in the study, and Azhara also stayed in Susie's study, saying that she wanted to urge Susie to study hard. Audrey and Asta, who were left behind, were sitting on the balcony on the second floor, admiring the stars and moon in the suburban sky while drinking and talking. Mr. Haster, are you trying to get me drunk tonight? Audrey, who had drunk a lot of wine and had rosy cheeks, asked innocently. I do have such an idea. After all, it is rare to see a drunk Miss Audrey. Asta chuckled and took off the wine glass in Audrey's hand and flicked her nose. Drink too much. I will wake up tomorrow. But it will give me a headache. Mr. Haster seems to have forgotten that I am now a Sequence 5 dream walker. Audrey gently snuggled into Haster's arms and kissed her. Tonight I want to go to Mr. Haster's dream. Have a look. What if I see content that is inappropriate for children? What is inappropriate content for children? Audrey was obviously stunned for a moment. But she quickly reacted and changed the subject with a slight blush. When I was in Backland, I once entered Ms. Firz's dream. Her dreams are not very safe. Don't break into other people's dreams at will in the future. Especially those who hide big secrets. Mr. Haster, do you want to hear what kind of scenes appear in Ms. Firz's dreams? Audrey said in an obviously unnatural tone. It's also related to Mr. Haster. Could it be the scene of Forsey praying devoutly to the stars? But Audrey should know that Forsey is a believer in the stars. And it is normal for such a scene to appear. You're kidding. I don't want to reveal Ms. Firz's personal privacy. Before Haster could answer, Audrey had already ended the topic. This undoubtedly aroused Haster's curiosity. Personal privacy? Could it be those unspeakable and charming scenes between Forsey and Zio? That really shouldn't be leaked to the outside world. Suddenly, I felt a little envious of Audrey's ability to walk in dreams. Oh, he does too. That's okay. Mr. Haster, don't think wrongly. Audrey reminded her delicately with her cheek pressed against Haster's shoulder. I've already lost my mind right now. Haster caressed Audrey's slender waist, smelling the alluring light body fragrance. Audrey blushed and was silent for a long time. And then she whispered, Susie won't be here tonight. Huh? Haster's heart suddenly became hot. Is there any better invitation than this? Well, Azhara isn't here either. Yes. Audrey buried her head shyly, and was hugged by Haster, and then carried to the big bed in the bedroom. In the early morning, Azhara yawned and came out of Susie's study, walking in the corridor on the second floor with obviously sleepy eyes. Last night, the reason why it chose to stay in Susie's study to rest was nominally to supervise Susie's reading. But in fact it did not believe that Susie would study all night. The final facts proved that Susie was far more perseverant than she thought. And she had actually been reading since dinner last night until early this morning. So sleepy. Azhara yawned and was about to go down to eat something before taking a good nap. When passing by Miss Audrey's room, she saw that the door to Miss Audrey's room was still closed. Are you still awake? It's already past 9 in the morning. Right? Humph. Even more sleepy than me. Azhara passed by with her head slightly raised, went downstairs, and began to taste the food. During lunch, Asta came out of Audrey's room. To be precise, he was pushed out by the shy Audrey. Alas, we are already extraordinary. What will happen if we skip one meal? Even if I don't eat for a day, it won't be a problem. Haster sighed and left. When he passed by Susie's study, Susie was still concentrating on reading. Azhara returned to being a little black cat, sleeping lazily on the windowsill in the sunshine. He didn't interrupt and went to the bathroom to freshen up and take a bath before going downstairs for lunch. After waiting for about half an hour, Audrey came downstairs. Although her expression looked natural, there was still a little blush on her cheeks. Like flowers that are shyly waiting to be bloomed, they are blooming little by little. Seeing Haster looking at her with a smile on his face, Audrey suppressed her shyness and walked down the stairs naturally to sit at the dining table to enjoy lunch. Susie is still concentrating on reading. It seems that she will also spend time in the study tonight. Faced with Asta's pointed question, Audrey just hummed lightly and said nothing more. Mr. Rabbit came at a perfect time yesterday. It seems that I will give him a gift to express my gratitude when we meet next time. Audrey pursed her red lips slightly and still didn't speak. I heard that there may be a meteor shower streaking across the night sky of the southern continent tonight. So I would like to prepare some food and wine for you to enjoy it on the rooftop on the second floor. At this time, Audrey, who had finished her lunch calmly and gracefully, glanced at Haster and said, So you are such Mr. Haster. You should have known a lot from last night. Audrey couldn't bear such a conversation. Her face quickly turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Asta in embarrassment. Tonight, Susie was still burning the midnight oil in the study, while Azhara wanted to see how many nights Susie could last. Tonight, A meteor shower streaked across the southern continent in the night sky. Tonight, Hastur shamelessly wasn't shut out. The vacation at the suburban manor originally planned for only 3 days was finally extended to a week. In early August, it was obviously the hottest season in summer. But the sky in Backland was filled with thick haze and scattered snowflakes falling down. It falls on the skin, bringing with it the early winter chill. In the history of Backland, it has never snowed so early in August or even September or October. Generally, it won't be until after October that the sky begins to fall with the whiteness of winter. It snows about half a month later than the cities in the kingdom of Feniport at the same latitude. At that time, the nobles of Backland said proudly, "It is the enthusiasm of the people of the kingdom of Lone that dispels the cold of winter. And the heavy snow will never dampen the blood and ambition of the kingdom of Lone." Now, snowflakes have arrived more than 2 months early. Many Backland residents thought this was an auspicious sign and a good thing. But many more residents thought it was an ominous sign. Especially those workers who need to work hard are complaining. Winter is coming in August, and they need to buy winter clothing in advance and also need to pay extra for heating. Heating wood for a fire is not cheap, and colder weather will make many already difficult tasks more difficult. As for the homeless and beggars, they have always been a voiceless group. Faced with the increasingly turbulent public opinion environment, the lone royal family had to step forward and spend a large amount of money in advance to set up a special winter heating plan to ensure that every Backland resident would not be overwhelmed by the cold. At the same time, it was announced that this was a large-scale curse deliberately created by the evil wizards from the southern continent who invaded the northern continent. Fortunately, the protection of the goddess of the night prevented the evil curse from spreading, taking lives, and causing unnecessary panic. When the news of snow in Backland reached South Wales, it became another story. Greg, whose ambition was gradually increasing, and other equally ambitious members of the Negan family, Hall family, etc., with Hastur's tacit approval, began to spread the word that this was the lone royal family's unreasonable behavior and unethical behavior. So it was an unknown fate. Snow is used to warn all living beings that this is the wrath of heaven. The sky is angry and people are resentful. And then the people turn against them. This is a very normal and reasonable historical process. Chapter 605, Meeting Medici by Chance. The tide of the times. This is what Adam always likes to say. Now a new wave of times has emerged. A wave of times that deviates from what Adam envisioned. The reason is because of the subsequent effects of Adam killing the eternal sun. Originally this may not be a big deal, but sometimes a small raised reef may give birth to a new wave. The wave of the time set off by Adam then deviated from the wave of the times that he had envisioned. It's like a boomerang, thrown out and always coming back in the end. It is a pity that Adam does not understand the boomerang theory. Nor does he understand that those who create the wave of the times will eventually be affected by the wave of the times. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur watched everything develop with a calm expression. The current situation is generally good for him. It depends on what Adam and the Night Goddess will do next. If they do nothing, the kingdom of Feniport will be pushed aside in a year or two. The faith of the Earth Mother will collapse, and her anchor will no longer be stable. Once the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire exert their power, he will only die. The place where the kingdom of Feniport borders Dixie County of the Lone Kingdom has Dixie County as rear support. The front battlefield here is far less intense than in other places. But the atmosphere of war has gradually shifted in this direction. In a hub city for transporting supplies, in order to supply the battlefield ahead, various food supplies began to be collected on a large scale. Some unscrupulous merchants raised prices, and raised the price of food step by step. The kingdom was busy with the war, and did not interfere in these small matters. Food is gold. Look, this warehouse full of grain is enough to exchange for the gold pounds of a big house. Shh. Keep your voice down. If the refugees know that there is a large amount of food stored here, they will definitely come here to rob it. Yes, we should keep this place safe. At least our family can have enough food to survive this cold winter by relying on our current job. A large barn located in the outskirts of the North District announced that it had sold out all its grain. Several guards on duty were chatting at the moment. The closer it gets at night, the more attention needs to be paid to security work. There are always some unwilling refugees nearby who come to pick up corn kernels that may have been left on the ground. When the night is completely shrouded, the temperature gradually drops, and the white snowflakes spread again. In the dark and dim environment, only 2 or 3 oil lamps illuminated it. At this moment, a white light and shadow slowly came towards the dancing snowflakes. That's a person? A person who seems to be made of pure light? That's not a human being. That's the messenger of light, who often appears late at night recently. I've seen similar reports in newspapers, saying that his presence always brings hope and light. He is coming towards us. Are we lucky enough to receive blessings tonight? While several guards were discussing excitedly, they suddenly heard a burst of noisy footsteps behind the silent light, which seemed so messy in the snowy night. They couldn't help frowning and holding up their not-so-bright oil lamps, trying to see clearly. No. Oh my God. He's followed by a bunch of homeless people. They are coming in this direction. Quickly. Turn off all the lights. Don't show them the direction. After a moment of panic, they extinguished all the lights in front of the barn door. But the light and shadow still walked firmly towards where they were. When that light and shadow appeared in front of them, the smiling expression seemed to penetrate all their embarrassing actions and hearts one by one. Before they could speak, the light and shadow dissipated in front of them. Then, dozens of hungry refugees followed the direction of the light and shadow, broke through the obstacles, entered the barn, and began to plunder the food stored here. Food. The guards who wanted to resist reluctantly saw that the number of refugees was too large, and finally joined in the action of grabbing food. On the city streets not far from here, the street lights were concentrated in the only prosperous area. The rest of the city was dark, with no shadow of light at all. Hastur was sitting outside the window of the cafe outside the street. Sitting opposite him was a familiar figure, the evil spirit Medici, who had escaped from the underground ruins of Backland. At this moment, he seems to have gotten rid of Sauron and Einhorn's entanglement, and has completely taken over the dominance of consciousness. Asta was not surprised to meet Medici here. Since the war in Fenaport began, he has appeared in various places as the incarnation of light almost every night, leaving behind legends that guide light and hope. It was too late to meet the Red Priest who represented war until now. It seems that Medici only came to the kingdom of Fenaport recently. Was he not here before to prevent the war here from escalating? Hastur saw many things in an instant. Should I call you the messenger of light or the stars? Medici spoke first to break the silence. Do you mind these two titles? Mind. Medici nodded sincerely. If your identity at this moment is the stars, then we are the hostile party. If you are the messenger of light who spreads light and hope, then it is our first meeting. Your faith in the ancient sun god is as firm as ever. Asta has no intention of taking action tonight. He has no ill feelings toward Medici, and there is no obvious conflict of interest. Unlike Aurelius, who possesses the extraordinary characteristics that will needs on the two extraordinary paths of the witch and the red priest, Hastur has only Azhara as a kitten around him, and it is still far from the level of Medici. Medici leaned back slightly and said with a smile, I don't like to believe in a second existence. Otherwise I might really choose to believe in the stars. It's a pity that your devout worship has not been rewarded with equal value. Faith comes from one's own heart and is not mixed with other people's selfish desires. Faith with a utilitarian heart is too dirty. Medici folded his hands behind his head, looking at ease and leisurely. Almost those legs were on the table. I once made a deal with Adam, but he has not fulfilled it until today. Hastur glanced at Medici and said, You have a sequence one extraordinary characteristic that belongs to me. This is what he got in exchange for 008. One of the costs. Ha ha ha. I already knew that you bastard Medici would be abandoned. A face appeared on the left side of Medici's face, and then the flesh and blood on the right side of his face squirmed to reveal another face. Do you think that by suppressing the consciousness of the two of us, you can restore your former majesty as the Red Angel? In the end, you are still the same, it's just an abandoned piece. It will only end up like that stupid snake of Aurelius. No, your fate will be worse than that stupid snake. Yes, Aurelius has been faithfully following the true creator for so many years, and you have already been abandoned once. It's no big deal to be abandoned again. Just die with your devout beliefs. Neither Adam nor the true creator is a good thing. And the same is true of the ancient sun god. No wonder the three angel kings chose to betray. Facing the cynicism of Sauron and Einhorn, Medici had a bright smile on his face and said proudly, It's a pity that you no longer have any sense of existence except for your mouth. Don't worry. We will witness the day when you are abandoned like a lost dog. Just wait. Medici was not angry because of this. He lazily raised his right hand and pressed Sauron's face on his right cheek. Before that, you should taste what despair is. Bar. Then he raised his left hand and pressed Einhorn's face, who was about to yell and say harsh words. Now, don't disturb my conversation with this messenger of light. I'm going to make you laugh. They are really not quiet. They are always noisy. Medici still had a smile on his face. And it seemed that his mood was not affected. Asta said with a smile, they still care too much about their aristocratic status. There is nothing new when it comes to swearing. At the very least, they should be scolded and treated like dogs. It is rare for them to be treated like dogs. What do you think? This time, the expression on Medici's face softened, as if he had been stabbed in a vital point, and his eyes were as cold as the 12th lunar month of winter. Based on what I know about Adam, he will definitely complete the deal with me and personally deliver a copy of the Conqueror's extraordinary characteristics to me. He doesn't dare to wait too long because I am catching up. Seeing that Medici was silent, Hastur glanced at the street and whispered, your arrival means the escalation of the war. Are you preparing to see off the Earth Mother Goddess? Chapter 606 The New Wave of the Times. The initial barrier cracked, and the kingdom of the Goddess of the Earth has gradually affected the state of the kingdom of God because of the recent destruction of the churches of the Goddess of the Earth in the kingdom of Fenaport, and the removal of anchors of faith one by one. Just like the original barrier, this place is now filled with terrifying cracks, like lenses that have been broken and then re-glued back together. The speed of healing of the earth cannot match the speed of destruction, and the green forests in China gradually wither and grow old. This is the kingdom of God where leaves never fall. But today one after another withered yellow leaves float to the ground, never falling back into reincarnation to nourish the earth like in the past. Well, one sigh was too much for the gods. Winter will eventually turn to spring, and all things will revive. The voice of the goddess of the night came over. I'm not as confident about the future as you are. The Mother Earth looked up at the falling leaves, stretched out her hand to catch a leaf that had just fallen, and almost murmured, I have had a bad premonition recently. You should understand what such signs mean. They all thought you were dead at first, but you still came back alive. And the same is true now. Facing the encouragement from the Night Goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess just smiled and said, the fallen Mother Goddess has been too quiet recently, which gives me a very bad feeling. You have been too confused recently, so you should calm down first, and I will take care of other things. The Goddess of the Night looked down at the land below from the kingdom of God. Your church is collapsing, and it is also being regenerated at the same time. This is a seesaw process. In order to help the Earth Mother overcome this difficulty, he allowed the Earth Mother to preach on a large scale in the lone kingdom. At the same time, he actively spread the faith of the Earth Mother in the Faesak Empire, and new churches were being built one after another. The purpose is to provide the Earth Mother Goddess with a buffer zone after the demise of the kingdom of Fenaport, so that the kingdom of God will not collapse due to the lack of the anchor of faith, allowing the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire to take advantage of the situation. You should understand that faith does not happen overnight, and it is far easier to destroy than to build. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur has ended his communication with Medici. This staunch follower of the ancient sun god will not abandon Adam and the true creator even if he is betrayed again. Hastur was too lazy to waste too much time with him. He ended tonight's bright guidance and returned to the Hall of Stars. He found that the enlightened Saint Master's potion in his body was accelerating digestion. It is estimated that by the end of this year, the performance will be completed and the magic potion will be completely digested. The reason for such rapid progress is inseparable from his efforts every night, and it is also attributed to helping Silver City leave the land abandoned by God. Although the specific executioners were Bernadette and Klein, it was also his guidance that could complete this matter. This is completely in line with the role of the Enlightenment Saint Master. In addition, the affairs of the Yellow Clothes Church also accelerated the digestion of the Enlightenment Saint Master's potion. Hastur carefully summarized his gains during this period, and then turned his attention to the Sequence 2-star attendant and the Sequence 1-star singer. There is no threshold for him to become a Sequence 2-star attendant. Once he is promoted, the magic potion can be completely digested, and he can directly be promoted to a Sequence 1-star singer. At that time, he needs to leave the real world and go to the stars. This will be his most dangerous period of time. Need to prepare well. In September, Baklan snow had reached its heaviest point in previous years, and many frozen bodies of homeless people were found on the streets. Specialized personnel patrol the streets every day and bury the bodies together with the heavy snow. In October, the heavy snowfall in Baklan became more serious, becoming the biggest snow disaster in Baklan's history. When many people woke up, their doorways were buried and blocked by thick snow, making it impossible to even open the door. For some people, their roofs could not bear the weight of the heavy snow and their houses collapsed. People without homes and heating conditions froze to death in the snowy night where they could not wake up. The nobles are hiding in their homes, and still enjoying a luxurious life that is not much different from before. Backland Morning News, Loon Express, Times Briefing and other major newspapers and organizations have written articles to ridicule this year's snow disaster. The title is Heavy Snow Helps the Lone Kingdom Make a Great Contribution to Solving National Poverty. All the Poor Are Dead. In November, this rare heavy snowfall intensified again. The temperature plummeted, and there were no workers working in the factory, because entrepreneurs found that the money spent on heating costs was much greater than the wages paid to workers. Unable to survive, the workers set off a series of looting and burning activities, which soon triggered a crackdown by official agencies. In response, the lone royal family had to allocate a large amount of money again to deal with the snow disaster. The meager bailout was declared over even before it lasted until December. As for other places, except for the southern continent and the Rosyth Islands, which are far away from the sea, the entire territory of Lone was covered by heavy snow, and the scale of the snow disaster further expanded. In South Wales, Gleick read the newspapers sent from other places with excitement. All of them, without exception, accused the lone royal family of arbitrarily participating in wars, failing in disaster relief, and other crimes. Very good. Greg patted his thigh excitedly, knowing that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. The situation in South Wales is far less bad than that in Backland. The residents here seem to be very tolerant of the snow, and even enjoy it far more than they hate it, because there hasn't been a decent heavy snowfall here for more than 10 years. This time it was quite enjoyable. In addition, South Wales County has strong finances and spends a large part of its funds on winter subsidies to ensure that workers are not without pay even if they stop working. This is in sharp contrast to Backland, the City of Hope. Duke Negan. We have contacted some senior officials in Dixie County and East Tucker County. They are also dissatisfied with the current situation of the Lone Kingdom. They believe that the Lone Kingdom must change its ruling family. They think that our Negan family is the most suitable one. Choose. Next to him, a middle-aged man in his 30s was reporting the latest situation to Greg. This is a member of the Negan family who is closer to Greco. Is the method you mentioned last time of seizing power through peaceful means really feasible? Greg was still a little confused. The middle-aged man smiled and said, currently, the people of the Kingdom of Lone are dissatisfied with the royal family of Lone for 3 main points. One is that the Kingdom of Lone has been involved in endless wars. The other is the snow disaster. And the third is that the wealthy nobles and poor people are severe inequality in status and wealth. As long as Duke Negan can stand up and wave your arms, showing that you are capable of solving these things, you will definitely gain many supporters and force the lone royal family to step down. Even if the lone royal family intends to provoke a war, we are in South Wales, where we can attack or retreat. Coupled with the heavy snowy weather, they have no choice but to use force to solve the problem. Greg listened silently to the analysis, and knowing what was going on, he acquiesced in the matter. After Greco left, the middle-aged man whispered, supporting the Negan family to replace the Augustus family is also the trend of the times. In December, the snowstorm worsened again, and the lone royal family was already very busy. At this time, Greg Negan of South Wales stood up and placed all the blame for the war and snow disaster on the lone royal family, and asked them to step down and return power and peace to all lone people. Under the banner of ending the war and rescuing the snow disaster, Greco quickly gained a large number of followers. There was a large force in every county that responded to Greco's call. As the capital of Backland, the lone royal family received more than thousands of letters from all over the country in one day. The contents are roughly the same, and they are all phrased to ask the lone royal family to step down and replace the Negan family of Greco in power. The familiar situation immediately aroused the alarm of the lone royal family. When deciding whether to provide assistance to Feniport, a group of people also did this kind of thing. They originally did not want to pay attention to this small wave set off by Greg, but as the snow disaster became more and more serious, and the news of the defeat of a small-scale battle on the front line came, this conflict undoubtedly intensified and helped Greg's rise. Power. Greco once again shouted the slogan to end the war. And this time, he won more people to follow him. Backland and the lone royal family held an emergency meeting to discuss how to resolve this matter. The current situation is not good. The war for more than half a year has consumed too much money and food, coupled with a heavy snowfall. We cannot solve these things at the moment. As for the military, unpleasant news has recently come out. Some generals are already planning to answer the call and end this war. The royal family members had an urgent discussion for a while. and then called Archbishop Anthony of the Church of the Night Goddess to ask him about the will of the gods. This war was originally ordered by the gods. Otherwise the lone kingdom would not have devoted all its efforts to aid Finabod. Archbishop Anthony seemed very calm in the face of today's meeting. He just said calmly, "In 3 days, Backland will have a miracle and end this snow disaster." Chapter 607 Miracle from Mother Earth. Miracle? Which god will come forward to perform a miracle and end this extremely extreme snow? God of steam and machinery? Impossible. Since the war began, the people of the Church of Steam have obviously not been very active. Adam and the true creator have a bad reputation and should not appear in public. So only the goddess of the night is left. The authority of the night cooperates with the heavy snow. Is this going to freeze everyone in Backland to death? The members of the lone royal family only dared to murmur in their hearts. But they did not dare to offend the gods by speaking casually. Go down and prepare. The miracle will come in 3 days. This is your best chance to restore your image. Archbishop Anthony did not stay long, but returned to St. Samuel's church after saying a few words. When he was heading to the prayer hall, he happened to meet Leonard, who had a rare gentle smile on his face. "You choose to come to the church to pray on such a snowy day. I have always seen your devotion to the goddess." Leonard was silent for a while, and then said with a smile, "I have resigned as the captain of the Red Glove team. This should be the last time I come here to pray to the goddess." He had been a believer in the goddess for a long time, but since the old man encountered him on many times, he gradually lost his belief in the goddess. Now, the goddess of the night and the stars of Hastur are obviously in different camps, and he can only choose to leave the church of the goddess of the night and stay away from Backland. "I think I will miss the time you stayed here very much. May the goddess protect you forever. Thank you for your blessing." Leonard took one last look at the holy emblem of the night goddess. When he turned around and took 2 steps, Archbishop Anthony stopped him and told him that a miracle would come in 3 days and asked him not to miss this event. After walking out of the door of St. Samuel's church, Leonard stretched and felt much more relaxed. But the next second, he yawned, quickly wrapped his black coat tightly, shrank his head, and quickened his pace to leave. Go! The heavy snow that never stopped for a quarter of an hour covered the entire road. The snow was so deep that there was no trace of horse-drawn carriages on the road. Only in the Queen's area. There are regular people plowing snow every day, and it is barely passable by horse-drawn carriage. Leonard walked in the heavy snow for almost 2 hours before returning home. He quickly raised the fireplace, boiled water, made a cup of hot coffee, sat in the rocking chair in front of the fireplace with a blanket, and took a long and comfortable breath. He took 2 sips of hot coffee, calmed down for a while and said, "Old man, you should have heard what Archbishop Anthony said just now." "Right. Which god do you think will descend in 3 days?" "Mother Earth." A lazy voice came from Leonard's body. "Why?" "The authority of the goddess of the night will only aggravate the heavy snow and cause more people to die due to the cold, while the goddess of the earth controls the ability of the resurrection and reproduction of all things. The passing of winter and the coming of spring are within the scope of her ability." Pale's voice after a pause. He continued, "Since winter can come earlier, spring can also come earlier. It will be a good viewing opportunity in 3 days. The situation in the kingdom of Finaport is so serious. Does the Mother Earth still have the heart to come to Backland to perform a divine descent?" "What you are talking about is exactly the reason why the Mother Earth needs to perform a divine descent in Backland and perform miracles." Only then did Leonard understand something. The Mother Goddess of the Earth, who was facing the collapse of her faith, needed to perform miracles to consolidate and spread her faith. "Old man, I didn't expect you to be really smart. I just learned how to use my brain properly." Leonard muttered dissatisfied, "If you are so smart, do you really need to hide in my body? Foolish people need more guidance from famous teachers." Leonard knew he couldn't speak to the old man, so he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. 3 days passed quickly. In order to restore their image, after receiving the notice from Archbishop Anthony, the lone royal family began to actively publicize and build momentum, striving to let all the people of the lone kingdom see that the status of the lone royal family is orthodox, sacred, and indispensable. Violating. It was their piety that moved the gods, and they decided to come and disperse the heavy snow. In order to expand their influence, the lone royal family once again used the imaging technology used when George III gave a pre-war speech in order to be promoted to Sequence 0. It can spread what is happening in Backland throughout the lone kingdom. What makes the lone royal family strange is that the busiest church on the day of God's arrival was not the church of the goddess of night, but the Church of the Mother Earth. As the time for God's descent approached, the Kingdom of Lone sent a highly respected member of the royal family to give a tearful speech. After the speech, the believers of Mother Earth Church knelt down and prayed devoutly. The thick dark gray clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a light green light representing life fell from the sky. For the people living in Backland, the light falling from the sky is an extremely rare gift, especially in the past few months when heavy snow has been raging. They all hope that the sun's rays can penetrate the clouds and disperse the heavy snow. Now comes a new ray of hope. When the light green light fell on the ground, the snow on the ground began to melt silently. In the eyes of everyone looking forward to it, the goddess of the Earth Mother descended into the eyes of all those who were watching here. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a green halo of life spread rapidly to the entire Kingdom of Lone, with Backland as the center, and also spread to the war-torn Kingdom of Feniport. After the life aperture spread, the shadow of the Earth Mother, which was originally relatively illusory, gradually solidified. There are ears of wheat growing on the soles of his feet, surrounded by spring water. His clothes are flowing freely, with various herbs and flowers inserted, and the images of different animals are depicted. His chest is bulging high, and he is holding an illusory and cute baby hidden in his swaddling clothes with one hand. The baby, holding a dark brown wooden stick in the other hand. The whole is holy and dignified. Only his facial features are still blurred, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The Earth Mother Goddess did not speak, but gently inserted the dark brown wooden stick in her hand into the soil under her feet. The divine power belonging to the Earth Mother Goddess began to flow, and the authority belonging to the resurgence of life began to take effect. The heavy snow in the sky stopped. The heavy clouds dispersed, and the sun that had been blocked for a long time appeared. The warm sunshine once again falls on every life within the authority of Mother Earth, regardless of humans or animals. The light of life flows through all creatures, and new hope begins to brew. The creatures that were dying due to the cold winter and heavy snow suddenly felt a little more strength in their bodies, and the people curled up on the bed also stretched out comfortably. Leonard, who was still staying in Backland and standing slightly in front, also felt the warmth of life coming from the Mother Goddess of the Earth. He felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Very comfortable and unbearable. Just close your eyes and start enjoying. Leonard quickly broke away from this comfortable feeling. He looked around. Most people were still closing their eyes to feel the feeling of life resurrecting in their bodies. Only a few people can recover from that state. This warm light gradually dissipated, centered on the wooden stick in the hand of the Mother Earth. Green grass began to sprout from the ground. The old trees that had lost all their leaves were able to regain their vitality and grow pieces of green leaves. Due to the heavy snow, various flowers that were dying began to cheer up and bloom. The miracle of life begins at this moment. Winter has been driven away and spring has been ushered in. Is this the authority of the Earth Mother Goddess? Selfless dedication like the earth revives the life of all living beings. Leonard's eyes were complicated. If he had encountered such a divine presence when he was young, he would have chosen to believe in the Mother Earth and forever admire the miracle of life. The power of gods is too sacred and too unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people. The believers of the Church of the Mother Earth will naturally not miss the opportunity to promote the sanctity of the Mother Earth. Voices praising life and the Mother Earth came and went, forming a wave of devout voices. The Earth Mother Goddess, who is the focus of everyone, still has her eyes slightly closed at this moment. She is spreading her authority and ability to the entire Kingdom of Lone and the Kingdom of Feniport. Backland is not the only one who has seen winter turn to spring. If the Fasak Empire had not been accustomed to heavy snow weather, and there were very few believers here, a new spring would have ushered in this time. Praise life. Praise the Mother Earth for her gifts. The members of the Lone royal family also hurriedly stepped forward at this time to use the miracles of the gods to restore their poor image. The results were quite good, and even Leonard looked at them a little more pleasantly. People in other parts of the Lone Kingdom experienced with their own eyes the miracle of the cessation of heavy snow and the revival of spring. They were all filled with excitement and gratitude, and people knelt down to worship the miracle. When this miracle of spring revival arrived in the Kingdom of Feniport, it caused a violent turmoil. It refilled the tired fighting soldiers with strong fighting spirit and pushed back part of the war situation. Backland, the Mother Goddess of the Earth, who fulfilled her request for this miracle, is ready to end the divine descent and return to the Kingdom of Heaven. Just as he rose into the sky, his figure suddenly shook, and then exploded into countless small green light spots. Chapter 608, Pollution from the Crimson Moon. The shadow of the Earth Mother just exploded in midair. This scene fell into the eyes of the believers below who were still kneeling and praying, bringing unimaginable shock. Is the God you believe in dying like this? The people of the lone royal family were even more frightened when they saw it. This scene was so familiar. King George III was also here when he was giving a speech. His whole body suddenly exploded, and he died. Will the Earth Mother also suffer the fate of George III? This scene also fell in the eyes of Hastur, who was above the Hall of Stars. He was just thinking about whether to take action against the Earth Mother Goddess. Let him walk the same path that George III once walked. But before taking action, the phantom of the Mother Earth descending on Bakland suddenly exploded in midair. Although this is not the true form of the Mother Goddess of the Earth, such a sudden change at such a critical moment means that the true form of the Mother Goddess of the Earth is facing an extremely terrifying threat. So much so that she is unable to take care of her phantom. Hastur's eyes swept across the starry sky in front of him one by one. There was no movement in the Mother Tree of Desire. So only the fallen Mother Goddess had such an ability. The fallen Mother Goddess, who had been silent for a long time, severely damaged the Earth Mother Goddess as soon as she took action. It can be seen that the fallen Mother Goddess is never willing to sit back and watch the Earth Mother God increase her faith and stabilize the kingdom of God through this method. So I specifically chose this critical moment today to take action. Fallen Mother Goddess, you are in a hurry. Hastur had a slight smile on his face and had no intention of taking action, just to see what the fallen Mother Goddess was doing. God's awakening greatly stimulated the fallen Mother Goddess's sense of crisis, forcing her to take such an extreme approach. When the Mother Goddess of Earth suffered a heavy blow from the fallen Mother Goddess, the crimson moon in the sky, which was supposed to appear only at night, appeared from the starry sky with a deadly and alluring red light. The two extraordinary paths lost in the real world by the fallen Mother Goddess are currently under the control of the Earth Mother Goddess Lilith. With her attack, the two extraordinary paths of the moon and the Mother will escape from the control of the Earth Mother Goddess and fly to the stars, return to the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess. The two sides fought fiercely on the crimson moon, and Hastur could even feel the breath of the Mother Tree of Desire, which was deliberately dormant. He also doesn't want to see the Mother Goddess of Earth stabilizing the kingdom of God. But he is not as eager as the fallen Mother Goddess. So he can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Circles of competing red ripples rippled out from the crimson moon. This scene is particularly full of fatal temptation in the eyes of Bakland's believers, especially those who are praying devoutly to the Mother Earth Goddess. Their bodies began to expand for no reason under the light of the crimson moon, and then burst like balloons inflated to their limit. Some people undergo mutations and become a mountain of flesh and blood. Some people fall into madness and become completely irrational monsters. All kinds of terrible things are happening to them. In the eyes of others, this scene is like the most terrifying H.L. The people who originally believed in the Mother Goddess of Earth devoutly and praised the miracle of life were now frightened and fled in panic, screaming loudly. The miserable wails and cries resounded throughout the sky of Bakland. This is not a miracle of the gods at all, but a punishment of the gods, a curse, and pollution. Leonard, who was in it, saw it very clearly. He saw with his own eyes that on the streets where the snow had just melted, there was flowing red blood, like a stream, like a river. Leonard's tone was hoarse and his voice was trembling. Old man, what is all this going on? Why did such a sudden change happen? Pales was silent for a long time before sighing. This is pollution from the starry sky. You'd better leave Bakland as soon as possible. If you stay here for too long, you will be in danger. I can't resist the pollution from the stars. Staying away from it is the wisest choice we can make at this moment. Leonard's heart fell to the bottom, and his eyes looked at the world shrouded in crimson light with reluctance and hesitation. In this world of crimson light, more and more people are mutated, with blood, flesh, eyes, tentacles, mouthparts, shapes that can be described, and also unspeakable deformities. Spirituality was also frantically warning him. The skin of his arms began to itch. It was as if there were invisible worms squirming in the flesh, trying to break through the shackles of the skin and grow granulations. Go quickly. Pales reminded again, with a serious tone. Leonard did not hesitate any longer, and ran at high speed away from Bakland. There were many beyonders, who had the same idea as him. An extraordinary, who was only 2 meters away from Leonard was still running in fear 1 second. And the next second his head was separated from his body, and bloody tentacles grew out of the severed head, like a big red squid, with half of its lower body left, ran forward for more than 10 meters without any awareness before falling to the ground. After witnessing this horrific phenomenon with his own eyes, Leonard's scalp was numb. His mouth was dry. and he felt itchy all over, as if there were countless little bugs trying to come out of his skin. Pray to the stars, or the fool. Pales noticed something was wrong and reminded Leonard again. In this change, believers of the Earth Mother Goddess and the Night Goddess are the most vulnerable. The extraordinary path that Leonard took was also the path of night. Even if he tried his best, it would be difficult to compete with the pollution from the stars. Only great beings like the stars and the fool could resist and purify this pollution. A fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious master above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Leonard finally chose to seek help from Mr. Fool, not only because he also participated in the Tarot Club and was a member of the Tarot Club. There is another reason. The stars are Hastur and are his friends. Praying to the stars for help always makes me feel uncomfortable. Above the gray fog, it only took 10 seconds for Klein's figure to appear here after hearing the call for help. It's Leonard. Isn't he staying in Backland? Klein followed Leonard's cry for help and found that Leonard was surrounded by a shallow crimson light. Those crimson lights seemed to contain some kind of polluted power, which was constantly getting into Leonard's body. Leonard was running away at a very fast speed, trying to get away, but it was obvious that his speed was not enough to support him in escaping from this place in a short time. A dangerous area shrouded in crimson light. Is he out on some dangerous mission? Hey, the surrounding streets look a bit familiar. Backland? Klein's expression was shocked. He did not think about it further. Right now, it was more important to help Leonard first. He quickly cut out a paper angel and dropped it towards Leonard's location. Leonard, who was running away, clearly saw an angel flying towards him with divine light in his mind. The angel's light fell, dispelling the coldness in his body and purifying the pollution in his body. The itching feeling all over his body disappeared, replaced by the long-lost warmth. Thank you, Mr. Fool, for your kind help. I will pay you the necessary compensation. Leonard has learned the Tarot Club's method of equal exchange, and is planning to find a few Russell's diaries and hand them over to Mr. Fool once he is safe. Klein did not reply immediately, but carefully looked at the scenery near Leonard, and finally determined that Backland was there. Isn't that the place where gods watch? How could large-scale pollution occur? Where does the source of pollution come from? Klein, who was full of doubts, saw that Leonard's condition had improved a lot, and said tentatively, the pollution has spread. Yes, the pollution from the starry sky is permeating the entire Backland. The pollution of the starry sky. Klein subconsciously wanted to look up at the starry sky, but he still hurriedly stopped his inner impulse. Originally, today was an auspicious day for the gods to come and drive away the extreme snowy weather. But I didn't expect that the shadow of the Mother Goddess of the Earth would explode in midair. The crimson moon in the sky would change, and pollution would spread from the starry sky to Backland. While fleeing, Leonard briefly explained to Mr. Fool what had just happened. God's descent. Mother Earth. Crimson moon. Pollution. Klein accurately extracted the key words from Leonard's words, and after a little thought, he reconstructed what was happening in Backland. Could the pollution from the starry sky be caused by Mr. Hastur? Probably not. Even if Mr. Hastur wants to deal with the Earth Mother Goddess, he will not anger the innocent people of Backland, where he has lived for many years. After confirming this, Klein felt a little relieved. As a fellow time traveler, he did not want Mr. Hastur to be a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. As a human being, he should stick to a certain bottom line of human nature. Leave Backland. Klein pondered for a moment and gave Leonard a reminder and suggestion. Now that something big has happened to Backland, he will definitely become the center of the storm. Leonard and the grandfather in him will easily be targeted by Amon again. I will follow Mr. Fool's guidance. Klein looked at it for a while, and after confirming that there was no abnormality on Leonard's side, he ended the conversation and sat alone in front of the long bronze table to meditate. Chapter 609. It was the stars that saved Backland. Backland. The pollution originating from the starry sky is still continuing, starting to spread to the surrounding areas with Memorial Day Square in the West District as the center. Pollution, panic, fear, chaos have filled this once city of hope. At St. Samuel's Church, Archbishop Anthony hurried back from Remembrance Day Square and went directly to the prayer hall, leaving others to guard outside. He needs to ask the goddess for help. Only the goddess can save Backland now. About 10 minutes later, Archbishop Anthony came out of the prayer hall, facing the inquiring glances from the believers around him. He just nodded gently to reassure them. Backland has been saved and will never be swallowed up by pollution and become a dead Jedi. There was a rumble, as if there was muffled thunder, and layers of black clouds rolled in from the sky, blocking the light coming from the crimson moon. Lightning rolled in the thick clouds, and thunder sounded from time to time. A gust of wind blew from afar, shrouding the entire backland in the wind. The crimson light was actually blown by this gust of wind. It was blown out of backland from every corner of backland and flew to the suburbs. At the same time, the sky thundered, and a burst of timely rain fell. The lingering smell of pollution in the air was washed away one by this heavy rain. Archbishop Anthony witnessed this scene through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the tight string in his heart finally relaxed. He just quietly admired backland in the heavy rain for a while, and then took a carriage to the palace. With such a big incident happening today, he needs to give an explanation to the lone royal family and all the people who died in the pollution. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur just stared at backland calmly. This storm and heavy rain belong to the authority of the Lord of Storms. Only Adam can do this himself. The Night Goddess is currently protecting the kingdom of the Earth Mother Goddess, and she should have no spare power to take action. Moreover, the authority of the Night Goddess is not suitable for solving the pollution from the fallen Mother Goddess. That's why Adam was asked to solve the matter on his behalf. So, now should we target Adam, who appeared in backland, the goddess of the night, who is unable to take care of herself? Or should we remain silent and continue to sit back and watch? With the wisdom of the goddess of the night, he will definitely prevent himself and Grey Carrie from raiding his kingdom of God. Maybe she is just acting in a play with Adam at this moment, trying to deceive herself. Hastur just pondered for a while, and then set his sights on the fallen Mother Goddess. I have to say that the actions of the fallen Mother Goddess this time were perfect. Not only did they successfully prevent the Mother Goddess of Earth from spreading their faith, they even gave the Mother Goddess of Earth a bad name. The bad reputation of backland's pollution will definitely fall on the Mother Earth. No matter how clear the explanation is, it will dispel people's belief in the Mother Earth. The kingdom of Mother Earth will be seriously shaken. Adam chose this method to solve backland's pollution problem. Did he want to use this matter to establish a positive image and come to the forefront? Hastur thought about Adam's possible thoughts, and finally had a good idea with a slight smile on his lips. Backland. In the yellow church. Mrs. Lisa received the oracle again. Obey the oracle. Mrs. Lisa glanced at Backland, whose pollution was about to be dispelled, walked out of the prayer hall, and summoned all the members of the yellow-clothes church here. The pollution caused by the Earth Mother Goddess has plunged the entire backland into an abyss of pain and death. Our gods, the stars, are dispelling all pollution. He is saving backland. God, we don't like publicity and fame, but we must let all the people of backland who have been saved understand who saved their small lives. We will go out here and tell everyone about the greatness and kindness of the stars. After Mrs. Lisa's mobilization, the church members in yellow walked out of the church door wearing yellow robes and began to preach the greatness and kindness of the stars to everyone who survived nearby. It is claimed that this pollution caused by the Earth Mother was dispelled by the stars. This event was so grand that it quickly spread throughout the neighborhoods of Backland. At the same time, the dark clouds and heavy rain in the sky were dispersed and replaced by the bright starry sky at night, and the light of the crimson moon was blocked from the starry sky above. The gentle starlight fell down, bit by bit, like the fireflies of hope, shining on every inch of Backland who was experiencing chaos and panic. Everyone who is illuminated by the starlight feels that the horrific scenes that happened during the day are gradually moving away under the starlight. It was the stars who saved Backland. Such calls are getting louder and louder, and are recognized by more people. At the same time, there is also news that the stars once came to the real world from his kingdom of God, lived in Backland, and experienced the pain and sorrow of all living things. This place was also the hometown of the stars, and the stars would not sit back and watch something unexpected happen to Backland. As soon as such remarks came out, the people of Backland became more convinced that it was the stars that saved Backland. This news was transmitted back to the palace. Archbishop Anthony, who was discussing countermeasures with the lone royal family, looked blank for a moment, and then fell into silence. This time, it is Adam who solves the pollution of the starry sky. It is the storm and heavy rain that came before, not the stars that come after. In the goddess's oracle, the lone royal family was asked to actively promote the fact that Adam saved Backland, so that Adam could wash away the stigma between him and the true creator. This allowed Adam to naturally become a recognized righteous god. But they were still discussing the specific course of action when a wave of stars came outside to save Backland. We must not let this credit fall on the stars. The lone royal family firmly opposed this matter. We must take action now. Once the stars are allowed to steal the credit for saving Backland this time, then we will completely lose our position of representing truth and justice. The lone royal family has a grudge against the stars Hastur, and Hastur was still forced to retreat to South Wales by them. The more people recognize the stars, the more they will oppose the rule of the lone royal family. This is something that absolutely cannot be tolerated. When the lone royal family planned to join forces with the Church of the Night Goddess to launch an operation, a bright meteor fell from the starry sky, piercing the sky and falling straight towards the palace. Archbishop Anthony's spiritual warning was frantic. His face changed drastically. He only had time to say go quickly, and hurriedly traveled through the spiritual world and stayed away from the palace, while the other members of the lone royal family were still in shock. A fear originating from the depths of their souls made them unable to help but kneel on the ground. As the founder and protector of the Lone Kingdom, William I wanted to take action to protect the palace. But just as he was about to take action, his scalp went numb, and a gaze came from the starry sky and fell on him. The gazes from the stars made him afraid to take action. He could only stand there and watch the meteor fall accurately into the palace, killing countless of his descendants. Stars. William I felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart, even though he was already the Hand of Order in Sequence 1. In the eyes of secret beings like Yuanqing, he was just a dispensable character, and nothing could be changed. Goddess of the Night, didn't you agree to support our Augustus family in continuing to rule the Lone Kingdom? But why didn't you take action tonight and let the stars smash the palace that symbolizes the power of the lone royal family? William I couldn't help but feel resentment towards the Night Goddess. If it hadn't been for the attitude expressed by the Night Goddess and other secret beings, the lone royal family would never have dared to target Hastur so obviously. Well, William I sighed and hurried to the place where the meteor fell. The palace was hit by a meteor, making a loud noise, and most of the people in Backland witnessed this scene with their own eyes. The followers of the Yellow Clothes Church took this opportunity to publicize the meteor crash and explosion as a punishment from the stars, and exaggerate the lone royal family as a heinous family. Combined with what just happened today, it is easy to tilt the inner balance of the people of Backland. The lone royal family actively promoted the arrival of gods and blessings, which eventually led to the large-scale spread of pollution. The stars were the great gods who dispersed the pollution, saved Backland, and gave the lone royal family a small punishment. The lone royal family wanted to explain these things, but the palace was bombed, and the fate of many members of the lone royal family was uncertain. They had no energy to stand up and change the direction of public opinion. At this point, the lone royal family was completely nailed to the rack of shame. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked at Backland thoughtfully. That meteor was just a little test for him to see who would protect the lone royal family, the Goddess of the Night or Adam. But none of them chose to show up and allow the palace to be bombed. Hastur felt a little pity about this. If Adam showed up, he could use the slogan of dealing with Adam and pin the incident of contaminating Backland on him and the true creator. Saving Backland? He really didn't need such a false reputation. But Audrey should be happy when she heard it. Then wait until she goes to the Tarot Club and hears about it from other members. After solving Backland's problem, Hastur turned his attention to Crimson Moon. He was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 610 Birth. The descendant of the fallen Mother Goddess. In the Crimson Moon, in the hidden world that is difficult to spy on, two forces have evolved into two different manifestations and are competing. Towering ancient trees, flowers and tender grass everywhere, clear springs and streams passing through. It is the garden of life of the Mother Earth. Above the sky of the Crimson Moon, the black viscous liquid poured down, and black arms shaped like mountains were revealed. The arms were covered with white hair. At this moment, the black arms used great strength to hit the belongings. The realm of the Earth Mother. The Crimson Moon currently belongs to the kingdom occupied by the Goddess of Life, and she is the defensive side in this battle. Faced with the crazy, destructive and polluting attack of the fallen Mother Goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess gradually became exhausted. Prosperity began to wither. Towering ancient trees were cut off, and the vital soil was stained with a layer of disgusting black mucus. And on the periphery of the Crimson Moon, pairs of eyes with enchanting light were pouring in from the depths of the starry sky. The closest one was the gaze of the Mother Tree of Desire. At this moment, he converged his branches, handed over the battlefield of Crimson Moon to the fallen Mother Goddess, and sat back and watched the competition between the fallen Mother Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess. Seeing the Earth Mother Goddess gradually sinking into decline, she also quietly stretched out branches one by one and started wrapping them from the bottom of the crimson moon. Like a playful cat tying up a small ball with wool, just waiting for it to be happy. Then lightly tossed the ball through the yarn. Regarding this scene, the fallen Mother Goddess didn't seem to care at all, and still targeted the Earth Mother Goddess with all her strength, trying to regain the two extraordinary paths that belonged to her. When the Earth Mother Goddess was unable to hold on, a black moon appeared in the crimson moon like a giant black scythe. The black moon cut through the dark sky and cut off the arm of the fallen Mother Goddess that reached into the crimson moon. The goddess of the night, who had been watching quietly, took action. He once controlled this crimson moon, and although he later returned it to the Mother Earth, as long as the Mother Earth allows, he can also intervene in the crimson moon and participate in the fight. With the help of the night goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess reversed her decline, and her vitality flourished. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, pushing the black arms out of the cracks of the crimson moon to defend her country. This is not an unexpected result. The fallen Mother Goddess was driven out together. This was expected by the Desire Mother Tree, so she was not in a hurry at all. She just slowly surrounded the crimson moon with her own power, waiting for more information. Good opportunity. In the Fuzek Empire, after the fall of the God of War, the royal capital was captured by the army of the Kingdom of Lone, and everything was in ruins. In order to conquer the Fuzek Empire, the Lone Kingdom adopted a colonial approach, supporting the regime that had submitted to the Lone Kingdom in the Fuzek Empire, and helped this regime ascend to the throne and briefly have the right to rule. Although there are still many rebels who want to restore the Fuzek Empire to its former glory, they basically ended in failure. After several eradication campaigns, only 2 rebel groups survived, one of which was the vengeful Fangs of St. Milan. Their main scope of activities is in the suburbs, villages and towns near the capital, St. Milan. They have been looking for suitable opportunities to capture the capital, and then raise their arms and raise the banner of restoration to oppose the rule of the Kingdom of Lone. At least this is what the 2 generals of the Lone Kingdom stationed in the capital city of St. Milan, as well as the ruling regime that supported them, think so. Is everything ready? In a town about 100 miles away from the capital, St. Milan, the sound of firefights from the front could still be vaguely heard. General Smith, everything was completed according to your instructions. After the subordinate reported, he hesitated and asked uneasily, is this really possible to recapture the capital? Hudson, aren't you soft-hearted? The general looked at the capital city of St. Milan in the distance with stern eyes, and said sinisterly, they all deserve to die. They betrayed the country for profit. They are better than those from the Kingdom of Lune. The invaders don't deserve to live. Let them go to see the Mother Goddess together. All this is the Mother Goddess's will. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that day, bursts of black light surged from the depths of the ground within 100 miles radius of the capital city of St. Milan, much like the scene during a volcanic eruption. But what spewed out was not hot magma, but thick black liquid. Within the scope of the black light, all life becomes a sacrifice to summon the gaze of the stars. When the black light dissipated, no living person could be seen in the entire capital city of St. Milan, leaving only a huge abyss. Sounds of gasping, exhaling and inhaling are born from the depths of the abyss. Listen carefully. It is the ancient mysterious creature that is awakening. He was speaking a language that was older than the giant language, and kept repeating a word. It was the oldest language born in the starry sky. If this word had to be translated, stars. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur saw how incompetent the fallen Mother Goddess was, and knew that she must not have tried her best. Otherwise the Night Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess would not have been able to drive him out so easily. This was clearly intended to protect him and the Mother Tree of Desire. Mr. Min's side was also very quiet, which showed that the fallen Mother Goddess did not relax her vigilance because of this invasion. Hastur was about to take a look at the situation on Roselle's side, when he saw the star representing the original hunger flickering slightly. This meant that the original hunger was looking for something to do with him. Hastur looked over and saw the original hunger standing on the edge of a dark abyss. At a glance, he thought that the original hunger was in the place abandoned by the gods. This is the capital of the Fuzek Empire. Just now, the entire capital was held a living sacrifice, and no life was spared. This is the handiwork of the fallen Mother Goddess. The fight for the Crimson Moon is just a cover-up. Here is the outcome he really wants. Obviously he has succeeded, and the creatures in the abyss have escaped. Judging from the remaining aura, it should be one of his descendants who comes to the Fuzek Empire this time. It is his believers who have done this through the corresponding summoning ceremony, exactly which outer god it was born from in the past. We can only find out if we find him. You also know that the fallen mother goddess always likes to reproduce some strange life forms. She has too many offspring. Original Hunger didn't care much about reporting on the tragedy that happened in the Fasak Empire. Hastur had previously asked Primal Hunger to pay a little attention to what was happening in the Fasak Empire, especially the beliefs related to the fallen mother goddess. It can be seen that the Original Hunger work was not very reliable. He was probably enjoying delicious food somewhere just now. It was not until something abnormal happened here that he rushed to the vicinity of the abyss as soon as possible. This is something you are responsible for. Hastur still left the matter to Yuan Hun to handle. Can you change the mission? Primordial Hungry looked embarrassed. Things related to the fallen mother goddess are too stinky. I really don't want to eat them. This was an oversight on your part. In terms of wisdom, I always think that you will not lose to the fallen mother goddess. Of course. The fallen mother goddess is recognized as a brainless guy. How can she compare to me? She is even stupider than that idiot son of chaos. Then prove yourself. Can I prove it in another way? Without waiting for Primordial Hunger to refuse, Hastur unilaterally cut off the conversation with Primordial Hunger. Sitting at the top, Hastur looked solemn. How did the fallen mother goddess pass the initial barrier to give birth to her son in the Fasak Empire? Is it possible to do this just by calling some believers? Then why did the fallen mother goddess go so early? This is clearly some existence in the real world that deliberately leads the power of the fallen mother goddess to the real world in order to use the power of the fallen mother goddess to fight against itself. Could it be Adam and the true creator? Hastur just thought about it for a moment and gave up this guess. Adam and the true creator would not do such a thing. Could it be the hidden sage? The thoughts in Hastur's mind moved slightly, and he felt more and more that this was a possibility. Now that Bernadette has returned from the land abandoned by the gods, she has already digested the Sequence 2 Sage Potion. And the next step is Sequence 1. The hidden sage definitely has a sense of crisis. Even if he wanted to cooperate with Adam and the true creator, he might not be able to escape the gaze of the stars. Seeking strong foreign aid was his only way to survive. Hastur did not peek into the future regarding this matter to understand the causes and consequences. The fallen mother goddess might be waiting for him here. It seems that I have to speed up the pace of rescuing Russell. Hastur pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to the Crimson Moon. The fallen mother goddess, who was driven out of the Crimson Moon, still did not choose to give up, and was still fighting for the Crimson Moon with the Earth Mother Goddess. It was obvious that he planned to keep pestering the Mother Goddess of Earth and holding her back, making her unable to take into account what was happening in the real world. Combined with the Original Hunger report just now, Hastur can probably guess where the newly born descendant of the fallen Mother Goddess escaped to. It is rare that the fallen Mother Goddess has a brain this time. Is there any outer god who is advising her from behind in the past? In the Roadside Islands, Bernadette, who was dealing with the residents of Silver City, received reminders from the stars and was careful to hide the sage. Chapter 611 Russell, do the stars come from past history? You should really be careful. As long as the hidden sage is not stupid, he will definitely find an opportunity to deal with you. The Jinn god also reminded him. Bernadette said nothing. She was still short of being promoted to Sequence 1 and had the extraordinary characteristics of a Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor. Although the hidden sage has not yet become a true Sequence 0. He should have collected 3 Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor extraordinary characteristics, but has not yet been fully integrated and promoted. This is her judgment on the current strength of the hidden sage. If you want to advance to Sequence 1, you must find the hidden sage and seize a copy of the Knowledge Emperor's extraordinary characteristics from his hands. Then when you advance to Sequence 0, choose the Black Emperor path. This is the best path for her future. So even if the hidden sage doesn't come to target her, she will seek the protection of the stars to help deal with the hidden sage. Be careful of the fallen mother goddess. This is the advice I give to your father, Roselle. After saying this, the Jinn god disappeared into the wishing lamp. He didn't know exactly what happened to the Fasak Empire, but the flash of aura from the fallen mother goddess was definitely not a good thing. In the vast expanse of the sea, the blood in the area that was once dyed into a sea of blood has been completely diluted. However, due to the pollution, the sea beasts in the nearby sea have turned into ferocious predators with strange shapes and bloodthirsty and violent personalities. When a ray of starlight fell on an island in the sea, ferocious predators dived into the depths of the sea, daring not to come out, and the door of a black mausoleum slowly opened. Seeing Russell again, his mental state seemed much better than last time. At this moment, he was not sitting on the stone throne, posing with his hands on the hilt of the sword. He was like an old man who was disturbed from his deep sleep and could not fall asleep again. He could only get up and move around, walking back and forth in the dark mausoleum. Come and go. Your history is not in the present, but in the past. Right? In the first sentence of the meeting, Russell asked what he wanted to know most. Although he has been staying in the mausoleum, he is not completely ignorant of what is happening outside, especially the news about the stars. The combination of these keywords, Hastur, stars, and young people, made it impossible for him to sleep peacefully, waiting for the stars to arrive again. Hastur said in a pleasant tone, "My history lies in the endless future." Russell was silent for a while. His eyes were a little weird. He hesitated to speak, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Asta understands what Russell wants to say at this moment. How can you be more pretentious than me? That's probably what it means. People don't tell secrets. We come from the same place. Right? Russell stopped being secretive and stared directly at Hastur. All life in this universe is a part of the original creator, who is the source of everything here. You clearly know what I want to ask, but you have to use this answer to frustrate me? Roselle, I can only tolerate this transgression. What Russell wanted to say was blocked in his throat again. He could only guess, and was not sure. I just stayed in this lish place for too long, and I got a little worried and went crazy. Please forgive me for the tone of my words just now. Russell laughed at himself. I see it. Russell's expression was startled. The stars seem to have a lot of humanity? You are you. I am me. What is the difference between humanity and divinity? The corners of Russell's mouth twitched slightly. She was so damn good at showing off. The stars live above the starry sky, overlooking everything. Do you know that there is a star called the Earth? Hastur just looked at the probing Russell calmly and said calmly, this planet was called Earth in the ancient times in the past. At that time, an era dominated by technology also emerged. It only had a short life, just like their lifespan. The stars know the Earth, but this answer always feels different from what I want to hear. The stars seem to be standing from the perspective of an ancient observer, calmly telling the story of the Earth's brief glory in the past. Russell also fell silent for a while. You come from past history and are eager to seek people with the same experience, so that you are no longer alone. Did you see it? Russell said in shock. The stars are watching everything. Hastur's tone remained calm. You are just the test subjects of the Lord of Mysteries. It was his resurrection who was lucky enough to be involved in this. The lucky guy from that ceremony. Russell showed a clearly moved expression, suppressing the emotions that were about to burst out, and said in a cold tone, is this something worthy of luck? At least you didn't die with the passage of time. Being alive is a kind of luck in itself. Russell took a deep breath and sneered, what correct and ruthless words. Your emotional ups and downs are just because you haven't lived long enough. Your anger and unwillingness are also just a joke to the Lord of Mysteries. Now I kinda believe that you are not from our era. Russell looked deeply at Hastur, closed his eyes slightly to adjust his mood, and when he opened his eyes again, his face was expressionless. Chuanqing, I wonder if you have anything else to explain when you come here this time. Beware of the fallen mother goddess. Hastur just manifested in front of Russell the picture of the black light masterpiece of the Fuzak Empire that Primordial Hunger had seen. Russell finished reading in silence, then snorted and said, tell me, why haven't I been sleeping well lately? Sure enough, it's this bitch who is causing trouble again. Bitch? Russell, you really give nicknames to the fallen mother goddess. No wonder she keeps grabbing you and refuses to let go. This sentence was spoken in pure Mandarin, and it sounded a bit nostalgic. The same number of temptations as Klein's were too dirty. Are all of you time travelers from Earth so good at playing? Hastur looked calm and was not moved at all by Russell's words. Aren't the stars curious about the language I just spoke? The stars are watching. You should always remember this. Do the stars also speak this language? Compared to today's giant language and ancient Fuzak language, this language is not so difficult to understand. Can the stars also understand this kind of writing? Russell's face was complicated. He stretched out his hand to summon the big sword inserted in front of the throne. He held it and drew two large Chinese characters on the ground with his free hand. Stars. Asta just glanced at it and felt that it was like a primary school student coming up with chalk to answer questions on the blackboard and write in a messy and crooked way. Russell's handwriting is really not very good. Stars, Hastur said calmly, extinguishing the last trace of luck in Russell's heart. Russell hesitated, and asked hopefully, shouldn't the stars have read the diary I wrote? The tarot card that represents the witch's path is in my hand. Asta originally wanted to say this, but he still felt that it would be more interesting to use this trump card next time he brought Bernadette and Klein with him. You mean the witch tastes really good? Russell was nailed to the spot, unable to say a word. He thought he no longer cared about this face. But he still couldn't help but feel ashamed when someone poked him in the face about the absurd things he did in the past. Ah, I really want to find a place to bury it, and wait for death in silence. After a while, Russell coughed lightly and said, I didn't expect the stars to like to joke so much. It's really shocking. Hastaro gave him a thoughtful look and did not continue the matter. Instead, he stated his second purpose of coming here. He planned to use the power of the stars to help Russell completely get rid of the control of the fallen mother goddess. I believe that the descendant of the fallen mother god, who has wandered to nowhere, will definitely come to check it out once he knows what is happening here. It all depends on the stars. After Hastur left, Russell prepared to walk back to the throne alone. After walking a few steps, he sat directly on the steps, thinking about his conversation with the stars this time. Are the stars travelers? Or are they ancient starry sky observers? Ah, how can he know Chinese characters? This is so shameful. Little Bernadette is a believer in him. If one day she finds out what she has done, wouldn't her great father's image completely collapse? Oh, Brother Sun is right. How can a serious person write a diary? What was the reason why I didn't destroy the diary, but let it be passed down? Russell's disappointed sigh echoed in the empty mausoleum. Chapter 612 New Members of the Star Conference. Backlund's pollution has been resolved, but the credibility of the lone royal family has almost collapsed. And the Church of the Earth Mother's missionary journey in the Kingdom of Lone has basically come to an end. Faced with the devout prayers of the believers, the Mother Goddess of Earth was unable to respond effectively. The believers in the Kingdom of Fenaport, who were still fighting, felt as if their backbone had been ripped out. Even with the help of the army of the Kingdom of Lone, they were still on the battlefield. Defeated steadily? No. The Kingdom of Fenaport can only hold on and fight a protracted war of attrition. At the same time, the governor of the Republic of Intis suffered an assassination and eventually died unfortunately. Although no secret organization came forward to admit it. It was basically the acquiescence that the Aurora Society was responsible. The new consul hurriedly took office with the support of some old nobles. And the domestic political situation was unstable. The Republic of Intis withdrew its troops fighting on the front line and chose to withdraw from the battle. In the Eternal Sun Church, Pope Ross Hurley stood in front of the Eternal Sun emblem in the prayer hall, looking at a golden sun emerging from the emblem and floating in the air. The bishops of the Eternal Sun Church around him were already kneeling on the ground, worshipping the true God. Only Rose Hurley stood, watching this scene calmly. Your heart has turned away, and you are no longer fit for the office of Pope. A majestic voice came out from the sun. You are not the God I believe in. Instead, you are a murderer who seeks to seize the power of God. Your oracle is just a joke to me. Ross Hurley responded expressionlessly. The authority of the sun was originally given by me, but now it is just taken back. The belief of all living beings in the sun comes from me. Ross Hurley did not refute this statement. His pure belief in the sun is indeed due to the existence of the ancient sun god. I follow the eternal sun, whose name is Osiacus. How loyal you are to the betrayer's faith. Loyalty is a matter between both parties. When the gods betray the believers can naturally betray the gods. You should understand this very well. Your strength is not enough to support you in keeping this sentence. There was a trace of ridicule on the corner of Rose Hurley's mouth. Is your hair the golden color that represents the sun? After a brief silence, the sun transformed by the divine emblem suddenly burst into bursts of divine power. The pressure from a high-ranking person from the same extraordinary path made Rose Hurley kneel down and succumb to this pressure. Take off his papal crown. Yes. Obey the oracle. The two bishops with fanatical faces on the side stepped forward, one on the left and the other on the right, and were about to take off the crown representing the Pope of the Eternal Sun Church from Ross Hurley's head. At this time, a burst of laughter came from the sun transformed by the divine emblem. I only recognize him as the Pope of the Church of the Eternal Burning Sun. No one can wear the papal crown except him. As soon as he finished speaking, Ross Hurley noticed that the pressure around him relaxed. He stood up calmly. He just glanced at the two bishops who had their hands in the air, and they retracted their hands and returned to their original positions. In the struggle for the power of the sun, stars, you cannot defeat me. In an instant, the prayer hall was filled with eternal light, and the extremely golden sun rays caused all the bishops in the venue to leave in a hurry to avoid getting too close and being melted by the sun. How will you know if you don't try? And I need to correct you. It's not that I want to compete with you. You damn thief. A voice said angrily, this is supposed to be my fruit. and it is the best bridge for me to enter the real world. Superstar Master. An ignorant clown who was taken advantage of. Bring back the sun that belongs to me. The resentment of the Superstar Master caused the sun's rays in the entire prayer hall to shrink suddenly, and compress them into a point. Ross Hurley, who witnessed this scene, did not dare to stay here anymore and left here quickly. When his figure just left the Church of the Eternal Burning Sun, a ray of light exploded, covering the entire Church of the Eternal Burning Sun, and then the entire city of Trier. The day had never shone so brightly. The Eternal Sun Church, which was the center of the explosion, was completely wiped out, and most of the city of Trier, including those who had not had time to escape, were melted by the two rising suns. Ross Hurley sighed heavily as he watched this scene. He knew that the real chaos of the Intis Republic had arrived. In the past, the stars and the ancient sun god did not really break up on the issue of the faith of the Eternal Sun Church. They just let the believers compete in secret. But this time, the struggle for the power of the sun, which was no longer covered up, completely destroyed the Eternal Sun Church. Even Trier, the capital of the Intis Republic, suffered heavy losses. And the fate of the future Intis Republic can be imagined. Above the Hall of Stars, Hastur chose to watch. In the matter of fighting for the power of the sun, he was not as good as the ancient sun god who swallowed the eternal blazing sun. Nor was he as good as the Superstar Master. Therefore, when the ancient sun god launched an attack, he attracted the Superstar Master and asked him to fight against Adam. He is slowly eroding the power of the sun that belongs to the ancient sun god. After he is promoted to a higher order, he will start the real fight. He did take advantage of the Superstar Master in this matter. But this was done voluntarily by the Superstar Master, and he also owed favors to the stars. Therefore, he made an agreement with the Superstar Master that within 3 years, if he could not retrieve it from the ancient sun god's sun authority, then the sun will return to the embrace of the stars. This makes the Superstar Master very desperate on this matter. In this case, there will inevitably be huge chaos within the Republic of Intis, and it will no longer be able to assist the Byron Empire in attacking the Kingdom of Feniport. It seems that things on Greco's side need to be tightened up too. He can bring down the Republic of Intis, and he can also disrupt the Kingdom of Lone in South Wales, as the Lone royal family lost credibility and popular support. South Wales, which had always been relatively peaceful, gained a lot of support. Greco no longer waited any longer. With the slogan of ending the war and restoring peace, he forced the Lone royal family to step down and admit their mistakes. Nobles from all over the country agreed, and quickly formed the Freedom and Peace Party belonging to Greco. A louder wave quickly swept over Backland from all over the place. The upper-class nobles remained silent, and the lower-class people chose to join this wave out of disgust for the Lone royal family. Only the Augustus family of the Lone royal family was still trying to turn the tide. The Church of the Goddess of the Night is willing to help. But due to what Archbishop Anthony did last time, Backland suffered a contamination, and the reputation of the Church of the Goddess of the Night also began to deteriorate. During the Backland pollution incident, only the Yellow Clothes Church received the greatest benefits and support, and its number of believers suddenly expanded many times. Regarding the power struggle between the Lone royal family and Grec, the Yellow Church did not clearly state which side it would support, but only encouraged believers to make free choices that followed their hearts. On December 1st, the heavy snow in Backland had dissipated, ushering in the spring season ahead of schedule. There were many people going out for outings, but more of them were people demonstrating. People at the bottom, in particular, chose to go on strike to protest. The Lone royal family tried to mediate and made several promises to improve future welfare, working environment, and salary increases, but there was still no obvious effect. As a last resort, the Lone royal family had no choice but to send troops to suppress and arrest the organizers who dared to lead the march. The incident calmed down a little, but silence does not mean that the matter has been resolved. The Lone royal family also understands this. They had no choice but to pin their hopes on the Church of the Goddess of the Night. But the Goddess of the Night had not given a clear oracle for some time. At night, Hastur sat in the Hall of Stars, preparing to hold this meeting of stars. Seeing that there was still some time, the chain of stars stretched out from behind and drew it towards the hiding spot of the high-dimensional overlooker. When he is idle and bored, Hastur often comes to the high-dimensional overlooker to play a few cat-and-mouse escape games. If you win, add a clone of the high-dimensional overlooker to the box of the past. If you lose, keep playing until you win. As the chain of stars penetrated into the starry sky, The already hidden high-dimensional overlooker was once again brushed by the chain of stars in the depths of multiple time and space latitudes, and then was pulled back to a clone that was roughly equivalent to sequence 3. As soon as he entered the Hall of Stars, before he could speak, he was skillfully put into the box of the old ones by Hastur. Even across the starry sky, Hastur could hear the angry and unwilling voice of the high-dimensional overlooker. There's no rush. We still have a lot of time. This is a long game. After the game ended, the chain of stars behind Hastur moved again, leading the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the original Hunger to the Hall of Stars. A long time has passed since they elected new members to join the Meeting of Stars. In today's Meeting of Stars, you can invite the choices recommended by them to enter the Hall of Stars and become new members of the Meeting of Stars. Sitting in their respective positions, the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, and Primordial Hungry Eyes looked expectantly at the stars. Only the Jinn looked a little careless, and even a little nervous in his eyes. Which one of you will start first? The stars glanced over, indicating that they could start. The Jinn looked away, not wanting to be the first to recommend new members. I'll go first. The Mother Tree of Desire was not in the mood to mock the Jinn, and slowly said the new member she recommended. The Decline King. Chapter 6, 13 Black Stars in the Starry Sky. A declining king? The expected answer. Hastur just nodded lightly, not very curious. He was looking forward to the old days of the outer gods that he had never heard of. Through them, he could better understand the starry sky. Otherwise, his understanding of the starry sky is limited to the book, and the real starry sky will inevitably be more brilliant than the book. The Black Devourer. Primordial Hunger proposed a new honorific name, which made Hastur a little curious. It's him. The Superstar Master made a curious voice. I thought he had been eaten by you, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. The Jinn also said in a conspiratorial manner, he is called the Black Sun. Aren't you afraid that one day he will turn around and eat you? Original Hungry glanced at them and said cheerfully, you seem to be very curious about the relationship between me and him. The Superstar Lord and the Jinn didn't speak, waiting for Primordial Hunger to say the next words. Then you should continue to be curious. The Superstar Master and the Jinn looked at each other, and both had the urge to beat you on Hungry. When it was the turn of the Superstar Master, he said with deep meaning, Glory Hunter? His temper is not very good, and his reputation is not very good. The Starry Sky Outer God praised him most in the past. He once tried to hunt the fallen Mother Goddess. Well, he and the fallen Mother Goddess are mortal enemies. Regarding this point, the Jinn God also acknowledged this. Although it was unsuccessful, it still severely damaged the fallen Mother Goddess. I thought she had fallen in that hunt, but I didn't expect that she was rescued by you. Just happened to be passing by, and I needed a suitable partner. It seems that he was seriously injured at that time. Not everyone has the ability and courage to hunt the fallen Mother Goddess. The Jinn nodded and ended the short exchange. When it was his turn, he was silent for a long time. The Superstar Master joked, you shouldn't have a trustworthy ally in the starry sky. Right? As for friends and partners, they should be further away from you. Only the weak need groups. The strong never need help, the Jinn said proudly. Indeed. What you said makes sense. The Superstar Lord smiled and said, so you were secretly sealed in the wishing lamp, and no outer god ever tried to rescue you in the past. The Jinn, who had nothing to say, just snorted, indicating that he just didn't want to argue. After waiting for a while, the Jinn was reluctant and said, there is no outer god in the starry sky worthy of my recommendation. Hearing this, Superstar Lord and Primordial Hunger did not hide the smiles on their faces at all, and their joking and teasing eyes were like sharp knives piercing the Jinn's body. This time, even the corners of Hastur's mouth raised slightly. The Jinn's words, which clearly emphasized the scene, also deceived himself. Either he has no trustworthy allies and partners, or he is currently unable to communicate with the other half in the starry sky at any time. Therefore, the Jinn God, who has not returned to the starry sky for a long time, does not dare to randomly recommend an outside god to come to the Hall of Stars in the past. Join the Meeting of Stars. If the other party turns against him and becomes an enemy, then he will be the biggest joke. Oh, the strong are always lonely. After finishing speaking, the Dane God closed his eyes, showing an aloofness that disdained to walk with the mud. The years spent imprisoned in the wishing lamp must have been lonely. Right? Sure enough. Your reputation in the starry sky is not groundless. Superstar Lord and Primordial Hunger will not give up this opportunity to attack the Jinn. Whatever you say. It's my choice if you don't want to recommend it. The dang god hummed a messy tune softly, no matter how the superstar lord and the original hunger teased him. He had a kind of attitude of letting you be strong and letting the breeze blow on the hills. Hastur read the joke for a while, then looked at the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire pointed out the location of the declined king in the starry sky in front of her. The chain of stars stretched out from behind Hastur, reaching directly to the resting place of the fallen king in the starry sky. This is a starry sky that is extremely desolate, and even the surrounding stars are shrouded in the aura of decline and defeat. They look old and old, like the sunset that is about to end in a day. In the place where the aura of decay was strongest, a gray crown appeared. There was no embellishment of any gems, and there was nothing fancy or exquisite about it. It was just ordinary, nothing surprising. When the chain of stars approached, a soft tentacle stretched out from the gray crown, and with a slight tap of the chain of stars in the starry sky, a shadow followed the chain of stars to the Hall of Stars. It can be seen that the Mother Tree of Desire has already greeted the declined king in advance. After entering the Hall of Stars, the declined king glanced around, looked at Hastur, who was sitting at the top, and said with some curiosity, "Stars? Choose a location." Hastur motioned the declined king to find an empty seat to sit down, and he naturally sat on the side of the Mother Tree of Desire. TSK. I didn't expect you to hook up with the Mother Tree of Desire. No wonder the Mother Tree of Desire has always had the confidence to compete with the fallen Mother Goddess for power. The Jinn who originally pretended to be aloof began to become arrogant when he saw new members arriving. Hastur glanced at him nonchalantly, and the Jinn had the wisdom to shut up. Primordial Hunger follows suit, pointing out the sleeping place of the Black Devourer in the starry sky. The starry sky where the Black Devourer is located is even more silent and lifeless than the starry sky where the declined king is. In a bright starry sky, a black planet naturally blends into the dark background of the universe. If one does not know in advance that this black star is the sleeping place of the Black Devourer, Hastur can easily ignore his existence. Wait, a black planet? Black star? Is it just a simple coincidence? Or does it have a deeper meaning? Hastur glanced at Primordial Hungry. He now understood why Primordial Hungry liked to run into the Yellow Church. Because the psalm sung by the Yellow Clothes Church clearly records the existence of a black star. He should really want to know what kind of connection there is between this black star and the king in yellow. This time, the recommendation of new members met his needs. So he pushed out the black star, hoping to confirm something. Hastur had many thoughts in his mind, and the chain of stars was still heading towards the black star without any bias. After getting closer, Hastur clearly saw what the Black Devourer looked like. The middle of the black star seemed to be hollowed out, and a giant creature with black or translucent skin color was entrenched inside. Its overall appearance is similar to a human embryo, but it has huge eyeballs and 6 arms. A group of 8 tentacles grow where the feet should be. The entire black star is like a human womb, giving birth to this Black Devourer. This is where the name Black Sun comes from. When the chain of stars got closer, the entire black planet seemed to be alive, trembling slightly. Then the Black Devourer stretched out his 2 arms, extended from the inside of the planet, grabbed the chain of stars, and then started play around, just like a human child encountering a fun toy. Hastur also clearly saw that his fingers had the same 5 fingers as humans, but they were just enlarged in proportion. The chain of stars was retracted, and a child in black clothes followed him to the Hall of Stars. The Black Devourer, a child wearing black clothes, is not much different from a human child except that his feet are replaced by tentacles. He glanced at everything around him, frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he changed his feet and tentacles into 2 short legs. His 6 arms were also reduced to 2, and his facial features gradually took shape. In the end, the Black Devourer completely transformed into a child that was no different from a normal human being, and looked a little cute. Stars. His voice was clear and childish. I don't know if he was deliberately impersonating the way and tone of speech of a human child, or if his original voice was like this. Choose a seat and take a seat. The stars nodded gently towards him. The Black Devourer raised his head slightly and swept around, looking at where the Jinn was sitting. He showed a sweet smile and said, I want to sit closer to the stars. The lamp god straightened his posture and hummed softly, as a latecomer. I don't have the right to choose at will. The Black Devourer jumped onto the long table. Seeing that Hastur did not speak to stop him, he walked towards the place where the Jinn was. I really like the breath of the stars. I want to be closer to the stars. So can you give up your seat to me? The Jinn was stunned for a moment. Was he trying to grab his position? He looked up and down at the childlike black devourer in front of him, trying to see what kind of confidence he had in letting him sit down. Finally, he sneered disdainfully and said, "Little brat, go ahead and play. I don't really like children, especially little beings that look like human cubs. Are you that bastard son of chaos? Little one, believe it or not, I will slap you flat in the face. Then do you believe that I will find your other half and eat it?" The djinn really wanted to say, "If you have the ability, just try it. But this black devourer likes to eat just like the original hunger. He will not be polite to me. He will definitely leave the place of sleep and chase his other half across the starry sky." The djinn sneered disdainfully, ignored the black devourer's provocation, and looked at the stars who were sitting in the first place watching the show. Chapter 614 Black Devourer and Radiant Hunter. Alas, today's lantern gods are smarter, and they all know to save their energy and avoid unnecessary disputes. Hastur felt a little pity, and looked at the black devourer. Before he said anything, he slightly bent his neck and lowered his head, like a child who made a mistake. He walked from the table to a place with the djinn, sit in the empty space on the same side. He laid his hands on the table and rested his head on it. He turned sideways and looked at Hastur. His shiny black eyes revealed curiosity, joy, and attachment. "How does this look like your own cub?" This scene also attracted the attention of other outer gods. Their eyes turned over one after another, showing thoughtful expressions. They all know that in addition to being called the Black Sun, the Black Devourer also has another name, the Unappeared God. This means that he is still growing and gestating, and has not really been born from the Black Star. The real him has never appeared. It is said that when he is truly conceived, he will rule or destroy the current universe and create a more twisted universe. This statement did not attract the attention of the outer gods in the past, because only the original creator has the ability to create a new universe. Even God, the original creator, does not have the ability to create a complete universe. It is even more impossible for such a living being that is obviously still a cub to have such an ability. The djinn looked at it for a while, and said happily, "All stars belong to the stars. He was conceived in the black stars, so he is the cub of the stars." Hastur just remained silent and did not speak, thinking in his heart, if the black devourer conceived in the black star is his cub, then where is the superstar master? Isn't that his great eldest son? Sure enough, the superstar master's expression changed slightly, and he sneered, "According to what you said, whose child should the son of chaos be? I am naturally the child of the original creator, so I am nobler than you." For such questioning, the djinn god has prepared sufficient excuses. Don't flatter yourself. The source material controlled by God is called the Sea of Chaos. You are the son of chaos. It seems that you are God's illegitimate son living outside the starry sky, right? No wonder you are so afraid of him. The corner of the djinn's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't help but turn on the angry mode. What does it mean that he is the illegitimate son of God? Oh, what is God capable of? Isn't this exactly your logic? Primordial Hungry also chuckled. Humph. I don't know what it means. The djinn god was too lazy to pay attention to the superstar master and original hunger. The black devourer on the side did not speak, but looked at Hastur with watery black eyes, like a sad baby abandoned by his parents, waiting for Hastur to take the initiative to recognize him. Go on. There was no extra expression on Hastur's face. The black devourer showed an obviously disappointed expression. This is the resting place of the glory hunter. The superstar master points to an extraordinarily bright starry sky. In that starry sky, the most brilliant light does not come from nearby stars, but from a huge compound eye comparable to a star. His brilliance suppressed the light of other stars. He just stood in the eternal and deep universe, and his whole body exuded a dazzling brilliance that was difficult to approach. The dazzling light does not have a scorching temperature. On the contrary, his light exudes an extremely cold aura. Once it gets close, it seems that even the soul will be frozen. When the chain of stars reached out, it was covered in frost, extending like an icicle in front of the glorious hunter. Soon, the radiant hunter separated a clone and followed the chain of stars to the hall of stars. His image is a miniature compound eye, which looks a bit like a complex of minerals, animals and plants. Stars. The radiant hunter glanced around and landed on Hastur. If you want to deal with the fallen mother goddess, I may be able to give you some good advice. I believe that day won't be too far away. Hastur gestured slightly. Choose a location. The glory hunter naturally walked to the side of the superstar master and sat down. This time, except for the fact that the djinn god did not recommend any new members, There were 3 more outer gods in the star meeting. Hastur's eyes swept over them one by one. The declined king was calm and wise, while the radiant hunter was cold and aloof. As for the black devourer, who is ignorant and naive, although using such words to describe an outer god in the past seemed a bit too naive. That is how he currently feels outside. Welcome new members to join. The jinn who did not recommend new members seemed happier than the other outer gods before, and could only applaud to welcome them. There are 4 more positions. The mother tree of desire glanced at the 4 empty positions. I wonder what surprises the next outer god, who arrives at the Hall of Stars, will bring in the past. There was some expectation in the eyes of the superstar master. The declined king looked at Hastur and said in a low voice, "What are the conditions required to ask the stars to help a clone enter and pass through the initial barrier?" The eyes of the black devourer and the radiant hunter were focused on Hastur at the same time. "A condition within your ability," Hastur said calmly. This was his purpose of expanding the star conference. Having more outer gods means that he can draw on more power. The key is that the 3 newly added outer gods can be used as ambushes. Adam and the true creator, even if they were integrated into one body, would definitely not be a match against the old siege of the 6 outer gods, unless they restore themselves to become the true ancient sun gods and take charge of the Sea of Chaos. But God has awakened, and they cannot have such power. As for more outer gods entering the original barrier, will the real world become more chaotic? Is the current real world peaceful and free of disputes? Some of the practices of Adam and the true creator are not much different from those of the outer gods of the starry sky in the old days. With this consensus, the meeting of stars went smoothly. Hey, Adam and the real creator are in bad luck. The genie gloated a little. The declined king said, "I am more interested in the awakening of God's consciousness. I heard that the fallen mother goddess recently allowed her offspring to enter the initial barrier through a ritual," the radiant hunter said with a bit of greed and joy in his tone. "The fallen mother goddess has been fighting for the crimson moon recently. If you are interested, you can join it." The mother tree of desire extended an invitation to the glory hunter. The glorious hunter did not agree, but said calmly, "Nowadays, there are also some outer gods gathered around the fallen mother goddess. If you act rashly, you will only get burned." The jinn became interested. Who are the fallen mother goddess beside her at the moment? The ring of fate, the eternal whispering, the weaver of destiny, the lord of the black lake, the shadow of doom. The declined king seemed to be very familiar with these situations, and he named 7 or 8 of the ancient names of the outer gods one after another. The radiant hunter looked at Hastur and whispered, "The threats from the stars made them abandon fighting and choose cooperation. Hasn't the guy from the high-dimensional overlooker joined the camp of the fallen mother goddess yet?" The jinn god asked curiously. His whereabouts have always been difficult to spy on, rarely observed, and difficult to determine. The relationship between him and the fallen mother goddess is not close. Betrayers deserve to die. Black Devourer's black eyes flashed with flames. Those who betray the stars deserve to die as an apology. The jinn clicked his tongue and said nothing on this topic. Original Hungry said with a smile, "You still need time to conceive. Don't be too anxious. I need enough nourishment." The Black Devourer glanced at the jinn with hungry eyes. "He is not suitable to be your food. With only half of him left, there is no hunting value at all." The glorious hunter naturally made up for it. In response, the jinn just raised his head slightly and sneered a few times. "What a joke. If you can't defeat him, why won't you run away? The starry sky is so vast that it would be difficult to find it without a handle that resembles the stars. Otherwise, his other half would not be able to wait safely in the stars until today." Chapter 615, The Original Witch, Stars. Will we have children together? After the meeting of stars, Hastur was sending the mother tree of desire and the others away from the Hall of Stars, when the Black Devourer left his seat and came over. He is not tall, and standing on the ground is only half a head higher than the chair, roughly reaching Hastur's waist. He raised his head slightly, showed a bright smile, and said with a smile, "You and I are the closest." Hastur lowered his head slightly and looked at him for a while, feeling that the expression on his face didn't seem to be fake. So he couldn't help but reached out and caressed his head a few times, but did not speak. The smile on the Black Devourer's face became even brighter, and he closed his eyes, just like the action he made when he felt comfortable when stroking Azhara's head. After a while, Hastur sent the mother tree of desire away one by one and said gently, "It's time for you to leave. I'll remember your scent and find you." Hastur didn't respond, and stretched out the chain of stars to send the Black Devourer away. He had some guesses about the origin of this Black Devourer, but he was not sure. Primordial Hunger must have known some secrets, but he hid them deliberately. The words that the Superstar Master said before are crucial. I thought he had been swallowed by you. Perhaps before the ancient times, the Black Devourer may have had another name. But this brings up a new question. Who is the nameless person who appeared outside the original barrier a few years ago? Or who could be pretending to be? Black Star. Black Star exists in the Psalms of the Yellow Church. Are they twins? Or does the Black Star represent the King in Yellow himself? Hastur thought for a while, and didn't get the answer he wanted. But he was no longer so pessimistic about the future. The Black Star has appeared. Can the King in Yellow be far behind? December passed very quickly. I don't know if it was because the new year was about to come. The battlefield in Fenaport paused for a while. And the freedom and peace thoughts that arose in the Kingdom of Lone were not as violent as in the past. In the Republic of Intis, due to the drastic changes in the capital, most of the upper-class dignitaries were killed. And the collapse of the Eternal Sun Church, the central power was imbalanced. As a result, various places began to rely on their own troops and acted independently, falling into huge chaos. For this reason, Bernadette secretly returned to the Republic of Intis, seemingly to commemorate something, and then took away some things. As for saving the Republic of Intis, she had no interest in participating. On the Roadside Islands, Bernadette set aside a piece of land specifically for the residents from Silver City, so that they could gradually learn to get used to life outside. Sue was trapped in a dark place, like the land abandoned by the gods for many years. They loved the sea the most. Bernadette took the opportunity to recruit them to join the official navy of the Starsea Kingdom, and become an important force in her hands. Zio and Forsey, who originally fled here from Backland, were also recruited into the official system of the Starsea Kingdom by Bernadette. Among them, Zio currently holds the position of judge, and his daily job is to hear cases such as interest disputes between pirates and grudges. Forsey had no chance to be lazy, so he was assigned by Bernadette to compile a chronicle about the Starsea Kingdom. Although it had only been established for less than a year, there were many landmark events, and Forsey was so busy that he lost a lot of hair. Fortunately, Bernadette was generous, and finally used enough gold pounds to comfort her injured heart in time. In the southern continent, in the palace of the Balang Empire, Sharon, who had been busy with temperance work outside, finally came back at the end of the year. Audrey asked Asta to stay with Sharon on the grounds that she was busy preparing for the new year. Susie continued to study hard, and her teacher Hermes came twice during this period. Each time, she brought some books to her, and fed her special medicine mixed with the blood of the psychic dragon, saying that it could gradually change its bloodline, allowing it to gradually evolve towards the spiritual dragon. Azhara, who had been idle all day, prepared 3 teachers for her after Sharon came back to check her homework, and they were responsible for 3 time periods respectively in the morning, afternoon and evening. There were still a few days before the new year, so Asta put down some things and went out for a walk with Sharon every day, visiting the spirit world. In the Black Castle, Rionette Tentacle told Sharon that she planned to leave the spirit world next year and pass on this Black Castle to Sharon, saying that she could use it to advance to sequence 2 ancient evil objects. Play a big use. After returning to the real world, Sharon was obviously in a bad mood. One day later, she told Hastur that she was going to start preparing for promotion to sequence 3 Silent Disciple. On the day before the new year, Asta was still lying in Sharon's bed, unable to get up, when he heard Butler Neil come to report that a guest was visiting. Hastur kissed Sharon on the forehead, who was still sleeping. He got up, got dressed and went out. He went to the bathroom to freshen up before going downstairs to meet the guests. The guest who came was a member of the witch sect, a sequence 2 disaster witch. He has a beautiful face and a graceful figure like a witch, but the temperament he exudes is not charming and soft, but a kind of superior person similar to Bernadette, who holds substantial power. Like a queen, the noble and elegant queen, even if she doesn't deliberately show off her coquettishness, still makes people full of desire to conquer. Please forgive me for my presumptuous visit. Have you chosen your side? Hastur just took a sip of tea. Originally I hoped to meet and talk with you in person. The time and place are entirely up to you. He should have come to the door himself to show his sincerity of cooperation. You are right. But in order not to affect the tranquility here, Yuanshu sent me to be responsible for communication first. Please don't mind. Let's go back. Then did you agree? The disaster witch's tone softened. The stars watch over everything, and he is no exception. Thank you for your help, allowing me to return to my original life when I go back. The disaster witch didn't stay any longer and decisively got up and left. After the disaster witch left, Hastur sighed. It's really interesting. Did you come here dressed as a disaster witch just to talk nonsense? Or does he really think that I can't see through his disguise? The original witch. Sheik. Was he a man or a woman when he first entered the path of a witch? It should be a male to female transformation. Otherwise the witch sex ethos would not be so twisted. Asta thought for a while, but did not get up and leave. He still sat on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and waited. About 10 minutes later, the disaster witch who left came back again, hiding from everyone's eyes and ears, and appeared in front of Hastur again. Hastur was not too surprised. He poured a cup of tea for the famous original witch Chike and said in a leisurely tone, "Who are you trying to hide?" "Everyone wants to hide it." The original witch sat opposite Hastur. She changed her lower eyebrows and looked at Hastur openly. "Stars, you look really good. Thank you for the compliment. Many people have said so. It shows that beauty is universal. You still have a good human side. Humanity always overrides divinity. This is the truly correct path. Am I to understand this as advice from the stars? You've also maintained your human side very well." The original witch dismissed the topic with a smile and said directly, "I am not here today to discuss any cooperation, but to see the true face of the stars with my own eyes. I saw it. What do you think? I want to have a baby with you." WTF? Have a baby together? Hastur showed an expression of obvious astonishment. The original witch suddenly came to him just to have a child with him. Is giving birth as easy as drinking water? He is not Russell. And he is not that interested in the taste of a witch. Reproduction is the instinct of living things, especially when you encounter a suitable choice. The original witch said with a serious face, "I need a suitable choice to complete this matter. And you, Chuanqing, are the most suitable one." Hastur thought for a moment and whispered, "Is there something wrong with your body?" "Yes. I need to reproduce and give birth to the next generation to solve some hidden physical dangers," the original witch said without hesitation. "When the pale disaster first started, I already had physical problems. After the failure, the hidden dangers in my body became more serious. Otherwise the situation of the witch sect would not have become increasingly difficult." There was a touch of sarcasm on the corner of the original witch's lips. "If the so-called 7 gods don't unite, they will all be inferior to me." Regarding this, Hastur is still willing to believe that if he can cooperate with Salinger, the half-formed emperor of the underworld, to jointly set off the pale disaster, there is absolutely no doubt about the strength of the original witch. But, does this have anything to do with wanting to have a child with myself? How inexplicable. And do you look that casual? Find yourself and say a few words, and you will agree to have children with him? Stars, your expression at the moment is very interesting. It seems that your humanity is too abundant. No wonder Adam dares to act so unscrupulously. It is your humanity that gave him the opportunity to test, but also made him lose better opportunities. What you say is equally interesting." The original witch raised a slight smile on her lips. "Maybe it was because I didn't speak clearly that you misunderstood." Chapter 616 Praise for Humanity. Hearing this, Hastur knew that the original witch had deliberately misled her thoughts and made her think in that direction. What a bad taste. Hastur did not speak, waiting for the original witch to further explain what had just happened. There are many ways to reproduce life, and the intercourse between human men and women is the most inefficient one. With a large number of times, it may not be able to effectively give birth to the next generation, especially the higher the sequence. This method will be more difficult to give birth to the desired offspring. If Chuanqing is interested, I don't mind experiencing it with you a few times. After the original witch said the teasing words, the smile on her face faded slightly. "I just want to use your authority to remove some impurities from my body. That part of the impurity can be a bunch of useless crazy waste, or it can be a brand new life form." Hastur listened quietly, without any extra expression on his face, and said, "I have no interest in this matter. You and I are not even allies. If you were me, would you choose to help a future enemy? Everything can be traded, and allies are bound together because they share the same interests. But I don't see the benefits I need in you. There are 3 more ancient outer gods in the Hall of Stars." Hastur is now very confident. Even if the original witch really stands on Adam's side, he will not would care too much. A favor in exchange for a suitable ally. Isn't that where the benefits lie? Hastur said with a smile on his face. "I don't need allies as much as you think." The original witch was silent for a while. "Is this how the stars negotiate? Perhaps I am just stating a very simple fact." Hastur's eyes moved slightly. "You can go find Adam. I believe he will be very willing to have you as an ally. I can't trust him. The original witch calmly expressed her opinion on Adam. If the one who decides between them is the true creator, I might try to get in touch with him. Although I have been heinous and guilty in my propaganda of the Church of the Seven Gods, I am not that stupid when it comes to choosing allies. A master who can easily abandon even the children who have followed him for many years. In his eyes, everything is expendable, and all costs are part of achieving the goal. As an ally, the same is true for him. Asta said with a smile, "Isn't this what you usually do? Do you still believe in the so-called glorious side of human nature?" "Yeah. I've always believed that." The original witch's affirmative answer surprised Hastur. The witches from the witch sect are all very good at playing with people's hearts, and have a very good understanding of the evil of human nature. The concept of truth, goodness and beauty should be too false for them. Unexpectedly, the original witch gave such a positive answer. We have seen the ugliest side of human nature, and naturally we can also see its most glorious side. The original witch looked deeply at Hastur. In this aspect, you are much better than Adam. You have good morals. Bottom line, even if you abandon your allies in the future, you will definitely do so more slowly than Adam. Hastur held up the teacup and chuckled, "Praise humanity." Celebrating humanity. The original witch also smiled and raised her glass. "But I still have no interest in having children." Asta took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "If it's convenient, you can first describe the problems you encountered. Maybe things will be different." Solution. "I didn't expect the loyalty of the stars to their partners." The original witch reminded, "This is not a good thing." "Thank you for the reminder." Hastur nodded, indicating the original witch to describe her own problem first. If you want to form an alliance and cooperate, you must first show sincerity. For a sequence 0 being, speaking out about one's hidden dangers is undoubtedly telling others about one's weaknesses, which is a very disadvantageous thing. It's not such a secret thing. The original witch said calmly, "During the Pale Disaster, I was jointly targeted by the seven gods. The hidden dangers left behind by the heavy damage were, among them, the power left by the eternal blazing sun, which is the most burning and difficult to eliminate. Just like when a person is sick, his chest will feel hot from time to time, and occasionally it will be accompanied by heart palpitations. It's not a problem on weekdays, but it's no longer suitable for strenuous exercise." The concise way of describing it immediately made Hastur understand the problems faced by the original witch. The power of the witch's pathway is completely feminine, while the power of the eternal fierce sun is masculine. This positive power is not the kind of positive power that the Red Priest can absorb and accommodate by the original witch. Purification and sanctity are very important parts of the eternal blazing sun's authority, and these two abilities can restrain the original witch. Of course, if the original witch was a being like the fallen mother goddess, there would be no so-called restraint. Well, a more accurate statement would be incompatible forces, rather than a simple restraint relationship. It's like the original witch had an iron bump on her chest, which would glow and heat up from time to time. Hastur vomited in his heart and summarized the problems faced by the original witch. The authority of the eternal blazing sun has been accepted by Adam, and he is the one who has the ability to help you solve your problem. Hastur still did not make a clear stance. The sun is also one of the stars, the original witch said, and glanced at the corridor on the second floor. It was Sharon who had just walked out of the room and was about to go downstairs. What happens in the Eternal Sun Church cannot be hidden from prying eyes, especially those who want to fight for the moon. The original witch stood up and said gracefully, "The next time we meet, I hope that the stars and I will be ally. Here I would like to wish the stars in advance a happy new year." The original witch did not stay long, nor did she deliberately show off her coquettishness to provoke Sharon in the corridor on the second floor. "Happy New Year?" Hastur murmured. Has the original witch's humanity been enough to this point? While Hastur was whispering, Sharon had already walked down the stairs and came to the sofa, still staring at the back of the original witch as she left. "She is very beautiful and dangerous." Sharon noticed the terrifying side hidden in the lady just now. It's hard to explain, but it makes people feel cold all over. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Asta lamented. "Who are you talking about?" Sharon looked back at Hastur. "The original witch." Sharon's eyes glazed over. "His reputation is not very good, so I haven't agreed to cooperate with him yet." "That's the only way?" Sharon's eyes showed a bit of curiosity. "He wants to have a baby with me. What do you think of this proposal?" "Very good." Sharon glanced at Hastur calmly. "You are not allowed to enter my room for a month, except for the visit of the original witch. Everything is as peaceful as before. On the last day of December, The new year has arrived. For people here in the southern continent, the New Year holiday is not that common or accepted. On the contrary, in order to cater to the customs of the Lone Kingdom, the Balam Empire also made this day lively. The feeling of spending the new year in a foreign land for the first time made Audrey feel a little depressed. On the contrary, Earl Hall adapted quickly and even went to the New Year's party hosted by the royal family of the Balam Empire. And Countess Hall also attended. Hastur didn't like to join in the fun. He just sat with Audrey and Sharon in the undisturbed garden, admiring the starry sky that was much brighter than usual. Will you feel bored? Hastur could see that Audrey was not very interested. Well, I always feel that something is missing. Audrey retracted her gaze from gazing at the stars, and looked at Susie and Azhara, who were playing nearby. It's too deserted. And it doesn't have the New Year's atmosphere. Let's go find Zio and Forsey. We haven't seen them for a long time. In response to Audrey's small request, Hastur easily opened a space portal to the Roadside Islands, holding one by one, and left the southern continent with Sharon and Audrey. Woof woof woof. Susie reacted, stopped playing, and then watched the space portal gradually dim and disappear. Azhara also squatted down, holding her cheeks with her hands, and like Susie, stared at the disappearing space portal in trance. After a while, a new space portal took shape. Azhara happily stood up and took Susie through the passage to the Roadside Islands. The night sky is full of fireworks. Thousands of lights are everywhere. The sparkling sea, and the bustling streets. The flavor of the new year is much stronger here than in Backland and the southern continent. Bernadette is indeed Russell's precious daughter, and she has even inherited this hobby. And the restoration is very good. Much better than Backland. The original, festive and lively scenes look beautiful in my heart. Especially small items such as fireworks and firecrackers. Without them, most of the flavor of the new year will be lost. Fortunately, there are not so many experts in the world. Otherwise they would jump out and accuse us. Such behavior will pollute the marine environment and pollute the air quality. Asta's heart moved slightly. He couldn't go back to his hometown, so seeing the spring festival in his hometown was a kind of comfort. Chapter 617 New Year's Blessings from the Stars. It's so beautiful. Audrey was delighted by the scenery in front of her, and the look in Sharon's eyes became much softer. Looking at the sea dyed red by the sky full of fireworks. The style of Intis is indeed unique, Audrey said with a bright smile. Fortunately, I chose to come here tonight. Otherwise it would be too boring to stay deep in the palace of the Balam Empire. Hastur hesitated to speak. Audrey gently pulled his hand to indicate that he did not need to feel guilty. The other hand held Sharon's little hand. When Forsey and Zio came here, what they saw was this scene. They were originally invited to attend the Starsea Kingdom's New Year's party tonight, which was located in Bernadette's fairy tale castle. Just now, Master Sage suddenly told them that a guest was coming and asked them to come to this location to pick him up. After they arrived, they found out that tonight's guests were Miss Audrey, Miss Sharon and Mr. Hastur. Forsey had an obviously unnatural expression on her face. This was the first time she had met the stars in the real world since she learned that Mr. Hastur was the stars. Faith and friendship are a threshold that is difficult to cross. The expression on Zio's face was also slightly unnatural. But she reacted quickly, and soon chatted with Audrey and Sharon. Forsey also wanted to intervene in the conversation between them. But Hastur was watching, and she was too nervous to say a word. In the end, she chose to remain silent. But every time Hastur's eyes glanced over, her heart jumped again, and she felt uneasy, fearing that she had done something wrong. Audrey saw Forsey's embarrassment, and took the initiative to draw Forsey into their conversation, which made Forsey feel more relaxed. With Zio as their tour guide, the group of people quickly visited the worthwhile attractions in the royal capital. Finally, Zio and Furs led them to Bernadette's fairy tale castle. The shining castle is like a bright pearl dotted on the Roadside Islands. Even the brightest fireworks cannot take away its brilliance. Audrey couldn't take her eyes off some of the buildings full of childishness and innocence. She had always longed for the world of fairy tales. At this moment, she felt that she had really entered a fairy tale kingdom. Even Sharon's eyes brightened, while Susie and Azhara looked at everything around them with curiosity, feeling quite like Grandma Lou entering the Grandview Garden. After entering the fairy tale castle, Hastur left first, and Zio and Furs finally relaxed. Don't be so nervous. In the real world, he has always been Mr. Hastur, Audrey reassured. I have always believed in him. His humanity has been maintained well. Sharon also said something. She couldn't help but think of Haster's insatiable greed in some things. Her cheeks were flushed with red. But under the bright fireworks, it did not cause any trace of it. Attention from others. Deep in the castle, Haster has arrived here before Audrey and others. The genie of the lamp, who had briefly regained his freedom, was manifesting alone outside the wishing lamp, with a table of delicious food in front of him. He holds a glass of wine in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, taking a few bites of delicious food from time to time. Although it is just an illusory body, it behaves like a normal life form. When Haster arrived, the djinn's eyes narrowed, and then quickly returned to normal. He raised his wine glass and shouted, "Cheers to a wonderful new year!" "Cheers!" With a smile on his face, Haster came to sit opposite the djinn. He also poured himself a glass of wine. The aroma was very mellow. It should be the wine brewed in the Republic of Intis, the one reserved exclusively for the royal family. It's a level better than the wine Klein brought last time. It was probably brought by Bernadette when she returned to the Republic of Intis. Looking at the stars sitting in the Hall of Stars, overlooking everything, sitting opposite him in the appearance of a handsome human man, the djinn sighed sincerely. "I didn't expect that I would have a day to celebrate the new year with the stars. The world is really magical. This world is full of surprises." Haster drank the wine in the glass, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The new year should have a new atmosphere. Due to the fate of tonight, I may be able to satisfy you with a small desire. A small wish." The djinn god laughed at himself, and then said nonchalantly, "I want you to help me return to the starry sky." Is this a small wish? Although he doesn't know what the stars want to do, he also understands that the stars are planning the future, and will never help him return to the starry sky before the stars have completely returned to the starry sky. Even if it is possible for him to return to the starry sky, the stars will cut him off to avoid unnecessary variables and troubles. Asta did not answer immediately, but just picked up another pair of clean chopsticks on the table and skillfully picked up the dishes to taste. Having been in the mysterious world for so long, there are only a handful of opportunities to eat with chopsticks, and even he has almost forgotten about it. This wish to return to the starry sky. Asta tasted a few bites of the squirrel mandarin fish, then looked at the djinn opposite and said, "This wish is not big." The djinn was stunned for a while, then asked in disbelief, "Then, are you willing to fulfill this little wish of mine?" "Okay. Just think of it as a New Year's greeting to you." "Real? I don't like making random promises." "When?" "Within 5 years." "Impossible." After hearing this time within 5 years, the djinn god immediately stood up from his seat, not believing this statement at all. It is now the last day of 1351 and the first day of 1352. The prophesied day of doomsday is in 1368, which means there are still 16 years left. How could the stars have sent him up into the sky so many years in advance? This must be the stars joking with themselves, making fun of themselves. Right? Haster glanced at the excited, unwilling to believe, doubtful djinn, and said slowly, "If you don't want to, I will take back the New Year's blessing just now." "Wait a minute." The djinn quickly stopped him. He thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Sit in the first place first, and then say it again." Haster smiled. The djinn was afraid that he was joking with him as Haster, and wanted to make himself make a promise again as the stars. "Otherwise, I won't feel at ease," the djinn god said with a smile. Haster, who was in a good mood tonight, decided to sit at the top of the table as the djinn expected, while the djinn quietly took his seat at the bottom, just like the seat in the Hall of Stars. This kind of perspective is more accustomed to him. An idea came into the mind of the djinn god, which made him look dumbfounded. "In 5 years, you will return to the stars and be free." Haster said the New Year's blessing again. The djinn trembled slightly, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he lowered his head and said, "Thank you to the stars for your blessing. Relax. I don't want to celebrate the new year as a star tonight." Asta raised his glass and smiled. "Cheers to a better future. Here's to freedom. Even if the djinn is just an illusory golden shadow, he looks particularly heroic at this moment." "You eat the food. This 8 treasure sauce duck tastes pretty good." The emotional genie stretched out his golden arm to pick up the food for Asta, and at the same time poured wine into Asta's empty wine glass. Haster was stunned for a moment at this scene, and in the end, he could only lament that it was too humiliating for a comrade like the djinn to not enter the system. When it was approaching 12 o'clock, Bernadette led Audrey, Sharon and others who had had enough fun to come here, followed by Katla and Iceberg Lieutenant General Edwina. The scene that appeared in front of them was Hastur changing cups with a golden magic lamp. Mr. Hastur looked so happy. He should take a pen and draw this scene. Audrey raised the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were shining. She found it very interesting. Could this golden magic lamp be that powerful sealed object? Sharon's eyes showed some thoughts. This flattery is really proactive. Bernadette's eyes fell on the happy genie. Really interesting. It's so special. That magic lamp seems to be able to talk. He is the star. Forsey and others also had different emotions in their hearts. Woof! Susie shouted. And she and Azhara trotted over quickly. They were busy visiting the attractions tonight. But they were still hungry. Seeing someone arriving, the djinn held up a wine glass and shook the wine in the glass. He glanced at it with a slight disdain. And his temperament suddenly lifted. Bernadette, the food is almost cold. Hurry up and prepare another table. The djinn's almost commanding tone made Bernadette's eyes move slightly. And she glanced at Hastur, who was watching all this with a smile. She was too lazy to argue with the djinn about this, and immediately asked someone to go down and prepare a table of sumptuous dishes. This little girl Bernadette is quite good. She is much cleaner than her father, Russell, who is a naughty man. At least, she doesn't have so many evil intentions. The djinn seemed to be drunk and addicted, and kept asking how the little girl Bernadette was doing. Asta smiled and said nothing, and did not stop him. He simply thought it was interesting. It can be expected that after the new year, the djinn will be deprived of his freedom and locked up in the wishing lantern, spending a long time alone. Chapter 618. Their respective New Year gifts. The New Year is an annual grand event in human society, and it does seem more interesting than usual. On an island, the indifferent strong wind stirred up circles of ripples on the sea's surface. A small church seemed to be rooted on the island, and it remained motionless despite being torn by the strong wind. In the church, the silver candlesticks were filled with candlelight, making the whole chapel look particularly bright. Adam, who was wearing an ordinary priest's attire, was looking through the painted windows at the end of the sea and the New Year's parties being held on land. Although he had seen it too many times in countless years, this time, it was rare for him to have a little ripple in his heart. He guessed that after merging with himself and the true Creator, he was affected by his human side. Although they were briefly fused and then separated, and were temporarily dominated by him, the weak human side of the true Creator still affected him slightly. During the New Year reunion, the family is enjoying themselves happily. It seems that the father is kind, and the son is filial, and the brothers and sisters are respectful. However, in the face of real interests, the ugly side of human nature will undoubtedly be revealed. They don't even need the temptation of interests, and they will make trouble on their own. Just like the 8 kings of angels under his knees, the divine side believed that they could not be trusted and would definitely choose to betray them at critical moments. But the human side chose to believe in their loyalty. In the end, he could only taste the taste of betrayal in a cold and dark world. True Creator. What is reality? Human nature is not a real thing, but a fictitious concept made up of various moral concepts. Adam thought quietly, and then looked at the island at his feet. The true Creator was sleeping on the other side of the island at the moment. He seems to be sad because of what happened to Aurelius. Human nature is really fragile and vulnerable. Well, just like the stars. Everything he values around him is his fatal weakness. The reason why he is still safe now is that the day of real life and death struggle has not yet come. When Adam was about to retract his gaze, a red light shuttled through the distance, and then fell in front of him outside the window. Medici, a somewhat unexpected visitor. After looking at each other through the window, Adam opened the church door. After Medici came in, he put the things he was carrying on the table in the corner of the church. 1 grilled sausage, 1 pan-fried fish, 1 braised pork ribs, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Adam just watched all this calmly, without stopping or having any thought of taking a seat. Try it. Medici poured Adam a glass of wine calmly. Now you are becoming more and more alienated from the world. Just like the stone statue in the church. Without any warmth. Eating human fireworks doesn't mean you have warmth. Nor does living in isolation mean you are otherworldly. Adam still looked at calmly. I just have no interest in these. In the new year, every family is celebrating reunion. I just can't bear to see you alone in this deserted church. Medici poured himself a glass of wine and smiled. Do you know what ordinary people call people like you? A lonely person is not a good word at all. It is colder than this winter. I remember that when we were fighting against alien gods, you used to celebrate our victory in advance with us in front of a bonfire. And we also hosted a banquet for the king of the 8 angels in the palace. They are all gone now. But I am still here, and will always be here. I will never leave again. Unless you let me leave. Medici was talking to himself, and gently pushed the filled glass of wine closer to Adam. He raised the remaining glass of wine, looked at the bright red wine, and said with a relaxed face, "The stars once said that you owe him a share of the extraordinary characteristics of the conqueror. With your personality, you will definitely not default on the debt, let alone leave a possible loophole for the stars. In the human world, people always give a New Year gift to those close to them during the new year. I also prepared a gift." Medici drank the wine in the glass, then took out a wooden box from his jacket pocket, placed it on the table, and opened it. The red light flashed inside, which was a copy of the extraordinary characteristics of the conqueror. Adam still just watched this scene calmly. Sooner or later this broken lamp will be sunk into the sea. Katla, standing behind Bernadette, was thinking silently in her heart. She couldn't get used to seeing that broken lamp talking to the queen in a condescending manner, especially the way he spoke, which gave off a feeling of being beaten from the inside out. "New year. New weather. Bernadette, seeing as you have been kind to me over the years, I don't mind giving you a little help after I return to the starry sky." The tone of the djinn became more and more public, and the entire wishing lamp floated up. "It seems you were drunk tonight, and need to sober up." There was a faint cold light flashing in Bernadette's eyes. Before the djinn had time to react, she sealed the djinn inside the wishing lamp again, then threw the wishing lamp out, landing on the candlestick in front, and then lit up neatly. "Stand up. It's quiet now." Bernadette glanced at Hastur, who was sitting at the head of the table, and saw that there was no displeasure on his face, but a slight smile. She knew that the Hastur sitting here tonight was just Hastur. "Intis's food is to my liking. Audrey and Sharon, you can also try it." Asta smiled and invited them to sit down and taste it. As the protagonist here tonight, Bernadette also asked Forsy, Katla and others to take their seats. At first, Forsy was tense all over, but as she drank some wine and became more drunk, she gradually became more relaxed. Especially after Audrey whispered a few words in her ear, she became more relaxed. She stood up, raised her wine glass, looked at Hastur and said solemnly, "Mr. Hastur, thank you for your continued help to me and Zio." Asta smiled and nodded. Forsy finished the glass of wine, and heaved a sigh of relief. The banquet lasted until after 2 o'clock in the night, and Hastur opened the portal to let Audrey, Sharon, Susie, and Azhara go back first. Bernadette also asked Katla and others to go down and rest first. She knew that Hastur's coming to the Rhode Islands tonight was not an impromptu move. For example, the djinn's performance tonight must have been due to some promise that made him so excited. It was probably because the stars allowed him to return to the starry sky. Late at night, the roadside islands are still bustling with activity. The people here enjoy festivals more than the people living in Backland, and like to have fun in the festivals. Bernadette stood on the open-air balcony on the highest floor of the fairy tale castle, with the bright starry sky above her head, overlooking the Star-Sea kingdom that she had worked so hard to create. When Hastur came here, she looked back and stared before saying, "Are you the stars or Hastur now?" Sometimes the two don't need to be specifically divided. I don't have independent sides of divinity and humanity. That kind of rhetoric is really distressing. It's not something I need to worry about. Bernadette withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, and said with a business-like attitude, "Do you have anything to tell me when the stars are here tonight?" "I suddenly want to hunt the hidden sage," Hastur said with a smile. "Are you interested?" The potion of the Sequence 3, Enlightenment Saint Master in his body has been completely digested, and it is time to prepare for promotion to Sequence 2. He has already had an idea about the Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics he needs, and asked the Yellow Clothes Church to help him investigate. In the Moss Ascetic Order, which believes in the hidden sage, there is a Sequence 2 angel who is responsible for acting as the spokesperson for the hidden sage. He is also the superficial leader of the Moss Ascetic Order today, similar to the Pope in the Church. It is worth mentioning that this spokesperson was originally a devil of the blood worship cult, and later took refuge in the hidden sage. With the help of his knowledge, he was promoted step by step to the rank of Second Blood Archduke. Bernadette must have a deeper understanding of the Moss Trappist Order. Moreover, the hidden sage is also coveting her, which is a destined hostility. Is this a New Year's blessing from the stars? Bernadette was in a good mood, with a faint smile on her usually elegant and noble face. You can also think of it as a New Year's gift from Mr. Hastur to your friend. What a precious gift. Bernadette sighed with emotion. I don't have a gift of corresponding value. You can also think of it as a New Year red envelope from the elders to the younger ones. Elders and juniors? New Year red envelope? Wait a minute. There seems to be something wrong with this sentence. Bernadette was stunned for a moment. Her intuition telling her that Chuanqing's words were not just a joke. There must be some unknown secret hidden in them. Chapter 619 Return Reversal. If what Chuanqing said just now meant that this was a little reward from the superior to the inferior, then she didn't have any special thoughts. The relationship between elders and younger generations is too subtle and too fascinating. If you can consider yourself your elder, you must have some kind of relationship with your parents' generation or a higher generation. In her impression, there was no one who was too close or familiar with her mother. Her father, Russell, did have a few friends and brothers when he was young, but those people have all been buried, and they are not in front of her. Will deliberately regard himself as an elder. After pondering for a long time, she could only regard this sentence as proof that the relationship between Chuanqing and her father Russell was good. My father once told me a saying. It is given by the elders, and I dare not refuse. Thank you to the stars for your New Year's gift. Bernadette accepted this gift from the stars. It's a good saying that I don't dare to say no to an elder. Russell, you have been charged with copying official documents. Asta secretly cursed, in order to prevent Bernadette from noticing. He didn't let Bernadette call him uncle, which felt a bit pity. Moss Trappist Order? The earliest secret organization in the Fourth Age. It is said that the Trappist Order of Morse was originally formed by a few humans who had viewed the second profane tablet and believed in an impersonal God. This God does not exist in itself, but is closer to an idea, a natural law. For example, everything is number, and the hidden sage is the incarnation of spiritual number. For example, knowledge is supreme, and the hidden sage is knowledge itself. The early Moss ascetic society was similar to the psychological alchemy society. They were both scholarly organizations that tended to study knowledge. Such an organization had no competition with several major churches, and was very respected. Members of this organization advocate through penance to combat loss of control, resolve the residual effects of potions, and strictly keep secrets. Members adhere to morals and precepts, and believe that people will continue to be reincarnated after death, persisting in the pursuit of knowledge and strictly keeping secrets. All those who join the association must refrain from speaking for 5 years after becoming a secret peeper and learn to be silent in order to practice and improve concentration. The phrase "do whatever you want, but do no harm" is their motto, and they have been practicing this and sticking to the path they have identified, until the hidden sage becomes a personified evil god, chasing every member of the Moss ascetic order. When a lot of knowledge comes in but cannot be digested and mastered quickly, one must either let go of one's spiritual defenses and accept the transformation of the hidden sage, or support with perseverance. If you cannot hold on, you will lose control. As a result, the Moss Trappist order gradually degenerated into a secret and evil organization. Like the Rose School, the Moss ascetic order has gradually divided into 2 factions. People like Bernadette adhere to the principle of do whatever you want, but do no harm, and are unwilling to accept transformation from the hidden sage. They are also very resistant to polluting knowledge, just like the temperance sect to which Sharon belongs. It is a pity that the influence of the hidden sage on the Moss ascetic order is far greater than the indirect influence of the mother tree of desire across the starry sky. At present, the Moss ascetic order is basically composed of followers of the hidden sage, and the members who can't stand it have already fled or died. After listening to Bernadette's story, Asta had a new understanding of the Moss Trappist order. If you want to target an existence like the hidden sage who likes to hide in the dark, unless you can hit it with one strike, you should not take the initiative. Instead, you should let the hidden sage take the initiative and let him come from the dark to the bright side. Currently, the most attractive person to the hidden sage is Bernadette. If Bernadette is about to be promoted to sequence 1, then the hidden sage will definitely not be able to sit still. But if you want to do this, you must also fully understand the current situation of the hidden sage. According to Bernadette, she believed that the hidden sage had completely collected 3 copies of the sequence 1 knowledge emperor's extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness. It's just that it hasn't been fully accommodated yet. So it's a little worse than the normal sequence 0. But it's still stronger than the King of Angels. Asta agreed with Bernadette's judgment. In the original work, the hidden sage has been hostile to the god of steam and machinery many times, and steam's condition is not very good. It belongs to the relatively weak sequence 0. The hidden sage should be a little weaker than the real sequence 0. If they really fight, the outcome between the two should be 40 or 60, with steam slightly dominant. After reaching a consensus, on the 3rd day just after the new year, the Roadside Islands began full martial law, and no one was allowed to leave the island at will. A few days later, most of the Star Sea Kingdom's fleet outside was transferred back and patrolled near the Roadside Islands every day. This was to build momentum, so that the hidden sage would send people to investigate, and then let the people he sent go through all kinds of difficulties to bring back the important news that Bernadette was going to be promoted to Sequence 1. Of course, this is not enough. Hastur sits above the Hall of Stars, providing a certain degree of secrecy for the Roadside Islands, making it difficult for the hidden sage to truly judge Bernadette's current state. After these measures were implemented, the entire Rhode Islands fell into complete silence, without any movement at all. This is to confuse the hidden sage's judgment, and when he starts to test, he can then follow the clues to find his hiding place. While Bernadette was calming down, a new situation emerged on Roselle's side. An unknown life form suspected to be the descendant of the fallen mother god in the capital of Fasak Empire finally came to Roselle's mausoleum. Primordial Hunger, who was responsible for handling this matter, had already cooperated with Russell to block him in the mausoleum. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur clearly saw the appearance of the unknown life form through Russell's perspective. It has only one eye, a large number of tentacles on its head, and a trunk as big and long as an elephant. Its body is covered with a gray-black carapace, and its hands are like two giant pliers. The sound it roared was very deep, as dull as the sound made by a toad living in a mountain stream. When Hastur's gaze focused on it, the head of the trapped toad split open, and a black, 2-finger-long tentacle grew out of it. There is a light gray halo lingering on the tentacles. Stars, I know that your eyes are watching here, and I also know that you have come to see Roselle specifically. The voice of the fallen mother goddess came from the light gray halo. Hey, when did you become so resourceful? Why didn't I know? Russell mocked. Of course I saw the scene when you were talking to the stars through your eyes. The black tentacles turned to the direction of Russell. What else did you talk about from the past history? Right? Russell's face froze slightly. The fallen mother goddess really saw everything through his body, but he didn't feel anything at all. Since the last incident, he thought he had gotten rid of the fallen mother goddess in a short period of time and had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, the fallen mother goddess could still pay attention to his every move. Wrong. It was after this unknown life form came to the Black Mausoleum that the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess awakened in her body, and she became aware of the previous dialogue between herself and the stars. Russell said disdainfully, since you already know this is a trap, why do you still come? Of course it's for you. The fallen mother goddess chuckled for a while, then raised her head slightly to look at the non-existent starry sky. I will pollute everything here. Stars, how are you going to help Russell get rid of me? What about control? After the words of the fallen mother goddess fell, the huge toad exploded in front of Russell. The light green mucus with a fishy smell began to spread, and a black abyss was formed on the spot. The entire Black Mausoleum began to collapse under the influence of the black abyss. Russell wanted to stop it, but his body suddenly refused to obey his orders, and a gloomy voice came from deep in his heart. Purification is only temporary. Pollution is permanent. You will never be able to escape my control, and the stars cannot save you. Hearing this, Russell smiled instead of getting angry and said, Fallen Mother Goddess, you must rarely read novels. Generally speaking, villains who speak like this in novels will eventually fail. This is an iron rule. Stupid. The fallen mother goddess just gave Russell this evaluation. If you were smart enough, would you still be blocked from the initial barrier? Russell had a look of disdain on his face. He was a master at hurting each other. It's really stupid. The top of the Black Mausoleum cracked, and the light of the stars penetrated through the cracks, and a sound came from the distant starry sky. Return to position reverse. A reversal of repositioning brought an ominous premonition. Before the fallen mother goddess could react, she felt that the consciousness she had just awakened from Roselle's body was fading rapidly. His control over Roselle is also rapidly weakening, almost to the point of non-existence. When his consciousness was about to dissipate, he issued the most vicious curse, like the devil when he died. They are right. What they said was right. Like a curse that echoed in the Black Mausoleum for a long time. This is just a clone and a simple attempt. Primordial Hungry looked at the scene carefully and whispered, no wonder I can track him easily this time. Russell was meditating on the last words of the fallen mother goddess. Who do they refer to? What secrets do they know about the stars? What does the fallen mother goddess really want to do this time? Chapter 620 Russell escapes from trouble. Oh! Annoying Qingming. Russell only gave this comment in the end, looking at the expanding black abyss in front of him. preparing to suppress it by force. The power of this black abyss is connected to you. Even if you fill it in, you can't close it. Primordial Hunger saw the nature of this abyss. The best way to deal with it is to leave here and treat the entire island as a forbidden place. There was also a good way to deal with it that he didn't say. He could just swallow the abyss in one gulp. It was simple and quick. But he disliked the smell of the fallen mother goddess. After all, no one likes to eat someone else's stinky farts in their mouth. Right? Russell was silent for a while and said, I can't leave. So please lock me in here too. Then you will never be able to escape the influence of the fallen mother goddess. I can't take the fallen mother goddess out for a stroll. Russell said, pretending to be relaxed. Anyway, I have gotten used to getting along with the fallen mother goddess over the years. Without her to bother me, I still can't sleep at night. Sleeping. Yuan Hungry said nothing, looking at the stars through the gap on the top of the mausoleum. Not only was the fallen mother goddess shocked by the power that the stars had just exerted, she also had different thoughts in her heart. Return. Reverse. The nature of this authority is terrifying. But it is not clear whether this is the limit of the stars or the beginning of the stars. But one thing is clear, the stars have not yet truly set foot in the sky. When he truly ascends to the starry sky, what kind of terrifying power will this authority have? Really looking forward to it. Leave if you want. A voice came from deep in the starry sky, causing Russell's calm and self-sacrificing mood to freeze. Russell looked up at the stars and said with a trembling tone, Can I leave here? This will be an interesting experiment. But what if the fallen mother goddess comes to the real world from outside the starry sky because of me? Send it back when it's here. Russell was a little confused. That was the fallen mother goddess, one of the top outer gods in the starry sky. Send them back when they arrive? How can you say it so easily? The stars said nothing more. They just disappeared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Russell could only look at Primordial Hungry, who was thinking thoughtfully on the side. What do you think? Didn't the stars make it clear just now? But Russell was still hesitant. Your heart is already filled with fear of the fallen mother goddess. Primordial Hunger took a deep look at Russell. This is a good opportunity to overcome it. I just don't want to be a sinner in human history. The smile on Yuan Xing's face was thick. Do you know my origin? Original hunger. The old days of outer gods. With my strength, I can still walk freely in the real world. But my body is still separated from the original barrier. What can I do even if the fallen mother goddess completely controls you? Yuan Hungry said with emotion, this era has begun to be different. After hearing this, Russell's spirit was instantly shocked. He now only has the status of the Black Emperor. But in fact, he does not even have a Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. And the original incarnation of hunger standing in front of him is not weak at all. The true god in Sequence 0. His body is still isolated from the initial barrier. So how can the fallen mother goddess be an exception? Moreover, the stars have always been sitting high in the Hall of Stars, overlooking everything. When big trouble occurs, the stars will never sit idly by. Can I really leave here? Russell murmured a few words to himself, with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't expect that he could leave this mausoleum again. You can also choose to stay here to keep company with the fallen mother goddess. If the night is long, you can still have a child. Primal Hunger joked, it's a pity that it wasn't the mother tree of desire that polluted you. Otherwise you wouldn't even have your great-grandson now. There you have it. Russell had goosebumps all over his body, shuddered, and quickly changed the subject. Let's discuss sealing off this island. It was very simple to seal the island. Russell and Primordial Hunger used the Black Mausoleum as a tomb, sealed the abyss inside, and then sank the entire island into the depths of the sea. You're free. After the original Hunger left, Russell stood there for a long time, looking at the empty sea, unable to tell whether it was reality or a dream. He had imagined that one day the stars would help him get rid of the shadow of the fallen mother goddess. But he did not expect that it would be so fast and so dramatic. Can the stars resolve the contamination of the fallen mother goddess in their bodies with just a word of return and reversal? Too dreamy. Should I say that the power of the stars is too terrifying? Or should I say that the fallen mother goddess is too weak? Soon, he let out a wild and unbridled laugh, and his figure flew across the sea at high speed, admiring the sea that he had not seen with his own eyes in countless years. That night, fishermen in the nearby waters heard an extremely unpleasant and noisy laughter. They all said that it was the laughter of a devil escaping from its seal deep in the sea. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was thinking about the extraordinary effect of the reversal of his words just now. He had simulated it many times in the Hall of Stars, and had always wanted to use Russell to practice with Mr. Gate. But it was not until tonight that he actually used it on Russell for the first time. The effect was even better than he expected. When the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess continued to awaken in Roselle's body, the return reversal directly reversed this process, allowing the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess to return to the unawakened state. After completing this matter, he carefully checked the condition of Russell's body across the Hall of Stars, and found no trace of the power of the fallen mother goddess. Is the power of the fallen mother goddess hidden? Or does the reversal directly help Roselle completely get rid of the pollution from the fallen mother goddess? Of this, he could not be sure. That's why he asked Russell to leave the Black Mausoleum and go out for a walk to verify what was going on. If it is the second situation, then it would be too terrifying to reverse this authority. Returning to the right place can bring together the scattered consciousness, restore complete consciousness, and wake up again. Home reversal can break the complete consciousness, let the consciousness disperse, and allow the process to be traced back. But that's not all. It's just an exercise of put authority. It also has other possibilities. The essence of this authority is not only related to the gathering and dispersing consciousness, it also has a deeper core. He still needs to continue to explore before he can figure out the true meaning and boundaries of this authority. After thinking for a while, Hastur focused on what the fallen mother goddess said before her consciousness left. They should refer to the allies of the fallen mother goddess. They are constantly measuring themselves, trying to understand what kind of existence the stars are. Hastur really wanted to hear how they analyzed the stars. Maybe it could provide him with inspiration. After all, he didn't even know what the stars really represented. It is estimated that they are similar to the jinn, and they all guess whether they are the original creator. Only the original creator can easily penetrate the initial barrier, easily awaken the original creator god, and easily reverse the awakening consciousness of the fallen mother goddess. It all seems to really make sense. On the Roadside Islands, Bernadette, who was quietly staying in her castle, was filled with uneasiness, anxiety, nervousness, and other emotions deep in her heart. She had a premonition of what would happen tonight, but she couldn't predict exactly what would happen. Ahead, there were mountains and fog that she could not cross, blocking her perception of the future. But she waited from late at night until dawn, and still nothing happened, which made her wonder if her premonition was wrong. She came out of the royal castle, stood on the open balcony and scanned the distance, but still found nothing unusual. Then she waited another day, and nothing happened. She sighed softly, put the matter aside, and returned to the castle to concentrate on the government affairs of the Star Sea Kingdom. Outside the Roadside Islands, Russell withdrew his distant gaze and left the nearby sea with a sullen face. Hidden Sage. Russell only had one thought in his mind at the moment. Kill the bastard Hidden Sage. How dare you bully his precious daughter? You will never tolerate it. At the beginning, he was worried that there would be such a day, so he would leave some powerful sealed artifacts to his daughter. Russell didn't stay around for long. He didn't want the Hidden Sage to discover his whereabouts. What happened on that island was only known to the stars, primordial hunger, and himself. Even the fallen mother goddess could not understand what happened next. Let's go back to Intis first. Chapter 621. Knowledge is him. He is knowledge. Starry sky. Silent and silent. Looking up at the brilliant starry sky on the earth. Here, the stars are just some embellishments on a black curtain. Darkness, desolation, and silence are the eternal colors here. In a desolate starry sky, a black planet was trembling gently and rhythmically. The black stars tighten and loosen as they breathe the life contained within them, swallowing up the life force of nearby planets. Stars, the lord of chaos and order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, guide everything to reset to zero. He who returns the stars. The Black Devourer is chanting the honorable names of the stars, hoping that the stars will look at him. When a brilliant starry sky appeared in front of them, the black stars became particularly excited. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur sat at the long table, overlooking the Black Devourer, who was still gestating in the black stars. An illusory figure of a child floated out from the black stars, indicating that he wanted to go to the Hall of Stars to talk. Hastur stared at him for a while, agreed to his request, and took out the chain of stars to lead him into the Palace of Stars. It just so happened that he was also very interested in the Black Devourer, who lived in the black stars, and wanted to learn some truths about him that interested him. Stars. The Black Devourer seemed very excited, spreading his smooth feet and running towards Hastur's direction, and then sat down on the spot that originally belonged to the jinn. He lay his arms on the table, leaned his head on it, and stared at Hastur with a smile. "What's the matter?" Hastur said calmly. "Chat." What to talk about? What do the stars want to know? The Black Devourer showed a sweet smile and looked very cute. Why are you so close to me? Because I feel the closeness from the stars. What kind of intimacy? This question made the Black Devourer think about it for a long time. And finally he frowned and said, closeness is closeness. This is a feeling that is difficult to explain clearly. It is a breath of trust and closeness. Hastur changed the direction and asked, have you been staying in that black star since you became conscious? Well, I stayed for a long time and slept for a long time. I don't know how long it has been. What is your relationship with primal hunger? He has helped me and is a friend. How come you weren't eaten by primal hunger? Doesn't he like to eat the most? I don't know. The Black Devourer shook his little head a few times. He was the first existence to talk to me since I became conscious. And it was he who told me to stay in it and grow up peacefully. What about your past? Cannot remember. With your ability. Can't you look back on what happened in the past? What ability? Hastur sighed silently. He really felt like he was talking to a child. Is this the real Black Devourer? Or is he smart enough to disguise himself like this? If you have nothing to do, just leave. Asta issued the eviction order. There was an expression of reluctance on the little face of the Black Devourer. Soon, his eyes lit up and he said, I want to ask the stars for a favor. Hastur glanced at him, indicating that he could make a request. I want the stars to exert their power of return and help me regain my former consciousness. Hastur's heart moved. Is this what primordial hunger told you? Ah, it's what I want. I hate lying children the most. Asta's voice was cold. The Black Devourer shivered all over and hurriedly explained, yes. It was he who asked me to seek help from the stars, saying that the authority of the stars can accelerate my growth and allow me to be born earlier. I didn't mean to lie. I didn't mean to make Kunshing angry. Hastur just listened silently. He also learned some information about the Black Devourer from the Jinn. It is said that when he is truly conceived, he will rule or destroy the current universe and create a more twisted universe. According to this statement, he is more biased towards the original creator than himself. If I use my power of return to help him gather his original consciousness and allow him to be born in advance, it may not be a good thing for this universe. Today's conversation is over. Go back. Hastur directly sent the Black Devourer, who was about to shed tears, away from the Hall of Stars. Primordial hunger? He moved so fast. He only used his return authority once in front of him. And he knew that he had the ability to help the Black Devourer and let the Black Devourer ask for help from him. What would be his position? The origin of the Black Devourer, could it really be him? Hastur thought of the golden box that the yellow monk had always believed in. Could the thing contained in it be related to the Black Devourer? That's why he felt the closeness from himself. I always feel like things are not that simple. Hastur thought for a long time, and then set his sights on Russell. Now Russell is trying to find the hidden sage hiding in the dark through various secret channels. In an area that is almost chaotic and unknown. It is impossible to distinguish between the sky and the earth. Only the runes condensed by countless knowledge are emitting a glimmer of light. From time to time, there is the sound of rushing rivers, which is the sound of the long river of knowledge and countless tributaries flowing in a certain direction. The incarnation of all spiritual numbers. The sage who leads the direction of the long river of knowledge. Knowledge is he, and he is knowledge. With a sound of pious chanting of the honorable name, a small light spot floated from the long river of knowledge. And a transparent and almost illusory tentacle reached out. The top tentacle touched the small light spot, creating circles of white transparent ripples. O great selfless sage, followers who admire your endless knowledge, report to you the latest news about the betrayer Bernadette. During the period of total martial law in the Rosyth Islands, the followers of your knowledge went one after another and paid a great price to find out the conspiracy that was brewing. Bernadette wants to hold a ceremony on the Rosyth Islands and claims it is to worship the stars. But this is a lie. She is most likely preparing for a ceremony to advance to a higher order. After the report, the small point of light fell into the river of knowledge again. Bernadette, the stars. What a childish trap. Have you forgotten that knowledge is also a kind of wisdom? A low murmur sounded. And soon, the dim light here suddenly dimmed, and the river of knowledge stopped flowing. An abyss portal cracked and rose from the bottom of the river of knowledge. Beware of the stars. A voice came from inside the abyss portal. I'm always on guard for him. Go ahead with the new ritual. The portal of the abyss quickly sank into the river of knowledge and leapt. The dim runes of knowledge became bright again. The river of knowledge continued to flow forward, and then branched out into countless tributaries and flew out, chasing those believers who were eager to hear more knowledge and those who were ignorant. By in the Republic of Intis, chaos and separatism have brought this kingdom, which should have been as glorious as the sun, to a point where the sun is setting. When Russell once again set foot in the capital of the Republic of Intis, the place was no longer the grand scene it once was, with only incomplete rubble and homeless people. Russell wanted to shout, "People of the Republic of Intis, your consul is back." Adam. Russell silently took note of Adam in his heart. He was disgusted to the extreme with this trendsetter, who claimed to represent the tide of the times. After walking around, Russell came to the white maple palace where he had fallen. Most of the palace collapsed. No one was guarding it anymore. The decorations and valuables inside had been removed. After a long silence, Russell left this once glorious capital, left the land of the Republic of Intis, and came to the sea on the east side of the Honakis Mountains. According to the information he knew, some believers in the Hidden Sage were active in this sea area surrounded by several major kingdoms. The most feasible and simple way to lure out the old fox of the Hidden Sage is to become a madman who pursues knowledge crazily. The Hidden Sage seems to enjoy pouring his knowledge into the minds of ignorant people who are hungry for knowledge, even if it is a curly baboon. As long as it chants the correct name and prays for knowledge, the Hidden Sage will gently grant its request. As for Bernadette's arrangement on the Roadside Islands, she absolutely cannot hide it from the Hidden Sage. She can only use it as a focus to attract the Hidden Sage's attention and make him relax his guard. The best way to deal with Lao Inbi is to be more insidious than him. His precious daughter was obviously too innocent, simple and kind, so it was better for him, the old father, to take care of her. Chapter 622 Russell, I won't be a guardian angel. Soon, there was a seeker who came across the ocean on a raft and came to the sea. He had a beard, a head of dull brown hair, and a half-finger-long scar on his right face. He was wearing wet gray clothes, and his feet that had been soaked in water for a long time had turned white. When the seeker was discovered, he was so hungry that he could hardly open his eyes, and his chapped lips were evidence of extreme dehydration. But he was rescued and brought back from the sea by a family of fishermen who lived on the beach. There is a small fishing village here, where everyone spends half of their time working and fishing to make ends meet during the day, and the other half of their time studying and swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Night is the time to go crazy. There are always some people who cannot bear the infusion of knowledge and suddenly become crazy overnight. Finally, they walk step by step into the sea and never appear again, under the brainwashing and induction of the villagers in this fishing village. The rescued seeker also became obsessed with the pursuit of knowledge. In just a few days, he became exactly like the people here. The village head, who was responsible for preaching and receiving his vocation, asked someone to tell him quietly that if he wanted to pursue real knowledge, he could pray to a great being, and he would satisfy every seeker's meager hope for knowledge. He is a sage who delights in sowing the seeds of knowledge, and is knowledge itself. Out of the desire for knowledge, the seekers chanted that venerable name devoutly, the incarnation of all spiritual numbers, the sage who leads the direction of the long river of knowledge. Knowledge is he, and he is knowledge. In the Hall of Stars, Asta is watching the large-scale reality show performance contributed by Russell with great interest. This can be regarded as one of the more interesting things he has found in the past few days. Russell's acting skills are very good, and he is very attentive. He sacrifices his life to become a bait to catch the Hidden Sage. If it succeeds, it can be regarded as a great story. Hastur watched for a while. The Hidden Sage paid no attention to Russell, the new believer, and did not even look at him. It is estimated that he now knows that the stars have been looking for him, so he has become extra cautious. Asta watched for a while longer, then turned his attention to the Fasak Empire. The latest investigation information from the Yellow Clothes Church revealed that most members of the Moss ascetic order had migrated to the chaotic land of the Fasak Empire. Considering the large-scale sacrificial ceremony that took place in the capital of the Fuzak Empire before, it is basically certain that the followers of the Hidden Sage are here. In order to find out the location of the Hidden Sage and attract his attention, Hastur directly issued an oracle and asked the Yellow Clothes Church to completely eliminate the members of the Moss ascetic order. Even if you can't force out the Hidden Sage, you can still find the hiding sequence 2 spokesperson first, which is also a good gain. Half a month passed in a flash. Russell, who had been staying in the fishing village and completely integrated into the local life, once again called out the name of the Hidden Sage at night. This time, he clearly felt a gaze glancing at him from a distant place, and then looked away again. There is some more knowledge in his mind, although this knowledge is unbearable for ordinary people. For him, It is only the amount of a drop of water, which cannot even quench his thirst, let alone burst his body. Abdomen. In order to act more realistically, Russell pretended that he could not bear the infusion of knowledge. He stayed in the room facing the air and acted for 3 days, and finally walked out of the room with a look of embarrassment and pain. Another week passed, and Russell once again felt the gaze of the hidden sage. This time, he still didn't stop and just poured a bunch of useless knowledge into him. In order to make himself more important, Russell chose to swallow the magic potion and was promoted to Sequence 9 Secret Peeper, showing his crazy pursuit of the knowledge of hidden sages. This time, when he was chanting the honorable name of the hidden sage's gaze stayed slightly longer than before, and he finally gained some more important knowledge. For example, the magic potion formula on how to advance to Sequence 8 Combat Scholar, and a small stronghold of Moss Ascetic Order. Russell chose to leave the fishing village and go to that base with some lucky people who also pursued knowledge and survived. A month later, Russell, who was successfully promoted to Sequence 8 Fighting Scholar, felt the whispers in his own ears for the first time while chanting the honorable name of the hidden sage. Each whisper was a piece of crazy and boring knowledge, washed through Russell's mind. At this moment, Russell and Hastur, who had been watching here, simultaneously sensed the source of the hidden sage's aura. Finally, "I'm waiting for you, old Inby." Russell's eyes showed a fierce light. After more than 2 months of acting, even he felt that it was too disgusting. Hastur, who was sitting in the Hall of Stars, accurately grasped the position of the breath of the hidden sage. A starlight fell down and turned into a clone that appeared on the river of knowledge of the hidden sage. The long river of knowledge that flowed forward paused for a moment when Hastur arrived here, and then continued forward. A huge light and shadow made entirely of knowledge runes, towering over the river of knowledge, overlooking Hastur who appeared here. Stars. Hidden sage. Hastur glanced around. Hidden well. You are just an incarnation. Before the hidden sage finished speaking, another figure appeared around him. Russell also appeared here. Roselle. The hidden sage's tone was a little bit shocked. The fact that Russell appeared here was indeed beyond his expectation. Old guy. Who allowed you to bully my daughter? Russell took off his disguise angrily, looked at Hastur again, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "How about it? My method is not bad. Right? So that's it." The hidden sage nodded. "Unfortunately, it's not enough." As soon as the words fell, the entire river of knowledge dimmed instantly, and the figure of the hidden sage disappeared directly in front of Hastur and Russell, without a trace. Just let him leave like this? Russell looked at Hastur with a puzzled look. Once you appear, you can't hide. Asta had a gentle smile on his face. Above the Hall of Stars, he has seen the light belonging to the hidden sage lighting up, and he can track his whereabouts at any time, no matter how the hidden sage flees. Finding him no longer has to be so troublesome. Russell didn't say anything. It was unrealistic to stop the hidden sage with just his and Hastur's clones. There happens to be one thing that needs you to deal with, Hastur said, telling Russell the news he had just discovered about the Sequence 2 spokesperson of the hidden sage, and letting Russell handle the matter. Russell is definitely capable of dealing with a Sequence 2 angel. As for the hidden sage, it is necessary to invite several foreign aides and consider subsequent changes in the situation. Maybe Adam will suddenly intervene. That's it? Russell looked at Hastur with disgust and asked him to deal with a Sequence 2 angel. Who is he looking down on? After all, he was once a Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Hastur did not speak, just glanced at Russell, then dispersed this incarnation and returned to the Hall of Stars. Oh, who made me owe you so many favors? Since ancient times, it has been difficult to repay favors. Russell muttered a few words and left the place. He worked very efficiently, and after 3 days, he obtained the extraordinary characteristics of this Sequence 2 angel for Hastur. One angel for another. You won't lose money on this transaction. Hastur lowered a clone in front of Russell, looking at the Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics in a good mood. What's the meaning? Bernadette needs an angel to escort her. Russell's mind was filled with big questions. Does this mean that he wants to become an angel under his daughter? I was once a Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Now that he has returned, no matter how depressed he is, he will not fall to the level of a Sequence 2 angel on Earth. Right? Moreover, it would be too embarrassing for the old father to become the angel under his precious daughter. Right? It should be the other way around. Otherwise, how can I show the majesty of an old father in front of my lovely Bernadette? Hastur just glanced at Russell calmly. This is the most suitable destination for you. No. No. No need. Russell waved his hand and refused. And said proudly, since I have been resurrected, I will naturally be promoted to Sequence 0 again. There is no place for you anymore. After Hastur said these words, he left with his Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics. No place for me anymore? Are you kidding? There are only a few Sequence 0s now? No matter how bad it is. After the hidden sage is eliminated, the hermit's extraordinary path will always be free. Right? Even if he is not in the same path as himself. It is not the first time that he has been promoted across paths. Moreover, it is completely possible for his daughter to continue on this extraordinary path and replace the position of the hidden sage, while he becomes a Black Emperor again. I believe that the people of Intis have not forgotten their emperor. Oh, I won't be a guardian angel. Russell curled his lips with disdain. Who doesn't know that fairy tales are all lies? Chapter 623 Related Promotion Ceremony. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur looked at the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 2 Blood Archduke from Moss Ascetic Order. The devil who once deserted the blood worship cult and turned to the hidden sage finally fulfilled himself. Now, the Sequence 2 extraordinary characteristics are already available, and the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics were also traded from Adam before. As for the auxiliary extraordinary materials for promotion to Sequence 2, they have already been prepared. You only need to hold the corresponding promotion ceremony to start promotion. Star Path Sequence 2, Attendant of the Stars. This extraordinary sequence is completely tailor-made for you. It is estimated that once you are promoted to Attendant of the Stars, the magic potion will be completely digested in a short period of time. Maybe I can advance from Sequence 3 to Sequence 1 at once. If he is promoted too quickly, will the consciousness of the stars awaken in his body? Or the consciousness of the King in Yellow? These are hidden dangers that he cannot be sure of and variables that must be considered. Should we proceed step by step, or directly advance to Sequence 1? Hastur glanced at the starry sky in front of him and began to think deeply. The promotion ceremony is not too difficult for him, who controls the Palace of Stars. The promotion ceremony for Sequence 2 star attendants is leading a Sequence 0 or outer god back to the starry sky in the past. The promotion ceremony of the Sequence 1 star singer is awaken at least 3 dead stars and let them shine in the starry sky again. These two promotion ceremonies are things he can do and is doing. It was precisely because of the need for the promotion ceremony that he gave the Jinn a 5-year promise. In 5 years, he could send the Jinn back to the starry sky no matter what. This is not difficult for him. What he is worried about is what happens next. He was worried that something big would happen when he went to the stars. For example, leaving the real world and returning to the starry sky is a ritual in itself. A ritual to revive the stars or the King in Yellow. As for the old threats from the outer gods such as the fallen mother goddess and the stars, they were secondary and not that scary. The original one could awaken in the body of the ancient sun god, and the Lord of Mysteries also awakened in Klein's body. There is no reason why the stars don't have this ability. Judging from the personalities currently displayed in the Palace of Stars, they are no less inferior to God and the Lord of Mysteries, and are definitely above the ordinary outer gods of the past. Moreover, the stars themselves have the authority to return to their places, which is more terrifying than the backhand left by God and the Lord of Mysteries. It's almost as good as his words. As long as the stars have existed and want to wake up and return, he will definitely return one day. Returning to one's original position is not only applicable to other beings, but also to oneself. Roselle, who rushed back from the Sea of Rozet Islands, finally set foot in this kingdom that belonged to pirates and his precious daughter. Inside the castle, Bernadette once again felt a call that originated from her blood, flowed slowly, and never stopped. She dropped everything she was doing, and under Katla's slightly shocked gaze, she left the castle in a hurry and came to the street. There seems to be something wrong with the queen. Katla really wanted to follow the queen, but a discussion was being held here and the queen left the meeting, so she needed to stay and deal with the aftermath. On the streets, the excitement of the new year has long gone, but there are still many people coming here to play, many of them wealthy investors who came here directly from the port in South Wales. Bernadette's gaze crossed the crowds and landed on a figure who was selecting masks at the stall. The man had long curly chestnut hair like his own, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and 2 beautifully groomed mustache. He still has such a tall figure, and his whole body is filled with an aura of calmness and authority, even though he is just a customer standing on the street bargaining with vendors at the moment. In his heart, he is a king who overlooks everything from a high place. The great emperor. When Bernadette wanted to take a closer look, the man had already put on a wooden lion mask he had just bought. It must not be an illusion. It's definitely him. Bernadette walked towards the figure step by step. People nearby recognized her identity and dispersed to make way for a path. The person did not leave, but remained in place, with a pair of blue eyes watching calmly through the mask. He approached her step by step. Why do you have to wear a mask? Is it because you are not confident in your appearance that you are most proud of? Or because you feel that you have no face to see me? Bernadette said with a slightly trembling tone. Russell didn't speak. He just looked at his grown-up daughter as calmly as possible. He was indeed a little timid. So he picked a mask and put it on. He couldn't let his daughter see his eyes that were about to get wet and red, and his lips that were trembling slightly with excitement and joy due to uneasiness. Right? The old father has to face his face. Even if it is a reunion scene, he must look a little different. Originally, he wanted to hold the hidden sage's head and appear directly in front of Bernadette as a great hero. But after Chuanxing took away the sequence's two extraordinary characteristics, he never said anything about how to deal with the hidden sage. Once he was free, he couldn't control his desire to see his precious daughter. Since you're not ready to see me, you shouldn't set foot here. Now that you've seen me, shouldn't you leave? There is no reason for you to stay here. Bernadette finished her words tremblingly, then turned around and left, heading towards the palace and castle that already belonged to her. Russell followed closely behind him, but still did not speak. Arriving in front of the castle gate, Bernadette stopped and said in a cold tone, "What I have been waiting for so many years is not a mask, let alone a mute." "Well?" Russell sighed, patted Bernadette's shoulder that was suppressing trembling, and said in a low, vicissitudes of voice, "You have grown up." "Yes, I have grown up." There was a hint of reminiscence in Bernadette's eyes, and then her expression became determined again. "So I no longer need any shoulders to lean on, lest I be abandoned in the same place one day. When I was young, I was naive and lacked the beatings of life. I always thought that the world would never change, but I didn't know that the sky would fall down one day." Bernadette did not turn around, did not stop, and did not throw herself into Russell's arms and cry bitterly, but went straight through the palace gate. Russell's hand stayed awkwardly in midair. There was something wrong with the plot. What about the Bernadette who liked to act coquettishly and rely on herself? Where have you gone? When she said those words, shouldn't she no longer be able to suppress the emotions deep in her heart? And then she would throw herself into her arms and cry bitterly, telling her how much she had missed her old father over the years. Ah! How could such heartless and cold words come from the mouth of my lovely Bernadette? The figure who turned around decisively was the most deadly ice pick inserted into the old father's heart. "My little cotton-padded jacket, you can't be covered with thorns. Your old father can't bear the heartache again and again." Thousands of thoughts surged into Russell's mind in an instant, and his mind was so complicated that he didn't even continue to take steps forward, but just watched Bernadette's figure gradually move away. "What are you still standing there for? Do I need you as a guard?" A cold voice came from the front, making Russell's expression startled, and his mood suddenly became lively, and he hurriedly followed. "It turns out that my Bernadette still has an arrogant side when she grows up." He obviously longed to meet his old father in his heart, but he always kept a straight face and refused to bow his head and submit. "It's so cute. This is my precious daughter." Russell quickened his pace and followed Bernadette 2 steps behind again. "Your Majesty the Queen. The meeting just now." Katla saw Bernadette returning and subconsciously wanted to step forward, but she caught a glimpse of a masked man following Her Majesty the Queen. The man was staring at the Queen's back through the 2 holes in the mask. He looked so focused and fascinated. She was unhappy at first sight, but before she could ask, she heard the Queen's cold voice. "You will be responsible for today's affairs. I will not see any outsiders for the time being." "Yes, Your Majesty the Queen." Katla could only watch as the Queen led the wretched masked man into the depths of the palace. Katla stayed there in silence for a long time. Deep in the palace, Bernadette came to the small courtyard where she rested. No outsiders would come here. "Why don't you take off your mask?" Bernadette stopped and said coldly without looking back. Angry Bernadette is also extremely cute. Russell, who was in a good mood, took off the lion mask on his face, revealing his rather handsome face. Even though he is already middle-aged, he always thinks that his face is very capable and charming. If he returns to the original world, there will definitely be a group of girls rushing to add his handsome uncle's WeChat account. Tall, rich and handsome. He felt that he had it all. This is not narcissism. but an ironclad fact. Well, in the name of the Black Emperor, no refutation is allowed. Chapter 624 Os to Russell Klein. Deep in the castle, the expression on Bernadette's face softened, and she poured a cup of scented tea for Russell with her own hands. She stood on the side and said, "It was the stars that helped you get out of trouble, right?" "The stars? His authority is amazing." Russell took a sip of scented tea, and his mind gradually calmed down. "Have you really become a devout believer in the stars?" "Yes." Bernadette nodded slightly. "This is not a bad thing. His brilliance has always protected me. This is why I can stand here today as the Queen of the Starsea Kingdom." Russell was a bit annoyed. "You seem to have a high opinion of him? He is a god worth my life. Especially after he helped you get out of trouble." Russell frowned slightly and said, "As far as I know, Kun Xing has another identity. Haster, you should know about this, right? My worldly status will not affect Yuan Xing's position in my heart. Haster, I am considered a pretty good friend with him." "Just a simple friend?" Russell glanced at his daughter secretly. "It can also become a more intimate relationship." "What do you think?" Bernadette asked deliberately. "No. Ordinary friends are fine. There is no need to become closer." Russell coughed lightly to hide his slightly guilty expression. "What? Are you afraid that your daughter will be abducted by Mr. Haster?" Bernadette said expressionlessly. "After so many years of not seeing each other, your temper is still the same. Every man who is a father, especially if he has the most beautiful and lovely daughter in the world, will definitely strictly guard against any man who comes close to his daughter, no matter how good that man is or how outstanding his character is." Russell sighed. "Oh, to put it this way, Mr. Haster is indeed the most outstanding man I have ever met." Bernadette raised her eyebrows slightly. "No, you must not have such thoughts. He is the stars. You just need to worship him in your heart." Russell was a little panicked, fearing that he would accidentally backfire. "You may have forgotten that I am no longer the young and innocent little girl I was back then. In the eyes of parents, children will always be children. Is there a secret between you and the stars that I don't know about?" "No. I just think he is too mysterious and can only be viewed from a distance. Not too close." Bernadette looked deeply at Russell, who spoke insincerely. "I suddenly felt that if I really want to have a life partner in this life, Mr. Haster would be a good choice." "Absolutely not." Even though he knew that these words were meant to stimulate him, Russell was still anxious and almost jumped up. "You can call him Uncle." "Uncle?" Bernadette pondered the title carefully. During the previous Chinese New Year, Asta had given her a gift, saying that it could be regarded as a New Year's red envelope from the elders to the younger ones. Now it seems that that action does have a profound meaning that I don't know. There is no blood relationship between me and him. So what does a title mean? Bernadette stimulated again. Russell said with a dark face. "No way. I will never allow it." Bernadette wanted to make further insinuations, but Russell just kept a dark face and refused to reveal that he and Chuanxing might come from the same place. "The stars are watching everything. Do you think the conversation between our father and daughter just now has been heard by the stars?" Bernadette said, and specifically glanced at the sky. Russell's mouth twitched slightly, and he snorted softly. "Even if the stars appear in front of me now, I dare to say that." "Yeah." A ray of light fell, and Haster suddenly appeared in front of Russell. Originally, he was just staying in the Hall of Stars thinking about promotion to Sequence 2. When Bernadette and Russell talked about him, he naturally overheard the conversation between them. Bernadette and Russell were both people he had specially marked recently, and their every move was naturally under his watch. At first, he didn't want to interrupt the long-lost conversation between father and daughter, but who made their conversation get more and more off-topic, especially when he saw Russell pretending to be pretentious again. He thought of coming down to scare him, and let him. He knows what it's like to pretend to fail. Russell, the pioneer of time travel, basically pretended to be as cool as he could, leaving no room for latecomers like them. If it were Klein today, he would definitely descend from Sapphire Castle and do the same thing as himself. The time traveler has been suffering from Russell's poison for a long time. Well, he noticed that Klein also came to the Roadside Islands today, and it should be the guidance from Sapphire Castle. Well, it's better to come early than to come late. "Did you hear everything?" Russell looked a little unnatural, but Bernadette was calm and generous, her eyes shining brightly as she watched the interaction between the two. "The stars are watching everything." Haster glanced at Russell lightly. "This is not an empty talk," Russell said with a smile. "I was just telling some jokes. I couldn't take them seriously." "Are those words just what you said to perfunctory me?" Bernadette said from the side. Russell felt a sour feeling in his heart at this moment. The little cabbage he raised had learned to turn his elbows outward. Ahem. You go down first. I have some things I want to talk to Chuanqing alone. With a smile on his face, Russell motioned for Bernadette to go down first. Bernadette glanced at Hastur and saw that Hastur did not agree with this approach. So she stood still. Russell's heart became colder again. He couldn't really have raised the little cabbage he raised. Right? No. Not even if the other party is a group of stars. This is a matter of principle. Go down. Russell put away his usual playful expression and revealed the cold and majestic side of the Black Emperor. His voice naturally carried an irresistible force of intimidation. When Bernadette was about to leave, Hastur said calmly, "It's very lively here today. And there's an interesting person coming too." "Who?" Bernadette stopped walking. "The one who goes with you to the land forsaken by God." "It's him." Bernadette's eyes showed surprise. And she always felt that many things happened by chance today. Russell, who maintained the majesty of the Black Emperor and no one cared about him, frowned slightly and said, "Your friend?" "The same can be said for a former partner and friend." "Male?" Russell asked again. Bernadette nodded. And Russell couldn't help but curse in his heart. Today was obviously a day for him and his baby daughter to reminisce about the past. But it wasn't enough that one of the stars came. Another one came. And he was a boy. After a while, Katla, who finally found an excuse, came to report it in person. Seeing that Mr. Hastur was there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Bernadette and said, "Your Majesty, there is someone outside. It's Gairman Sparrow. Let him come in," Bernadette ordered. In addition, "Let someone prepare some refreshments." Katla took the order and left. Russell sat down on the seat, took another sip of scented tea to moisten his throat, looked at Hastur and Bernadette, hesitated to speak, and his face gradually darkened. When Klein arrived here under the leadership of Katla, he was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. He did not expect that Mr. Hastur was here today. Although it was his first time to meet the man next to him, he had seen his portrait more than once. He was the former governor of the Republic of Intis, the senior traverser who landed from Origin Castle earlier than him. Russell's diary has helped him a lot along the way. If it weren't for the diary left behind by Russell, he would definitely not have embarked on this path that suited Origin Castle. Klein was shocked for a while, but felt relieved. His sudden visit to Bernadette this time was not because of anything important, but because of a sudden whim. His spiritual intuition told him that going to the Roadside Islands at this time would yield different rewards. Now it seems that this is Source Castle guiding him to meet Russell. After all, Russell had spent some time above the light gate of Source Castle before. "Mr. Hastur, what a coincidence. You are here too." Klein first smiled at Hastur and then looked at Russell and asked Bernadette, "Who is this?" "My father, the former Emperor Russell." Bernadette did not choose to hide it. Her intuition told her that there seemed to be some kind of relationship between the three people standing in front of her, or that they shared some secret. She deliberately stepped back 2 positions to give them the home court here. "You are? How is it possible? How can you be standing here alive?" Klein was stunned at first, shocked and then surprised. He looked at Russell eagerly and couldn't help but trembled. "Are you really that? An Emperor Russell who is active in the history books, leads technological leaps, has both talent and wisdom, and has romantic anecdotes with many noble ladies?" At this moment, Klein put all his lifelong acting skills to use, and the effect was pretty good. Russell's eyes wandered and he said, "You don't need to add the last adjective." Chapter 625, The Witch Tastes Really Good. Romantic anecdote. Bernadette just glanced at her old father, who had been placed in the position of romantic king by historians. Russell was on pins and needles. She always felt that the little comrade in front of her couldn't speak well. He could just praise other aspects, but insisted on boasting about his private life. And in front of his daughter, Klein still looked enthusiastic and said, "For a big man like you, this romantic anecdote is not a stain, but a life story worthy of praise." Russell took a deep breath and smiled. "Those are all in the past. I have already forgotten them." "It's okay. Your deeds have been recorded in the annals of history, and your vivid image has always survived in people's hearts. Especially the love poems you wrote, which are simply the favorites of all girls, and even middle-aged and elderly women. Every poem is like it is the outpouring of your most passionate and free soul." Hearing this, Hastur almost laughed out loud. Klein specified that he deliberately used this way of speaking to tease Russell. "This is how fellow villagers greet fellow villagers. It's really special." "Thank you." Today's era belongs to young people. Russell showed a smile full of vicissitudes of life. Even if you disappeared for a long time, the diary you wrote has been handed down and continues to inspire everyone who explores knowledge. Wait a minute. Russell caught the key word and raised his voice slightly. Did you just say it was a diary? Yes. Didn't you write a lot? Klein asked innocently. The content of those manuscripts written in your unique words has been passed down a lot. Don't you remember it yourself? No. No one can really decipher Chinese characters and understand the diaries I wrote. Right? Russell felt the impact for the first time in his heart. He panicked, felt ashamed, and his face felt hot. He didn't dare to look at the expression on his precious daughter's face at this moment, for fear that she would also be able to read the contents of his diary. What a shame! What a shame! If given another chance, I would never write a diary again. Russell was shouting in his heart, with a gentle smile on his face. Can you understand the content of those words? Probably we can only decipher a little bit. Klein showed a shameful expression. Even after several generations of hard work, we still can't fully master the method of deciphering this kind of writing. We can only barely decipher a little bit of the content. This is already an amazing feat. Russell secretly breathed a sigh of relief. My teacher once deciphered one of the sentences, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Klein sighed. And then, under Russell's nervous gaze, he slowly said, the taste of the witch is really good. Probably that's what I mean. Haster on the side has silently raised his head, looking up at the starry sky, slightly diverting his attention to avoid accidentally laughing. Russell's expression froze, but he responded quickly and chuckled. I don't remember that I have ever written about this. Klein lowered his head slightly and said, I also think my teacher made a mistake in deciphering it. Witches. Such evil creatures. The breath flowing from their bodies is foul-smelling. How can it still taste good? Russell said with a smile. What you said is right and makes sense. You will definitely be able to surpass your teacher in the future. At this time, Katla arrived with new scented tea and refreshments. Before Klein could say anything else, Russell turned slightly and said, Don't you know Mr. Haster? Let's talk. He was afraid that if he continued to chat, he would be unable to help but beat up the man in front of him named Gehrman Sparrow. Will we be able to chat? There is so much knowledge in the diary that you can decipher just a little bit, and it will benefit you for life. But you are trying to decipher some witch. He also deciphered the most critical sentence. But speaking of it, the witch does have a unique flavor. The taste of a witch is really good. A cold voice sounded in his ears, and Russell knew without raising his head that the lie he had just told could not be hidden from his daughter. Taro crisps. There's actually taro here. It's really good. Russell didn't raise his head, just sat quietly on the edge, calmly drinking scented tea and tasting refreshments. Mr. Klein, you have come a long way. Sit down and have a sip of tea. Bernadette invited him, and Klein naturally sat across from Russell. This made Russell very speechless, and he couldn't help but feel angry, so he could only let the other party's eager eyes keep looking at him. Asta watched this scene with a smile on his lips. He was still waiting for Klein to continue with his chores. Bernadette didn't speak either, and also chose to watch. Klein was thinking about whether to show his cards directly. He already knew that Haster was a time traveler like himself, and he had openly discussed that Russell must also be a time traveler. Now that all three of them are here, if there is a showdown, this is the best time. Klein pondered for a while and glanced at Haster. Haster had no intention of showing off. He glanced at Russell, who clearly didn't want to see him. The scene fell silent for a while. Cadlo looked at this scene for a while and consciously left here first. Mr. Haster, you have also studied the diary left by Emperor Russell. I wonder what significant gains you have made. Klein decided to raise the topic to Haster and see his true attitude. Russell's heart skipped a beat, and she felt something bad. The stars watched everything, and their time was also under the watchful eyes of the stars. Chinese characters had no secrets to the stars. Probably some romantic anecdotes. Asta just said lightly. Klein took over the words naturally. My teacher thinks so too. He believes that these diaries left by Emperor Russell mainly record some unknown experiences and secrets in his life. Now, you can directly ask the person involved to confirm your teacher's suspicion. These words were obviously full of anger and encouragement. Klein heard the true meaning of Haster's words and asked the sullen Russell, Dear Emperor Russell, why did you do it in the first place? Why did you write those diaries and let them be passed down to future generations? My brain was spinning at that time. Wasn't it? Is it not okay? Who says serious people can't keep diaries? Russell sneered a few times in his heart, and said with a look of reminiscence on his face, "Things that have happened in the past are easily dispersed like clouds and smoke. The diary I wrote at that time was mainly about my insights about extraordinary paths. And they are things that cannot be forgotten. The purpose of clearly recording taboo knowledge is to give those who come after us an opportunity to learn from it. Although it's a bit evasive." "It's true," Asta commented in his heart. "Your character is so great. It's really admirable." Klein complimented. "I have made too many contributions to mankind in my life. This small thing seems insignificant compared to my vast and magnificent life." Russell closed his eyes slightly. "Is it installed again?" Hastur and Klein looked at each other, then looked away in tacit agreement, ready to break up the trouble. Klein took a sip of tea, cleared his throat and said, "What is the most unforgettable thing in your great life?" "When I prepare my mausoleum in advance." Russell said this calmly. "Unknown life. Prophet death. Your wisdom really puts future generations to shame." After Klein finished speaking, he changed the subject. "Now there is an organization called the Tarot Society. It is said that they are based on the 22 chapters passed down by you, created by tarot cards. Do you still have an impression of these 22 tarot cards? That is also the knowledge I left to future generations. It is an opportunity, a gift, and a gift." Russell has gradually found his original state. "Tarot cards?" Asta took over the conversation, and a bookmark like tarot card suddenly appeared on his fingertips. "Is this the tarot card that has been handed down?" Klein was very cooperative and said, "Yes. These are the tarot cards left by Emperor Russell. There are only 22 cards. Mr. Hastur, you are so lucky." Klein's voice of surprise attracted the attention of Russell and Bernadette. "A tarot card? Which one will it be? It can't be that one, right?" A strong ominous premonition suddenly surged in Russell's heart. Her lips moved slightly, and her eye pupils shrank. "This tarot card is really interesting." Bernadette, who had already walked to Hastur's side, made a short comment after seeing clearly the content of this tarot card. Hastur glanced at Russell with a smile, and spread out the tarot card on the tea table. A tarot card with the image of the Black Emperor. Russell on the card is particularly heroic. "Yes, these are tarot cards. It is said that they contain the secret of becoming a god. They are not easily damaged, and have various magical abilities, such as anti-divination and concealment." Klein gave a professional appraisal. Russell then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't that tarot card. "Yes. How can such a coincidence happen? Is this the tarot card that records extraordinary knowledge?" Hastur chuckled. "I have another one here." "Why is there another one?" Seeing Hastur pull out another tarot card, Russell's heart almost rose to his throat. Chapter 626, which Russell. So beautiful. Although Russell managed his expression well, as his daughter, Bernadette still felt his nervousness, as if there were some kind of secrets in the 22 tarot cards. She couldn't help but get closer to Hastur to see clearly what was on the tarot card. Pupils narrowed, carefully observing the contrast. "Mr. Hastur, this tarot card." Klein looked a little strange when he saw the image on the tarot card clearly. "Is this the original witch? She really has the beauty to charm all living beings." When Russell heard the word witch, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He knew without looking that this was a witch tarot card. A tarot card that he least wanted his daughter to see. "All the images on this deck of tarot cards are of the same person," Bernadette said slowly. Her eyes deliberately glanced at Russell, who was restless. What surprises did her old father have that she didn't know about? In the mysterious world, appearance is not important. What is important is the core contained in it. Russell sat upright, and said with a serious face. Hastur did not speak. He just wanted to take out another tarot card, and put this witch card in the third one. But after thinking about it later, he gave Russell a pleasant surprise. "It's so beautiful," Klein said with a pretense of emotion, and then looked away to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Russell's witch image is really interesting, especially in situations like this. Mr. Hastur must have deliberately kept this witch tarot card in order to use it against Russell at such a moment. Fortunately, I don't have the habit of writing a diary. Witches always have both beauty and wisdom. People with weak minds are most likely to be seduced and become their slaves. Bernadette's suggestive words made Russellton's face feel hot, and he sat obediently, showing a very obedient appearance. Klein continued, "There are always some people who are willing to devote themselves to art. I think the original Emperor Russell must have left such a tarot card out of such a noble purpose." The corner of Russell's mouth twitched slightly. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that the person sitting opposite was disgusting. Wouldn't it be better to quietly bring up this topic? What else do you mean by dedicating yourself to art? You might as well be learning foreign languages in bed with the witches at night. Indeed, you have to experience what it's like to be a witch for yourself, so that you can better write down your feelings in your diary. Bernadette cooperated very well with Hastur and Klein and joked about her old father, who made him do so many ridiculous things. Russell remained silent. Even though Bernadette and Klein cooperated tacitly, he did not take it seriously. Instead, he observed Hastur and Klein thoughtfully. Seeing this scene, Klein lost interest in continuing the topic of tarot cards, and instead brought the topic back to Russell's diary. My teacher once made a conjecture. He believed that Emperor Russell might be a traveler from other worlds. The diary records ways to travel to other worlds. Klein asked with a look of curiosity on his face, Emperor, are you really aren't they from our world? The increasingly large-scale chat made Russell aware of something unusual. He looked at Klein for a few times, and then said slowly, there has always been only one world. I am also a part of this world. My uniqueness comes entirely from my extraordinary wisdom. So that's it, Klein said regretfully. I really want to see a different world. Russell said with a smile, if you have the opportunity, you can go up to the stars and have a look. It will definitely refresh your worldview. Hastur's eyes darkened a little, thinking that the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess had awakened in Roselle's body again. But it turned out to be just a test. Starry sky. I am indeed very interested. If I have a chance, I will go and take a look. Klein showed an interested look. It's too dangerous. It's better to give up the idea of going to the stars. Otherwise you will be like me. Russell's attempts were fruitless, and he turned to talk about the dangers of the stars, and sternly warned Bernadette never to go to the stars. It was because I went to the starry sky that I ended up hiding in the mausoleum for hundreds of years. Russell looked at Hastur. I believe that the stars understand the horror of the starry sky better than anyone else. Where I am is the starry sky, Hastur said calmly. That slightly pretentious tone gave Russell a feeling of familiarity. The few of them chatted for a while, and seeing that Hastur didn't expose the idea of being fellow time travelers, Klein remained silent for the first time. The sun set over the sea, and it was time for dinner. Russell stared at Klein, who had not yet consciously left with an unhappy look on his face. Today is the day for him to reunite with his daughter. It doesn't matter if the stars come to join in the fun. Who wants him to be favored by others? But Mr. Klein, who was pretending to be Hermann, really had no eyesight at all, and he was planning to stay for dinner. Maybe I'll have to stay here tonight. It's such an eyesore. Mr. Hastur, it's been a long time since we had a drink together. Right? Klein turned a blind eye to Russell's eyes and concentrated on chatting with Hastur about past events. It has indeed been a while. Hastur raised his glass and invited Klein to drink with him. Do you mind talking about how you became friends? Bernadette joined the topic. The first time I met Mr. Hastur was in Backland. Klein didn't mince words and talked about a lot of what happened back then. Bernadette listened quietly, while Russell made a cold sound and drank alone. A big thing happened in Backland before. If Mr. Hastur hadn't extended a helping hand, the disaster would have been further expanded. Mr. Klein, do you still believe in the goddess of the night? Hastur's sudden topic made Klein stunned for a few seconds, and then he smiled and said, Mr. Hastur, you know, people like us will not truly believe in any god. Why should you believe in gods? Are they worthy of belief? Russell said disdainfully. Hastur glanced at him calmly, and he turned sideways and chose to shut up. Faith is not necessarily a bad thing. Personal abilities are limited. It is normal to pray for the help and protection of the gods. Bernadette said softly, if the gods can really help you achieve what you want, then devote yourself to it. Faith is also a fair transaction. Russell wanted to say something, but finally sighed and continued to remain silent. When the gods help and protect you, what if they have ulterior motives? Klein didn't want to target Mr. Hastur, but when he said these words, his meaning changed a bit. Russell's ears twitched slightly, and he was in a happy mood. For the first time, he felt that this person was not bad. Faith that is pious and selfless, without asking for anything in return. And faith that stems from transactions and equivalent exchanges. There is not much difference for the gods. Hastur's answer made Bernadette's eyes move slightly. At this time, Katla, who was directing the people to serve the food, saw the scene and quickly asked the people who were serving the food to leave. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at Russell, who was sitting next to the queen. I thought this was a wretched man, but I didn't expect it to be Emperor Russell. She had seen the portrait of Emperor Russell before, but she was not sure. She looked back and forth several times before she could believe that the former Emperor of Intis was back. This topic is too heavy. Let's talk about other things. Klein smiled and changed the topic to avoid making the atmosphere too awkward later. I can never get tired of Intis-style dishes, Hastur said with a smile. Indeed. I once worried about why I am not a citizen of Intis. Klein smiled and praised tonight's dishes. After tasting the dinner, Hastur did not stay long and turned into a ball of light and dispersed. Klein also took the initiative to leave the palace, saying he wanted to go out for a walk. When Russell and Bernadette were left alone, Russell's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "That boy is not simple. I was blind at first. No wonder he can become friends with the stars. Did you see anything?" Bernadette became interested. She didn't know much about Klein. If it weren't for the stars, there wouldn't be much interaction between the two. I just tried to divine his origin, but the result was covered up. This proves that he is either a Sequence 0 true god, or he has some kind of high-level item hidden in his body. High-level items? Items that exceed Sequence 0 level. Russell gave a definite guess. Could it be? After guessing a certain possibility, Russell stood up from his position with a serious face, walked back and forth several times, slapped the palm of his hand hard, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Let me tell you. How could you do this today? You have a tacit understanding, and you can make fun of me." He had been feeling something was wrong since just now. It turns out that this is what happened. What happened? Bernadette rarely saw such a complicated expression on her old father's face. "You don't have to worry about this. And don't think about asking for anything." Russell snorted and said, "I have to leave beforehand. You are not allowed to follow me. And don't even think about peeping." Without waiting for Bernadette to say anything, Russell quickly left the palace and headed to the streets to look for Mr. Klein. Chapter 627 Klein, First Meeting. Classmate Wang Tao. Coming. It's not too late to realize it now. On the street, Klein was strolling with his mouth slightly raised. His performance today was already obvious, but Russell seemed to ignore the subtleties in his words out of prejudice against himself. Now, after he left with Mr. Hastur and calmed down, Russell obviously understood the truth of the matter. The whistling sound broke through the air, coming straight towards him. Extremely obvious, and not covered up at all. It seems like this is coming out of anger. Klein sighed in his heart and felt a pair of big hands on his shoulders, and a resentful voice sounded in his ears. As the saying goes, when a fellow countryman meets a fellow countryman, he stabs him in the back. I used to be skeptical of this saying, but I didn't expect that it happened to me today. It's really full of resentment. With a smile on his lips, Klein pretended to be surprised and said, "Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Fellow? I have already said that I am not a citizen of Intis." "Ha. You are still trying to lie to me." Russell pressed down on his shoulders with his big hand, walked up to Klein from behind, looked at him coldly and said, "Little comrade, you are cheating and attacking like this. Is this old man really okay? It turns out it's you." Klein's panicked expression turned into a smile. "You misunderstood. How dare I deceive you? You still don't admit it?" Russell raised his eyebrows slightly. The acting skills of young people nowadays are getting better and better. But it's a pity that they are still a little young. I really don't understand what you are talking about. Let's do this. If there is anything, we need to go to Queen Bernadette and explain it to her face to face. What? Russell's voice suddenly became much louder. You still want to take advantage of my daughter? Klein showed a speechless expression. Humph. Stop pretending to be like me. You definitely come from the same place as me. I am a citizen of the Kingdom of Lone. And you are the Emperor of the Republic of Intis. A figure from more than 200 years ago. You and I are not even close to each other. Russell clicked his tongue, looked at Klein up and down and said, "If you still want to continue acting, okay, then let's go find the teacher you mentioned before, and see what diaries he deciphered about me." Content. Well? Klein sighed, knowing that he could no longer pretend. He raised his head, nodded gently towards Russell, and said with a smile, "First time meeting? Classmate Wang Tao." After the words fell, during Russell's brief moment of confusion, Klein's figure turned into a paper figure and was held in Russell's hand. "I haven't heard my real name for a long time, and I was a little dazed for a while." Russell sighed and looked at the things in his hand. Paper man, marionette, magician, and fortune teller. Very good. You have one more reason to deserve a beating. With a smile on his face, Russell chased after Klein. In order to deal with a group of magicians who are diviners, He has specially studied the extraordinary path of diviners, and he has a clear understanding of the extraordinary abilities of each sequence. Whether it is a paper man or a marionette, the master as the manipulator must not be too far away unless he has been promoted to sequence 0. But according to the aura he sensed just now, Klein is now a sequence 4 trick mage. Although it's a bit difficult to deal with, it's not difficult for him to find. Russell chased it all the way, and finally found one of Klein's marionettes on a ship in the port. Isn't it okay to have a conversation like this? Klein sighed. No. Russell clenched his fist slightly, and said with a smile. I have to beat you first before I can calm down and chat. Klein spread his hands, moved his face forward and said, You go ahead and beat him. It doesn't matter if he is beaten to death. I want to beat your body. Mortal Kombat is not as fun as Street Fighter right now. We can just compete online. There is no need to fight offline. I'm sorry, but the person standing opposite you is a loyal Mortal Kombat player. He plays bloody and violent games. Let me see how many marionettes you have. Russell sneered, patted Klein's shoulder, imprisoned his marionette in place, and continued to chase Klein. Above the Hall of Stars, Haster watched this scene with a smile. It was really interesting. Especially Klein's line about classmate Huang Tao probably made Russell's CPU burn with fever. Several secret puppets and paper men were caught. When Klein saw this, he escaped directly above the gray fog and sat in his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Haster was smart enough to leave first and let himself bear Russell's anger alone. If he was really caught by Russell tonight, he would definitely not be able to avoid the pain of his flesh and blood. It's better to wait for Russell to calm down and then have a good talk with him. On the roadside islands, Russell, who suddenly lost the whereabouts of Klein, stopped searching and looked up at the stars. The starry sky was exceptionally bright, and the stars were probably looking down at him. He pondered for a long time before slowly spitting out a word, Origin Castle. At first, he was just guessing, but now it was confirmed. With Klein's demonstrated strength as a sequence 4 trick mage, there was no way it could slip away from his hands. But if Klein escapes to Origin Castle, he will not be able to see Klein at all unless he breaks through the gray fog. After a moment of silence, Russell thought of a heavier reality. Haster is the stars. Klein soars castle. Could it be that he is the worst among the time travelers? Thinking about it carefully, it seems like this. The current self is not even fully resurrected. He is just a shadow of order coming out of the dusty mausoleum of the past. The consciousness of the fallen mother goddess may still exist in the body. And the future is worrying. No. I also have a lovely daughter. Thinking of Bernadette, Russell straightened his back, looked up at the stars, raised his middle finger, and said loudly, 2 bachelors. A bolt of thunder struck out of thin air and hit Russell's head accurately, turning the long, slightly curly brown hair into a black afro. Hack. Russell wanted to curse, but when he saw the thunder was still rolling in the sky, he shut his mouth immediately and could only complain a few words in his heart. After the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, Russell left the roadside islands and went to a nearby uninhabited gravel island. He lay on the beach, looked up at the stars and shouted, Come down and chat. The starry sky is still bright, but the starlight has not yet fallen. After a while, a paperman incarnation of Klein appeared in front of Russell. You're the only one. Where are the stars? Russell sat up from the beach and patted the empty seat next to him. Sit down. I don't have the ability to beat you now. Klein sat next to Russell and said with emotion, I once thought about whether you would be resurrected and come back one day. But I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. Oh, I am the protagonist of destiny. How can I be so easy to lose my hair? Russell's expression was also very complicated. Have you been collecting the diaries I left behind? Well, I have benefited a lot from this along the way. In this regard, you are my great benefactor. Did you choose to become a fortune teller because you read my diary? Yes. Everything is the best arrangement. So you saw everything? I've seen everything that should be seen, and what shouldn't be seen. Klein said in a relaxed tone, the taste of a witch is really good. Although he had expected it, Russell couldn't help but feel his face getting hot. The witch thing was easy to say, but the key was that his diary contained a lot of romantic affairs between men and women among nobles. Romantic anecdotes. Such remarks already gave him a lot of face. If his daughter knew about his romantic affairs, it would definitely affect his tall image in her mind. No matter what you read in the diary, you are not allowed to tell my precious daughter a word. Russell warned with a serious face. You are not allowed to have any ideas about my daughter. The speechless Klein quickly raised the corners of his mouth again. I have a normal friendship with Queen Bernadette. But Mr. Haster's relationship with her is a bit complicated. You, old father, must keep a close eye on her. Russell originally wanted to curse a few words, but the incident of being struck by lightning was still fresh in his mind. The stars were definitely overlooking this place, eavesdropping on the conversation between him and Klein. What a bad taste. If I couldn't beat him now, I'll keep my baby girl away from him. Your daughter is so opinionated. She may not listen to you on this kind of matter. Moreover, you should have heard that the more you obstruct, the more likely it is to be self-defeating. Klein deliberately added fuel to the fire. Who let Haster? The husband left Russell to deal with it alone. And he hid above and watched the show. That day will never come. Don't underestimate the weight of a father in his daughter's heart. After Russell finished speaking, he didn't want to bring up this annoying topic anymore, and instead said, if I guess correctly, you have successfully entered the Source Castle. Do you know the truth about our time travel? This time, Klein was silent for a long time. I know. We can't go back. The hoarse voice seemed to feel the pain, even the sea breeze blowing by, and quickly slipped away from here. Chapter 628, Who was the earliest time traveler? Yes. There is no going back. Russell's melancholy expression became a little more sarcastic. Because this is the planet they once lived on. This is the Earth. He only realized this truth after he landed on the moon. The reason why it was contaminated by the fallen mother goddess is also related to this truth. When he learned the truth at that time, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This was the most direct reason why the fallen mother goddess was able to pollute him. For this truth, he spent the rest of his life hiding in the mausoleum like a sewer rat for hundreds of years. You are luckier than me. Russell patted Klein's shoulder. The Source Castle is a good thing, but it can also easily become a burden. I believe you are aware of it yourself. Whatever you get, you have to give something. Klein smiled gently. I should be grateful for its appearance. Otherwise, I would have died in the past I don't know how many years ago. And I wouldn't be able to sit here and chat with you. A fellow countryman. Very good. You should maintain this mentality. If you just blame others and hesitate, they will take advantage of you. Russell encouraged. This is an adventure that many people can't expect. Even I'm jealous. If you could have entered Origin Castle back then, the outcome might have been different. Russell thought about it seriously, shook his head and said, No. If I had entered Source Castle, the situation might have been worse. If the fallen mother goddess gets the Source Castle with his help, the end will have come in his era. Another point is that the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries at that time should be stronger than now. When he is promoted to Sequence 0, the Lord of Mysteries will definitely wake up and take away control of his body. In this case, his end will definitely be even more miserable than now. Everything is the best arrangement. Russell smiled. After the two chatted for a while, Klein frowned slightly and said, The pollution in your body now? The stars used their authority to help me suppress it, allowing me to walk out of the tomb and walk freely in the sunshine. The stars have also helped me a lot on my journey of growth. Even though I don't like his relationship with my daughter, he has been very kind to me. Russell raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He seemed to see an ancient and magnificent palace in the shining starry sky. There was an incomprehensible figure sitting in the palace. Klein also raised his head, admired the stars for a while, and smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. The stars? No. It should be Mr. Haster. He already has a girl he likes. Oh! Can't you like other women if you like someone? Russell's face turned cold. As men, I know best what they are thinking in their hearts. They are all the masters of success. Klein didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the romantic king next to him was a romantic king who had made great achievements in this field. He does understand men better than himself. This doesn't sound like a compliment, does it? As soon as his thoughts wandered, Klein remembered that in Russell's diary, it was mentioned that Russell was almost given a back door by a male noble when he was young. You don't believe what I say? Russell raised her voice slightly. You seem to be the more innocent type. After so many years in this world, have you never even held a girl's hand? Just when Klein was about to answer, Russell added, Social etiquette does not count. It is the kind of love between men and women of the opposite sex. Klein remained silent and didn't speak, seeing Russell's eyes getting weirder. He coughed lightly and said, I'm different from you. I'm not interested in men. Russell's lips twitched and he said, I'm not interested in men either. Most witches are turned into men. Right? Russell was stunned for a while, and finally covered his face with his hands and sighed. I didn't know this until later. I regret it. Gee. With your sexual fetish, you will definitely feel more excited. Otherwise you can just cross out the diary content you wrote before. Klein murmured in his heart, not wanting to discuss these messy things with Russell anymore, and turned to talk about Russell's life. Although we can see the general journey of Russell's life from Russell's diary, the contents of the diary are not coherent, and many things are not mentioned. My technological level at that time was not what it is now. It was miserable. At any rate, my reincarnation skills were pretty good. No matter how bad the original owner was, he was still a noble. Russell quickly fell into memories, and told Klein roughly what he experienced at that time. What about you? How long have you been in this world? Almost 3 years. Klein replied, my stories are not as colorful as yours. Except for some adventure stories. Everything else is very dull. Klein also briefly talked about his experience. Mr. Hastur arrived half a year before me. He also started out as a nobleman. Or Backlund. Wait a minute. You just said that Hastur was born only half a year before you. Any questions? Russell's face changed slightly, but he hesitated to speak. He glanced at the starry sky above his head, and finally shook his head and said, it's nothing. I just think you two are really destined. It's really fate. Not long after I lived in Tingen City, I went to Backlund and met Mr. Hastur. Asta. This is such a good name. I'm really lucky that he can survive until now. Russell chuckled lightly, with an unclear look on his face. Everything is the best arrangement. And I believe Mr. Hastur is the same. Hope so. Russell nodded, and then asked curiously, in which year did you travel through time? And you? Klein's rhetorical question made Russell stunned at first. He looked at Klein and naturally stopped mentioning this matter. Well, I've been out for a long time tonight. My baby girl must have stayed up late waiting for me to come back. I'll come and talk to you tomorrow. Maybe she's asleep. No, Russell said with determination. Today is the first day that our father and daughter will reunite. She must be waiting with excitement. Klein felt that the Bernadette in Russell's words was still in the child stage. After watching Russell leave, Klein looked up at the stars. He knew that the stars were watching here, and he also knew that Russell's words just now were obscured by the stars. More than 200 years have passed since Russell. During this period, no other time travelers appeared, but Mr. Hastur was only born half a year earlier than himself. There must be a different reason here. Good night, Mr. Hastur. Klein smiled and nodded. And then the paperman burned and turned into a ball of ashes and dispersed. No matter what, he was willing to believe in Mr. Hastur's good intentions. When Russell returned to the castle, he originally stayed in his room reservedly, waiting for his precious daughter to come and talk all night long. But in the end, he became lonely while waiting. He went out to ask about Katla, and was told that his daughter had already fallen asleep, and he would talk about anything tomorrow. Well, Russell sighed and returned to his room. He had no sleep tonight, lying in bed thinking about his conversation with Klein tonight. He strongly believed that this fellow man did not lie to him. But regarding the stars, he always doubted whether the stars were time travelers like them. The answer he received from the stars was that of an ancient being who had watched the end of their era. The answer I got from Klein was that the stars, and they were the same travelers above the light gate of Source Castle. Klein would not lie to him on this issue. And the only ones who would lie would be Chuanqing. Based on his understanding of Origin Castle, it is impossible for Hastur to arrive half a year earlier than Klein, because Origin Castle follows the procedure set by the Lord of Mysteries, and will not make such a mistake, unless there is a serious external force, which may be able to affect the level of Source Castle. In the real world within this initial barrier, only God has such ability. But at that time, God himself had not yet awakened. So how could he have the ability to influence Origin Castle? When Klein said that a total of 3 time travelers were born above the light gate of Source Castle, he realized that he was not the earliest time traveler. There was another time traveler in front of him. If he hadn't known that God had awakened in the body of the ancient sun god, he would have thought that the ancient sun god was the earliest time traveler. Because as he was growing up, he seemed to feel a kind of guidance from the darkness. It was very slight, but it was real. Who will be the earliest traveler above Origin Castle? Russell was lying on the big bed, looking up at the ceiling, thinking about the suspect. Those famous figures in history, Hermes, the father of linguistics? Impossible. This old guy is definitely not a time traveler. A clan of elves who once learned to use chopsticks? It doesn't feel like being easily crushed by the ancient sun god, the king of the 8 angels who sat down with the ancient sun god. The 4 emperors of the Battle of the 4 Emperors. Steam? Uh-huh. This guy is just lucky. With such a low IQ. How can there be such a stupid time traveler? Russell thought for a while, but couldn't figure out who the earliest time traveler was. Maybe the other person was still hiding in the darkness. Or maybe the other person had already fallen and didn't even have the ability to leave his name in history. Chapter 629, Dreaming in the Dark Night. Late at night, Russell, who was lying in bed thinking, suddenly felt sleepy and couldn't help but close his eyes and fall asleep. He had a rare dream. In this dream, it was pitch black and there was no light in all directions. There is no light here, and there is darkness as far as the eye can see. To be more precise, everything here is shrouded in darkness. When he wanted to explore, the dream broke apart and he woke up from his sleep. This dream is really interesting. Russell turned over, got up and put on his shoes, walked to the windowsill, opened the window, and looked up at the stars. Late at night, there are many fewer stars in the sky. The stars are no longer dazzling, but instead add a bit of tranquility to the night. He rarely dreams, and it is definitely not normal to dream at this time, unless there is an external force that affects you. It's so easy to sleep on a black night. Russell sighed in his heart, then closed the window and lay back on the bed. He already knew the answer to the question he was thinking about before, and the other party's performance of being a little worried and a little impatient was obviously because of the stars. Unfortunately, I was still too cautious and did not choose a more open and honest approach. If you are so secretive, you can't get Klein's sincerity. Stars? What could be your origin? What on earth are you planning? The world is becoming more and more complicated. As an old father, I have to find a way to protect my precious daughter. Russell didn't fall asleep again, thinking about it from night to morning. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocked on the door, and Russell said in a deep voice, "Come in. Emperor, the Queen invites you to come over for breakfast." Katla, who was outside, did not choose to come in, but stood at the door and spoke respectfully. Russell, who had been looking forward to it for a while, sighed, got up, opened the door, and followed Katla to the dining place. On the way, Katla remained silent and did not speak. Russell looked at her for a while and said, "Whose daughter are you? My father served under you. May I have your name?" Katla. After a slight pause, Katla said with a bit of pride, "This is the name the Queen gave me. That's a good name. Help me take good care of Bernadette from now on. I will always be loyal to the Queen." Russell nodded with satisfaction. This was a sincere statement that was more genuine than gold. When Russell came to the dining table, Bernadette was holding a newspaper and reading it carefully. Russell deliberately coughed twice before taking a seat. Bernadette put down the newspaper and said slowly, "It was too late last night. I'm afraid it will affect your sleep." A satisfied smile appeared on Russell's face. Her precious daughter was still considerate. "This is your favorite leek bun." Bernadette put a bun into the bowl in front of Russell. "I especially went to Backlund to purchase the leeks. They are relatively fresh." What a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Russell's face showed an even more satisfied smile. After breakfast, Bernadette hesitated and said, "Char has passed away, and there is only one bloodline passed down. Benova is now the Sequence 2 angel of the Church of Steam, ranking above the Archbishop." Russell put down the tableware calmly, leaned back slightly, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Ordinary people are destined to die. Charles does not have astonishing occult talents like you and Benova. Although he is slow to learn, he is very determined. It's just that he is ordinary and destined to be unable to catch up with you. That's why I always loved him so much. Bernadette just listened quietly to the nagging of her old father in front of her. There were many things in the past that she could not change. When her sky fell, a disaster swept through the Gustav family, and it was already very difficult to survive. Before I came to see you, I returned to Intis. Today, Intis is in chaos and has no owner. Even the Eternal Sun has fallen. Are you interested in returning to Intis and receiving the throne of Intis as the eldest daughter of Russell Gustav? Bernadette shook her head. That's not my destination. My destination is here, on this sea. It's a pity. Russell then added, "That's fine. I'll go see Benoit." Russell stood up and left his seat, took 2 steps, then turned to look at Bernadette and said, "On the matter of faith, I believe you will have your own correct judgment. This is the Starsea Kingdom, a country blessed and protected by the stars. You decide for yourself." Russell left the last words and left the Roadside Islands. "Oh, my great master, have you abandoned me? I'm going to be sealed again. You must come and save me. Your humble, pious, and faithful servant Arose awaits your arrival. A steam train from Backlund to Intis is setting off. The whistle of the whirring steam train resounded through the platform, and the steam train set off against the strong wind. In the third carriage, on the right side by the window, there is a mirror covered with black cloth. Sitting opposite the mirror is a young man with long chestnut hair, blue eyes, tall body and handsome appearance. Recently, because the situation in Intis is too chaotic, many members of the Church of Steam have begun to evacuate from the Kingdom of Loan and return to the Republic of Intis. Rhodes, who are you praying to? The young man said gently, and the mirror opposite, which was covered with black cloth, stopped trembling. This time, after we go back, you will be locked up in dust. It will be difficult to come out next time. The gentle voice frightened the mirror opposite to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty space opposite, stretched out his hand and peeled off the black cloth, revealing an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. You? The young man was about to say something, but after seeing the appearance of the person opposite him, his pupils shrank slightly, but soon returned to his usual calmness. He said with a smile, Father, congratulations. Return from resurrection. Bonoit. I don't hear any excitement in your tone. I have grown up, and controlling emotions is the most basic ability of an adult. Is it just that? There was a trace of ridicule in Russell's eyes. When your eldest sister knew that I was still alive, she was so happy that she shed tears all over the floor. But you didn't even say a word of surprise. Will she still cry now? Benova still smiled gently. That's good. Isn't it good for you to be like this? Russell's eyes became more sarcastic. Well, everything's fine. Steam educates you well. Benova seemed not to realize that this was an irony, and nodded. God helped me a lot when I was growing up, and it was he who guided me in the right direction. Russell sneered and said, You had such a temper when you were young, and you still have the same temper now. I really doubt whether you are my biological child. After so many years, you are still very angry. This is not a good thing. What? You want to transform your father? I don't have such ability, and I can't convince you. Benova said calmly, Your arrival will definitely make God happy. He likes to take care of my shit. Russell, who was feeling uncomfortable, also started to speak harshly. He looked at Benova sitting opposite him, sighed deeply in his heart, and suppressed some unpleasant thoughts. I came here today because I have another thing to do. Russell stretched out his hand to touch the mirror beside his road. Its owner asked me to do a little favor and take it away. Before leaving the roadside islands, he went to see Klein again. When he learned that he was coming to Backlund, he entrusted him with a small favor. You want nature to take away. Heh. How can you have anything to do with the God you say you believe in? God will not refuse your request either. The way you talk is annoying to me as always. If it weren't for the sake of your growing up safely, I would really want to slap you a few times. Benova leaned forward slightly, turned his cheek to Russell and said, If you are angry, it is not too late to hit him now. Russell's eyes were cold, and he looked at him for a while. But in the end, he didn't slap him. That's good. I won't have to worry about you anymore in the future. After Russell finished speaking, he took Astrid out of the steam train and disappeared. Benova stared quietly out of the empty car window, still with a gentle smile on his face, and whispered, Yes, everything is fine. Chapter 630 Russell and Arids. You are the one who left endless legends. The pioneer of the steam age. The romantic poet that no one can surpass so far. The consul of the Republic of Intis. And the great Emperor Russell. Ah, my God. I finally saw you in person. You are indeed as heroic and handsome as the rumors say. I didn't expect that you would appear in front of me in this way. It really made me frightened and anxious. Arod showed words of praise on the mirror, trying his best to show his admiration for Russell. Russell clicked his tongue. Don't be poor. You are a broken mirror. It's not like I haven't met you before when I was in the Church of Steam. Oh my God. You still remember that little chance encounter. What an honor. Speak carefully. Russell was a little unable to bear Arid's enthusiasm. Okay. Arodes ended this flattery and remained silent. Tell me, where did the master-servant relationship between you and Klein begin? Backlund 2 years ago. Arode's brief answer appeared on the mirror. Just as Russell was about to ask the second question, he saw a line of words appear on the mirror. This was a question. Are you even more excited when you know that witches are transformed from men by taking magic potions? Russell's mouth twitched. He wanted to smash the broken mirror directly. What kind of messy question was he asking? I refuse to answer. Russell raised his head slightly. And then a bloody thunder descended vertically, and struck his long chestnut hair. Russell once again felt the pleasant feeling of electric numbness all over his body. Russell, who had explosive hair, stared at Aritz for a while, gritted his teeth and said, "Are you really afraid that I will just find a cesspool and throw you into it?" "Afraid," Aritz answered honestly. And then a second question appeared on the mirror. "What type of women do you like most in your life?" Before Russell finished swearing, another bloody thunder came down, scorching his whole body. At this time, a series of sad and crying expressions appeared on Aritz's mirror, followed by a sentence. According to the principle of equivalence, if you ask me a question, I must also ask you a question. This is beyond my control. Russell gritted his teeth and said, "You definitely broke the mirror on purpose. Is this a problem?" Russell said nothing, grabbed a piece of black cloth from the air, and covered the ancient silver mirror. "I have almost forgotten this feeling. I remember that I seem to have been hit by this mirror before." Russell thought about it carefully. He used to use this mirror as a magic mirror to answer questions. At that time, he was struck by lightning many times. Thinking of this, Russell lifted the black cloth and stared at Aritz with an evil look. "I asked you why you are so crazy about trying to please me when you see me. It turns out that you yourself remember what you did to me. Is this a problem? Don't even think about getting away with it. You are really evil in this mirror. You dare to lie to me. Do you really think I dare not split you in half? Is this already a problem? Go ahead and chop me. Every time you chop me, I will hand you back to Klein one day later. You must miss your master very much. Right? Watch your words. Your thoughts are dangerous." In the southern continent, deep inside the palace of the Balam Empire, Asta walked out of his room today and came to the courtyard to relax. During this period of time, after Russell was resurrected, he could contribute some interesting jokes to him basically every day, allowing him to often stay in the Hall of Stars, overlooking Russell's every move. "Master, I'm so bored." Azhara, who turned into a little black cat and was basking in the sun on the roof, jumped up and landed accurately on Hastur's shoulder. Hastur smiled and patted Azhara's little head. "Didn't Sharon arrange some classes for you recently?" "I don't want to learn." Azhara flicked her tail. "I don't want to become like Susie, soaking in books all day long. And Miss Audrey, she seems to have been stimulated by something recently and has become as diligent in reading as Susie." After listening to Azhara's report, Hastur smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." Azhara lay on Hastur's shoulder and stretched out her right front paw to guide the way. Hastur quickly arrived at the library of the royal family collection of the Balam Empire. In the rows of bookshelves, Audrey and Susie each occupied a corner, not disturbing each other, and each silently flipped through the knowledge they wanted to acquire. Hastur did not interrupt, but deliberately controlled his breath and footsteps, standing outside the gate and looking into the distance. Susie, who has been enlightened and guided by Hermes, now has a more and more scholarly aura around her. The pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face add to her aura of a great scholar. Just because of his temperament, he must be a college student. On Audrey's side, she frowned slightly while flipping through the books. When she encountered knowledge points that were difficult to understand or could not be understood immediately, she would excerpt them on a blank paper. Moreover, the books she read were very detailed and basically belonged to the same field. The sound of rustling books turned Asta's interest in reading. Since coming to the southern continent, he has obviously turned the pages of books much less often than in Backland. After watching for a while, Hastur walked to the bookshelf near Audrey, selected a book 800 Years of History of the Balam Empire, and came to the empty seat next to Audrey. Azhara had already ran to where Susie was. "Place. Mr. Hastur, please go to Susie's place to read so as not to affect my study," Audrey said seriously without raising her head. "Are you starting to compete with Susie in terms of learning speed? Don't talk to me. You'll be distracted." Audrey's cheeks were slightly pouted, like a little bun, which made Hastur want to poke her. "Okay, I'll go over to Susie right away." Before Asta turned around to leave, Audrey put down the book in her hand, coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Asta, since your arrival has disturbed my interest in reading, how should you compensate me?" Asta replied seriously, "Beautiful Miss Audrey, in order to be fair, I will also interfere with Susie's reading and distract her attention so that she cannot concentrate on studying. It doesn't have to be so obvious." Audrey's cheeks turned slightly red. "Susie hasn't left the library for a long time. What I mean is that she needs a good rest, and can't be obsessed with books all the time. This is undoubtedly the right and reasonable decision. Really? Audrey's eyes lit up slightly. Of course. Asta held Audrey's little hand, kissed the back of it, and said with a smile, "Our Miss Audrey should also take a good rest and spend some time with her lover. For the sake of Mr. Hastur, I will temporarily stop studying today," Audrey said with an expression of relief on her face. A few days ago, she actually lost to Susie in knowledge, which made her realize that she needed to study hard. Otherwise Susie would quickly surpass her on the road of knowledge. So she also came to this library and began to compete with Susie. Today is already the third day, and she does feel a little tired. She likes reading, but reading out of interest and out of competition are two completely different experiences. But she couldn't take the initiative to admit defeat. Fortunately, Mr. Hastur came here at the critical moment. You can use Azhara more in the future. She doesn't like to see Susie studying all the time. Is it really useful? Audrey leaned her head on Hastur's shoulder, tilting her head to reveal a pair of bright, obviously moving eyes. Of course, Azhara is the one who dislikes studying the least among you. Isn't this too despicable? We are doing this for Susie's sake. It is not a good thing to be addicted to books all the time. You need to balance work and rest. In the end, Audrey accepted the suggestion without much rejection after Hastur's repeated persuasion. The two of them were in the library, cuddling up against the books for a while, when several cats meowing and a dog barking came from the other side. Look, Azhara is very professional when it comes to dealing with Susie. Sala is great. Audrey showed a sweet smile. Her joy was beyond words. And then she pretended to be reserved and said, "I am doing this for Susie's own good." Not long after, Susie and Azhara came to Hastur and Audrey. "The weather is nice today. Let's go out for a walk." Hastur glanced at Susie and said seriously, "Emperor Russell also has a famous saying, reading thousands of books is worse than traveling thousands of miles." Woof. Susie, who was originally depressed, suddenly became energetic. At night, after returning from an outing, Asta took a bath and then fell asleep with Audrey hugging each other. Audrey snuggled into Asta's arms, gently traced Asta's chest with her right index finger, and whispered, "Is Mr. Asta busy with something important?" Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the person next to you. Asta's arms around Audrey's waist tightened. "I am indeed making a decision. Can't you let go of Miss Sharon and me? If something happens to you, I'm afraid I won't be able to get back in time. Going to such a far place?" "Yeah." Starry Sky. Chapter 631 Stars and God. The starry sky, filled with bright stars falling down from there, is the most beautiful scenery at night. Audrey also dreamed of one day being able to climb up to the stars, to see the beauty and magic of the stars. To stand on the stars, overlook the world, and see how it would look different. But in the tarot meeting, Mr. Fool once said personally that the starry sky is an absolutely dangerous place. An unspeakable terror lurks there. Even a being like Mr. Fool is so solemn, which shows how terrifying the starry sky is. Although I really want to dissuade you from venturing into the stars, I also know that you have your own reasons for going to the stars. Audrey hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, "Go. I believe you will return to me safely. Miss Sharon definitely doesn't want to be a burden to you." Asta just nodded. He had already made his choice in his heart, and speaking out now was just to reassure Audrey and Sharon. He also thought about whether to send Sharon and Audrey to the Hall of Stars together and let them follow him to the starry sky. But in the end, he gave up this idea. Only by setting off alone can he have no worries. Is it difficult for high-sequence extraordinary people to give birth to the next generation? Audrey pressed her cheek against Hastur's chest and suddenly asked. That's true. I am still a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker, so I shouldn't be considered a high-sequence extraordinary. Right? Hearing Audrey say such words, Asta lowered his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth and said, It doesn't count. But you still need to work hard to get results. In the few days before Sharon came back, Hastur took Audrey, Azhara, and Susie out to play outside every day, and visited many beautiful scenery in the southern continent. When Sharon returned, Hastur took her to the Forsaken Land. Sharon is now a Sequence 4 puppet, and is only one copy of the Silent Disciple's extraordinary characteristics before being promoted to Sequence 3. Zeradal has a marionette, the Sequence 3 Silent Disciple, who is currently following him in the God-forsaken land to search for the extraordinary characteristics of the mysterious attendant, the land abandoned by the gods. Since Silver City moved away from here, The area near the giant king's court has seemed particularly quiet. When Hastur and Sharon were crossing the Sea of Chaos, God looked at each other from afar below, but did not come out to meet, and just watched Hastur leave. Zeradal's traces are very secretive, but it is not difficult to find him. Hastur and Sharon rested in Silver City while waiting for Zeradal's arrival. Is this the hometown of those giants on the roadside islands? Sharon was very interested in everything about Silver City. They have already left here as a whole family, leaving this land that is not protected by the gods. There is indeed a lot of danger here. They are indeed a great ethnic group that can persist for so long. They still have some books that have not been completely removed. Go and have a look. I believe it will be of great benefit to you. Hastur asked Sharon to look through the collection of books in Silver City, and he came to the 3 statues in the central area of Silver City. Among them, the statue of God was built by the residents of Silver City who later returned. When Hastur was admiring his statue here, Zerath appeared in front of him. Rather than bothering to find traces of Zeradal, Hastur thought it would be better to let Zeradal come to him. Are you a star? Zeradal said with some uncertainty. He had seen Hastur's portrait, but when he actually faced it, it was difficult for him to connect the person in front of him with the stars high above. The gap between the two is really too big. Do you know what I'm thinking about right now? Hastur's face was smiling, but Zeradal felt a shuddering aura, even though he came to Silver City only as a clone. I'm thinking whether to bury you directly in the land abandoned by the gods, or whether to give you a chance to continue living. Zeradal laughed at himself. I have never understood why the stars are hostile to me. Is it because of the prophecy I made for the lone royal family? That's just a small part of it. This time the stars entered the land abandoned by the gods. Did they come specifically for me? No. Hastur's attitude made Zeradal a little confused, but he did not choose to avoid it. If the stars were really determined to deal with him, he would have nowhere to escape. The stars watch everything. Even though he was in a place abandoned by gods, he could still feel the gaze from the stars scanning over him from time to time. Who are the stars coming for? Zeradal did not dare to call God by his name, for fear of attracting him. Do you want to listen to the conversation between me and God? Asta had a playful smile on his face. I don't dare, and I don't want to. Zeradal directly rejected this wonderful-sounding proposal. He is not even Sequence 0, and he does not dare to pry into the secrets of that level in the past. You go. Hastur issued an order to expel guests, which was even more confusing to Zeradal. He couldn't help but ask, does this mean there is no longer any grudge between the stars and me? You are not worthy of my enmity. I'm just worried about my future. Don't offend me. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Zeradal did not dare to say anything more. When his clone returned to his own body, he realized that he had a secret puppet Sequence 3 silent disciple who suddenly lost his trace. Is this a lesson from the stars? This made Zeradal truly relieved, which proved that the stars were no longer interested in dealing with him. After letting the star vessel take away the extraordinary characteristics of the silent disciple, Hastur returned to the library in Silver City and stayed with Sharon for a few more days before sending her back to the southern continent. He stayed in the place abandoned by God and continued to stay in Silver City. Before leaving the real world and going to the stars, he needs to make some preparations to prevent accidents. God is inherently on the side of Adam and the true creator. It was myself who awakened his scattered consciousness from the Sea of Chaos, which was a great kindness. He allowed Silver City to leave the land abandoned by God, but then asked Silver City to worship him. This was not repaying a favor. Although it sounds childish and naive to express gratitude to these beings, sometimes they also need to protect their own image, unless the relevant benefits are too great. The stars are really in such good spirits that they specially come to the land abandoned by the gods for the sake of their women. God's slightly teasing voice came from behind. Hastur did not look back, but said calmly, you are also very interested. You have been hiding below to peek. I can't help it. It's too boring here, and there are too few new things. There is a big world out there. You can go out and have a look. Alas, I can't leave the Sea of Chaos now. That's a good reason. God smiled and followed Hastur's gaze to the 3 statues built by the residents of Silver City in front of him. He took a serious look at them and said, not bad. They are as powerful as me. The Jinn is quite smart. Hastur also had a slight smile on his face. He could really see the performance of the Jinn god through the Hall of Stars. He looked annoyed and regretful. TSK. I think so too. God smiled. Some seemingly ordinary things can determine the future direction. Oh, did you see the future? Didn't you see the stars too? Hastur and God looked at each other, then looked away knowingly. What kind of future we see depends on our respective positions. If such a future happens, will it be in line with the trend of the times? Hastur pointed at Adam specifically. The tide of the times depends on a capable person. He is, at most, just an occasional wave. A meaningful smile appeared on God's face. When the waves jump high, they will think that they have seen the flow of the entire river. What a philosophical statement. Don't the stars think so? Does my attitude matter? Certainly. I don't feel much about the waves, but I feel a lot about the fireworks. They are extremely gorgeous for a moment. And then, there is eternal silence. It's a good feeling. Sharon, who returned to the southern continent early, saw Hastur again a few days later. She temporarily put aside the temperance party matters, and went to the Republic of Intis with Hastur. Audrey has not been interested in reading lately. While Hastur and Sharon were out, the Dreamwalker potion in her body was completely digested. She only needed to take the potion to be promoted to a sequence 4 operator. Later, Audrey whispered, and then shouted to Susie, "Susie, hold the door." Woof. Audrey lay on the bed and followed Mr. Fool's call to attend this tarot meeting. Chapter 632, The Oracle That Ends the War? Above the gray mist, Klein looked at the figures of tarot club members, who appeared one after another. He was in a good mood. After Miss Justice said Lo, he stopped reading the normal part of Russell's diary. Russell has returned from resurrection, and he has exchanged a lot of knowledge and experiences with Russell during this period. So he no longer has the same desire for Russell's diary as before. Reading Russell's diary now is more about appreciating Russell's past dark history. When we meet in the future, we can take it out and make some jokes. As an audience member, Audrey silently looked at everyone including Mr. Fool after saying Lo. She found that Mr. Fool was in a good mood, and Mr. Hangman and Mr. Sun were also in a good mood. Things they had encountered recently seemed to be going well. Miss Forsey and Mr. Xingxing looked slightly confused. They were at the crossroads of life's choices. Especially Mr. Xingxing. His soul seemed to be wandering and had nowhere to go. The hermit lady, calm and elegant, looks the same as before, but she seems to be hiding some unspeakable secret in her heart. Mr. World, as always, it is difficult to see clearly what he is really thinking. I can only roughly tell that he is in a good mood. The only person with a sad face was Mr. Moon, judging from the way he hesitated to speak. Could it be that his collection of dolls had been stolen? After looking around, Audrey did not speak, but waited for Mr. Hangman to bring up the topic. Most of the members of the Church of Steam have recently returned to the Republic of Intis from the Kingdom of Loan. It should be to support the new regime and maintain the stability of the Republic of Intis. The Twilight Hermits and the Moss Ascetic Order seem to have close contacts recently, and may have reached some kind of cooperative relationship. A major change occurred in the Fuzak Empire some time ago. The capital suffered an unknown cause, causing most of it to collapse. It is said that the Aurora Society has claimed responsibility for this matter. Alger listed several major events that had occurred during this period, and then glanced at Audrey without leaving a trace. This was not hidden from Audrey's eyes, even though she was looking at Forsey at that time. Mr. Hangman's mentality has changed a lot recently. He is calm, confident and firm. It seems that he has encountered new opportunities during this period after leaving the Church of Storms. The expression he looked at Mr. Fool showed a little more respect from the bottom of his heart than before. His extraordinary fate should be related to Mr. Fool? He showed some sense of antagonism towards himself. Is this to compete with him for the right to speak in the Tarot Club? After just thinking for a moment, Audrey roughly guessed what Mr. Hangman was thinking. The sudden change in the capital of the Fuzak Empire was caused by a large-scale sacrificial ceremony organized by the Moss Ascetic Order. Catalyst said with certainty. Not only that, the Moss Ascetic Order seems to have secretly colluded with each other. The forces are preparing to move, and may hold a second large-scale sacrifice ceremony in the near future. The Trappist Order of Moss, the Hidden Sages. Klein controlled Mr. World's vest and said, I once went to the Fuzak Empire. Most of the people in the capital died in this sacrificial ceremony. The Moss Ascetic Order has more people than the Aurora Order. Cruel. They still put the blame on the Aurora Society. How shameless. Katla sighed and said, the former Moss Ascetic Order was not such an evil organization. Under the influence of the Hidden Sage and the infusion of evil knowledge, they gradually deviated from their original course. Alger nodded and said, the reputation of the Moss Ascetic Order was pretty good in the past. But in recent years, their behavior has become more and more outrageous. After they discussed the topic of the Morse tradition for a while, Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the head of the table, gently tapped his fingers on the table, attracting their attention and eyes. The hidden sage has ties to the foul and corrupt beings in the stars. This news was told to him personally when he asked Russell how he left the mausoleum. He also told him to be careful in the near future and try to hide it so that no one would know that he was the new owner of Origin Castle. This is the way to die. Mr. Fool once again dropped a bombshell. Audrey, Alger, Katla and others' pupils shrank, and their faces couldn't help showing shocked expressions. This means that Mr. Fool plans to deal with the hidden sage? This means that another divine war is about to begin. Mr. Fool looked at them with a smile and said, "The stars are also watching all this. This is another piece of news that makes people unable to calm down. The stars will join forces with Mr. Fool to deal with the hidden sage." Audrey had a complicated look on her face. A little worry flashed in her eyes, and finally turned into unwavering belief, and said with a smile, "Justice will eventually judge evil. The light of the stars will purify all filth." Forsy wanted to shout like this, but this was the Tarot Club, and she could only shout loudly in her heart. Katla was silent for a while, and said with emotion, "This may be the best turning point for the future of Moss Ascetic Order." After discussing for a period of time, Emlyn, who had always been worried and hesitated several times, finally spoke. He glanced at the ancient and majestic Mr. Fool uneasily, and then slowly said, "The supreme ancestor of our vampire family recently passed down the oracle, saying that he wants to join hands with Mr. Fool to end this war between the North and the South, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. Isn't that the mother goddess of the earth? The current war between the northern and southern continents is mainly a battle between the star camp represented by Mr. Hastur and the goddess of the night, the Earth Mother Goddess, Adam, and the true creator. It has nothing to do with him at all. How could the Earth Mother God want to join forces with her to end the war? Could it be that they know the special relationship between themselves and Mr. Hastur, so they want to mediate this war through themselves as the intermediary?" Klein was surprised. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was the most likely guess. He stared at Emlyn silently. Within a few seconds, Emlyn could no longer bear this gaze. His body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, not daring to raise his head. The other members of the Tarot Club did not speak at this moment, waiting silently for Mr. Fool's decision. Klein was also thinking about how he should answer this matter. If there weren't any Tarot Club members here, he certainly wouldn't want to be involved in this. Being able to prevent war is in line with the sense of justice in the hearts of Tarot Club members. He himself did not want the war to continue forever. But Mr. Hastur was involved, and he did not want to stand against him because of this matter, without knowing what Mr. Hastur was thinking. It was difficult for him to give an accurate answer. Moreover, Miss Justice was present, and her relationship with Mr. Hastur was much closer than his own. What thoughts does she, codenamed Justice, have about preventing the war? Emlyn brought up this matter at the Tarot meeting. This is a conspiracy. The Mother Goddess of the Earth learned about the Tarot Society through Emlyn, and thus made such a proposal that she could not refuse. As far as I know, the instigators of this war are Adam and the true creator. If the ancestor of the blood race wants to end this war, has he already made the decision to stand against Adam and the true creator? Audrey's calm and determined voice solved Klein's dilemma and put the question back. Well done, Miss Justice. In his heart, Klein cheered loudly for Miss Justice, who came to the rescue. The ancestor didn't express this clearly. He just asked me to ask Mr. Fool and then bring the answer back, Emlyn replied weakly. It seems that the ancestor of your blood race has not made a firm choice to prevent this war. At least, we have not felt his sincerity. I will report the truth truthfully when I go back. Audrey ignored Emlyn and sat quietly in her seat, meditating on something. Forsy quietly took a look at Audrey and gave a thumbs up in his mind. But not everyone dared to speak at this time. Moreover, the tone of the conversation just now was obviously full of questioning and suspicion. The other party was the ancestor of the Blood Clan, the Mother Goddess of the Earth. Alger sighed inwardly, feeling that it was too childish for him to compete with Miss Justice for the right to speak in the tarot session. After finishing the tarot session, Audrey returned to the real world and was still lying on the bed. She did not get up immediately and stretched out her hands to rub her cheeks. She herself felt that her speech at the tarot meeting just now was too bold. At that time, Mr. Fool had not spoken yet. Although his original intention was good, he might offend Mr. Fool. Alas, I actually question the behavior of the Earth Mother Goddess. Audrey turned over on the bed several times, stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, propped her chin on one hand, and called Susie to come in. When Susie came in, Audrey gestured to her to close the door, and then asked, "Susie, do you think the war should end now?" Susie did not answer immediately, but took 2 steps in the room before saying in a serious tone, "Audrey, your bright and righteous heart makes it impossible for you to turn a blind eye to all the suffering that has happened. You have already wanted to end this war, but you don't know how to mention it to Mr. Hastur, because as you grow up, you have understood that war is not a child's play, and ending it cannot be decided simply by a few words. You are confused. You are confused. You are distressed." Chapter 633, Hunting the Hidden Sage. Audrey, who was accurately told her inner thoughts by Susie, did not show her unwillingness to have her thoughts exposed this time, but instead showed a gentle smile. "Susie, what do you think I should do?" "I don't know. After all, I'm just a dog." Susie pretended to be troubled and said, seeing that Audrey's mood improved a lot. She said, "Mr. Hastur will definitely approve of the kindness and justice in your heart. You don't need to worry about how something like this will affect your relationship with Mr. Hastur. Susie, you seem to know Mr. Hastur better than I do." Audrey was in a much better mood. "Because I am not the person involved, I cannot fully empathize with you. There is no love between me and Mr. Hastur that worries about gains and losses, so I can try my best to give my opinions and suggestions from an outsider's perspective." "Susie, you have really grown a lot." "Audrey, you already have the answer in your heart. You asked me just because you wanted to get approval from me. When people are confused, they always hope to get the strength to support their souls." "Susie, you're right. That's great." Susie, who received the compliment, wagged her tail, moved closer, and said happily, "Audrey, the more times you praise me, the more perfunctory it will be to me." Audrey took a deep breath and refrained from slapping Susie on the head. "Audrey, I'm going to continue reading in the library tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" "Susie, there are many things worth trying in this world besides studying." Audrey refused directly, then left the room and headed to the study where Hastur was. "Is this week's tarot session over?" Asta looked up at Audrey, who was walking towards her, and smiled. "It seems like a lot of things happened at the tarot session. The Earth Mother Goddess wants to join forces with Mr. Fool to prevent this war between the northern and southern continents." "Oh, what kind of answer did Mr. Fool give?" "He didn't answer. I beat him to it." Audrey's cheeks had a slight unnatural blush. Hastur listened with great interest to Audrey's story about her feats in today's tarot meeting. "You don't need to worry about arousing Mr. Fool's resentment. On the contrary, you handled this matter very well. Mr. Fool also wants to thank you for helping him to rescue him." Asta took Audrey's cold little hand and motioned her not to use it, worrying about the blame from Mr. Fool. "Mr. Fool, don't you want to end this war? He's just taking care of what I think." "Mr. Hastur, do you want to end this war?" Hastur did not answer directly, but said, "Every war has its purpose, and the same is true for ending a war. Why do you think the Earth Mother wants to end this war?" Audrey looked solemn, thought seriously for a moment, stared into Hastur's eyes, and said, "There are 2 possible reasons. One is that the Mother Goddess of the Earth feels that the continuation of the war will have an adverse impact on him. The other is that the Mother Goddess of the Earth be compassionate and kind, and don't want to see the war continue to reap lives. Can I only choose one reason? I choose the former." Audrey did not hesitate at all. She used to be full of awe of the gods, but as the level of contact with the gods increased, her beautiful illusions about the gods were almost disillusioned. The gods were not as beautiful as she imagined. "Audrey, the war will be over before I reach the stars. Would you blame me for influencing your decision?" "No. Your kindness and justice are also part of what I like." The corners of Audrey's mouth curved slightly. "Mr. Asta, why didn't I realize you were so good at coaxing girls before? This only proves that Miss Audrey standing in front of me is too outstanding, and I only have words of praise in my heart. The Amanda Mountains border the Fuzak Empire and the Lone Kingdom. The mountains here are towering and act as a natural barrier, blocking the residents of the 2 countries from communicating with each other. In the area close to the Fuzak Empire side, several towns are adjacent to each other. This is the border area. In order to protect the border area, the Fuzak Empire has issued several national policies before, ordering some inland residents to relocate to the border area, build cities to prevent the invasion of the Kingdom of Lone, or serve as advance outposts to facilitate the invasion of Lone. the Kingdom of Grace. Therefore, the population here is not less than that of many large cities in the interior. The most famous ones are the 3 towns distributed in a pin shape. During the invasion of the Kingdom of Loan, this place was conquered, and many people died tragically in the war. Even when the capital was invaded, so many people did not die. Resentment and dead souls are like 2 colors, black and red, intertwined and mixed together. On this land that was once stained with blood and resentment, the members of the Moss ascetic order are following the oracle's instructions, and using this land as a place of sacrifice. Are you ready? It's ready to start. Hurry up. Someone has already begun to pay attention to our actions. Don't worry. There won't be any problems this time. Boom! A shuddering roar sounded, and suddenly the earth cracked, tearing apart the barrier set up by the sacrificial ceremony. A huge black tree emerged from the depths of the earth, and a figure standing on the top of the tree made people look up. His arms were like 2 huge black mountains, and with just a slight wave, he destroyed a corner of the ceremony here. It's him. It's Ca, the god of the Rose School. The members of the Moss Trappist order who recognized the identity of the figure fled in all directions. At this time, a black abyss opened. It had been summoned here, and it came from the starry sky. The descendants bred by the fallen mother goddess came here with a fallen aura that could corrode and pollute everything. His head covered with black mucus has a large number of tentacles, and a trunk that is as big and long as an elephant. His body is covered with a gray-black carapace, and his hands are like 2 giant pliers. As it breathes, the tentacles open a pair of light yellow eyes. Degenerate and filthy things should not remain in the world. When he felt the breath of the creature in front of him for the first time, unspeakable hatred arose in the heart of the god Ca. This was the smell of a natural enemy. In the sky, I don't know when a crimson moon broke through the shackles of the night, broke free, and shed bursts of moonlight as thin as a gauze. On the earth, most of the remaining sacrificial rituals were nourished and slowly started. When the crimson moon shines high, the stars light up one by one, and the light of the stars dominates the starry sky and becomes the dominant force in the night. When the stars fall, the endless purifying power washes away the filthy and degenerate atmosphere on the earth, allowing the dead souls on this earth to rest in peace. Above the hall of stars, Hastur stared thoughtfully at the god Ca, who was working very hard below. For some unimaginable reason, the Mother Tree of Desire chose to send him to solve the problem. He was preparing to deal with the hidden sage tonight. He originally thought he had a good chance of winning, but the appearance of the evil Ca here gave him a bad premonition. Sensing the flow of power belonging to the stars in the starry sky, the toad-like creature turned into a ball of black smoke and disappeared into the black abyss. The god Ca looked down at the land that was gradually returning to peace with a victor's attitude. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing, but wanted to stay here. Chase. An oracle exploded like thunder in his mind, and the god Ca raised his head in surprise, looking up at the bright starry sky above his head. This is an order from the stars. He just hesitated for a moment, and then left. After removing the disturbing factor of the god Ca from here, Hastur immediately felt that the chance of winning tonight was at least 50% higher. The long river of knowledge shrouded in darkness. Tonight, the stars break through the darkness and arrive here, bringing the light of the stars. The figure standing in the long river of knowledge, at the moment when it noticed the intrusion of starlight, whispered, "Stars." Then, the river of knowledge surged and disappeared from this space. For a sequence 0, who only wants to hide and escape, unless he has overwhelming power or a way to imprison him and leave, it will be difficult to have any fatal impact on him. Above the hall of stars, Hastur was not in a hurry, but occasionally cast starlight to light up the hiding place of the hidden sage. There is no need to take into account the believers, and there are no hidden sages who belong to the dignity of the gods. They are more difficult to deal with than the fallen lord of storms and the eternal blazing sun, because he can escape and is good at it, without the authority of the high latitude overlooker who can imprison time and space. It would be difficult to completely block his retreat. But now, Hastur has many cards that he can play. The new members of the Council of Stars, the Declined King, the Black Devourer, and the Radiant Hunter, are already making moves in the starry sky. Hastur ultimately chose to bring down the Radiant Hunter, an ancient outer god who was good at hunting and tracking. Chapter 634. When Hastur was in the Hall of Stars, leading the clone of the glorious hunter into the real world, as soon as his incarnation landed, it turned into a ball of flashing silver light, and the appearance of a bow and arrow passed through the layers of space. Block. Haster used the starlight as a guide to accurately lead him to the place where the hidden sage was hiding. His speed was extremely fast, and at the moment when the hidden sage stepped into the space and was about to disappear, he penetrated the hidden sage's body in the form of an arrow. The long river of knowledge surged instantly, and the endless knowledge turned into droplets of water to cover the hidden sage's departure. Without Haster's continued guidance, the Radiant Hunter changed direction and once again penetrated the layers of space in the form of arrows. The moment the hidden sage noticed him and left, his body was pierced by the Radiant Hunter again. Although this is not fatal, it has made the hidden sage feel timid. He could sense that the opponent's strength was less than the complete sequence 0. But the opponent was too fast and could accurately lock his position. Every time he wanted to move away across space, the opponent would pass through his body at extremely high speeds, tear his torso apart, and destroy some of his extraordinary characteristics. The only solution is to defend in place. But he cannot stay in one place for too long. Otherwise the stars will find him again. The hidden sage tried several methods, but was unable to avoid the pursuit of the Radiant Hunter. His body had been torn apart more than a dozen times. In the Hall of Stars, Haster has turned on the spectator mode, admiring the downfall of the hidden sage and understanding the power held by the glorious hunter. Extreme speed, positioning, and ignoring defense are the abilities that the Radiant Hunter has already revealed. It is really like a top hunter. Once the target is locked, it will be a continuous and endless hunt. If it weren't for the limited strength of the glorious hunter clone, the hidden sage might have fallen. The hidden sage doesn't seem to be good at frontal combat, and he hasn't taken out his weapons yet. For example, the goddess of the night habitually appears with a black scythe to attack. The goddess of the earth habitually appears with a wooden staff. And the god of knowledge and wisdom habitually uses his omniscient eye. The hidden sage, whose body was pierced again, finally stopped fleeing. He surrounded himself with a long river of knowledge, and separated several rays of knowledge that fell on the top of the mountains. Towering trees, and winding rivers at his feet. The mountains rose from the ground and became a huge giant on the top of the mountain. The big tree grew wildly, and its body soared 100 times. A ferocious smiling face appeared in the middle of the tree. Branches comparable to the mountains were waving. The river swirled up and surrounded him, forming a water world. And the source of the river reveals the appearance of a human torso, with legs completely integrated into the river. The hidden sage or a summoner? Haster looked at it with interest. Isn't this a mountain giant? An ancient tree of war? And a water element? Under Haster's gaze, the hidden sage continued to shine the light of knowledge on a group of eagles that flew away in panic. Under the infusion of knowledge and the influence of extraordinary power, their bodies broke through the racial restrictions and turned into a huge griffin-like alien creature with a hideous appearance and made of flesh and blood. The Radiant Hunter was still in the form of an arrow, drawing a brilliant silver trace, passing through the summons on the periphery of the hidden sage one after another, and once again piercing the body of the hidden sage. But this time, the river of knowledge in the hidden sage's body transformed into two arms, tightly grasping the glorious hunter shaped like an arrow. The arm pressed hard, as if to tear the Radiant Hunter in half. At this time, the Radiant Hunter was like a pool of silver liquid, slipping from the fingers of the hidden sage, and then turned into a huge silver scythe. The sickle was swung at a very fast speed and accurately cut off the head of the hidden sage. Seeing this, the hidden sage did not continue the fight. The river of knowledge wrapped around his torso and head and jumped through space again. The Radiant Hunter transformed into his arrow form again and continued to pursue the hidden sage. It is forbidden to leave this place. A majestic and solemn voice sounded, and the Golden Order runes were like golden pillars, supporting a golden palace and trapping the hidden sage. Russell, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally took a gamble and found the right direction to hide the sage's escape. The hidden sage had been running around before, making it impossible for him to keep up in time, let alone set up a cage to trap the hidden sage. The hidden sage's body was completely integrated into the river of knowledge, roaring and raging against the golden cage that Russell had worked so hard to build. After just 2 collisions, Russell looked embarrassed and found it difficult to hold on. At this time, the glorious hunter from behind chased after him, penetrating from the tail of the long river of knowledge all the way to the head, tearing the entire long river of knowledge in half from the middle. The long river of knowledge stopped flowing briefly, then quickly gathered together, and then slipped through the gap in the golden cage that had just been opened. It's really hard to kill. Russell couldn't help but admire the hidden sage's tenacious vitality. From just now to now, the hidden sage has been hit hard at least 20 times. but he still has enough power to break through his own order. The glorious hunter did not stop, and still turned into an arrow and traveled through the space at high speed, chasing after him. Alas! Russell sighed and followed. Hastur also felt it was a pity that the hidden sage could not be left behind this time. Roselle and the glory hunter were not in very good condition. Otherwise, the hidden sage would lose the ability to escape just with this cooperation. The time lasted from the moonlight above the willow tree to late at night, and the hidden sage, who was on guard, gave Russell no more chance to make a sneak attack. Just the repeated killings of the glory hunters were not enough to kill him in a short period of time. Finally, the hidden sage's seemingly aimless escape stopped again. This place is on an island in the sea. Russell did not follow him to the island. Who knows if there are any backup men left behind by the fallen mother goddess on the island? The glory hunter was fearless, and once again drew a silver mark and chased away. On the island, the hidden sage looked solemn, staring at the glorious hunter attacking again, and said coldly, "Do you know where this place is?" The radiant hunter was speechless and turned into a silver stream, piercing through the body of the hidden sage again, and then turned back and once again penetrated towards the recovered hidden sage. It is a very unwise choice to waste time talking. Only after the hunter kills the prey, steps on its body and plucks out its fur, will he say something about how beautiful the fur is. A sigh that seemed to come from a long time ago sounded, and the originally bright starry sky was once again swallowed up by darkness. The crimson moon that had disappeared appeared from the sea, several times larger than before, hanging high in the starry sky. The lower half of the crimson moon is still immersed in the seawater, and only the upper half of the semicircle is exposed, shaped like an arch or a portal, in front of the crimson moon. This island looks like a small platform or a stone staircase leading to the portal. The hidden sage stepped back and came to the sea. It seemed that he could really reach out and touch the crimson moon. Fallen mother goddess. The glorious hunter temporarily stopped hunting and stared at the particularly different crimson moon with solemn eyes. "You shouldn't side with the stars." An ancient voice containing madness came from the depths of the crimson moon, followed by red ripples. A pair of eyes slowly condensed in the crimson moon, and then a face. Before the radiant hunter could say anything, the face that emerged from the depths of the crimson moon just breathed out. The entire island and hundreds of miles of surrounding sea were completely wiped out, with not a single scum left. The sea's surface was empty and sunken into a big pit, and the sea water began to pour back. In the distance, Russell, who noticed something was wrong and did not land on the island, saw that the crimson moon on the sea seemed to shrink a lot. "Should I go up?" Russell looked up at the starry sky. The place was still shrouded in darkness, and the light of the stars had not yet shined in. This place is still controlled by the power of the fallen mother goddess for the time being. "Roselle, it's time for you to fall into my arms again." A voice sounded from deep inside Russell's body. Sure enough, the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess in his body has not completely dissipated, but has been suppressed by the power of the stars. As long as he is too close to the fallen mother goddess, the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess will reawaken from his body. Russell remained alert and said with a smile, "I have no intention of going back to compete with the hidden sage for favor." Klein, the fool, the new master of Origin Castle, Roselle, you gave me another surprise. The fallen mother goddess could easily spy on Russell's experience during this period. Hack me. Russell felt that creepy, haunting fear again. Chapter 635. Every time, the fallen mother goddess always found a way to easily spy on all his privacy. This is like installing a back door on his body. Whether he wants it or not, the fallen mother goddess can always ignore his will and enter and exit his body at will through the back door. "Are you afraid?" The bewitching voice of the fallen mother goddess sounded again. Don't be so self-righteous. Do you really think you have complete control of the situation? Russell sneered. I have learned a major secret. If that client dies tragically because of you, will you blame yourself and feel guilty for the rest of your life? Why do you talk so much? Haven't you learned to shut up after so many years? Russell's tone became increasingly cold, and the strength he silently accumulated gradually increased. It's just a futile effort. Before the myth of the fallen mother was finished, a silver scratch, flashing with cold light, cut across the sea surface, neatly cutting the entire crimson moon in half. The broken crimson moon began to sink into the depths of the sea, and the starry sky above the head, shrouded in darkness, once again revealed a scene of bright stars. Russell could feel that the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess was being separated from her body. This is not a real sea, but a strange space formed by the influence of the fallen mother goddess. The crimson moon is not a real crimson moon. but a carrier of the power of the fallen Mother Goddess. The radiant hunter who escaped the disaster peeked into the secret here, and when the fallen Mother Goddess's thoughts fell on Roselle, he found the right opportunity to kill the Crimson Moon in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, the Hidden Sage wanted to escape again. Damn Hidden Sage. Where else do you want to escape to? Russell's emotions, which he had nowhere to vent, reached their peak at this moment. He prayed to the stars to help him briefly return to the position of the Black Emperor. The Radiant Hunter simply glanced at it and turned it into a large silver net, wrapping it up in the Hidden Sage, who had fled some distance away. Now that the prey has been caught in the net, it depends on whether the hunting blade is not sharp anymore. Russell, who briefly ascended to the position of the Black Emperor, chased him from behind. He was wearing a black blood-stained armor, a helmet, and a black sword in his hand. He was fully armed. Hidden Sage, I have long wanted to chop you alive. Russell raised his big sword, drawing the power belonging to the Black Emperor, and quickly cut the body of the Hidden Sage into dozens of equal-sized pieces of meat with a dozen swords. The power of order and rules binds every piece of meat equally, prohibiting them from gathering and recovering. Seeing your head makes me sick. Russell slashed with a few more knives and chopped the Hidden Sage's head into pulp, not even bothering to spit. The power of the Black Emperor turned into balls of black flames, using order and rules as matches to completely burn the Hidden Sage to ashes from the beginning to the end, from the inside out. When the blazing flames gradually disappeared, the glorious hunter put away the hunting net. It was clean, and there was no trace of the Hidden Sage. He was finally burned to death. Right? Russell was still a little unsure. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray and gloomy river of knowledge suddenly sprang out of the empty place, like a long brown snake, burrowing into the space at a very fast speed and disappearing. Damn. Let him escape again. This life is really hard. Russell looked at the direction in which the Hidden Sage escaped, showing a helpless expression. The power he borrowed for a short time had reached its limit. The glorious hunter was speechless, and continued to turn into a silver arrow and chase after him. There was a loud rumble in the distance. In the sky where there were no black clouds gathering, hundreds of thunderbolts rained down out of thin air, all of which struck the Hidden Sage's nearly blurred body. Did the stars take action? Russell raised his eyebrows slightly, but then denied this speculation. This was not the power of the stars. These thunders came from Sapphira Castle, and it was Klein who took action. Although this thunder cannot effectively harm the Hidden Sage, it can temporarily delay his steps. In the roaring sea of thunder, the Glory Hunter appeared again. This time he revealed a vague figure, holding 2 silver daggers and wielding 2 silver dragons, easily smashing the body of the Hidden Sage and cutting the river of knowledge into countless pieces. Cut. Despite this, the Hidden Sage was not completely dead until a starry sky descended, and an ancient and mysterious palace of stars appeared. An inconspicuous-looking box was opened from the starry sky and from the Hall of Stars, and the Hidden Sage was pulled directly into the box. Then the box was closed, and the Hidden Sage was completely silent. The glorious hunter looked up, nodded slightly, and turned into a silver arrow that pierced through the space and flew away. His deal with the stars has been completed. The stars helped him descend into the real world, and he helped the stars hunt for the Hidden Sages. The bright starry sky also began to fade away. It's finally over. Russell, who came from behind, witnessed the scene and murmured, the Hidden Sage must have died this time. Right? Above the gray mist, Klein waved the Poseidon scepter continuously, and struck down hundreds of thunderbolts. Klein waved the Poseidon scepter several times in the air without finishing his thoughts. Tonight, Mr. Fool achieved a proud achievement. He joined forces with the stars to kill the Hidden Sage. The Hidden Sage is a sequence 0. I guess. Klein put away the Poseidon scepter he had just obtained some time ago, sat at the head of the long bronze table, and thought about what happened tonight. The decision to join forces to deal with the Hidden Sage tonight was made by me, Mr. Haster and Russell. Although my current strength is relatively low, I can still make the contribution I can. Lightning strikes the Hidden Sage. TSK. Mr. Fool's image is much taller again. In the Hall of Stars, Haster, who is also sitting at the head of the long table, is playing with the box of the old ones. Since this sealed object fell into my hands when I was fine, I would hit the high-dimensional overlooker a few times, and pull his clones to feed the box of the past. Tonight, it was even allowed to swallow the Hidden Sage directly, which I believe will raise its level to another level. If you can use it to devour the old days of an outer god in the future, it will definitely become the strongest trump card in your hand besides the Palace of Stars. Haster played with the box of the old ones for a while before putting it aside. Now that the hidden sage has been dealt with, all that's left is to end this war. This matter must be resolved before I go to the stars. Otherwise, once he goes to the stars and encounters an accident, the southern continent will definitely be defeated. Great Carrie alone cannot protect Sharon and Audrey. Klein has not yet fully grown up and cannot be entrusted with important tasks. Russell still has the consciousness of the fallen mother goddess lurking in his body, so he is not a suitable candidate. Except for relying on themselves in the Hall of Stars, they are unable to compete with Adam and the true creator. In recent times, Adam and the true creator have disappeared. I am afraid that he has guessed that one day he will go to the stars to hold a ceremony. So he does not want to conflict with himself at this stage. After he goes to the starry sky, they will most likely attack. I still have the Night Emperor Trunso's card. At present, except for myself, the Night Goddess and Adam don't know that the Night Emperor has been resurrected and returned through his own hands. The Kingdom of Lone. That country's founder is a sequence 1 of the Judgment Path. It's time to fix the mess of the Kingdom of Lone. If Will can be promoted to the sequence 0 Wheel of Fortune before he goes to the starry sky, he may be able to protect Sharon, Audrey and others. Right time? Haster thought carefully about what to do next. Backlund had grown up a lot. Will, who looked like a young man, suddenly sneezed. When he recovered, he suddenly felt that his destiny seemed to have changed in some way. He couldn't see through this change in fate, and he couldn't be sure whether it was good or bad. Asta and Klein must be planning to do something that will affect my destiny. Oh, it's another day of being implicated. Will helplessly spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and let out a long sigh. Fate. When will the right time for me come? He knew that being anxious would not allow him to wait for the right fate. But since he collected 3 copies of the giant snake's extraordinary characteristics and possessed the unique probability dice, his mood went from hopeful to disappointing every day. Forget it. It's better not to think about these problems and keep a normal mind. Will took a few deep breaths and calmed down completely, with a sweet smile on his face. Will, do you want some ice cream? A voice suddenly sounded in his right ear, and Will's heartbeat accelerated instantly. Will has grown up. Maybe he no longer likes children's food like ice cream. Right? A voice sounded in his left ear, and Will's heart beat rapidly several times. At the same time, an unprecedented feeling came over him. It's an indescribable feeling. Like a fate you can't see clearly. When this feeling reached its peak, it was the fate that he could not see clearly before. The fate that he could not glimpse. The fate that he had been waiting for. At this moment, with these 2 simple sentences, the fog of fate was dispelled, and his own destiny was clearly presented in front of him. I saw it, Will murmured from the depths of his soul. Chapter 636, the correct destiny time that Will is waiting for. Yes, he clearly saw his future destiny. Taking into account the dice of probability, the correct time to hold a promotion ceremony was clearly presented before his eyes. He finally waited for his most important fate. But the creator of such a fate was a pair of understatement and ridiculing words. It's unpredictable. Maybe this is fate. Will sighed in his heart, and then looked up at Haster and Klein, who appeared in front of him. One on the left and one on the right. If others say it, they definitely do not have the ability to interfere with their own destiny. Only these 2 people can interfere with their own destiny due to some actions. When they appeared alone, their destiny was still lacking. This time, the 2 of them appeared in front of him together, making up for all the defects and making their destiny perfect. Ice cream is a lifelong love. No matter how old I get, I will never give up this delicious food, Will said with a smile. Hastert sked softly and said, Will, the corners of your eyes are red. Are you crying secretly? Are you blinded by the wind and sand? Klein added on the other side. I am crying with joy. Will raised his head slightly and said with a proud look on his face, cherish it. I will make it beyond your reach in the future. Are you so confident? It seems we should withdraw our blessing to you. Haster and Klein cooperated with each other, making Will's face slump. You can't be so cruel. Can you? Then it depends on your next performance. Asta gave Klein a look, and Klein understood. We have treated you to ice cream so many times before. Is it your turn to treat us once? Oh my God. I don't have even a penny in my pocket. Will's eyes rolled around, full of defensiveness. Since you are so insincere, can we just leave? I'll treat. Will nodded in resignation and found some of his pocket money from 2 sets of old clothes hanging on the hangers in the room. We only eat the one with the most expensive price, Klein reminded him. Will returned to the room and found all the pocket money he had saved from frugality hidden in the soles of his shoes. Then, with this heavy property in his pocket, he led Haster and Klein, went to an ice cream shop in the West District, and bought 3 portions of ice cream. This is the money I plan to keep to marry a wife. Will licked the ice cream in his hand with a look of reluctance. Today's ice cream seems to be much more delicious than before. Asta sighed with emotion. It seems like I'll have to treat Will a lot more in the future, Klein suggested. That's a really good idea. You are still not human. You even thought of giving a child pocket money. Will quickly covered his small pocket, with less than 2 sol left in it. After enjoying the ice cream, the group headed to Haster's villa in the West End. You haven't told me yet why you two suddenly appeared this time? Will lay on the sofa with his little hands covering his belly, and a pair of shiny black eyes swept back and forth from the faces of Haster and Klein. Haster made a pot of tea, and Klein talked about the reason for appearing together in Backland this time. Will had told him before that if he wanted to advance to Sequence 0, he needed to wait for the right destiny time. He didn't know the specific meaning of this sentence, so he asked Haster for advice. It wasn't until yesterday that Haster gave him a correct answer, saying that they were going to Backland together. The two of them appearing in front of Will at the same time might be able to promote Will's destiny. After the two made an appointment today, they came to Backland together through the space portal, and then appeared in front of Will together. Sure enough, Will's destiny changed. Look! Will was so happy that he cried with joy. So that's it. Will nodded thoughtfully, looked at Haster who was pouring the tea, and hesitated for a moment. Do you want to go to the stars? This sentence made Klein's expression slightly strange. He had already seen the horror of the starry sky in Russell's diary, and in Russell's own experience. Have you seen my fate? Haster asked calmly after taking a sip of tea. Just when my destiny fluctuated, I briefly saw your future in the starry sky, thinking that you specifically helped me advance to Sequence 0 at this time. I made a rough guess. So, after promotion to Sequence 0, are you capable of accepting my commission? Yes. Will nodded firmly. If he couldn't, it meant that he had also fallen. I believe in you and my own destiny. Haster smiled. A smile appeared on Will's face. He sat upright and said, I am the darling of fate. Then I am destiny itself? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Isn't your destiny born because of me and Klein? You two are both men. Does gender matter in the occult world? Haster and Will joked a little, breaking up the heavy topic of going to the stars. Don't worry too much. The starry sky is my destination, just like you have your own destiny. Haster glanced at Klein, who was silent. Perhaps this will be our common destiny. Klein thought of Russell, who had also traveled to the stars, but his fate had undergone a major change, and he almost died completely. Now Mr. Haster is going to the stars. In the future. Will he also go to the stars one day? No. Your destiny is not in the stars. Haster comforted with a smile. Klein asked curiously, I have always felt that Mr. Haster can see through my destiny. Is this the case now? I only saw a glimpse of your future destiny. Then will my ending be good or bad? It's good to be alive. After hearing these words, Klein understood that he must encounter some difficulties in the future. Destiny is not static. Especially you two. If you hadn't appeared in front of me together today, my original destiny would not have been so smooth. Will also joined in this topic. Destiny is too heavy and too ethereal. Let's talk about lighter topics, such as how to resolve Adam and the true creator. After hearing what Haster said, Will lowered his head and drank tea without saying anything. This topic was not easy at all. Even if he is promoted to Sequence 0, it would be good if he could protect himself when facing Adam and the true creator. This ancient sun god still has the authority to make gods bow. Now the ancient sun god has taken back the authority of the Lord of Storms and the eternal sun. When the stars return to the sky, the god of knowledge and wisdom will inevitably become his next target, without the help of other gods. It is estimated that the god of knowledge and wisdom would not be able to escape from the palm of the ancient sun god. In this regard, the only thing that can be counted on is the god who has awakened from the sea of chaos. It seems that this topic is also a bit out of scope. Haster glanced at Will and Klein, who were silent, and said with a smile, Then let's talk about how to end this war. Will breathed a sigh of relief. He could answer this question, given the current dangerous situation of the Earth Mother Goddess. As long as your conditions are not too excessive, she will agree. The initiative is already in your hands. After a short pause, Will continued, Actually, the Earth Mother Goddess has always been too busy taking care of herself. What we really need to worry about is the position of the Night Goddess. This goddess with secret authority always makes it difficult for people to guess what she is planning. Adam and the true creator are already hiding, waiting for you to head to the stars. Will did a little analysis for Hastur, and after getting a glimpse of the correct fate, he was no longer so afraid of the gods of Sequence 0. Mr. Klein, it seems that you still need to resolve this matter. Klein understood what Hastur said. The Night Goddess and the Earth Mother Goddess are obviously collaborators, but now they only let the Earth Mother Goddess express their stance. Then the stars can also only let Mr. Fool express their stance. This is indeed a good solution. Will also agreed with this method. An early end to the war is what I hope in my heart. Klein did not refuse the proposal. It seems that now, Mr. Fool's image will become taller again. Faced with the ridicule, Klein coughed twice and changed the subject with a guilty conscience. It is not easy at all for him to work hard to maintain the tall image of Mr. Fool on top of Sapphira Castle. They analyzed this issue for a while, and before parting, Will took the opportunity to take a look at the future destiny of the Lone Kingdom. The Kingdom of Lone still exists, but the Augustus family will be replaced by the Negan family, and the new king will take the throne at the end of the war. The new king brings peace. This gimmick is really good and fits the future development well. Backlund, Harvest Church, Bridge South District. Emlyn held a brand new rag in his right hand and held the tabletop with his left hand, absently wiping the tabletop that was already white and shiny and almost reflective. There was always a sense of panic about the future in his heart. Of course, he knew that he was the savior of the entire vampire family and should bear more weight on his shoulders. But he felt that he still lacked a little bit of courage to negotiate with Mr. Fool on behalf of Lord Lilith, the founder of the blood race. Well, just a little bit. He wasn't so scared that he couldn't sleep at night. That's what a coward would do. At this moment, the voices of Lord Lilith and Mr. Fool, the ancestors of the vampire clan, sounded in his mind at the same time. Chapter 637, The New Republic of Lone. The Fool, the Earth Mother. Emlyn only heard these two greetings coming from his mind, and then he heard nothing else. Although he felt that it was difficult for him to participate in a conversation of this level at his own level. This was his own brain. They were talking in his mind without letting him hear it. Isn't this a bit too much? Will the conversations between them mention themselves? Will Lady Lilith reward herself, a devout believer who has shouldered the fate of life and death for the vampires? They shouldn't comment on the size and shape of their brains. Right? Emlyn thought a lot at this moment. In order to improve Lady Lilith's evaluation of him, he tried his best to act as if nothing had happened, and did not think about the recently released several new models of realistic puppets. About 10 minutes later, Emlyn heard the last two sentences of the conversation. Emlyn is a good believer. He deserves an award. Emlyn's heart almost burst out of joy. Mr. Fool is so good. He actually praised himself in front of Lady Lilith. It should be that he is so good that even Mr. Fool can't help but say something fair for himself. Well, that's definitely the case. After the meeting, Emlyn stayed at the Harvest Church for less than 15 minutes. Marquis Nibase from the Blood Clan came to the Harvest Church to greet him in person. It was said that Lady Lilith had sent down a gift, and she asked him by name to return to the vampire clan to receive the gift. Emlyn put down the rag in his hand, maintained an attitude, and said calmly, "Immediately have someone go to the store and No. 32, Sterling Street in the East District, and buy all the dolls in it." Why? As the savior of the vampire race, are you guys trying to resist doing something when I ask you to do it? Marquis Nibase had a sullen face, and ordered the two vampire followers following him to deal with the matter. Remember to bring more money, at least 800 gold pounds or more. Marquis Nibase moved his lips slightly. His face completely darkened. Don't show that expression. You are lucky to be able to lead the way for the savior of the vampire clan. You will be glad that you have the opportunity to be recorded in the great history of the vampire clan in the future. In South Wales, Greco, who received instructions from Hastur, began to raise the banner of anti-war and peace, and personally went to Backlund to negotiate with the Lone royal family. Greg declared that as long as the Lone royal family hands over power and his freedom and peace party takes over, he will persuade the Byron Empire, Sagel, Lomborg and other countries to withdraw their troops within a month and end this endless war. Naturally, the Lone royal family would not give up the power in their hands easily. So regardless of the pressure of public opinion, they arrested Greg and imprisoned him. This move completely angered members of the Freedom and Peace Party, and with the indulgence and acquiescence of the Church of the Night Goddess, an event called September Dawn was launched. They rescued Greg, who was imprisoned in prison, captured the Lone Palace, eliminated members and cronies loyal to the Augustus family, and put Greg on the throne step by step. In this September dawn event, William I, the ancestor of the Augustus family, the founder and protector of the Lone Kingdom, never showed up. This led to the complete collapse of the Augustus family. In the end, they could only sue for peace with the party represented by Greco, and became an honorary Duke aristocratic family. The outside world calls this Operation Bloody September. It is said that the blood flowing out of the palace has not been drained out for a month. After taking office, Greg spent 10 days solving the civil strife in the Lone Kingdom. Then he personally represented the Lone Kingdom on the battlefield of the Fenaport Kingdom, and invited the Fenaport Kingdom, the Byron Empire, Sagel, Lundberg, countries such as Mashi, and the Republic of Intis discussed ending the war and restoring peace. After 10 days of negotiations, an agreement was reached to end the war and restore peace. The defeated kingdom of Fenaport itself could only maintain half of its territory, while the other half was ruled by the three countries of Sagel, Lemberg, and Massey. The Balam Empire assisted the three countries to assist in governance. As for the Republic of Intis, the Kingdom of Fenaport will pay a large sum of military compensation, which will be paid in 3 years. When Greco returned to Backland with the news, people spontaneously took to the streets to celebrate. Since then, Greg Negan has become the de facto leader of the Lone Kingdom. But Greg Negan did not regard himself as a king, but announced to the entire Lone Kingdom that he would abolish the monarchy and support a republic. He would be the first president of the Lone Republic. Freedom and equality will always be the cornerstone of the Lone Republic. Backland, the original Lone Palace, is now the political palace. Gleich, who became the first president, had a beautiful mustache and blue eyes full of smiles. However, the nasolabial folds that appeared inadvertently on his forehead ruthlessly destroyed his handsomeness when he was young. Greg, congratulations on finally making it this far. Everything is like a dream. Hastur, without your help, I would never have reached this point. The real credit should belong to you. I don't care about such false fame and honor. You are responsible for everything. This is the best result. In a pavilion in a garden, Hastur and Greg sat chatting. Asta, I plan to restore Earl Hall's reputation and invite him to return to Backland and help me manage this new Republic of Lone. Just restore your reputation. As for returning to Backland, Earl Hall has become accustomed to life in the southern continent. Even if he returns to Backland, he will not participate in political affairs again. Alas, this will be the biggest loss to the Republic of Lone. A new country should naturally have a new beginning. Count Hall is already a veteran of 4 generations of monarchs. He should also take a good rest and enjoy his old age. Greco nodded and said nothing more. And the two of them talked about a lot of past things. Asta, if I can, I also want to become an extraordinary person like you. Now I wake up every day and feel that I am getting older day by day. Old age is the natural state of things. But extraordinary power can circumvent the laws of nature. Can't it? Hastur looked at Greg seriously, and then looked into the distance. Do you know why the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of Steam strictly restrict those in power from embarking on extraordinary paths? They don't want to see one person hold power forever. And they don't want most of the people to know about extraordinary things. Greco said with a dark expression. Some people are extraordinary. And some are ordinary. Ordinary people are contaminated with the extraordinary. And their mortality rate is extremely high. The extraordinary is always only a road prepared for a few people. Why can't everyone set foot on the extraordinary? Greco looked puzzled. Everyone should have the right to make equal choices. Right? Unless you want a kingdom of chaos and madness. Hastur chatted with Greg for a while longer. Before leaving, he looked at Greg and pointed out something. Great Emperor Russell once said that greed is often the beginning of destruction. Greco's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded, watching Hastur dissipate like a bubble in front of his eyes. It is so unfair that everyone has the opportunity to embark on an extraordinary path. But only those in power who serve the people cannot participate. Greg murmured in a low voice, with a complicated expression on his face. Deep in thought, in the southern continent, deep inside the palace of the Balam Empire, Hastur, who had finished all his trivial matters, returned to reunite with Audrey and Sharon, knowing that Hastur will go to the stars soon. Audrey and Sharon are no longer like before. There will always be one person who deliberately avoids them. The three of them often go out to play together, and sit and chat together. Facing Hastur's move of holding someone's hand, he did not express any objection. He just gave him a helpless look, and let him feel a little proud. At first, Hastur just held Sharon, and Audrey's little hands with one hand and played with them gently. Later, he gradually put his arms around their shoulders, and then held his arms around their waists so that they could sit on the grass and admire them on his shoulders. Natural scenery. Sharon and Audrey just remained silent without any obvious rejection. But Azhara, who saw all this, shouted beside her every day, "Human greed will never be satisfied." The great and kind stars naturally couldn't listen to such a noisy voice, so they imposed a small restriction so that Azhara could not say a word. Azhara ran to Susie, and after a while of gestures, she asked Susie to write on a wooden board, "Human greed will never be satisfied." Then she became active again in front of Hastur, Sharon, and Audrey. Finally, Azhara cried and went back to accept the earnest teachings of 8 teachers a day. Chapter 638. Current situation of Tarot Club members. Going to the starry sky is a big deal. The more I look up at the bright starry sky at night, the quieter Hastur's heart becomes. The starry sky is so gorgeous. I also want to go up and have a look. Audrey snuggled into Asta's arms. It was rare for her to be selfish in this matter. We'll have the opportunity next time. Mr. Hastur, you must abide by your words. Of course. Hastur kissed Audrey gently on the forehead, and then looked at Sharon, who was leaning silently on his shoulder. Seeing Hastur's gaze, Sharon just rubbed her cheek against Hastur's shoulder, and then closed her eyes slightly. Hastur gave her a peck on her red lips, then hugged Sharon and Audrey tightly from left to right. On the roadside islands, when the genie saw Hastur, who suddenly came here again, he suddenly had a premonition that he was about to return to the starry sky. This day is in the not-too-distant future. Stars, let's return to the starry sky together. The djinn uttered words that made his soul almost tremble. Who said I would take you back to the stars now? I've already seen it. To you, 10 or 8 years is just a short moment. Right? It won't be that long. The Dane god believed in his hunch. Asta did not answer, but looked at Bernadette and said, "I will take this magical lamp of wishing away first. Be careful and come back soon." Bernadette unlocked the band on the wishing lamp. "This is a blessing from me as a friend." "Thanks." Hastur thanked him, took away the magical wishing lamp that was full of joy, and then left the roadside islands. Stars. Starry sky. Bernadette watched Hastur go away and murmured, "I hope the starry sky will always be bright. When will we return to the stars? Are you concerned about the fallen mother goddess outside the starry sky, or Adam and the true creator within the original barrier? Don't worry. Once I return to integrity, I will definitely be able to compete with the fallen mother goddess. As for Adam and the true creator, as long as you welcome my true body to come, they are nothing." Ever since the wishing lantern fell into Hastur's hands, the lantern began to chatter endlessly. "Did you talk so much in front of Bernadette before? You should understand my excitement now. Generally, how does Bernadette solve your problem of talking nonsense? Let me guess. You are sealed directly inside the wishing lamp, and you are not allowed to come out. Right?" The Jinn god said weakly, "I promise not to speak more than 10 times within an hour. Is 10 sentences too long? It's 10 times, not 10 sentences. TSK. You've learned how to play word games. Always keep pace with the times." Hastur will not be bored if the Jinn is by his side along the way. After taking away the wishing lamp, he did not go to the starry sky immediately. Instead, he hid his traces and walked everywhere at will. If he goes to the stars now, he will definitely attract the attention of Adam, the goddess of the night, and many other gods. Before leaving, he wondered if he could fish out Adam and the true creator. If you can hit them hard before heading to the stars, you can feel more at ease. But Adam seemed to know this. After Hastur took away the wishing lamp, he did not appear and showed no sign of showing his fangs. Above the gray fog, Klein once again held a tarot meeting. He keenly discovered that Miss Justice had recently been promoted to a Sequence 4 operator, becoming the first member of the Tarot Club to reach a high sequence after himself and MS. Hermit, Mr. Hangman, who was in the lead at the beginning, is now the singer of the ocean in Sequence 5. This sequence seems to be very difficult for Mr. Hangman, because his singing voice is really difficult to describe, and he himself lacks enough confidence that he plays very slowly and is unable to digest the potion in his body. Currently, Miss Magician is already a Sequence 5 traveler. Little Sun was also promoted to Sequence 5 Priest of Light some time ago. Mr. Moon and Leonard have also arrived at Sequence 5, and they are not too far away from being promoted to Sequence 4. Especially Mr. Moon, a vampire. A vampire. He has recently received a gift from the Mother Goddess of the Earth, and is very close to being promoted to Sequence 4. It is estimated that he may be successfully promoted within a month. His entire mental state was filled with a brilliant warm tone. Especially the look he looked at Little Sun with arrogant confidence. After Miss Justice's routine greetings, Klein slowly flipped through the 4 Russell diaries handed in by members of the Tarot Club. In particular, Ms. Hermit was very active in submitting Russell's diaries recently. It is probably because after Russell came back, Bernadette gave some of Russell's diaries at the bottom of the box to Ms. Hermit. Let's discuss it freely. After reading Russell's diary, Klein indicated that they could start this week's tarot session. Cadlow looked at the towering Mr. Fool with awe, then took a deep breath and said slowly, "The hidden sage has fallen." This sentence exploded like a bomb, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the Tarot Club. In addition to shock, there was also deep awe in their eyes. How long had it been since the last time Mr. Fool said that hiding a sage was the way to death? Just half a month. Right? The hidden sage, the boss of the secret organization Moss Ascetic Order, a Sequence 0, just fell like this? And this time the fall of the hidden sage did not cause much commotion. There was no strange phenomenon in the entire sky, like the previous storm, and the eternal blazing sun. It can be said that the hidden sage fell silently this time. It was the stars and Mr. Fool who took action together. Cadlow's next words confirmed the suspicions of the Tarot Club members. She did not tell all the inside story about this matter, because Emperor Russell also participated in the operation to kill the hidden sage. After returning, he deliberately laid out the record in front of the Queen for several days. But the news of Emperor Russell's recovery and return is still secret and cannot be disclosed casually. Another god has fallen. Forsey felt deep fear from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the role of a Sequence 5 traveler, she would never want to leave the Roadside Islands. The outside world is too scary. Leonard and Alger fell into silence, while they were still pursuing the extraordinary path. The Sequence 0 existence standing at the end fell easily. They felt inexplicably sad. Oh! The hidden sage is just an evil god. How can he be compared with the ancestor Lilith? Emlyn cursed in his heart. After the heat of the matter began to dissipate, he cleared his throat specially. Everyone. Some time ago, I helped connect the ancestor Lilith and Mr. Fool. They formally reached an alliance in my mind. And this is how the war ended. I am the savior of the vampires and the promoter of peace. The ancestor Lilith personally gave me the gift. And I am about to be promoted to Sequence 4 Witch King. After Emlyn finished speaking, he looked at Derek specifically, with deep provocation and pride in his eyes. Mr. Fool actually quietly formed an alliance with the Mother Earth to end the war and restore peace, with the stars on his left hand and the Earth Mother Goddess on his right hand. Mr. Fool is really good at playing both sides, and his methods are very good. Everyone in the Tarot Club was shocked, but Audrey remained silent. She knew the inside story of this matter very well. The reason why Hastur agreed to end this war was because he did not want to push the Earth Mother to a dead end, so as to leave a way out for her and Sharon. You vampires have lived for so long and haven't reached Sequence 4 yet. Shouldn't it be a shame? Derek was not used to Emlyn's bad habits. Moreover, the end of the war and the restoration of peace did not touch him at all. The sea is very calm now. As the Star Sea Kingdom on the Roadside Islands becomes more and more influential, the pirates are more restricted, allowing the sea to gradually move from disorder to the right path. What do you know? Our vampire race has a long lifespan. Unlike you giants, who are short-lived and can only live for 200 or 300 years. Emlyn retorted disdainfully. Audrey, Forsey, Leonard and others felt offended. The normal lifespan of human beings is only about 80 to 100 years. And this is still under the condition of longevity. After the Tarot Club was silent for a while, Alger brought up other topics to reveal Emlyn's highlight moment. Emlyn, who was sitting in his seat, seemed a little depressed for a moment. But when he thought that he had filled a room with dolls, he instantly became happy again. Time flies by like water. October, November, December, and this new year is approaching. During this period, Hastur has not yet gone to the starry sky. He had asked the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master and other outer gods to make a lot of noise in the starry sky in the past, trying to cause Adam and other gods to misjudge. Unfortunately, Adam and the Night Goddess were still very quiet, without any movement, as if they didn't realize that they were about to go to the starry sky. New year, new atmosphere. I believe it will have a good start. Hastur looked up at the starry sky and didn't want to linger or wait any longer. As for reuniting for the new year, That would be later. He frowned again, and felt that such a decision seemed to be raising a flag. Chapter 639. The day when the stars returned to the sky. In the end, Hastur stayed in the southern continent and happily spent the new year with Audrey and Sharon. On January 5th, 1353, Hastur carried the wishing lamp to the stars. Above the Sunia Sea, outside the initial barrier, the wind was like a knife and rushed in. Asta appeared here with a hazy starlight cover outside his body and a wishing lamp under his feet. He only needs to go a little further before he can leave the real world and head to the stars. The jinn under his feet was already trembling with excitement. At this moment, he wished he could cross this initial barrier and return to the starry sky. But no matter how excited he was, the jinn didn't say a word. He was afraid that because of his little words, Hastur would choose to turn back. Although the possibility of this is very small, he will never gamble at such a critical moment. Hastur just stared at the initial barrier calmly for a while, then crossed the barrier and reached the starry sky on the wishing lamp. The moment Hastur left the initial barrier and reached the starry sky, the original day's sky suddenly turned into night. And then the stars in the sky suddenly burst into glory. Every star seems to be breathing rhythmically, and the entire starry sky is breathing in and out. The light of the stars gradually blooms more and more dazzlingly during this pulsation. At this moment, the entire real world is shrouded in the light of stars. Unless he is a fool, any normal person can personally witness the anomalies in the entire starry sky. Day and night were reversed in an instant, and the stars gradually brightened and returned to their original positions. And then, the starlight was in full bloom, not inferior to the light emitted by the sun during the day. In the southern continent, Sharon and Audrey, who had left the Byron Empire Palace and were sheltered under the wings of Grey Carey, also witnessed this abnormality in the starry sky. They knew that Hastur was ascending to the starry sky at this moment. The starry sky is welcoming him back, and thus begins the celebration. But this is not something that makes people feel happy. Instead, it is a very unsatisfactory start. Audrey felt cold in her heart, and her white hands and face, as white as snow, gradually faded away and became cold and cold. She understood Hastur's plan, which was to secretly climb to the stars, to complete the promotion ceremony, and then return quietly. The less attention is drawn to the process, the safer it is. For this reason, Hastur deliberately stayed in the real world for several months in order to confuse the judgments of gods such as Adam and the night goddess. But now, the scene in front of them is undoubtedly telling Adam and the others that Hastur has left the real world and gone to the stars. Otherwise, there would not be such amazing changes in the starry sky. Believe him. Sharon stretched out her hand to hold Audrey's cold little hand, and said expressionlessly but firmly. Audrey held Sharon's hand, and she also felt the biting cold from her hand, which was a bit colder than her own. On the roadside islands, Bernadette and Russell also stared at the anomalies in the starry sky above them with solemn expressions. This scene is undoubtedly showing that the stars are returning to the sky. This is not a good thing. Russell said solemnly, "Be prepared to face the unknown fate that is about to cause huge waves. May the light of the stars shine forever in the starry sky." Bernadette faced the starry sky and prayed like a devout believer. Seeing this scene, Russell did not stop him, but sighed secretly in his heart. It seemed that his precious daughter was really about to be snatched away, just like his second son Benova, who chose to fall into the arms of steam. Bernadette, the daughter he holds dear to his heart, is now devoutly believing in the stars. Outside the palace, in a luxurious villa, Forsey and Zio locked the door and looked up at the unusual starry sky through the window. They didn't understand what this meant, but they vaguely knew that it must be related to the stars. "Shio, I feel a little panicked. Is something big going to happen?" "Don't worry. The light of the stars will definitely protect us. Hopefully you're right this time. If you are still worried, you can pray to the stars and believe that he will respond to you." No. I will always believe in the kindness of the stars." Zio didn't speak anymore, and she felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, as if something big was about to happen. Leonard, who was traveling to South Wales, took a look at the obviously abnormal starry sky, walked quickly back to the hotel room, closed the door, and even closed the window curtains. "Old man, come out and take a look. There's something wrong with this situation. It was clearly daytime just now. Why did it suddenly turn into night? There are still stars twinkling all over the sky. Could it be that the goddess of the night is at war with the stars? Or will something else terrible happen?" Leonard tried to keep his tone calm. This is the stars and the entire starry sky echoing each other. Pales turned into a phantom, and came out of Leonard's body, looking up at the starry sky covered by curtains and windows. The stars are returning to the starry sky that belongs to him. Is this a good thing? Leonard asked in a difficult tone. I don't know. I can't see through fate, let alone speculate on the existence of stars. I only know one thing now. What's the matter? Run away. As far away as possible. Don't let Amon catch up. Pales glanced back at Leonard and disappeared from the room. If he stays, Leonard will have a greater chance of encountering Amon. The stars have returned to the starry sky and made such a big noise. Even a sequence one like him has noticed the abnormality. Those gods who are rooted outside the initial barrier, such as Adam, Amon, the true creator, etc., must have also seen through this. Everything. Real chaos is about to come. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the bright starry sky through Source Castle with mixed emotions. This is the test that Mr. Hastur will face, just as he took over the Origin Castle. Mr. Hastur, who is in charge of the Palace of Stars, has already begun to challenge his destiny. When the stars align, Mr. Hastur will surely return. This is the blessing from the fool, Klein whispered and continued to watch silently. He no longer dares to leave Source Castle to avoid any unexpected events. This was the advice Mr. Hastur left for him before heading to the stars. If there is a sudden change in the starry sky, it means that real chaos is about to come. The long-hidden Adam, the true creator, Amon, even the goddess of the night, the original witch, and even the old clones of the outer gods, who arrived in the real world after being summoned by the stars, will do some crazy things. When everything is still unclear, staying in Source Castle will be his safest harbor, because no one wants the Lord of Mysteries to wake up at this time, deep in the land abandoned by the gods, outside a huge barrier of gray mist. For outer gods, Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, Primordial Hunger, and Glory Hunter, gathered here in the past. The stars have finally returned to the starry sky. This will be our best chance before the end. The Superstar Master looked at the huge seal set by the Lord of Mysteries in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Yes, we have finally waited. The Mother Tree of Desire nodded, and glanced at the starry sky where even the land abandoned by the gods was shining brightly. The power caused by the return of the stars in the starry sky has really affected the seal set by the Lord of Mysteries. There was temporary looseness. When I think of the fallen Mother Goddess and the fallen King who are still waiting in the starry sky, I feel particularly comfortable. A simple and honest smile covered the originally hungry face. The glorious hunter, who appeared in the form of a female hunter, said coldly, Let's begin. The Superstar Master stopped him and said, Don't worry. There are two friends who should be led out of the darkness first. This is my territory now. I have given you permission to move. Do I still need to come out to greet you in person? The figure of God emerged from the darkness, and then a huge black cross appeared in the sky, keeping a considerable distance from God, the true creator. The Superstar Master glanced at God and the true creator and said, They are currently focusing on the stars ascending the starry sky. Only you can truly understand what will happen. It is inevitable that the stars will return to the starry sky. When the stars return to their places, he himself will be the first to return. A smile flowed in God's eyes, and then he looked at the seal blocked by the power of the gray fog. If you don't want to cause trouble, just seize it directly if Yuan Castle cooperates with this opportunity. It may be possible to open the seal set by the secret. Are you going to miss this opportunity? A playful smile appeared on Yuan Chu's hungry face. Yes. I am not interested in participating personally. I just want to be a bystander and wish you good luck. God said with a smile and looked at the true creator specifically. I am waiting for your arrival in the Sea of Chaos. The figure of God disappeared and returned to the Sea of Chaos under the King's Court of Giants. Oh! He is just worried that something unexpected will happen later, and Adam will take over the Sea of Chaos instead. The Superstar Master saw through God's thoughts at a glance. No one knows what will happen later, if something goes wrong. After all, the mystery is particularly sensitive to the breath of God. The appearance of the true creator here proves that Adam must be hiding in the dark. The Chaos Sea is the foundation of God's current consciousness. God, who already owns the Chaos Sea, will not take risks. The Mother Tree of Desire looked at the huge black cross high in the sky. Since you won't leave, let's work together. Can. The calm voice of the true creator came from the huge black cross. Chapter 640. The Lord of Mysteries Awakening Progress Bar. Did something big happen in the land abandoned by God? Klein, who was sitting inside Source Castle, immediately noticed that the gray fog outside Source Castle began to surge crazily. Their alert defensive posture seemed to be fending off some terrifying enemy. Klein's heart trembled slightly. Source Castle had helped him bring up the scene from the land abandoned by God. In the depths of the land abandoned by God, in front of a huge wall with flowing gray fog, there were 4 figures that were difficult to see clearly, and a black cross. They were fighting against the power of the gray fog on the wall, trying to pass through the gray fog, entering the unknown territory ahead. When he saw this scene clearly, Klein felt an unprecedented call coming from the depths of the God-forsaken land. That call is like a mother calling her child back. The call from the depths of his soul urged Klein to go to the land abandoned by the gods, and to the huge wall of gray mist. Cannot go. Klein held the chair with both hands and fingers, his body constantly shaking, trying hard to resist the calls again and again. Cannot go. Absolutely can't go. He had a premonition that if he appeared in the land abandoned by God now, the Lord of Mystery would wake up and return in his body early. He absolutely cannot take this risk. Otherwise, he will be completely replaced by the Lord of Mysteries, without even a chance to struggle. In addition to seeing the huge gray fog wall, Klein also saw a huge magic wolf hiding. He was covered with a black curtain. The black curtain was constantly glowing, trying to break free from the shackles of the magic wolf. Under the intervention of the black curtain's light, the figure of the demon wolf could no longer be hidden and was forced to be exposed. Seeing this, the demon wolf decisively turned around and pulled off the black curtain on his body, letting it fly away, while he quickly disappeared into the historical void. What it is? It should be a high-level item on the diviner path, right? Seeing this scene, Klein had some suspicions in his mind. Suddenly his pupils narrowed tightly. He was shocked to find that the black curtain was flying in the direction of Source Castle. It wants to be one with itself. No! Gotta stop it. Klein was shouting in his heart. But at this moment, he was still trying to resist the call from the gray mist wall in the land abandoned by God. And he had no energy left to control Origin Castle to take self-required measures. He could only watch helplessly as the black curtain continued to fly in the direction of Source Castle. Fortunately, a figure suddenly opened the historical gap, tightened the black curtain, and then tried hard to suppress the black curtain, suppressing it tightly, and then retreated into the historical gap and disappeared. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black curtain was snatched away halfway. Once it flew to him, the Lord of Mysteries would definitely wake up and return in his body, because that is the resurrection plan left by the Lord of Mysteries. Who could that person be just now? The diviner path is of high sequence. Could it be Zeradol? It must be him. Mr. Haster once said that Zeradol has been wandering in the God-forsaken land, trying to find a copy of the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics. Then if this black curtain is not a Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic, it is the uniqueness of the diviner path. So close. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, because he could not bear the call, his body split open, and half of his body turned into transparent insects crawling and squirming around. I feel a lot more relaxed now. Klein controlled the remaining half of his body, and did not gather it together immediately. Instead, he placed one hand on the long bronze table, and looked calmly at what was happening in the land abandoned by the gods. In the land abandoned by the gods, the Superstar Lord and other outer gods looked towards the distant Source Castle at the same time. The mysterious aura. It seems that he can't wait to wake up and come back. He seems to have failed. It seems that we also need to thank the new owner of Source Castle for his mental toughness. Let's get started. After a brief discussion, the Superstar Master formed a huge brilliant sun with one hand, and the Glory Hunter turned into a silver arrow. I count on you. The golden sun in the hands of the Superstar Master split open, and he pulled the golden fluid flowing out of it, and slowly poured it into the silver arrow transformed by the Glory Hunter. The silver arrows were nourished and gradually transformed into pure glazed color. The coercion it exudes makes the entire land abandoned by the gods tremble, and black space cracks appear in the surrounding space. When the glazed arrow completely transformed, it turned into a stream of light, shattering time and space, and forcefully penetrated the huge wall condensed by gray mist, forming a golden hole the size of a fist. Gray mist began to billow and gather, squeezing in from all directions, trying to completely block this golden hole. At this time, the Mother Tree of Desire, Original Hunger, and the True Creator took action together to prevent the gray mist from gathering and squeezing, and maintaining this golden channel. Boom! Boom! The sky of the entire God's abandoned land changed dramatically. The gray fog wall joined the entire sky and the earth. Gray fog clouds gathered from all directions. The power of the gray fog began to fill the entire God's abandoned land. the entire land abandoned by the gods. Except for the giant king's court where the Sea of Chaos is located. All other areas were destroyed by the power of gray mist. There seemed to be waves of murmurs in the gray mist. Coming from within the wall. The Mother Tree of Desire. Superstar Master and other outer gods felt a familiar aura coming back from the past. It's the Lord of Mysteries. The closer the Radiant Hunter's power is to the core of the seal, the more it will be forced to stimulate the awakening of the Lord of Mysteries consciousness. We can't go any deeper. The Superstar Master's expression changed slightly. And he shouted, "Don't break the seal. Use all your strength to guide even just a portion of the source of essence to flow out." The eyes of the Mother Tree of Desire moved slightly. Among the outer gods present, the Superstar Lord, the Original Hunger, and the Radiant Hunter have not lost their source matter. Only the torn part of the shadow world of his source matter is inside. He naturally hopes that the Radiant Hunter can lead out the shadow world that belongs to him. But this is not something he can decide. No one knows what's going on inside, nor which source of essence is the closest, and has the best chance of escaping from the seal of the Lord of Mysteries. As time passed by, the gray fog in the entire land abandoned by the gods became thicker and thicker, and the silent murmur became more and more obvious, as if the consciousness of the Lord of Mysteries was about to wake up and return in the next moment. Klein on the Origin Castle. The other half of his body couldn't bear this call and split open, and the transparent worms on the ground were crawling uneasily. They did not gather together, but spread out, some on the long bronze table, some on the seats, and some climbed over the steps. Is the Lord of Mysteries returning soon? Klein looked at the increasingly thick gray fog in the godforsaken land, and the increasingly intense call. He could even see that the progress bar of the Lord of Mysteries awakening had reached 80%, and was gradually rising towards 100%. Fortunately, his luck seems to be very good, and fate is on his side today. When the progress bar of the Lord of Mysteries reached about 90%, it stopped completely. The gray fog in the gods' abandoned land gradually dissipated, and the clear call had become an inaudible murmur. Sure enough, even the outer god from the starry sky would not dare to let the Lord of Mysteries wake up and return at this time. Perhaps this is the only kindness they show to themselves. Klein gave a wry smile, then gathered the split transparent worms, returned to their original human form, and looked at the land abandoned by the gods again. I saw that the glorious hunter, who had turned into a glass-colored arrow and penetrated the gray mist wall, had now retreated to the land abandoned by the gods. Before he could say anything, his clone cracked like porcelain and turned into countless light spots and dissipated. Did you fail? The Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master looked at the golden hole that was constantly healing with dissatisfaction. The glorious hunter's ability has been pushed to its limit, but it still failed to open the passage to the western continent. Is it really necessary for the Lord of Mysteries to wake up and return, so that the seal here can be completely broken? Primordial Hungry looked thoughtful. Damn secret. The Mother Tree of Desire was the most unwilling. This is his closest chance to his lost world of shadows. Just when the golden hole was about to be completely blocked by the power of gray mist, the surrounding time and space seemed to condense together in an instant. A stream of milky white light rushed out at an imperceptible speed, just as the power of gray mist was about to block the golden hole. That's a source of essence. The light of hope rose again in the eyes of the Mother Tree of Desire. Stop it quickly. The Superstar Master, Original Hunger, and True Creator, who also witnessed this scene, all intervened to intercept the stream of milky white light. Chapter 641, The Key of Light. The Right Destiny. They really made a small hole and drew out a piece of source material. The King of Giants, the god who has been watching the development of the situation in the Sea of Chaos, can't help but admire the old methods of the Superstar Lord and other outer gods at this moment. He sensed it carefully for a while, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and let out an undisguised triumphant laugh. The hard-working plan finally succeeded for that little snake. It's so interesting. This is destiny. I can't wait to see their expressions of anger and helplessness as they return in vain. God, who was in a very good mood, separated out an incarnation, humming a little tune, and rushed to the place they were fighting for. When he arrived at the original location near Silver City, the stream of milky white light had broken through the obstacles of the Superstar Lord, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Original Hunger, and the True Creator, and was speeding in one direction. How naughty. Yes, it's rare to regain freedom, and there are so many existences to welcome you. It would be too boring not to take the opportunity to tease them. You keep working hard and I won't interfere. God smiled at them and said encouragingly, almost, hurry up. You still have a chance. The real creator who was chasing after him looked at God, stopped chasing, turned around and left. Superstar Master, Desire Mother Tree, and Primordial Hunger are not so easy to give up. Although they also realize that the Source of Essence is deliberately playing tricks on themselves. They still do not want to give up. Don't give up. It's testing you. There is a saying in the human world that all heavenly treasures can be obtained by those who are destined. Mother Tree of Desire, I am very optimistic about you. This is your opportunity. An excellent opportunity that can change your destiny. God shouted more and more enthusiastically. Shut up. The almost crazy Desire Tree couldn't help but screamed at God. God was not angry. Instead, he was in a more cheerful mood. He smiled and said, Don't yell at me. Yell at it. Maybe it will get it. You know, sometimes the essence is just like a child. And some need to be coaxed. Some want to roar. As if after hearing these words, the stream of milky white light stayed in place for a second. The Mother Tree of Desire stretched out its black branches to wrap around the stream of light. But the next second, the stream of light appeared in the distance and streaked across the sky. The violet aura on the Mother Tree of Desire was almost out of control. The Superstar Master gave a deep drink before the Mother Tree of Desire regained consciousness, and then continued to chase the stream of light. Such a pity. God sighed. He was just a hair away from driving the Tree of Desire crazy with just his words. The stars returned to the sky, and the gears of destiny turn again. Under the light of the stars, all destiny changes from then on. O fate blessed by the stars, we come to the right time in advance. O Mercury Serpent waiting for the right destiny, he will hold the wheel of fortune at this moment. In Backland, in an ordinary courtyard, Will looked up at the bright starry sky, step by step, under the shocked and frightened eyes of his parents. He walked from the door of the house to the sky above Backland, and his body gradually transformed from a human form. It turned into a giant mercury snake that could circle Backland. A silver-white giant snake with bright red eyes, no real scales, and dense patterns and symbols all over its body. They form wheels connected to each other, and there are different signs around each wheel. The tail and head wheels each have only half. He held a dice of probability in his mouth. At this moment, he swallowed it from his mouth into his stomach and began to accommodate it. In the right blessing of destiny, there is no possibility of failure. At this moment, Will easily accommodated the dice of probability of the unique destiny path. At this moment, only half of the wheels on his tail and head each flew out, and then reorganized, form a complete wheel of fortune. Will's huge mercury snake body began to rotate, echoing the complete wheel of fortune. When the complete wheel of fortune was perfectly integrated into Will's body, Will Osepton was successfully promoted to the Sequence 0 wheel of fortune at this moment. After getting used to it for a while, Will slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the entire Backland. Below him was a large group of people running around in panic. But his eyes only reflected his parents in this life. With a slight sigh, Will turned his body in a circle, and all those in Backland who witnessed his promotion to the Sequence 0 wheel of fortune had their fates related to it erased. Any trace of the fate of the boy Will Osepton has also disappeared. There will no longer be any memory of Will Osepton here. After doing all this, Will returned to human form, looked up at the extraordinarily bright starry sky, and said in a deep voice, "May the eternal destiny bless Haster Campbell forever." At this moment, the stars were becoming more and more dazzling, and Will saw that the entire starry sky was trembling, causing the cracks in the entire original barrier to begin to shake and crack. The goddess of night, Mother Earth, God of steam and machinery alone are unable to protect this initial breakdown of the barrier. Not to mention, outside the starry sky, the scalp-numbing outer gods of the past are taking advantage of this opportunity to attack the initial barrier with all their strength. Will just took one look and already made a decision in his heart. Just when he was about to go to the cracks in the initial barrier to help the goddess of night and other true gods protect the initial barrier, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of the place abandoned by the gods. With a strange expression on his face, he murmured in disbelief, "No way? Is this the true meaning of correct destiny? But isn't this incredible?" Will was stunned for a moment, and the next second a stream of milky white light appeared in front of him, like a lively elf. Rubbing the back of his hand intimately, Will spread his hand and let the stream of light fall on his palm. The milky white light converged, and the stream of light gradually converged into a crystal clear and radiant key. Key to light. The Sephiroth belonging to the path of destiny. Truly the key to light. Become a god in one day. Become an old man in a second. My legend will be passed down from generation to generation. Will tried hard to suppress the joy that burst out of his heart, and held the key of light, which was imprinted into Will's palm. At this moment, Will felt as if he could see all the chaotic and unknowable fates. He hadn't yet seriously realized this feeling. He glanced at the mother tree of desire, the superstar master, and the original hunger that were speeding in the distance. He did not choose to stay, but left directly, away from Backland. When the mother tree of desire, superstar master, and primordial hunger came to the sky above Backland, they felt the extremely strong aura of destiny here, and their expressions became extremely complicated. Destiny is indeed the one who likes to joke the most. Original hunger laughed at himself and did not chase after him, but chose to go away and end today's busy work. Is this the most correct fate? The superstar master sighed, knowing that things have developed to this point, and the two clones of himself and the mother tree of desire cannot steal the key of light. Not willing to give in. Fate. What about my fate? The clone of the mother tree of desire once again showed signs of losing control. His clone contained too many desires and lacked enough reason, coupled with the continuous stimulation. Losing control is inevitable. The superstar master looked at Backland below, then at the bright starry sky, and finally did not let the mother tree of desire get out of control here. Let's go. Get out of here first. Where else can we go? Go release your desires. Isn't it nice here? The mother tree of desire looked down at Backland below with lustful eyes. Its body began to gradually expand, and black roots began to grow from the bottom. If you stand on the streets of Backland and look up, you can clearly see the black mountains that are about to fall. The kingdom of Mother Earth is more suitable for your desire to liberate yourself. The superstar master found a reason and persuaded the mother tree of desire, which was about to get out of control, to let him suppress his desires with difficulty, and took him to the kingdom of Feniport, which devoutly believed in the mother goddess of the earth. On this day, all the believers of the mother earth goddess in the kingdom of Finibod turned into wild beasts, who only knew how to indulge their desires. Humans mate with dogs, cows, bears, goats, sows, any creature that can reproduce, and they give birth to extremely deformed monsters. The Earth Mother Goddess, who was placed in hope, did not respond to the desperate prayers of the believers, and the kingdom of Feniport was destroyed. At the initial crack in the barrier, the kingdom belonging to Mother Earth began to disintegrate. Chapter 642, The Destinies of the Stars and the Fool. Towering ancient trees, lush vegetation, streams and springs are now losing their original brilliance inch by inch, gradually turning into dead black, and then continuing to disintegrate. This process seems irreversible. There is only death and no life. In the brilliant starry sky, the crimson moon was dazzling to the extreme at this moment. Its huge celestial body seemed to be crashing directly towards the kingdom of the Mother Earth. If the initial barrier was not still struggling to support the crimson moon, it has completely invaded the kingdom of the Earth Mother Goddess. You still have the faith of the vampires. Let them all pray to you devoutly at this moment to maintain the anchor of their faith, and prevent the kingdom of God from continuing to split. The goddess of night ushered in a dark curtain to help the mother goddess of earth temporarily block the influence from the crimson moon. The Earth Mother Goddess, whose body was covered with black veins, closed her eyes and began to issue oracles to the vampires on the ground. After a while, as devout prayers sounded out, they turned into runes full of vitality, supporting the kingdom of God that the Mother Earth continued to break apart. The Earth Mother Goddess, who got a little breather, soon faced the erosion from the crimson moon. The power of the night goddess still needed to protect the cracks in the initial barrier, preventing the outer god from taking the opportunity to tear the initial barrier apart. Although they cannot enter at the moment, they can gradually exert their influence through the cracks in the initial barrier. Under the bright starry sky is the crumbling initial barrier. It was as if the power of the stars was constantly invading the initial barrier. The starry sky. The stars. Is he the biggest invading force in the real world? The Earth Mother Goddess could only murmur briefly. And then she fell into fighting with the fallen Mother Goddess for the authority of the Crimson Moon. On the other side, the kingdom of the god of steam and machinery is also facing a huge challenge at this moment. He not only needs to stabilize the initial barrier cracks near his kingdom, but also needs to help support the area that was originally stabilized by the Lord of Storms. His eyes were not looking at the starry sky, but at the kingdom of God, the god of knowledge and wisdom. The moment the stars ascended the sky, Adam blocked the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Now the cracks in the initial barrier nearby have lost their support and become the weakest point in the entire initial barrier. The kingdom of God, the god of knowledge and wisdom. Adam looked around at this empty kingdom. His face was as dark as water, And he said nothing. After a long time, he looked up at the brilliant starry sky above his head. He can no longer sense the breath of the God of knowledge and wisdom. Which means that the God of knowledge and wisdom has either fallen or left the real world. So smart. At this moment, Adam already understood that the God of knowledge and wisdom had abandoned his own kingdom and chose to go to the starry sky with the stars. Adam was silent for a while, raising his hand to destroy this kingdom belonging to the God of knowledge and wisdom, when a voice came from behind. It's rare that there is an empty kingdom of God that can be used as a temporary place for me to stay. Adam, you won't mind, right? We'll also enter the kingdom of God, the God of knowledge and wisdom. And looked at everything in the kingdom with a smile. He indeed does not have his own kingdom of God yet, because he has not created his own church. The school of life is just a school of thought, and he has not allowed the members of the school to believe in him. This is because of the particularity of the destiny path. His promotion only needs to wait until the right point in time, and does not need to rely on the anchor of a large number of beliefs to maintain his status. Otherwise, if your destiny is in the hands of believers, then what is the point of controlling your destiny? Congratulations on waiting for the right destiny. Adam looked at Will. His expression gradually became serious, and a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. The key of light. My luck is pretty good. When I was successfully promoted, it ran into the palm of my hand without even giving me a chance to refuse. Will sighed and said, such a fate is really unexpected. Ah. Listening to Will's obviously obedient tone, someone as calm as Adam could not help but feel a little envious in his heart. Being promoted to sequence 0, and holding a source of essence that is completely consistent with this path. This can no longer be described as luck. Think of the goddess of the night, and look at the group of alien gods in the starry sky who are eager to see through the past and are ready to move. What they have longed for countless years fell into Will's hands easily. No wonder the mother tree of desire fell into madness and destroyed the place of faith of the Earth Mother. This is not your original destiny. Adam saw the key to the problem. You're right. Will smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. I had never understood it before. It wasn't until I was on my way here that I understood why I was so lucky today. Adam said nothing, quietly waiting for Will's next words. Originally, in my destiny, the Fool was the key to whether I could be promoted to sequence 0. The destiny you see now should be the same, right? But another star appeared with an unusual destiny. I was very resistant to the approach of the stars at first, for fear that it would interfere with my normal destiny. Will looked at the starry sky with a smile and continued, but now that fate has appeared, it will not stop, let alone change because of my escape. The bond between me and the stars has not become distant, but has become deeper and deeper. Just when I was confused about my future destiny, the Fool came to me that day along with the stars. Thinking of the situation at that time, the corner of Will's mouth curled up slightly. At that moment I saw my destiny, and I also knew the right time for my destiny that I needed to wait for. The day when the stars return to the sky is when I will be promoted to sequence 0. Just being promoted to sequence 0 does not mean you will have a destiny after getting the key of light. The silent Adam spoke. Promotion to sequence 0 is your original destiny. It was precisely based on this that he did not intervene in Will's promotion ceremony. Otherwise, with Will being so close to the stars, he wouldn't be able to let Will get the key of light. In his opinion, a sequence 0, not even the path of destiny, can interfere with anything he wants to do. Yes, this is the fate I should have. Will nodded in approval and continued. So when the key of light suddenly appeared in front of me today, I was also extremely shocked. I don't understand why fate suddenly turned into this. I didn't understand it until just now. Will said with a touch of ridicule towards Adam. Since I can't see clearly the fate of the stars, then naturally I can't see clearly the fate caused by the stars. And neither can you. Method. The reason why I was able to advance to sequence 0 is because of the fate brought by the Fool. The fact that I was able to obtain the key of light is the fate brought to me by the stars. They appeared together that day, and now I was promoted to sequence 0 in one day and gained the key of light. Adam was silent for a long time and didn't say anything more. Do you know why I have to tell you so much? A wicked smile appeared on Will's face, like a successful prank. Because such a legendary day and unique deeds like mine need a suitable person to show off to. Now, walk slowly, and don't send me away. Will raised his chin slightly, held his head high, and waved his hand, signaling Adam to leave his kingdom of God quickly. You haven't mastered the key to light yet. You are also not fused with the true Creator. Adam said nothing more and disappeared. It feels so good to talk to Adam like this. Will was in a happy mood, and waved his fist in the direction Adam left. He had wanted to choke Adam for a long time, but he had never had the strength to do so. So he could only hide and backline to avoid trouble. Ahem. Keep a low profile. I'm half of my old self now. Right? I need to have an attitude that belongs to the old days. Will regained his mood a little, walked around the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, and said softly, "This old guy is always full of wisdom in choosing sides." After teasing the god of knowledge and wisdom, Will glanced at the cracking initial barrier nearby. A huge wheel of destiny was propped up from the kingdom of God, protecting the cracks in the original barrier that the god of knowledge and wisdom needed to stabilize. He, who still had some strength left, looked at the kingdom of the Earth Mother, which had collapsed by 2/3, and did not choose to help. After scanning the initial barrier and confirming that the outer gods of the past could not take advantage of this opportunity to invade the initial barrier, he faced the starry sky and showed a bright smile to the group of outer gods of the past who were watching in the starry sky. Only then was the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom closed, ready to begin accommodating the key of light. Fusion of source matter is not an easy task. Even he who controls his destiny needs to be careful. Originally, he wanted to wait for Hastur to return before trying again, but without truly containing the key of light, he did not have that much confidence to face the ancient sun god. The only good thing is that the god of knowledge and wisdom has escaped, and his authority has not yet been obtained by Adam. In this way, even if Adam merges with the true creator, he will still have the ability to protect people. Now we just have to wait for Hastur to return. There was deep worry in Will's eyes. The changes in the starry sky today are enough to wake up those sleeping outer gods of the past. The current starry sky is too terrifying. Chapter 643, Are the stars also the old days of the outer gods? The starry sky. Today's dead and dark starry sky was completely lit up. The old outer gods, who were already hovering outside the initial barrier, immediately sensed the source of the anomaly in the starry sky. Some woke up from their slumber, and were still unclear about the situation. Some chose to rush to the source of the abnormality in the starry sky as quickly as possible, and some chose to continue to watch the development of the situation. In the past, the only outside gods who truly understood the inside story were the fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, and a few others who had contact with the stars. High-dimensional overlookers wandering deep in the starry sky have the ability to master space, and are far more aware of subtle space fluctuations than other outer gods. The moment he noticed that the stars had crossed the initial barrier and returned to the starry sky, he rushed from the depths of the starry sky to the source of the anomaly. There, he did see the figures of the stars. He was sitting high in the palace of stars, looking ancient and mysterious, with an aura that could suppress him. The entire palace of stars is sparkling and shining with the veins of the starry sky, and a dense nebula envelopes the vicinity of the palace of stars. In the nebula, there is still a chaotic mist that came here first. With just one glance, he could tell that this was the other half of the uncertain mist of the Son of Chaos. The stars brought the wishing lamp that imprisoned half of the sons of chaos to the starry sky, allowing the sons of chaos to break free from the seal and become completely unified. High-dimensional overlooker, are you here to welcome my return? From the depths of the nebula, the Son of Chaos's noisy laughter could be heard. The situation of the stars does not look very good. The high-dimensional overlooker's eyes were full of danger and temptation. You can go test it out. Faced with the instigation of the Jinn god, the high-dimensional overlooker did not act rashly, but instead hid in multiple dimensional spaces. As soon as he disappeared, a large shadow turned into a big mouth and swallowed several nearby planets together with the Hall of Stars. I won't be afraid of crushing you to death if I open my mouth so wide. The Jinn sneered, and just slowly exhaled, blowing away the big mouth. The next second, the Jinn who was accommodating the other half in the depths of the nebula suddenly felt alarmed in his heart. A force that seemed to come from fate separated the uncertain fog and the wishing lamp, trying to prevent him from returning completely. Ring of Fate. You bastard acted so quickly. Why didn't I rush you to death? The lamp god cursed and turned the wishing lamp while continuing to merge, forming a golden kingdom on the periphery to protect the nearby starry sky. A black figure comparable to a huge Jupiter popped out tentacles and drew towards the golden kingdom where the Jinn was. A villain made purely of flames, triggering flames that spread across the starry sky. A dark black hole quietly opened in the golden country, with strong tearing force that would swallow up everything here. An unspeakable and indescribable murmur sounded from the depths of the starry sky and from every corner of the heart, and chaos and filth descended. In the distance, 7 or 8 more attacks came from different directions deep in the starry sky. Grass. The Jinn god suddenly felt his scalp numb. Not to mention that he had not yet recovered his peak power. Even if he recovered as before, he would not be able to compete with so many foreign gods. Only the complete fallen mother goddess, God, and Lord of Mysteries can compete. Stars, I have tried my best to fulfill the agreement between you and me. If you want to escape this disaster, it depends on your own destiny. Let me in. The Jinn tried to send the Palace of Stars into the initial barrier, but was shocked to find that the initial barrier had regarded the Palace of Stars as the outer god of the past in the starry sky, blocking it outside the initial barrier. Are the stars also beings rejected by the original barrier? So how did he enter the initial barrier in the first place? Could it be that he forced his way in by relying on his own authority? So the stars are also the old days of outer gods invading the real world? The Jinn didn't have time to think about it. The golden kingdom he propped up only bought him a few breaths of time. Stars, I have no other choice. The Jinn god gritted his teeth and forcefully drove the Hall of Stars into the depths of the starry sky. After doing this, he himself quickly rode the fog of uncertainty and left the place. The next second, silent destruction came from all directions, burying dozens of surrounding stars together. The stars are actually beings that were rejected by the original barrier. Did he really come from the starry sky? The high-dimensional overlooker, who had hidden into multiple latitudes, reappeared, scanning the depths of the starry sky and chasing after the stream of light transformed into the Palace of Stars. There were more than a dozen outer gods who had the same idea as him. But before they could catch up to the Palace of Stars submerged deep in the starry sky, a large number of outer gods started fighting out of instinct and hostility. A bunch of idiots. The high-dimensional overlooker ignored those idiots who had lost their minds and only had power. He, the Ring of Fate, the endless murmurings, and an outer god who also maintained his rationality pursued each other toward the Hall of Stars in tacit agreement. Soon, they successfully blocked the Hall of Stars deep in the starry sky, although it was still galloping deep into the starry sky. In their eyes, the speed was not very fast. The high-dimensional overlooker was the first to test. He cut off a space and formed a space cage to trap the Palace of Stars inside. The so-called space cage was shattered on the spot with just a slight touch from the Palace of Stars. The Palace of Stars is still moving forward. The eyes of the high-dimensional overlooker narrowed slightly, and he could see that this was the power of the Hall of Stars itself. Not that the stars were controlling it. The stars at this moment seemed to be in a somewhat abnormal state. Being able to break free from the constraints of his own space with his own strength alone proves that the status of the Hall of Stars may be higher than he expected. Perhaps the Palace of Stars is not an artifact, but a source of essence. No, it is somewhat different from the Sapphira. While the high-dimensional overlooker was thinking, the Ring of Fate turned and closed, trying to trap the Palace of Stars in Fate and unable to leave. But Fate cannot be imposed on the Palace of Stars, and the so-called closed Fate is also on the verge of collapse. Fate cannot trap the Hall of Stars. The Ring of Fate was also lost in thought, and the endless murmuring was also exerting its authority at this moment, trying to invade the Hall of Stars and interfere with the stars inside. But his authority is also blocked from the Hall of Stars and cannot invade it. Another outer god induced nearby planets to directly impact the Hall of Stars with material attacks. The powerful impact caused the Palace of Stars to shift its orbit. Only affected by material things? The high-dimensional overlooker, the Ring of Fate, and the unquenchable murmur also saw this scene and suddenly had an idea in their hearts. The high-dimensional overlookers who manipulated space used the power of space to attract a large number of nearby planets, turning them into a torrent of stars to hit the Palace of Stars with all their strength. The terrifying explosive power and impact were unable to destroy the Palace of Stars, but instead helped the Palace of Stars accelerate into the depths of the starry sky. Perhaps we can try to use gentler means to make the Palace of Stars stop. The high-dimensional overlooker had some thought in mind, and no longer tried to stop the Palace of Stars with brute force. Instead, he placed planets or large meteorites on its way forward, allowing the Palace of Stars to hit it on its own, in order to slow it down. The speed at which it moves forward. This move quickly took effect. The speed of the Palace of Stars became slower and slower, and in the end, only a slow speed was left to move forward. In their eyes, this was not much different from standing still. Only then did they have the opportunity to gather around the Hall of Stars and look at it carefully. This seemingly small Palace of Stars, even a random meteorite, is several times bigger than him. They could only pass through the dimly lit Palace of Stars and barely see the ancient and mysterious stars inside, sitting motionless in their positions. That's all. Just as they were observing the Palace of Stars and studying the origin of the stars. A black portal suddenly appeared next to the Palace of Stars, trying to pull the Palace of Stars away. The gaze of the high-dimensional overlooker was cold and cut off the space. The Ring of Fate followed its fate to find the foreign god, who couldn't wait to take action secretly. His unquenchable murmurs directly shattered his body. An alien god died like this without even having a destiny. Seen from a distance, the high-dimensional overlooking person, the ever-extinguishing murmur, and the Ring of Destiny seemed to be escorting the Palace of Stars. After leaving and returning, the jinn who was following from a distance saw this scene and secretly cursed. This is just like a group of hungry cats swirling around the fish in the water tank. At this moment, the high-dimensional overlookers, the Ring of Fate, and the endless murmurs are only blocked by the glass of the water tank. Once they find a way, the glass of the water tank will inevitably break. Without protection, the exposed fish can only be eaten by cats. Stars, I hope you can survive this time. The jinn sighed and chose to wait and see. Chapter 644. The stars were there in the past. The stars are here now. And the stars will be there forever. When the real night falls, the bright stars in the sky are no longer as eye-catching as they were during the day. Above the gray fog, Klein still has not left Source Castle. He will not leave Source Castle until the starry sky returns to normal. Today, in response to the wishes of the Tarot Club members, he held an additional Tarot Club so that they could come to Source Castle to discuss and exchange what happened today. After the disaster, he also wanted to sit aside and listen to their conversation, which could relax his tense nerves a little. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would gradually lose his human side in Source Castle. Mr. Fool, good evening. When Audrey suppressed all the thoughts in her heart and said H, low as usual, she sat in her seat and remained silent. Alger, who always liked to share information in advance, was hesitant to speak and finally did not speak. Forsey and Derek would not be the first to open the topic. Instead, it was Emlyn who was silent for a while and said solemnly, on this special day today, the ancestor Lilith issued an urgent order. Oracle, he asked all members of the vampire clan to pray to him devoutly. Alger and others were very keen to capture the key word. Emergency. The ancestor of the blood race, the mother goddess of the earth, actually issued an emergency oracle, which meant that the situation above the starry sky was far more dangerous than what was seen during the day. Mr. Fool, do you know what exactly happened? Emlyn looked at the fool sitting at the head with worried and pleading eyes. The kingdom of Feniport is destroyed. Klein calmly said this cruel fact. This scene was what he saw with his own eyes on top of the Source Castle. Today, the Lord of Mysteries tried to wake up and stimulated part of the Source Castle's abilities, allowing him to glimpse many secret things. The kingdom of Feniport is the foundation of the faith of the mother goddess of the earth. It is the place of his faith. Now that it has been destroyed, the anchor of the faith of the mother goddess of the earth. Alger explained and glanced at the even more worried Mr. Moon. Did not continue to finish the sentence. It shouldn't be that serious. The faith of your vampires is still there, although it cannot be compared with the huge number of believers of the Earth Mother Church in the Kingdom of Feniport. It can still provide some anchors for the faith and prevent things from going to the extreme. Cadla added that there was one sentence she did not say. This group of vampires should really change their arrogant temperament and breed more new vampire members. This is the most correct way to believe in their ancestors. MS. Hermit, I praise you for your kindness and wisdom. Emlyn stood up and bowed to Cadla to thank her. This matter has already exploded within their vampire clan. Only half a day has passed, and some members of the vampire clan have begun to maliciously speculate that the ancestor Lilith has encountered something unexpected. There were even 2 senior members of the vampire clan who suddenly died suddenly, which made the entire vampire clan fall into a state of panic and confusion. After discussing for a while, Alger had the courage to ask, Dear Mr. Fool, is this change in the starry sky related to the stars? Klein slightly raised his head to look up at the starry sky, and said in an inexplicable tone, The stars have returned to the starry sky. Are the stars returning to the sky? Is there any symbolic meaning in this? Alger desperately wanted to know. But he also understood that he was not qualified to know the real secret now. What happens after the stars return to their alignment? Audrey, who was silent, couldn't help but ask the question she longed for most in her heart. The stars will align. Chaos will rise from the earth, and the great first will awaken. Klein murmured in his heart. He didn't know whether the future would gradually move towards this ancient prophecy. But there are already many signs that this prophecy has come true. The Sea of Chaos controlled by God appeared deep under the King's Court of Giants, and was imprisoned in the wishing lamp. The Jinn gods, part of the sons of chaos, have now followed the stars from the real world to the starry sky. The Sea of Chaos and the Son of Chaos can both symbolize the prophecy that chaos will rise from the ground. According to this understanding, the original creator will awaken in the future. The fate of the future will change from now on. This was Klein's final reply to Audrey. Katla's eyes moved slightly when she mentioned fate. She once entrusted Mr. Fool to trade a drop of blood with a mercury snake in the path of fate. Today, when the stars were shining brightly, she was also drawn by fate and saw Backland, a huge mercury snake, connected end to end to form a wheel of destiny, and then flew into the starry sky. In addition, she also vaguely heard the words correct destiny. Does Mr. Fool think the stars will return one day? The stars were there before. The stars are here now. And the stars will be there forever. Klein met Audrey's hopeful gaze and gave the most certain answer in blessing. The starry sky and the palace of stars have completely stopped moving forward. It is floating quietly in the depths of the dark and silent starry sky, looking like a particle of cosmic dust. The high-dimensional overlooker, the endless murmuring, and the ring of fate are arranged in 3 directions, each using their own way to touch the palace of stars, trying to understand the secrets contained in the palace of stars and the stars. Stars, return to their places. Wake up. If I hadn't had contact with him in the Hall of Stars, I would have really thought that the stars were the conscious incarnation of the original creator. The high-dimensional overlooker had a strange look in his eyes. He tried to use his authority to explore the palace of stars, but there was no significant gain. The hazy starry sky surrounding the palace of stars seemed to be able to block all prying eyes and intrusions. To be more precise, the palace of stars is not in the same world as them at all. But just now, material things could hinder his progress to the palace of stars, which was very confusing to him. If it were purely illusory, it would not be subject to material interference. Find a way to destroy him. The ring of fate ended its spying. His fate could not be imposed on the palace of stars. Nor could he spy on the fate belonging to the stars. The fallen mother goddess may have a way. The endless murmur also agreed to destroy the star palace and the stars. The fallen mother goddess is indeed the best choice. The high-dimensional overlooker smiled and acknowledged this sentence. But the next second, he used the meteorites floating from the side to form a material cage, trapping the star palace inside, and then pulled it into the endless latitude space and flew away. Although the ring of fate and the eternal whispering react quickly, in this regard, they are not as powerful as the higher-dimensional overlooker in controlling time and space. And they can only watch the high-dimensional overlooker flee away. Hey, look what I saw. The great ring of destiny and the arrogant and unquenchable murmur were easily tricked by the high-dimensional overlookers. This is really interesting. The dwarf god's mean voice came from the starry sky not far away, accompanied by a burst of teasing whistles. The ring of fate just glanced at the Jinn, with no intention of chatting with him. A complete ring of fate reversed itself upside down, and the solid figure of the Jinn gradually became illusory, about to split into the uncertain mist and the wishing lamp again. This is the ring of fate exerting its power, trying to change the fate of the Jinn's gathering of the uncertain mist. Destiny, hey, is no longer in your hands. The Jinn sneered, resolidifying his body, and the aura of chaos spread to forcefully break free from the shackles of fate. Do you want to become the object of ridicule by those who look down upon you from higher dimensions in the future? After speaking endlessly, he left the starry sky without knowing where he was going. The Jinn god chuckled softly. Ring of fate. Do you know that the key of light has appeared and has fallen into the hands of a wheel of fortune? He represents the correct destiny. The ring of fate said nothing and left silently. I don't believe you don't care at all. One is fate, and the other represents fate itself. This is inevitable hostility. There is also the insidious and poisonous woman Destiny Weaver. She is best at weaving and manipulating destiny in secret. The Jinn quickly put away his distracting thoughts and looked towards the direction in which the high-dimensional overlooker was escaping. He also had no ability to catch up with the high-dimensional overlooker. Deep in the starry sky, the mysterious zone of chaotic time and space is shrouded in multiple dimensions. After confirming that he had gotten rid of all the chasing outer gods, the high-dimensional overlooker showed his traces with the Hall of Stars. Stars, you finally fell into my hands. What should I do with you? The high-dimensional overlooker stared at the palace of stars floating in front of him without any movement, and couldn't help but think of the friendly greetings from the stars to him in recent times. In all the years he has lived, he has never been so embarrassed, being chased by stars and running away across the starry sky. Although the damage the stars inflicted on themselves was minimal, it was extremely insulting. What made him even more angry was that he was unable to follow the starry sky to the Hall of Stars and confront the stars head-on, completely losing the opportunity. The high-dimensional overlooker stared deeply at the seemingly insignificant palace of stars floating in front of him. I may not be able to break through the Hall of Stars, but I should be able to completely bury you in the starry sky. He had already thought of a suitable place for the stars in advance. After the death of the original creator, everything he had gathered began to disperse, and the entire universe began to come to life. But there are also some places that contain the greatest malice of the original creator. It was a taboo place that even the outer gods were unwilling to set foot on in the past. Chapter 645 Stars from Beyond the Universe. The ultimate place comes from the original malice, and is also called the place of evil thoughts, the place of sleep, and the abyss of sin. If the original barrier is the goodwill left by the original creator to the earth, then the ultimate place is the pure malice of the original creator. Once any existence, whether material or ethereal spirit, approaches that area, it will be devoured and refined, and will completely disappear from the starry sky. There was an outer god Old Day who accidentally entered this area, and then, under the gaze of other outer god Old Days, he completely fell and disappeared, leaving no room for struggle. Some of the old outer gods, who were very secretive about this area, speculated that the consciousness of the original creator was sleeping there. Even though it was sleeping, his instincts were constantly gathering everything together. So whatever comes within his sphere of influence will be gathered together and become part of the original creator. At first, many outer gods of the past sneered at this and dismissed it, claiming that if the original creator still had his own consciousness, then the universe would not start to restart. Later, this ultimate land expanded its borders a little bit every year, albeit slowly. But this is enough to make the outer gods extremely afraid of this in the past. Perhaps when the original creator's sleeping place envelopes the entire universe, everything in the universe will happen again. Some outside gods made rough calculations in the past and calculated that it would take at least hundreds of billions of years for this sleeping place to swallow the entire universe. The high-dimensional overlooker tinkered with the Palace of Stars for a while, and after confirming that he could not open the Palace of Stars with his own authority, he took the Palace of Stars to the ultimate place in the starry sky. When the high-dimensional overlookers came to the border of the ultimate land, they encountered the original hunger that had been waiting here. There's no need to leave in a hurry. Primordial Hungry called out to stop the high-dimensional overlooker, who wanted to escape immediately. We can talk. What to talk about? Talk about the Palace of Stars in your hand, and talk about the origins of the stars. The high-dimensional overlooker came out of the multidimensional space, and the Palace of Stars was blocked by a material cage formed by meteorite blocks. Do you know much about the stars? I should know better than you. All of you. Yuan Hungry spoke softly, his eyes scanning the dark and silent starry sky in the distance. Then the fallen mother goddess, the everlasting rumblings, the mother tree of desire, the superstar master, the declined king, the son of chaos, a bunch of foreign gods came here at the same time, facing so many outer gods of the past. Even the high-dimensional overlooker, who holds the authority of time and space, has to treat them with caution. He alone is absolutely unable to fight against so many outer gods of the past. Even if you want to escape, it is impossible. Even if he were allowed to escape, he would definitely have to die. Are you gathered here to watch the falling stars together? The gaze of the high-dimensional overlooker looked towards the camp headed by the fallen mother goddess. For the stars, the hatred in the heart of the fallen mother goddess is definitely greater than herself. Stop your stupid behavior. The fallen mother goddess said slowly. Even though I really want to destroy the Palace of Stars and let the stars fall, do you think that the evil legacy of the original creator cannot destroy the stars? The gaze of the high-dimensional overlooker looked at the empty starry sky ahead. Without any planet, any light, or any material existence, there is the ultimate place, the place of sleep, and the forbidden place. Once you step into that area, you will completely fall into nothingness. There has never been an exception. He did not believe that the stars could compete with the first creator. This was obviously impossible. When the stars return, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great beginning will awaken. You must have heard of this ancient prophecy, right? If you don't want the original creator to really wake up, don't let the stars enter the ultimate place ahead, the place of sleep. The fallen mother goddess's calm answer made the high-dimensional overlooker fall into thinking. He had heard of this prophecy, but he had never believed in prophecy and destiny. That is the favorite topic of beings like the Circle of Fate and the Destiny Weaver. Is the consciousness of the original creator really left inside? That is not the consciousness of the original creator. The myth of the fallen mother only said this. but did not further explain what was in it. Fallen Mother Goddess, what are you trying to hide? Asked the high-dimensional overlooker. You have no qualifications or ability to question. So hand over the stars. Seeing that the fallen Mother Goddess had no idea of continuing the conversation, Primordial Hungry smiled and smoothed things over. You just need to know that once the stars enter, the Prime Creator will wake up in advance and start to gather everything together, and the entire universe will be re-evolved. The high-dimensional overlooker was silent for a while, and then sent the palace of stars floating in front of him to the middle of the two different factions, the fallen Mother Goddess and the original Hunger. It's normal for the fallen Mother Goddess to know the secrets here. But you, Primordial Hunger, why do you know all of this so well? Gao Dimensional Overlooker still wanted to ask clearly. Primordial Hungry smiled and said, I don't know what's in there. It should be a secret that only the fallen Mother Goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries know. I just know the origins of the stars relatively well. You wouldn't mind sharing, right? Of course. Yuan Chu looked at the Hall of Stars with hungry eyes. He did not directly grab it, but looked at it carefully for a while before saying, Where do you think the stars come from? The stars are really not part of the original creator? The person who asked the question was the Superstar Master. No. He does not belong to this universe. Original Hungry's eyes were deep. He is not a part of the original creator. His arrival was an accident and a mystery that has not yet been solved. Except for the fallen Mother Goddess. The other outer gods were all shocked by the words of Primordial Hunger. The stars that echo so well with this starry sky are not part of the original creator. Rather, he comes from the unknowable unknown. But this universe should already contain everything. So why is there anything outside the universe? Silence. Silence. After a while, the Mother Tree of Desire asked, How did you learn this information? Because I have better luck. Original Hungry said with a touch of excitement and joy in his voice. I was lucky enough to witness with my own eyes how the stars broke through the boundaries of the universe and descended into the starry sky. That is a scene that I will never forget. He just passed through the endless chaos from the unknown place, crossed the boundaries of the universe, broke through the protection of the original creator, and came here with a brilliance that is difficult to see directly. The original Hunger was obviously lost in memories, and his tone became passionate. Before the stars came, I never imagined that there were other things outside this universe. Shock, fear, and then deep yearning. Leave this universe. Examine everything from a perspective outside the universe, and pursue the real ultimate mystery. This is the real reason why I am willing to go to the Hall of Stars to make friends with the stars. Primordial Hunger seemed to have seen something outside this universe, and even his form began to tremble violently. Although what you said is sincere and interesting, I still don't believe it. It's just a lie you carefully concocted. The Ring of Fate spoke coldly, breaking the atmosphere created by the original Hunger. If the stars really came from the universe and passed through the protection of the original creator, how could they behave so poorly at this moment? Not to mention being equal to the original creator. At least it should be far beyond the three pillars of the fallen Mother Goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries. His behavior is grossly inconsistent with who you say he is. Primordial Hunger behaved calmly in response to such questions. He glanced at the Palace of Stars and said softly, This is exactly the price he paid when he came to this universe. This time the Ring of Fate did not continue to question, but fell into deep thought. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, High-Dimensional Overlooker and other outer gods could not help but think about what the original Hunger said. According to the story told by the original Hunger, it does make sense. This explains why a star suddenly appeared and how the stars passed through the initial barrier and entered the earth. Why is the Palace of Stars so strange and extraordinary? No matter how powerful the outer gods were in the past, they couldn't shake it at all, because it itself does not belong to this universe. Just like the characters in the picture. No matter what kind of abilities they use, they cannot harm the people outside the picture who are looking at the picture. No, there are still obvious loopholes in your rhetoric. This time the person questioning it was the Jinn. Chapter 646 The Shocking Truth. Hearing the question from the Jinn god, Yuan Hungry didn't show any special expression. He just said with emotion, no matter what the facts and truth are, there will always be people who question whether they are true or false. Oh, don't make yourself feel so wronged. The Jinn clearly didn't like this and said coldly, if everything is as you said, the stars come from outside the universe, then why did he cross the boundary of the universe when he... Only you saw it? It is such a striking movement to cross the boundary of the universe. And the stars are so closely connected with the starry sky. His arrival will inevitably cause the entire starry sky to echo. One more thing. Why are you so sure that the stars will be able to awaken the original creator? You make such a judgment based on just an ancient prophecy? When did you become as superstitious as that old stickman from the Circle of Fate? The Ring of Fate, that was Click glanced at the djinn with an unkind look. Sure enough, after so many years, he still hated the son of Chaos Mouth. I said, I have better luck. Original Hungry replied with a smile. Do you think this can be explained by luck? The Jinn God said disdainfully, there is also the Black Devourer who has been following you. Isn't he very close to the stars and always wants to meet them? Why is it so lively today? He didn't appear in the scene? Even an incarnation didn't come. Original Hungry was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, I knew that the lies would be exposed at some point. Alas, let's talk about it now. Hearing these words, the Jinn God almost didn't curse, because what he said before about primordial hunger was so conclusive. It was just a story made out of nonsense. And after being exposed, he could still speak shamelessly. I'm not as shameless as you. Deep contempt arose in the dang God's heart, and he suddenly felt that his past character was quite noble. Original Hungry, who had seen through the thoughts of the Jinn God, laughed and said, if you, a bastard, said it, no one would stand up and question it, because no one would believe what you said. In comparison, my character is worse than you are much better. The dang God inexplicably felt that his heart was stabbed hard, and in the end, he just said coldly that he was bored. What you said just now are all nonsense. Gao Dimensional Overlooker and other outer gods also looked at the Original Hunger at this moment. Yes. How could I have seen with my own eyes the scene where the stars broke through the boundaries of the universe and came here? I am not the goddess in charge of luck. Primordial Hunger answered easily. This sentence undoubtedly attracted a lot of hatred, but he didn't care much about the Original Hunger. He just looked happily at the palace of stars floating in the starry sky. If you've had enough nonsense, let's end the farce. The fallen Mother Goddess spoke, and her fallen authority spread over half of the starry sky, pulling everything here into the endless dark abyss of corruption. Except for the palace of stars, and the faint light that was still shining. All other lights were swallowed up. The fallen Mother Goddess suddenly took action, disrupting the short-lived peace. Other outer gods also exerted their authority at this time. Some wanted to leave the fallen abyss of the fallen Mother Goddess, while others took advantage of the chaos to rob the palace of stars, thereby creating even greater chaos. In this fallen abyss shrouded by the authority of the fallen Mother Goddess, all five senses, and even the spiritual level are unable to distinguish everything around them, and there is only pure darkness. Fortunately, the faint light from the Hall of Stars provided some guidance to the gods outside the field. But soon, the faint light of the Hall of Stars was also covered up, leaving only the eternal abyss of corruption. An outside god used too much force when breaking through the abyss, causing him to lose track of direction and plunge into the range of the ultimate land. In just the blink of an eye, he was completely turned into nothingness and fell without a trace. Idiot. The Jinn God cursed. And when the fallen Mother Goddess suddenly made a move, he remained still in place and was very calm. He was quite experienced in dealing with the fallen Mother Goddess. It wasn't until the light in the Hall of Stars was blocked that the Jinn felt that something was wrong with the development of the matter. First, Primordial Hunger admitted to lying, and then the fallen Mother Goddess suddenly took action. There must be some inside story that she knew. The fallen Mother Goddess and the Primeval Hunger must have other news about the stars. Also, when he just talked about the question of the Black Devourer, Primordial Hunger did not answer it. What kind of inside story do they know? Could it be that the original story of Hunger, which was full of loopholes, was actually what happened? The Jinn thought for a while and felt that it was too taxing and could not come up with the result. This was definitely not because of a lack of brains. Well, it must be the spiritual influence from the fallen Mother Goddess. He's so vicious. Just like that bastard Wei Mi. Without further delay, the Jinn broke through the influence of the fallen Mother Goddess and tried to find the location of the Palace of Stars, but failed to find it. When a group of outer gods were angry in the past, the fallen Mother Goddess put away her fallen abyss and made the starry sky shine bright again. But the Palace of Stars has disappeared, and there is no trace of the original Hunger. Fallen Mother Goddess, you actually lost to the original Hunger in the fight just now. The Jinn who saw this scene originally wanted to ridicule him, but he was too shocked. It was not only the fallen Mother Goddess who took action just now, but also several outer gods from the same camp as her. However, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Declined King on the original Hunger side did not help him. The fallen Mother Goddess did not answer the Jinn God's question. She quickly left here with the Ring of Fate and the Unquenchable Murmur. as if to pursue the original hunger. The Palace of Stars must have fallen into the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess. She deliberately created the illusion that the original hunger robbed the Palace of Stars. The Jinn suddenly let out a majestic voice that spread across most of the starry sky. After saying that, he quickly went to the starry sky where the original hunger might go. The Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Declined King remain in place. Do you think the Palace of Stars fell into the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess, or was secretly taken away by the original hunger? Superstar Master asked. If it falls into the hands of the fallen Mother Goddess, we have no way to snatch it away. We can only bet on the original hunger side. The Declined King said in a stiff tone. Today, the original hunger gave me a very strange feeling. It was so strange that it was like a soul suddenly changed in his body. The words of the Mother Tree of Desire made the Superstar Master and the Declined King feel bad. They all remembered that the original hunger seemed to have a huge battle with the Black Devourer. Later, the Black Devourer disappeared and was suspected to be devoured by the original hunger. It wasn't until Primordial Hunger introduced the Black Devourer to the Hall of Stars that they could have a glimpse of the outcome of that battle. Is Primordial Hunger really the victor? Perhaps, after that battle, his identity was replaced. Is this possible? This speculation is too appalling. Is there really some kind of existence that can replace an outer god in the past? After so many years, the flaw is only now revealed. Today, the fallen Mother Goddess has a different fear of the original hunger. There must be something inside that we don't know. The stars, the original hunger, and the Black Devourer. There must be some connection between them. It's time to decide. Otherwise we won't be able to catch up. After a brief analysis, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Declined King pursued the starry sky about the Black Devourer that they had seen through the authority of the stars in the Hall of Stars. If the Black Devourer is still gestating, he must still be in the starry sky. Backlund, Mrs. Lisa, who was in charge of the Yellow Church and the first Pope, had often looked up at the stars since the starry sky was abnormal. Her focus is different from others. What she focuses on is whether the predicted black star will appear. How will it echo with the stars? But the result shocked her. The stars appeared in the starry sky, and the stars in the entire starry sky were echoing each other, and they were particularly bright and dazzling. Only the black star never appeared. If the stars are the king in yellow, then it is impossible for the predicted black star to disappear without a trace at this time. Unless the king in yellow has never been the stars, and the two are not the same. In order to verify her guess, she prayed to the stars, the king in yellow, and the black star. The stars did not respond, and some were just dead silent. The king in yellow also made no movement. Instead, the black stars gave her a feeling that she was about to wake up. She didn't dare to continue praying and hurriedly cut off contact. Fortunately, Black Star didn't care about the peeping of a tiny human being, so she wouldn't die on the spot because of the blasphemy. Such an incident made her feel deeply frightened. It's all so scary, and all so crazy. She didn't dare to think deeply about this problem. Nor did she dare to think about any side details related to it. In the years to come, she will not mention it again, but will only bury it deep in her heart, letting this shocking truth accompany her coffin forever. In the end, she just told all the followers of the Yellow Church that they could pray to Hastur. She chose to believe in Count Hastur Campbell, who once lived in Backlund, because she had personally witnessed the strong humanity in the other person. He would definitely not bring disaster to those who believed in him. Chapter 647 Hastur. In the dark and desolate starry sky, a black star is breathing like a human heart. Steadily, powerfully and rhythmically. All the surrounding planets and material life are shattered into powder in just one breath here. When the Jinn, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Declined King, and the Glorious Hunter arrived here one after another, the black star was still breathing steadily, and did not appear to be hurried due to the arrival of guests. Above the black star, Primordial Hunger was holding the Palace of Stars with a victor's attitude, overlooking the 5 outer gods who came here. I didn't expect that this story of the stars returning to the starry sky would be resolved by us, the members of the Star Conference. In the end, should I call this irony or fate? The Dang God's tone rarely became serious. Perhaps this is the guidance from the stars. The Mother Tree of Desire also had a somewhat complicated mood. The stars have returned to their alignment. He has returned to the starry sky. And we are here. Is this the correct destiny for the future? It looks like it's all going to end here. Only the Glorious Hunter did not speak. His eyes were always fixed on the black star, as if he had noticed something. It is indeed you. The gathering of stars brought you here. It is not surprising at all that primordial hunger is seeing this scene. Because those idiots of the fallen mother goddess have been lured away. And only the outer gods of the past above the Hall of Stars can find this covered starry sky. Primal hunger? Or do we need a new name? The mother tree of desire didn't mince words, and directly opened her mouth to test. I said lies will eventually be exposed. Seeing that primordial hungry did not deny the speculation of the mother tree of desire. The Jinn had a question mark on his forehead. Feeling that something was wrong with this matter. Is there any other name for primordial hunger? Or is he replaced? Who did such a horrific thing? The lamp god was shocked, but did not ask any questions. Instead, he acted as if he knew everything. You are indeed not the original hunger. The mother tree of desire sighed. Its branches and leaves began to flourish, and black tentacles spread out a large black net in the starry sky, ready for a battle. Incredible truth. Who are you? Superstar Lord asked sternly. Who am I? Primordial hungry, who held up the Hall of Stars, seemed amused by this question. I have so many identities that I can't even count them. You should know about the church in yellow clothes founded by the stars. Right? Primordial hunger transformed into a human image, wearing ragged yellow clothes and a pale mask. The king in yellow clothes they keep believing in is my one embodiment. The black star in the yellow clothes church's canon records is also me. The nameless one who once wandered around the edge of the original barrier was also my incarnation. Well, it was this incarnation that occupied the original hungry body. You can also call me Haster. This name belongs to me. After Primordial Hungry finished speaking, he specifically glanced at the Hall of Stars. Asta Campbell. That's me in front. And he's behind. Are you Haster? The old one? The Jinn's tone was rarely trembling. He knew some information about this existence. In Russell's era, Haster was a very famous ancient ruler in the legend, also known as the Indescribable One, the Lord of the Starry Sky and the Deep Sea. The King in Yellow is just one of the more well-known of his many incarnations. The Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master and other foreign gods used to not understand the meaning of Haster's name. Instead, they paid more attention to the second half of the words spoken by the Jinn god. The old ones? What a loud tone. Do you want to dominate all the past? The fallen mother goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries are essentially one of the old ones. But they symbolize the three pillars and have a higher status than the ordinary old ones. Want to dominate them. Unless it is the original creator. Old Dominator. It's a long-standing title. You must be very uncomfortable with this title. Right? Primordial Hungry glanced at them with a smile. But this is the fact. The fear of the fallen mother goddess is not unreasonable. He vaguely saw something. But it's a pity that his brain is not very good. I told him to join forces to deal with the stars. And he believed it easily. If it were God and mystery, I might have to waste more energy to successfully obtain the Palace of Stars. Even though the other party was very fond of insulting the fallen mother goddess. The Jinn god still sneered and mocked. Stop talking nonsense. If you really have such terrifying power, do you still need to say low to that idiot? The fallen mother goddess? We need to join forces. Hee. The rulers of the old days are nothing more than that. The Superstar Lord also had contempt in his tone. Alas, I once said that there is a price to pay for crossing the boundaries of the universe. Especially at that time when the remaining consciousness of the original creator was still very strong. It caused me to fall into a deep sleep for a long time. And then someone used my name to go to the Palace of Stars first. How well the name Haster Campbell came to be. Original Hungry spoke slowly, and didn't seem to be in a hurry. You and the stars all come from outside the universe? The Declined King couldn't help but ask. Of course. This universe already has the three pillars of the fallen mother goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries, which stabilize the entire universe. Is it possible for existences like the stars to be born? The Declined King did not ask any more questions. He believed this statement because he himself also guessed the same. Does anyone else want to ask questions? I'm in a good mood right now, and can satisfy some of your little thirst for knowledge. God outside the field could feel the original hungry face hiding behind the mask, with a bright smile through the pale mask. He is stalling for time. The Radiant Hunter looked around at Primordial Hungry, as if he were examining his prey. Are you so anxious to take action? Don't you want to hear the stories between me and the stars? Yuan Xing was not panicked at all and said with a smile, if you miss this opportunity, you may never know the secrets about the stars again. You think we are idiots. The Jinn directly drank the original hungry words. And the golden rule chains turned into countless tentacles and smashed them. He will not let the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Lord have a chance to think. Taking the opportunity to confuse things is the most correct way. Primordial Hungry let out a cold cry. And from his feet in ragged yellow clothes, a tentacle stretched out to hold up the Hall of Stars. The pale mask revealed a pair of eyes overlooking everything. He attracted a swath of starlight from the periphery of the Hall of Stars, covering himself and the black stars, drawing a galaxy and dividing the starry sky into two sections. The Jinn's attack was intercepted on the other side of the galaxy, unable to invade, let alone cause any damage to the original Hunger, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, the Declined King, and the Glory Hunter also took action at the same time. And with great momentum, they once again destroyed this already barren starry sky. But all their attacks were intercepted, as if the place where the original Hunger was at the moment was separated from them by a universe. He is borrowing the power of the Palace of Stars. He hasn't completely mastered the Palace of Stars yet. The Glory Hunter and the Superstar Master both saw the original state of Hunger. He was delaying time just to refine the Star Palace. Now that he already possesses part of the authority of the Palace of Stars, he can borrow the power of the Palace of Stars to block attacks from this universe just like the Palace of Stars. It's still the Great Old One. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf in this state? The Jinn cursed disdainfully and continued to attack the galaxy that seemed to separate the two universes. Since they are in this universe, the other party must also be restricted by this universe. Otherwise, they will not be able to stay in this universe. The Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods naturally understood this and were not frightened by the previous scene. This is the universe of the original creator, and the original creator is the master here. Once there is a power that exceeds the limits of this universe, it will inevitably stimulate the consciousness of the original creator to awaken and directly restart the entire universe. The movement here soon attracted the attention of the fallen Mother Goddess, the high-dimensional overlooker, the Ring of Fate, the endless murmuring and other ancient gods. Their eyes only glanced at the melee scene in front of them, and they decisively chose to temporarily join the camp of the Mother Tree of Desire to target the original Hunger together. The starry sky was collapsing and cracking in pieces, and the galaxy that was pulled from the Hall of Stars in front of Primordial Hungry also began to show signs of failure and gradually had a tendency to break. The pale mask on the original Hungry face also began to show cracks, but he still held up the Hall of Stars upwards and enveloped the black star downwards. TSK. Why doesn't he escape first like the high-dimensional overlookers? Is it because he insists on hanging on here for the sake of the face of the so-called ruler of the past? Listening to the lamp gods deliberately teasing words, Primordial Hungry just sneered in silence. If he could escape, why would he talk so much nonsense with them? The Black Devourer, who is still gestating, and Hastur in the Hall of Stars are all trying their best to involve his energy. He simply cannot take away the Black Devourer and the Palace of Stars that are almost rooted in this starry sky. Chapter 648. Speculations about everything. The chaos in the starry sky attracted the attention of many outside gods, but they were just watching from a distance. They, who were not from the two major camps of the fallen Mother Goddess and the Stars, had no intention of directly participating in this chaotic battle, seeing that this time the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods actually worked together with the Sons of Chaos, the Mother Goddess of Desire, etc., to target the original Hunger. It triggered a discussion and speculation that spread across the stars. The existence of the stars has truly resounded through the starry sky at this moment. The starry sky in the past was a bit dead, and there were not many outer gods in the past who truly understood the stars. But this time the starry sky shone brightly, and the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods' old days successively competed for the Hall of Stars, which made more and more outer gods' old days pay attention to the stars. Also famous among the stars is Hastur, the Great Old One. But soon, Hastur, who claimed to be the ruler of the old days, fell under the siege of the old days by the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods. Just before falling into the Hall of Stars, it was the Glory Hunter who made up the last attack. Asta, the ruler of the old days? At this level? I thought you could really transcend the limits of this universe. It's disappointing. The Jinn was as powerful as a rainbow. He watched the galaxy break and was blasted into nothingness. Sarcasm. The original Hunger had died in the group fight just now. The ragged yellow clothes turned into ashes. The pale mask fell off, revealing the squirming flesh and blood under the mask. And finally the entire body was completely shattered. And even being pieced together was a luxury. Is this the end? There seems to be something wrong with the situation. The Superstar Master stared at the scene in front of him in confusion, making the Desire Mother Tree and other good friends of the outer gods stay on guard. There's something really wrong. The Mother Tree of Desire also saw something unusual. It stands to reason that Hastur, the old ruler who occupied the original hungry body, has fallen, and everything should be over. But in front of him, the integration between the Palace of Stars and the Black Devourer did not stop, but continued. Moreover, the Hall of Stars was stimulated, and the starlight exploded, actively guiding the power of the entire starry sky to protect this starry sky, making it insurmountable. The fallen Mother Goddess just watched, with no intention of continuing to take action. Nor did she take the opportunity to rob the Hall of Stars. It was more like waiting for something. Inside the Hall of Stars, Hastur was imprisoned in his seat. In front of him, an originally illusory figure gradually solidified, especially after the death of the original hunger. The figure solidified instantly faster. This is the real Great Old One. Hastur, the one who fell just now, was also Hastur. Just a part of Hastur. To be more precise, it was influenced by Hastur, the ruler of the old days. Or it was the original hunger that tampered with some memories. He was only the king in yellow from beginning to end, not the real Hastur. It is an incarnation controlled by Hastur, the old ruler, the king in yellow. Even until his death, he thought that he was the real Hastur and that he was controlling everything. Little did they know, he was the king in yellow, one of the incarnations of Hastur, the ruler of the old days. As he said, it is roughly equivalent to a mon creating an incarnation. The incarnation took away a body, and then the incarnation had part of its memory modified, thinking that it was a mon's true body. It's a bit convoluted, but this is the truth of what just happened. Hastur sat in the Hall of Stars and saw everything happening outside. When he arrived in the starry sky and had not taken the magic potion, the starry sky began to respond. The nameless person, the lord of the distant deep sky star sea, appeared in front of him with a shadow that was so blurry that it could disperse at any time, and directly restrained him. He locked him in his seat. This blurry figure came out of the golden box. When Hastur left the real world, he once considered whether to take this golden box with him that might be related to the king in yellow. If you stay with me, if something unexpected happens, you can open the golden box and there may be a glimmer of hope. But there is also a possibility that the so-called accident started when he opened this golden box. In the end, Hastur chose to leave the golden box in Baklan's yellow church, because once he goes to the starry sky to try to be promoted to sequence 2-star attendant, he will only have a chance to survive by hiding in the Hall of Stars. Bring the golden box into the Palace of Stars? Such a decision is undoubtedly courting death. But when he came to the starry sky and the whole starry sky echoed with the Hall of Stars, the golden box that was originally left in Baklan's yellow church, just like before, silently followed it to the starry sky and entered the Hall of Stars, open on its own, allowing the true nameless one, Hastur, the lord of the deep sky star sea, to appear as a phantom. This is a disaster that he cannot avoid no matter what. As long as he sets foot in the starry sky, no matter where he throws the golden box, it will follow it to the starry sky and come to him. A gift from the stars. This gift was too heavy for him to refuse, and he had no way to refuse. During these moments of being imprisoned in his seat, Hastur was speculating on the reasons for all this happening. The golden box fell with his birth. It had a strong destiny bond with him, and his name was also Hastur. The overlap of the two, under the authority of Hastur, the real ruler of the old days, becoming the key to replacing himself and inheriting the Palace of Stars. He guessed that the original Palace of Stars might have been the property of Hastur, the old ruler. However, when crossing the boundaries of the universe, the Palace of Stars was incompatible with this universe, and was driven into the initial barrier by the power of the original creator. Hastur, the Great Old One, was isolated from the first barrier. As for himself, he may be a ray of soul that Hastur, the ruler of the old days, was crossing the boundaries of the universe. By chance, he accidentally got involved, because he was too small and harmless. He followed the Palace of Stars through the initial barrier, and became the new master of the Palace of Stars. This is the most likely guess, he thinks. After all, he clearly remembers that his last life was ordinary and nothing special. Like Russell and Klein, before they became dried bacon on Origin Castle, they were exposed to mysterious items related to the Lord of Mysteries, but they did not come into contact with items related to the stars. I was born ordinary, and it was only because of a huge coincidence that I became the protagonist of the time traveler in the story. Now, the Palace of Stars is returning to the hands of Hastur, the old ruler, and he will only end up falling. Will the story continue like this? Hastur asked himself several times. and then thought about other possibilities again, trying to connect all the scattered clues to deduce the real truth. He thought about the Black Devourer again. What role does he play in this story? Why does Hastur, the Great Old One, need to possess both the Palace of Stars and the Black Star of the Black Devourer if he wants to control the Palace of Stars? Could it be that the Black Devourer is part of the Palace of Stars? Is it that the Palace of Stars is crossing the boundaries of the universe, and its self-awareness is born due to a series of incomprehensible coincidences? The Palace of Stars is like a magic weapon in a novel about cultivating immortals, where self-birth creates consciousness. In this case, it can correspond to the image of the Black Devourer, who is just a newly ignorant child. And it can also explain his attachment and affection for the stars. Asta followed this line of thought and thought about it carefully for a long time, and felt that something was wrong. If the Black Devourer is really a part of the Palace of Stars, why does Prime Hunger, the King in Yellow, one of Hastur's clones, recommend the Black Devourer to the Palace of Stars? Isn't he afraid that something will happen? Something is very wrong. If the Black Devourer was really a part of the Palace of Stars, when he was led to the Palace of Stars for the first time, he would have been able to take away the Palace of Stars, right? After all, he is part of the Palace of Stars, and he is just a pendant. It was impossible for him to still control the Palace of Stars, and the Black Devourer could only passively wait for his call, unless the Black Devourer has no connection with the Palace of Stars at all. His attachment and affection are all fake, or he has other secrets that he doesn't know about. But it shouldn't be part of the Hall of Stars. If this is the case, why did Hastur, the Great Old One, refine the Hall of Stars and the Black Devourer? Thinking of this, Hastur glanced at Hastur, the old ruler, who had solidified most of his body. Since he arrived at the Hall of Stars, apart from confining himself, he has not done anything else. Nor has he said a word. He seems to disdain to talk to him? Well, the more I look at it, the more suspicious it becomes. Chapter 649. Hastur is you. The stars are me. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was deprived of control over the Hall of Stars, and was imprisoned in his seat, unable to leave. Other than that, he was not restricted in other aspects. Hastur also tried to break free from this imprisonment, but in vain. After trying to no avail, he began to carefully observe Hastur, the ruler of the old days, and saw that he was still concentrating on consolidating his body. Why didn't he just kill me instead of imprisoning me in my seat? Is it because he can't do it, or he doesn't want to kill me? Why is it a bit like the drama between Klein and Amon? Hastur silently complained in his heart. It would be good if this plot was true. After all, the winner in the end was Klein. Time gradually passed, and Hastur's eyes looked beyond the starry sky. He saw a series of familiar external gods from the past, such as the fallen mother goddess, the mother tree of desire, and the jinn. They were just guarding the perimeter at the moment, and did not take any other unnecessary actions. Even the jinn was very quiet. Are they waiting for a result? Hastur took the opportunity to look at the Ring of Fate a few more times. This being in charge of fate will be Will's strong enemy in the future. Thinking of Will's fate, Hastur's mood improved a lot. Will, who has the key to light, should be able to protect Sharon and Audrey. The path of destiny is truly the enviable path of the European Emperor. Within one day, he was promoted to Sequence 0 and obtained the corresponding source of essence. Such luck is so enviable. No wonder the clone of the Mother Tree of Desire was driven crazy. Hastur quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at Hastur, the ruler of the old days, who had completely solidified his body. He did not speak, but waited for the other party to make a move first. Is it time to return my name to me? This was the first sentence spoken by Hastur, the Great Old One. Huh? I don't understand what you are talking about. Asta curled his lips. He would not say anything casually, lest the other party take advantage of the authority that he did not understand and take advantage of it, completely cutting off his own chance of survival. Asta, this name belongs to me. You are just a good luck substitute. As he spoke, he walked around and observed everything in the Hall of Stars. Everything here is as before. Your name? A trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of Hastur's mouth. Do you have your own name? Hastur, did you choose this name yourself? This name was just given to you by the world just to call you. A code name. You can call her Asta. You can also call her cat, dog, or area tied in Wankai. Something simple and easy to remember. What you said made sense. He came and sat down directly opposite Hastur, and said with a smile, since you like the name Hastur, I will give this name to you. At this moment, Haster suddenly felt a chill running through his body, as if something unknown would happen after he agreed. The name Haster was given to this body by its parents, just as you are called Haster by the world. You call yourself this body? It seems that you know very well that you are a thief, who has taken the fate of others and survived. A thief? In front of you. I don't dare to think of myself as a thief. You are the master of stealing. Even foreign gods like primordial hunger have fallen into your trap. I didn't kill him. It was the onlookers who killed him just now. It is as expected. Original hunger only had his memory modified, mistaking himself for the king in yellow and Haster, the great old one. What happened to him illustrates the terror of dominating authority. Haster sighed in his heart, and did not answer what Haster said opposite him, but said, "You have completely entered the Palace of Stars and taken control of the situation. Why don't you kill me and then leave with the Palace of Stars? I also have no intention of killing you." He looked up at the starry sky in the Hall of Stars and whispered, "After all, we are the only ones from the same universe." "Oh, a being like you would also care about this kind of emotion between humans? I really like walking on the streets of the human world. Although they are so weak, they have the most complex inner world. Sometimes I actually envy their short lives." "Stop being pretentious here," Haster said coldly. "All your observations and experiences are filled with condescension from different levels of life. When human beings lower their heads and look down at the ants busy around under their feet, sometimes they find it interesting, and even imagine that they become an ant to experience the world again. It's interesting for a while, but it won't be interesting for a lifetime. As time goes by, they still want to return to their human appearance and distance themselves from tiny creatures like ants." Faced with such ridicule, he did not feel angry, but spoke gently. "That's why I say that you humans have the most complex inner world." Haster did not answer the question. He just wanted to see what Haster wanted to do. "Your previous guess was correct. You are indeed a tiny soul that was accidentally involved. Destiny likes jokes, and life likes miracles. Your birth perfectly proves these 2 points. This is something that neither I nor the original creator expected. It is a few variables beyond our control. So I dropped a golden box from the air, trying to steer the story on the right track. But you were always on guard and never opened it. It wasn't until you arrived in the starry sky that you fully activated the backhand I left behind. And you were able to come in and correct this fate that deviated from the right direction." Haster just remained silent, carefully considering every word of the old ruler. "Now, let's end this." He stood up, surrounded by stars. Time and space were confused at this moment, and destiny was reversed at this moment. Haster was firmly suppressed in his position, unable to even blink his eyelids. "End this fate full of surprises, and return my name and destiny," he shouted low, and Haster instantly felt that he was stripped away from the starry sky, surrounded only by endless darkness and desolation. "The distance between myself and the starry sky is getting farther and farther, and I am becoming smaller and smaller, as if the timeline has been reversed, and I have returned to the state of the ray of soul when I crossed the boundary of the universe. Is this the end?" Haster was silent, silently feeling this almost suffocating feeling of powerlessness. "I am just a soul that was lucky enough to be involved in it. I can regain the identity of Haster, meet Sharon and Audrey, and spend a happy time. I should be satisfied, right? I believe that with the care of Will and Klein, they will all live well. Now I just hope that the Palace of Stars has lost the ability to pass through the initial barrier, and will keep this old ruler out of the initial barrier." This feeling of suffocation and despair continued until Haster thought of a question. He raised his head and looked up at the world full of darkness, silence and desolation. "In your words just now, why did you only mention yourself and the original creator? You seem to have never directly acknowledged the existence of the stars? What are you hiding? Or are you worried about something?" Haster's unhurried voice echoed in this dark, uninhabited world. The Hall of Stars belongs to the stars. This is an undoubted fact. If Haster, the great old one, is truly the original master of the Hall of Stars, then he is the stars themselves. However, in the series of words he just said, he did not mention a word about the stars. Nor did he explicitly say that he was the stars themselves. And where is his own body? What appears in the Hall of Stars is just a ray of consciousness stored in a golden box. And the original hunger is just his incarnation of the king in yellow. What about himself? What about his true nature? At such an important moment as welcoming back to the Hall of Stars, shouldn't his true form appear? There are really too many flaws that cannot be figured out or explained. Just after Haster asked this series of questions, stars lit up one after another in this dark world. First one by one, and then in patches, Together they outlined a brilliant starry sky. After shaking his head again, Hastur returned to the Hall of Stars, still sitting in his original position. It turns out that he has never left the Palace of Stars. He is here, in this Palace of Stars. Hastur looked at Hastur, the old ruler who was still sitting opposite him. And his expression suddenly became complicated, and finally calmed down again. I think I can answer your original question now. Don't you want the name Hastur back? It's a no-brainer. Because? Hastur paused slightly. Asta is you. And the stars are me. Chapter 650. The starry sky is the sea belonging to the stars. Hastur is you. The stars are me. Just such a simple word made the entire palace of stars begin to tremble. And the entire starry sky was illuminated at the same time. Every visible or invisible star responded to the call of the stars at this moment. And the power belonging to the stars began to return. Hastur was finally free from his imprisonment and regained control of the Hall of Stars. Now he is the master of the Hall of Stars. And Hastur, the great old one, is just an unkind visitor. When the owner does not want to see him, he has the ability to drive him out at any time and close the door again. From the moment he entered the house, the visitor used various means to trick the owner into selling the house to him. No, it should be said that it was given to him. But in order to successfully defraud the house, he also needed the personal consent of the owner of the house. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the owner of the house reacted and rejected this unilateral and unequal transaction. This story probably happened just now. Asta reviewed what just happened in his mind. What is the reason that makes me always think that I am just a temporary occupier of the Palace of Stars, rather than the real owner? Maybe it's because of the name Hastur. Looking back at what happened in the past, we can conclude that it was not him who wanted this name, but Hastur, the great old one, who specifically gave it to him. During this period, he also influenced the group of monks in yellow and brought them into contact with Voltaire Campbell, and successfully got Voltaire Campbell to name his son Hastur Campbell. This also involves a question. He was born after Voltaire Campbell named his child. How did Hastur, the old one ruler, judge that he would definitely replace Hastur Campbell? The sequence here is reversed. There is a possibility that may answer this question. After he was born into the real world, Hastur, the old one ruler, briefly returned to the past with his own authority and intervened in Voltaire Campbell's life. In other words, no matter who he replaced when he was born, he could go back in time and associate himself with the name Hastur. In other words, his possible names include Hastur Smith, Hastur Wilson, Hastur William, and other names related to Hastur. As long as his destiny is connected with the name Hastur, he will doubt his identity and origin. And a seed has been successfully planted. Then he could wait quietly for the harvest day. He succeeded in making himself believe that he was just a substitute, an outsider, a thief, not the real owner of the Hall of Stars. As for whether there are other secrets, it depends on whether Hastur, the ruler of the old days, is willing to answer them for himself. Can we have a good talk now? Hastur's eyes looked at Hastur, the old ruler who was sitting opposite, and looked uncertain. Do you think you have one? Hastur, the old ruler, said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. When the stars return to their alignment, there is no such thing as that simple. What exactly do you want to say? Asta had a bad feeling in his heart. I have entered the Palace of Stars, and gained control over part of the Palace of Stars during the period just now. Although I have very little control, it is enough. After speaking, Hastur, the ruler of the old days, stood up and said in a relaxed tone, It's not that simple if you want to find out the secrets about the stars from my mouth. Of course, I can be kind to you once in a while. If you can survive, then I may answer a few questions for you next time we meet. Before Hastur could say anything, the body of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, gradually faded from a solid state, and finally returned to nothingness. In the process, Hastur was once again imprisoned in his seat, and he clearly felt that he had briefly lost control of the Hall of Stars. When the figure of Hastur, the ruler of the old days, disappeared from the Hall of Stars, he was also forced to leave the Hall of Stars and appeared in the fallen Mother Goddess, the Ring of Fate, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Son of Chaos, etc. In the eyes of the sun. At this moment, the power of the Hall of Stars could no longer protect him. He immediately tried to use his ability to return to his original position to return to the Hall of Stars. But the Hall of Stars seemed to be cast under a silence spell, and could not be opened or respond to his call. Hastur, the great old one, put himself in this extremely dangerous situation at the expense of his own incarnation. But one thing is certain. The disconnection between me and the Hall of Stars is only temporary. As long as I delay a little bit of time, I will be able to return to the Hall of Stars again. Hastur thought a lot at this moment. He tried his best to stay calm and looked at the fallen mother goddess with a smile on his face. Are you surprised to see me appear? The fallen mother goddess glanced at Hastur and completely imprisoned him. At the same time, a dark and lightless abyss of depravity opened up behind Hastur, allowing him to be completely immersed in it. Eternal darkness. No thoughts and no thoughts. Prevented him from even raising a thought, let alone the idea of returning to the Palace of Stars. After doing all this, the mocking voice of the fallen mother goddess came in. It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to leave the Hall of Stars and walk out of the Hall of Stars on your own. This is the starry sky. As one of the 3 pillars, I can easily see through you who have lost the protection of the Palace of Stars. If you want to bluff, you will think that I am too stupid and incompetent. The old one, Hastur, did a good deed before leaving. Hastur only felt that the complaint of the fallen mother goddess was right. He really thought that the fallen mother goddess was too incompetent and stupid, thus ignoring that she was still a top old one and one of the 3 pillars. I have seen many interesting pictures from your mind, from places outside the universe. The world in a book, which is absurd but contains great horror. Russell, is this your original name? A ray of soul was lucky enough to be involved in the competition for the Palace of Stars, and became the new master of the Palace of Stars. Your destiny is enough to make anyone with any path of destiny envy you. The fallen mother goddess slowly revealed all the secrets Hastur had hidden deep in her heart, seemingly intending to take revenge on him. Stop struggling. Having lost the protection of the Palace of Stars, you are weaker than an ant in my eyes. Stars. Stars high above. Great joke. The fallen mother goddess mocked mercilessly. Hastur, who has no thoughts and thoughts, is like a body that has lost its soul, standing motionless in the abyss of corruption, in the starry sky. The moment the fallen mother goddess intercepted Hastur, she was besieged by all the ancient outer gods. But while he intercepted Hastur, he tried to take away the Hall of Stars and the Black Devourer. These 2 are the keys to controlling the Palace of Stars, which he just read from Hastur's mind. This is how the old ruler briefly controlled the Palace of Stars. Now that Hastur is not in the Palace of Stars, it is the best opportunity to seize the Palace of Stars. But he seems to have forgotten that greed is often the beginning of failure. During the melee, the Black Devourer, who had been motionless, suddenly woke up. He just woke up and tore apart the fallen abyss of the fallen mother goddess, as if a beam of light shone in, allowing Hastur inside to be free for a moment. Reset. With a thought, Hastur wanted to return to the Hall of Stars. The power of the stars reflected the phantom of the fallen mother goddess behind him, expelled and purified it. Like a firewall, it easily purifies viruses that want to invade computer terminals. Hastur was able to return to the Hall of Stars safely, sitting in his rightful place. Apart from being a little disgusted by having his past memories peeked into by the fallen mother goddess, other aspects can only be said to be a near miss. In fact, even if the Black Devourer did not take action in the end, he could safely leave the abyss of the fallen mother goddess and return to the Palace of Stars. We only need to wait until the power of Hastur, the old ruler, fades and the Palace of Stars is free. Even in the deepest abyss of the fallen mother goddess, the return of the stars is still unstoppable. Not to mention, he still has several consciousness clones left in the real world, specifically to prevent various accidents that occur after the main body reaches the starry sky. Even if his true body is trapped in the hands of the fallen mother goddess, his consciousness clone can still return to the Stars Palace after being freed in the Stars Palace, and then use the authority of the Stars Palace to let his true body return. If you want to completely destroy him, you can only seize the Palace of Stars first. This is also the strategy adopted by Hastur, the ruler of the Old Ones. His understanding of the Palace of Stars is obviously deeper than that of the fallen outer gods such as the Mother Goddess. The only thing he still couldn't figure out was the Black Devourer. What exactly was he? Is he really the consciousness that is awakening and brewing in the Palace of Stars? Once he is fully conceived, will the Palace of Stars change hands directly? Hastur pondered for a moment, then drove the Hall of Stars to escape deep into the starry sky and disappeared. The stars are in the starry sky, just like fish in the water, free and at ease. He only needs one thought to make the Palace of Stars reach any star in the starry sky. The starry sky is a sea of stars. Chapter 651. May the light of the stars shine forever in the starry sky. TSK. Why don't you continue to grab it? The genie looked at the empty starry sky in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. When the Palace of Stars escaped just now, The Black Devourer also disappeared without a trace, leaving only a group of outer gods in the past who had gained nothing. For such a result, the Jinn god happily accepted it. Anyway, he had never thought about competing for the Hall of Stars. Firstly, it was because of the contract with the stars. Secondly, he was already attracting hatred. Well, he was attracted by a bunch of foreign gods. Days of envy and jealousy. If he is too active and goes deep into the fight for the Palace of Stars, there will definitely be outer gods who want to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with him. Fallen Mother Goddess, do you want to express your feelings about what you have gained and lost at this moment? Seeing that the black mist surrounding the Fallen Mother Goddess was still rolling violently, the Jinn directly mocked her face. The Fallen Mother Goddess ignored the Jinn god's provocation, remained silent for a while, and left here. Some outer gods such as the Ring of Fate and the Everlasting Whisper also left one after another. In the end, only the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the Declined King and the Jinn had not yet started to leave. You have good luck in gambling this time. The Mother Tree of Desire rarely gave the Jinn a good evaluation. Oh, you could have made a big gamble. But it's a pity that you don't have the courage. The genie's tone was arrogant, and his words were full of contempt. At least we are not standing on the opposite side of the stars. The Mother Tree of Desire also accepted the ending at this moment. Existences from outside this universe. When the stars really shine in the starry sky, the original creator will really return. The Superstar Master seemed to have seen the not-too-distant future. It is rare for the Jinn to remain silent. In the beginning, the creator was the creator of this universe. Once he wakes up from his slumber, they, the so-called outer gods, will not be able to escape the fate of their demise. Oh, isn't there the Fallen Mother Goddess? God, and that bastard guy? They will only be more anxious than us. After speaking, the Jinn left the starry sky. He had not returned to the starry sky for a long time, and still had many things to do. Did you see anything just now? You mean the Black Devourer? He's too suspicious. The stars should have the same doubts as us. Otherwise, he would just take away the Black Devourer. There are still so many secrets hidden in this universe, let alone outside this universe. After a few brief exchanges, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Master, and the Declined King also left. It's time for you to go back. The little snake of destiny raised by the stars has been promoted to Sequence 0. At the same time, it also holds the source of the Key of Light. He is now waiting for you in your kingdom of God. With him, Adam and reality, the threat from the Creator is no longer the great. In a desolate starry sky not far from the initial barrier, the genie stopped walking across the starry sky. The atmosphere of chaos around him unconsciously eroded everything around him. Thank you for your protection on this trip. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom came out of the wishing lantern, faced the lantern and spoke respectfully. Just when he had a premonition that he might not be able to escape the palm of the ancient sun god, the stars descended. He said he could guide a way to avoid the ancient sun god and survive. That is to go to the starry sky, which is the forbidden area of the ancient sun god. In the end, he followed the guidance of the stars, and followed them to the starry sky. Ever since he left the initial barrier and reached the starry sky, the moment the lantern escaped from the trap, he has been staying in the wishing lantern. Because the stars never let him enter the Palace of Stars from beginning to end, there is a strong aura of the Jinn in the wishing lantern. He is safe hiding inside, and his hiding place has not been discovered by the outside gods in the past. Finally, he is hiding safely now. Thank the stars. He is the one you should truly believe in. The Jinn doesn't care about the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's gratitude, which is not valuable at all. I hope the stars are still missing a god. Harabergen knew his position very well, especially after hiding in the wishing lamp and personally witnessing the terror of the starry sky and the greatness of the stars. He knew how he should take the next step. Your wisdom is indeed good. No wonder you can live forever. The Jinn gave a rare compliment and then disappeared. After he left, Harabergen also passed through the initial barrier and returned to the real world. Even if he took a trip to the starry sky, he would not be blocked by the initial barrier. When Harabergen successfully passed through the initial barrier, he was shocked to find that he had not returned to his own kingdom of God, but appeared on the black holy mountain of the true Creator. Adam and the true Creator are waiting for him here. Harabergen's expression suddenly changed, but soon he calmed down again, glanced at Adam and said, "As expected of you, your methods are indeed powerful." Adam didn't waste time to speak. He asked the true Creator to control the black holy mountain to suppress Harabergen, and he took it upon himself to deal with Harabergen as quickly as possible and regain the authority that belonged to him. Facing Adam, who had already taken back the power of the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing sun. Harabergen was obviously no match for him, and could only struggle to support him. When he was about to be unable to hold on, a huge translucent wheel of destiny appeared behind him. The gears of destiny began to turn, breaking away from the shackles of the Black Holy Mountain, allowing Harabergen to escape from the shackles. Just when Harabergen was about to leave under the guidance of the Wheel of Fortune, a black curtain covering the sky and the Black Holy Mountain together covered everything inside and blocked the power of fate. There are other secret beings cooperating with Adam and the true creator. Could it be the goddess of the night? No. It's not quite like him. This power is more on the evil side. Harabergen thought about many possibilities in his mind. And finally, he was shocked and said, Adam, you are actually cooperating with the old gods of the stars in the sky. The stars can drive the outer gods in the stars. So why can't I cooperate with them? You are too paranoid. I just don't stick to the distinction between good and evil. Didn't the group of outer gods in the Palace of Stars also covet this world in the past? You're crazy. Crazy is the background of this world. The moment Harabergen was distracted, he was hit by a black cross and fell heavily from the sky to the sea. It's time for your authority to return, Adam said expressionlessly, and began to seize Harabergen's authority. At this moment, the blazing light broke through the darkness covering the top of the Black Holy Mountain, and the stars shined in the starry sky again. The black curtain has been penetrated, and it is difficult for the Black Holy Mountain to continue to imprison Harabergen. He raised his head, looked at the bright starry sky, and whispered sincerely, May the light of the stars shine in the starry sky forever. When he offered his faith to the stars, he disappeared directly from the Black Holy Mountain. In a flash, God had returned to his own kingdom. What appears in front of you is no longer Adam and the true creator, but the new God. Sequence 0 Wheel of Fortune Will. At this moment, Will's eyes were staring at the extraordinarily bright starry sky. This time, the starry sky was different from before. Although it was still bright, there was no suffocating feeling of oppression from the entire starry sky, and it no longer shook the cracks in the original barrier. It is the stars that soften the light of the entire starry sky. Will looked at it for a while, and then looked away. He was in a good mood now, and did not need to be conveyed by Harabergen. He already knew that the stars were safe. If the stars had not taken action just now, if he wanted to rescue the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he would have needed to go there in person, which would bring risks to himself. The source of the Key of Light is so hot that even the Mother Tree of Desire is so stimulated that it loses its mind. Who knows how many old clones of the outer gods were hidden behind the shadow curtain on the Black Holy Mountain of the true creator just now. They are like hungry beasts, and they will not easily watch you snatch a delicious steak from their mouths. Your fate is really lucky. There was a little envy in Harabergen's eyes. He was outside the starry sky, through the wishing lamp, following the perspective of the Son of Chaos, and clearly saw how Will went from the original sequence 1 directly to the old one, who had mastered a piece of source essence. This is a unique miracle. The right destiny will inevitably bring about the most correct result. Will wanted to be humble, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was so obvious. If it were me, I would be happier and prouder than you. I wish all existences knew about this unique miracle, and then appreciate the envious and jealous eyes they cast. You are a great speaker. Will was very satisfied with Harabergen's words, so he stopped hiding it, and said with a smile, I really want to know what happens after the stars arrive in the starry sky. Harabergen smiled. I am happy to share this unforgettable journey. Chapter 652 Intis. Your Emperor is back. Beyond the cracks in the initial barrier lies the kingdom of God belonging to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Harabergen slowly told what he saw and heard during his journey to the stars. He did not need to add or modify anything, nor did he need to organize the words. He only needed to tell the complete story of what happened, and that was enough. It's wonderful and unforgettable. What a thrilling journey. Will was speechless. Just through such a simple description, he could clearly feel the terror of the starry sky and how dangerous the stars were. Fortunately, the final outcome is that the stars still shine, and there is no terrible crisis in this starry sky. For now, there is only one thing to note. During the time when the stars ascended the starry sky, the initial barrier suffered a huge impact, and some of the cracks in the initial barrier had already expanded. It is unknown which outer gods would take the opportunity to infiltrate their power into the real world, just like those outer gods in the Palace of Stars in the past. Have they also sent incarnations to sneak into the real world? Today, on the side of Adam and the true creator, there is a being who knows the path of destiny very well. It is estimated that he was attracted by the source of the Key of Light. and he only helped Adam and the others to deal with himself. Speaking of which, his current situation is more dangerous than the God of knowledge and wisdom. Now that you have returned, this kingdom of God should also belong to its owner. Will had no intention of staying here. He wanted to find a secret place to shield his own destiny in order to avoid possible dangers. Once he completely accommodates the key of light, no god in the entire real world can threaten him. Well, except for the stars. May the long river of destiny always accompany the stars. Hariburgen sent his blessing. May your fate never be rough again. Will also smiled and blessed, and then left the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, disappeared, and could no longer sense his breath and fluctuations in destiny. A lucky man favored by the stars and fate. Hariburgen sighed, and then closed his kingdom. To the east of the kingdom of the god of knowledge and wisdom, Haliburgen was since returning from the starry sky. The god of steam and machinery originally wanted to come over and ask about what happened in the starry sky recently. Seeing that Hariburgen decisively sealed the door to his kingdom of God, he gave up this idea. His gaze swept towards the Republic of Intis, a country that had completely fallen into chaos and madness after the fall of the eternal scorching sun. Now, a descendant of the Gustav family, who claimed to have been blessed by his ancestors, appeared. Well, this is Russell's new trumpet. Even though the Gustav family has not ruled the Republic of Intis for as long as the Sauron family, the name Gustav family has extraordinary influence in the Republic of Intis. Many ambitious young people in the Republic of Intis have gathered under the banner of the descendants of the Gustav family. They are now constantly quelling wars, ending chaotic autonomy in various places, and trying to unite the scattered Republic of Intis again. Roselle, you still need me to help you this time. The god of steam and machinery has already heard the voice below, in the church belonging to him, of Russell personally coming to try to talk to him. The reason why Russell and Zeradal were able to overthrow the kingdom of Intis ruled by the Sauron family was precisely because of the support of him and the Church of Steam. Given the current situation in the Republic of Intis, if you want to end the chaos as quickly as possible, you must have the Church of Steam and Mechanics come forward to publicly support it. Trier, the ruined capital of the Republic of Intis, was mostly destroyed. The only remaining area was due to the protection of the Church of Steam and Mechanics. It was the god of steam and machinery who took action to protect life in this area. Today, the young man who claims to be a descendant of the Gustav family has shiny blonde hair, thick hair and handsome appearance, free and casual dressing, and uninhibited and indulgent behavior. He is very much like his ancestor Rose. A bit of your brilliance. The only drawback is that he is too young and does not have the two beautifully groomed mustaches of his ancestors. The Archbishop of the church personally came forward to entertain him, and then he prayed devoutly towards the emblem of the god of steam and machinery. Soon, he received an oracle from the gods and drove everyone away so that the young descendant of the Gustav family could communicate with the gods alone. Even he felt a little envy and jealousy in his heart. The gods always treated members of the Gustav family with special favor and kindness. There was no one else present, so Russell stopped pretending, pulled up a bench, and sat in front of the emblem of the god of steam and machinery, face to face with him. Oh, if I don't come, you will probably still stay in the kingdom of God. Right? The divine emblem exuded a slight metallic luster, and then a gentle voice came from the divine emblem. If I take the initiative to see you, you will definitely not see me. Instead, you will deliberately ridicule me. Russell's expression darkened as he was poked into his inner thoughts. Oh, this is just your excuse. What brings you here today? Just dropped by to see if you were dead. I'm still alive. Now that you have the answer, shouldn't it be time for you to leave? You know why I'm here. Please give me a nice word. My mother-in-law acts like a pussy. I can't guess your thoughts, so how can I know your purpose? The god of steam and machinery still had a calm tone. If he got angry because of Russell's verbal provocation, it would only make Russell feel even more proud of his actions and attract more abuse. Do you need to be so pretentious in front of me? Russell's face turned cold. Things should be explained clearly one by one before continuing the conversation to avoid any misunderstandings. Let the Church of Steam openly support the rebels. A sentence came from the divine emblem. In what capacity are you communicating with me? Roger Gustav, a descendant of the Gustavus family and the future consul of the Intis Republic. What is his identity? Yes, but with this status alone, you are not qualified to communicate with me alone. The Archbishop here will cooperate with you. After saying that, the light of the divine emblem dimmed. Russell's mouth twitched slightly when he saw it, and he wanted to smash the divine emblem in front of him, and the entire steam tower with it. if it weren't for his precious daughter not wanting to inherit the ancestral legacy of Intis, his eldest son passing away early, and his second son becoming an angel of the Church of Steam. Would this old father need to go out and fight again? After a while, he left here and gained support from the Church of Steam as Roger Gustav. People of Intis, your emperor is back. Late at night, in the southern continent, under the protection of the wings of the ancestor of the Phoenix, Grey Carrie, sleeping Audrey and Sharon entered a dreamland of brilliant starry sky. In the dream, Hastur slowly came from the starry sky accompanied by the light of the stars. You? Audrey and Sharon couldn't tell for a moment whether this was a dream they had or whether Hastur was looking for them in a dream. Don't worry. This is how I communicate with you through dreams outside the starry sky. Asta smiled and stroked Audrey's cheek. I still need to stay in the starry sky for the time being. And I can only use this method in a short time. Come meet you. Well, you have to be careful in everything over there in the starry sky. You are my eternal concern for this starry sky. On the other side of Sharon's dream, Hastur was saying the same words to Sharon in his arms. After a few simple exchanges, Hastur left Sharon and Audrey's dream and returned to the starry sky. Sharon and Audrey woke up at the same time. They got up and went to each other's room with tacit understanding, and then met in the corridor. Both of them had smiles on their faces at the same time. It seems that we all have a good dream tonight. Susie and Azhara, who followed closely, stood behind Audrey and Sharon respectively, looking at the two people who had not slept at night, and quietly looked at each other, showing curious and puzzled expressions. Since I was able to enter the first time, I can naturally enter the second time now. Hastur sat in the Hall of Stars, slowly gazing at the original barrier guarding the real world. After he was out of danger, and away from the gaze of the outer gods in the Palace of Stars, he began to try to contact Sharon and Audrey in the real world, explaining his situation to them so that they wouldn't have to worry too much. I thought this was a very simple matter, but I didn't expect that the initial barrier actually blocked him and the Palace of Stars from the real world, preventing him from coming directly. Now, he is just like the fallen Mother Goddess and other outer gods in the past, who are also isolated from the original barrier. Chapter 653, Attendants of the Stars. Yixingshu. To be precise, he has been identified as an enemy by the initial barrier, so that he cannot freely cross the initial barrier and enter the real world. Well, it is indeed difficult for normal channels to cross the initial barrier. Otherwise those outer gods in the past would not have been isolated from the initial barrier for so many years. But the Palace of Stars already has the ability to cross the initial barrier. For example, his incarnation can still freely cross the initial barrier with the authority of the Palace of Stars. It's just that the power of the main body of the Palace of Stars is much lower than when it first crossed the boundary of the universe. It may also be under his influence. It is roughly equivalent to a full-level Xianyuan sword that could have been used to defeat the boss alone. However, due to its owner, it was forced to be downgraded and could not deal with the boss. Is this a negative buff from the master? Hastur thought for a while, put the matter aside for the time being, and began to prepare to be promoted to Sequence 2-star attendant. He has met the conditions for promotion, and is now out of danger, and can be promoted in this starry sky. As for the potion, Hastur had already configured it before leaving the initial barrier. Even the potion of the Sequence 1-star singer had been configured. After calming down, Hastur took the magic potion in the Hall of Stars. The promotion process was far smoother than Hastur expected. Perhaps the Hall of Stars helped him shield him from some adverse influences, and he was promoted quickly. Attendant of the Stars. This is an extraordinary sequence specially prepared for the Path of the Stars. When he was first promoted to Sequence 2 Stars Attendant, the Stars Attendant potion in his body was completely digested before he could fully understand the extraordinary abilities of this sequence. Oh, it's boring. Hastur will soon end his promotion. As for continuing promotion Sequence 1, the promotion ceremony required is 3 dead stars need to be awakened. The Night Emperor is Sequence 0. His personality should be able to support a star, right? As for God, is he a dead star? It always feels like he has always been active in the body of the ancient sun god. It should be that he did not meet the requirements of the promotion ceremony. Hastur looked at the starry sky in front of him in the Hall of Stars, thinking about the promotion ceremony required to advance to Sequence 1. Perhaps what the promotion ceremony requires is to awaken the old days of the fallen outer gods in the starry sky. But wouldn't such conditions be too harsh? This is just promotion to Sequence 1. Sequence 0, like Night Emperor, should also be able to meet the requirements. Otherwise it would be terrible. Originally, being promoted to Sequence 2 should be something to be happy about. But thinking about being promoted to Sequence 0 and mastering the key to the source of light, his small achievement is not something to be happy about at all. Forget it. Compared to Will, even the outer god in the old days would have been so jealous that he committed suicide. Hastur quickly calmed down and began to fully understand and summarize the extraordinary qualities of his promotion to Sequence 2-star attendant. 3 active skills and 2 passive skills. Passive abilities are Star Protection and Star Color. Star Protection: when you are under the starry sky, you will be protected by the Hall of Stars. The lucky ones, who have the protection of the stars, will be immune to most damage. Color of Stars: the rays of stars are brilliant and colorful. A rainbow that transcends fate. Those blessed by this will not be bound by fate. Like a waterfall turning into a rainbow, which is a symbol of luck and holiness. The active abilities are Glory of Stars, Wrath of Falling Stars, and Eternal Star Technique. Shining Stars: you can draw strength from the stars in the sky to greatly enhance your abilities without any hidden dangers. Wrath of the Meteor: can summon stars from outside the sky to turn into meteorites and come to the world. The first 2 active abilities can be coordinated with each other, amplified by the Glory of the Stars ability, and then descended into the world by the Wrath of the Fallen Star. Finally, Yixing Shu. This extraordinary ability is a bit special and a bit difficult to describe. Hastur also thought for a long time before naming this ability Yixing Shu. This sentence is the best explanation for this ability, and it is also the basis for Hastur's name. If I had to explain it, this extraordinary ability is more about authority. It can mainly target the stars lit up by the Hall of Stars. For example, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Son of Chaos, and the Superstar Master came to the Hall of Stars to participate in the meeting of stars in the past. They represent the stars. The deeper their fate is connected with the Hall of Stars, the more they will be affected and controlled by Yixing Shu. Those with names in the Hall of Stars, such as Adam and the True Creator, will also be affected by the Yixing technique. But the control effect is not as powerful. Hastur himself is a little unsure about this last ability. He needs a suitable partner to gradually become familiar with this ability. Who should I choose? The Fallen Mother Goddess is a good target. Unfortunately, she has not made any big moves recently. She is brewing something in the dark. We have to take advantage of the time when he is distracted to catch him off guard. Hastur thought of the Ring of Fate again. This outer god used to have a sign on the starry sky in the Hall of Stars. But now, he is actively invading the real world and wants to seize the key of light in Will's hand. Hastur thought for a while and decided to choose the Ring of Fate as the test subject. In the vast deep space of the universe, outside a particularly hideous crack in the initial barrier, a ring of light branched out into a long river of destiny. The Ring of Fate was now seeping its power bit by bit into the crack in the initial barrier in front of you. Beside him, there is the Fallen Mother Goddess to help him better invade the real world with power. The emergence of the Key of Light made all the outer gods who witnessed that scene covet it. Among them, the 2 outer gods related to fate, Ring of Fate and Destiny Weaver, were the most eager. The Ring of Fate was busy helping the Fallen Mother Goddess deal with the stars some time ago. It was only now that he was able to find time to use his authority to penetrate the initial barrier through the cracked channel opened by the Fallen Mother Goddess. For example, the Mother Tree of Desire, Superstar Master, etc. use the help of stars to form a clone that can walk freely within the initial barrier. The 2 look similar, but the price they pay is very different. Even if their avatars of the Mother Tree of Desire and Superstar Lords die in the real world, they can send down a new avatar at any time as long as the stars are willing. But passing the path built by the Fallen Mother Goddess consumes too much power, and this itself is countering the power of the initial barrier. After passing through it once, the cracks here will be easily repaired, and you can come again next time. It's not that easy anymore. To build such a passage, you still need the help of beings within the initial barrier. Either a large-scale ceremony is held, or a secret existence at Sequence 0 level helps to guide them. It is far less troublesome and effortless than arriving through the Hall of Stars. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was sitting in his seat, thinking about how to cross the initial barrier, while patiently waiting for the Ring of Fate to take action. Once the Ring of Fate is about to be successful, he will try to use the Yixing technique. After about a few days, the passage in front of the Ring of Fate was guided by the hidden existence in the initial barrier. It was gathering the power of destiny to enter a clone of destiny with as much power as possible into the initial barrier. The wait is finally here. Hastur was in a good mood. He looked at the star that represented the Ring of Fate and tried to treat it as a white chess piece. He used the authority of the Hall of Stars to pull the star he was on and slam it into the Fallen Mother Goddess. represented by the black chess piece. The two stars collided violently like two chess pieces in the starry sky, creating a brilliant brilliance. Hastur's eyes looked through the stars at the Ring of Fate and the fallen Mother Goddess outside the crack in the initial barrier. At the moment when he used the I Ching technique just now, the Ring of Fate that was invading his power into the crack in the initial barrier suddenly lost control, was uncontrolled and undriven, and slammed into the fallen Mother Goddess, who was protecting him. In an instant, the unbalanced fate struck the fallen Mother Goddess, who was defenseless. Just at that moment, a hole was knocked out of the abyss surrounding the fallen Mother Goddess, hurting her body. Not only that, the out-of-control force indirectly caused the initial barrier crack passage to explode violently. The power of the counterattack, combined with the power of the initial barrier, rushes towards the Ring of Destiny, which is temporarily unable to control its power. The glory of fate dimmed instantly. The cycle of destiny is in charge of the Ring of Fate. At this moment, you can taste the fruit of destiny brewed by the cause of destiny. Is the effect so obvious? When Hastur saw the scene, he also felt a little weird. He was only sequenced too. Although he relied on the power of the Palace of Stars, he was able to influence the two outer gods of the past, the Ring of Fate and the fallen Mother Goddess, which could be regarded as a reverse god's ability. TSK. It's a pity that it won't be so easy to attack by surprise next time. Chapter 654. The sudden change shocked and stunned both the Ring of Fate and the fallen Mother Goddess. It's a pity that they are far from ordinary simple-minded existences. They did not turn against each other because of such an accident. Instead, they thought and discussed, and then cast suspicious eyes on the stars. It should be his authority. At that moment, I couldn't control the power in my body, as if there was some existence controlling me from a distance. Control from the air. This kind of power should be the stars suddenly taking action in the dark. And I just followed the line of destiny to explore. And I was blocked in the path of destiny by a bright starry sky. It is basically certain that it is him. The Ring of Fate analyzed calmly. But there was a bit of coldness in his heart. If this scene just happened at the juncture of the old life and death showdown between him and other outer gods, it would definitely be the winner that could reverse success or failure. The most important thing is that from this episode, he noticed that the power of the stars had increased again. Originally, his influence on him was not that great. It must be after returning to the starry sky that he is one step closer to fully awakening. Stars. The fallen Mother Goddess fell silent briefly. Do you know some secrets about the stars? I originally just speculated on the origin of the stars. Maybe not the existence of this universe. As for other aspects, I don't know much about it. The fallen Mother Goddess slowly explained. I have no need to deceive you on this matter. Fatering's tone slowed down a bit. You are already the mortal enemy of the stars. If you don't take action against the stars, your situation will only become more and more difficult in the future. The stars should no longer be able to pass through the initial barrier in a short period of time. The fallen Mother Goddess glanced at the initial barrier in front of her. I can feel the extreme rejection of the initial barrier to him. Perhaps the consciousness of the original creator is really slowly awakening. What do you mean? Every time the stars pass through the initial barrier, the consciousness of the original creator will be further awakened. This may be the truth contained in the ancient prophecy that the stars will return. Chaos will rise, and the initial awakening will occur. Your idea is too bold, compared to the truth that the stars come from outside the universe. No matter how bold a guess is, it is nothing more than that. If it is true as you say, the stars will be the mortal enemies of all living things in this universe. He is the existence that invades this universe. The horrifying speculation only occurred in the communication between the Circle of Fate and the fallen Mother Goddess. No other outer gods had ever heard of this possible forbidden secret. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur was very satisfied with the ability of Star Game. At that moment, the Ring of Fate and the fallen Mother Goddess became chess pieces on the chessboard, and could be played with at will. It's a pity that after performing I Ching surgery once, the connection between the Ring of Fate and the Hall of Stars is weakened. It will not be that simple to achieve such good results next time. After testing the star technique, Hastur continued to think about ways to cross the initial barrier. There is a risky approach that should work. When the Palace of Stars is still within the initial barrier, you can build a starry sky portal to lead the outer gods in the starry sky into the real world. The reverse should also be possible, allowing Grey Carry to pray, and then build a starry sky portal within the initial barrier, so that the Palace of Stars can return to the initial barrier. It's just that in this way, accidents can easily happen. If other outer gods come looking for traces from the past and follow him at the moment when he travels back and has not closed the starry sky portal in time, the end will come early. It is equivalent to forgetting your keys and being unable to open the door when you go out. If you want your child to climb in through the window and open the door for you, such behavior is naturally risky. Moreover, after further taking charge of the Palace of Stars, he could feel that the starry sky was the best destination for the Palace of Stars, and it itself had little interest in crossing the initial barrier again and returning to the real world. It just wants to stay in the vast chessboard of the starry sky and fiddle with the chess pieces as it pleases. The dominance of the star path has become more and more obvious. Let's solve the promotion ceremony required for promotion to sequence 1 first. 3 dead stars. Hastur's eyes fell on the starry sky in front of him, and he began to search for those dead stars. If he encountered the right one, he would use his power to awaken the dead stars. It's just that he still needs to understand the starry sky. He should first familiarize himself with various aspects of the promotion sequence 2 abilities in the Hall of Stars, and then try to awaken those dead stars. The Jinn should be a good guide. A month is just a short moment for the starry sky, and it has passed before you even open your eyelids. After returning to the starry sky, the magic lamp has returned to its complete form, and the former son of chaos will shine in the starry sky again. He will once again let his fame resound in this starry sky that has been missing him for so long. This is what the Jinn god originally thought. But the matter of shining in the starry sky has been completed by the stars in advance. At this stage, it is impossible for him to cover up the light belonging to the stars. On this day, he was suddenly summoned to the Hall of Stars. In the mysterious and solemn Hall of Stars, only the stars sat alone at the head of the long table. The Jinn just glanced at the stars and sat in his original position. This was the first time he talked to the stars like this in the Hall of Stars. You keep your promise. For me, who controls the rules and order, such words are not a compliment. At least in my eyes. Keeping this promise is a plus. The genie was in a good mood. He wanted to give it a few more words. But then, he heard the stars change their subject. There are too many dead stars in this starry sky, which dims the light of the stars. It's much better now than before. During the years when the 3 pillars of the fallen Mother Goddess, the Lord of Mysteries, and God were all in the starry sky, there were really too many outer gods who fell in the past, and the number of stars that were shattered was already countless. All among the fallen people in the starry sky you witnessed. Are there any stars that impressed you? The Jinn's heart suddenly moved, and he seemed to have guessed the meaning of Xuanqing's question. The stars want to wake them up? The Dang god's tone trembled slightly. You still have a recommended spot, Hastur just said calmly, and he did not directly state his purpose of coming. By speaking tactfully like this, I can not only let the Jinn help me answer my doubts, but also sell the Jinn a favor. Maybe he will thank me. Do the stars know my past? Just a little bit here and there. The Jinn god was silent for a while, and then said with emotion, I also made some pretty good companions in the starry sky. But in this chaotic and dangerous starry sky, they fell one after another. And finally I lost the old relationship with other outer gods. The idea of traveling together. It seems you have a very memorable past. That was a long time ago. I don't mind. You can continue to speak freely. Hastur wanted to say this, but in order not to damage the image of the stars, he could only say, words like Zhou Yuan are not suitable for you. Ahem. It's just a temporary feeling. The Jinn quickly recovered his mind, and taught Hastap a long history of the starry sky, and mentioned several outer gods, who once shone in the starry sky in the past. Not all outer gods are ancient. A large part of the current starry sky has grown up by devouring or stepping on the corpses of older outer gods. For example, the Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny are the younger generation of outer gods compared to existences such as the fallen Mother Goddess and the Jinn god. Once upon a time, there was an ancient being in the stars who almost controlled the entire destiny. If he succeeds, he will be able to control the fate of all living creatures in the entire starry sky. This kind of authority is no less than that of the original creator. So it was natural for him to fall because of greed. The Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny both began to shine in the starry sky after his death. They must have obtained the legacy of the Ancient One. And perhaps one of them is a part of the Ancient One. This kind of situation is very common in the starry sky. Where there is death, there is new life. The Ancient One claimed to be destiny itself. But the old outer gods at that time liked to call him the creator of destiny. The later Destiny Weaver had a bit of a style. In other words, the combination of the Ring of Fate and the Weaver of Destiny is the creator of destiny. In addition to this architect of destiny, the Jinn also mentions other ancient beings who have fallen. Such is the beginning of all things, the eternity of time, the origin of Father God, the eternal glory. Chapter 655. Origin of Father God? Great loving Father. The history of the starry sky is too vast, and there are too many outer gods born in the past. Some of them shine like comets, some fall like meteorites, and some are still immortal to this day. The Jinn god admitted that the history of the starry sky that he knew was only a corner, and that there were equally wonderful stories in corners of the starry sky that he had never visited or heard of before. Hastur just paid a little attention to a few of the more interesting outer gods in the past, and then asked the Jinn to start using the recommended quota that had been given to him. Can the fallen outer god of old be the same? The Jinn was still in disbelief. Hastur said nothing, just looked at him with a smile. I believe in the authority of the stars. The Jinn looked deeply at Hastur and recommended a companion who had fallen for who knows how many years. He was a comrade who had fought side by side. Origin of God the Father. This title is really related to the Jinn. Hastur cursed secretly in his heart. An origin Father God. A son of chaos. Father and son. If you add the fallen mother goddess, it's really not a good comment. Hastur agreed to the Jinn god's recommendation and asked the Jinn god to take him to the place where the original Father God fell, or where his consciousness might still be. The main power of the authority of return is return, not resurrection. If he really died without leaving any trace, then the authority to return cannot force him to return. But it is also very difficult to make a powerful foreign god completely fall from the past. The Jinn led the way in the starry sky, and Hastur sat in the hall of stars, waiting. When the Jinn arrived at the place where his former companions fell, his tone rarely trembled. Is it really possible? If he has not completely fallen, Hastur replied. And a starlight incarnation descended from the hall of stars and appeared next to the Jinn, and began to exert his return authority. At this moment, he is like a high priest singing ancient songs, communicating with the entire starry sky, and his soul has returned. The authority to return is indeed similar to the ability to summon souls, only more advanced. Under the repeated calls for authority, translucent ripples appeared in the starry sky visible to the naked eye. It seems that something is really crossing life and death, crossing time and space, gathering from all over the wandering starry sky. But this kind of fluctuation only lasted for a moment, and the little consciousness that had gathered and returned was swallowed up by the attracted outer god Old Day. On this day, the Jinn who restored the power of the Son of Chaos once again roared angrily in the starry sky. The outer god who blocked the returning power was torn alive by the Jinn god in the past, and crushed into dregs. After finishing all this, the genie looked at the empty starry sky, and asked unwillingly, "Is this the end? Are you still expecting a miracle?" Asta spoke slowly and deliberately. "I believe in the stars." The Jinn gave a perfect answer. Reset. Hastur sighed softly in his heart, and once again exerted his authority to return. This is not a skill that can only be used once. If it is interrupted, just use it again. If the returned authority can be interfered with so easily, then the stars would be too inferior. Seeing this scene, the Jinn god had a complicated mood. He felt as if he had been tricked by the stars just now. He even asked him if he believed in miracles. Why didn't he ask him if he believed in light? But fortunately, this is still a happy thing. Soon, the consciousness that gathered and returned from all over the starry sky gradually condensed into a big green beam dot, and then shone slightly. Later, the light became stronger and stronger, and turned into an illusory light and shadow. The Jinn looked very excited. Hastur just glanced at it, then looked away in shock, silently vomiting in his heart. Why is it called the Origin Father God? This is obviously a great and loving father. Well, Nurgle was born from the will of despair, with a tendency to destroy, and controls all viruses and plagues. He accepts all believers, old and ugly, good and evil. He is tolerant and tolerant of the world, just like a kind father leading his beloved son along the way. A very classic image of a green-skinned toad. Oh, look! Isn't this my friend the Son of Chaos? Have you come down to accompany me too? Without a great and loving father by your side to guide you forward, are you tired of this lonely starry sky? Come, throw yourself into my arms, and let my fatherly care soothe your tormented soul. Before the Jinn could speak, his good companion opened his big mouth full of teeth and let out a series of loud shouts. Ahem, old fellow, you are not completely dead yet. It was I who used the power of the stars to call back a little bit of your consciousness from the abyss of despair. The Jinn, who looked like he didn't know what his face was, rarely felt embarrassed. Oh, I heard it. I heard a strange call. He was leading me through the darkness and cold of eternity. That's the power of the stars. Stars? This starry sky is becoming more and more colorful. As soon as he finished speaking these words, the phantom of the origin father god mentioned by the Jinn god gradually dimmed, leaving only a tiny bit of light that could be extinguished at any time. The Jinn looked at the stars with surprised eyes, hoping that he could answer his doubts. He needs to complete this last step by himself. Hastur suppressed the thought of vomiting at the moment. It was obvious that he had exerted his authority to return a tiny bit of consciousness to the origin father god. But it seemed that he had not yet understood the current situation and used his tiny power to argue with the Jinn god. Now that this little bit of power has been exhausted, at least he has to rest for a long time to regain his strength. But for him, this is considered to be the completion of awakening the dead stars, and the goal has been achieved. He just fell for a long time and became a little confused. The Jinn explained to his comrade, and then said in a low voice, "Thank you." Look, he still has to thank himself in the end. Right? Hastur just nodded, and the incarnation of the stars disappeared before the eyes of the Jinn. As for the follow-up of the original father god, it depends on his own will. In the Hall of Stars, Hastur retracted his gaze from the Jinn god, thinking of the image of the original father god just now. He could not hold back. The great loving father and his great son. I really shouldn't believe that the Jinn has a perfectly normal friend. I really have expectations for the Jinn that I shouldn't have. After vomiting, Asta felt much better. Just when the origin father god returned from death, he did sense some fluctuations in the Hall of Stars. This is indeed the promotion ceremony of Promotion Sequence 1. Awakening 3 dead stars. If you count the awakening of God's consciousness, Grey Carrie, and the Night Emperor, there are still 3 stars. It seems that it is time to be promoted to Sequence 1 Star Singer. Hastur sat quietly in the Hall of Stars for 2 days to confirm that his condition was back to its best before taking the magic potion of the Singer of Sequence 1 Stars. For the vast starry sky, the shining light of the stars, although bright, will soon return to the deep darkness and silence like this starry sky. Now most of the awakened outer gods of the past are lying outside the original barrier, drooling with saliva, wanting to put their tentacles in and then have a feast. Unfortunately, the initial barrier is still an insurmountable barrier for them. The fallen mother goddess was very active during this period, and many outer gods chose to join her camp in the past, standing on the opposite side of the stars. The reason why they chose their side is also very simple. Because the stars returned to their alignment, chaos surged, and the ancient prophecy of the initial awakening occurred. This ancient prophecy was spread across the stars before the stars even began to shine. The appearance of the stars just verified the credibility of this ancient prophecy. For the outer gods of the past, who have already stood at the apex of this universe, they naturally do not want the consciousness of the original creator to awaken. At the same time, I am afraid that the stars will awaken the first creator. When the original creator awakens, the universe restarts. As people from outside the universe, the stars can live on, and they must become the nourishment of the new universe, even without the banner of the fallen mother goddess. The outer god of the old days, who understood the origins of the stars, would spontaneously choose to stand on the opposite side of the stars. One is one of the pillars of the own universe, and the other is a visitor from outside the universe. The Jinn god was not involved in these messy things. He was concentrating on guarding the mung bean-sized light spot to prevent this ray of awakened consciousness from being eaten by the hungry outer gods. Even the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master wanted to discuss matters with him, but they were isolated by him. Finally, this tiny speck of consciousness once again condensed into a familiar figure. Chapter 656 Stars. A symbol of transcendence. This time, the Jinn god did not wait for the origin father god to speak, wasting the consciousness that had finally gathered together. He told the origin father god what happened during this period at a very fast speed. After a while, the origin father god said sadly, "The death that spanned eternity has arrived in this world. Recover well. Your current condition is still very bad. Stars? He is an accident and a miracle. In the future, he may become a legend." The father god of origin did not speak again, and the phantom shrank back into the light spot, living in seclusion to cultivate and recuperate. After solving the matter of origin father god, the Jinn god has the intention to intervene in the current chaos in the starry sky. He found the Mother Tree of Desire and the Overlord of the Superstar, and happened to meet the King of Decay here. "Tell me, what did you want to talk to me about before?" the genie said carelessly. "Stars and starry sky." The Mother Tree of Desire said these 2 keywords in a deep voice. "Do you want to join the camp of the fallen mother goddess?" The Jinn god mocked. The stars are invaders from outside the universe. This has been confirmed. The entire starry sky will be turbulent because of this incident. TSK. Why didn't I see clearly before that you would care so much about the survival of this starry sky? The dang god still had a disdainful tone. Child of chaos. Put away your taunting minions. We should not and do not need to be grudged by this matter. The declined king said, the prophecies of the stars are related to the survival of the entire starry sky. The original creator must not be able to awaken. You want to discuss this matter with the stars? The Jinn looked more serious. The prophecies of the stars have spread throughout the starry sky. No matter what the reason is. We have no reason to continue going to the Hall of Stars to help the stars. The Superstar Master also expressed his opinion. The struggle between them and the fallen Mother Goddess is more about power. But once the stars awaken the original creator, the nature will be completely different. They will not help the camp of the fallen Mother Goddess. But there is no reason to stand on the side of the stars. So you are discussing with me because you want to confirm my position? The closest thing you have to the stars. The Jinn was speechless for a moment. He thought that his relationship with the stars was more of a business cooperation. As for personal relationships, he did not think that he was that close to the stars. But in the eyes of external gods such as the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master, it seems that I have become a follower subdued by the stars? It is the bridge between them and the stars. What a baffling new identity. Since you have so many ideas, why don't you go to the Hall of Stars together to have an honest discussion? The dang god gave his own suggestion. So we found you. Grass. The Jinn was speechless for a while, but finally agreed to their proposal, and went to the Hall of Stars to communicate with the stars to see if a meeting of the stars could be held in advance. Things went smoothly. It only took him less than half a day to resolve the matter. And the stars agreed to hold a meeting of the stars in advance. When the Jinn god told the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Lord the news, he could keenly feel that they looked at him with a slightly different look. The Jinn didn't bother to explain this. In the Hall of Stars, the Jinn god, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the Declined King, and the Glory Hunter arrived here again. A more mysterious, ancient, solemn and sacred atmosphere filled the entire Palace of Stars than ever before. A feeling arose in their hearts. The Palace of Stars now seemed to be above the starry sky, which made them all feel a slight suppression. At the same time, they also clearly felt that the power of their avatar was much stronger than before, which meant that the power that the Hall of Stars could accommodate and contain was stronger. And the stars were further awakened. When they entered the Hall of Stars, sat in their respective positions, and stared at the star sitting at the top. The aura on his body became more and more unfathomable, as if he was the starry sky itself at this moment. His gaze is the bright direction of the entire starry sky, and his words and deeds are the pulse of the starry sky. The stars are gradually rising above the sky. If they can see symbols of pillars in the fallen Mother Goddess, God, and the Lord of Mysteries, then what they see in the stars at this moment is a symbol of transcendence. He does not belong to this universe, and will eventually rise above this starry sky, and then transcend the boundaries of this universe. They couldn't help but look at each other, and began to think carefully about what they originally wanted to say. As if unaware, the Jinn glanced at the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods. The meeting of the stars has started in advance. Didn't you say you have something to discuss with the stars? There is indeed something I want to ask you, and clearly. The first person to speak was the Mother Tree of Desire. Hastur just looked at him calmly with a gentle smile on his face, indicating that the Desire Tree could continue. We want to know if the stars from outside this universe will really awaken the first creator? Not only did he want to know this question, but the Superstar Masters and others present also wanted to know the truth. The old outer gods in the starry sky who had awakened and returned were also waiting for the answer to this question. The stars returned. Chaos surged, and they finally woke up. Hastur just smiled and read these words again, and then said, before I arrived in this universe, the prophecies of the stars had already resounded through the starry sky. What do you think the origin of this ancient prophecy is? The prophecies of the stars seemed to suddenly appear in the starry sky. As for the source, the Mother Tree of Desire paused here. He also didn't know which being first uttered the prophecy of the stars, and how it spread throughout the starry sky. It seems that no outer gods have ever delved into this issue in the past. After all, they just listened to it as a joke at the beginning. After all, there are too many prophecies in the stars. And Ring of Destiny and Destiny Weaver also like to use the power of prophecies when they trap and kill their enemies. The Jinn, the Superstar Master, the Declined King, and the Glory Hunter were silent at the same time. They don't know the answer to this question either. Before the stars arrived, there were prophecies about the stars circulating. Who among you can glimpse the trajectory of the stars in the future? Hastur asked another question. After what happened last time, he thought about many things in this regard, especially for this star prophecy. If he doesn't handle it well, he will become the old enemy of all the outer gods in the entire starry sky. Without the instigation of the fallen mother goddess, he would become the public enemy of the entire starry sky. He couldn't help but think about it seriously. It is difficult for us to peek at the stars, let alone see the future of the stars. The mother tree of desire gave its own answer. It did not think that the fallen mother goddess could do this. God and the Lord of Mysteries also did not have this ability. Then, there is only one possibility left. But at that time, the original creator had already fallen. How could he spread the relevant prophecies? Unless the stars in this prophecy of stars do not refer to the stars from outside the universe that control the palace of stars? The stars can refer to the stars in front of you, or to all the stars in the endless starry sky, or to something else. There is often a purpose behind the spread of a prophecy. Hastur commented lightly, and then smiled. If I really want to awaken the original creator, do you think you can stop it? Before they could answer, Hastur issued another almost devilish whisper. You are all part of the original creator. Inexplicable fear began to spread, and the jinn suddenly felt a hairy feeling in his heart, as if the consciousness of the original creator was really about to wake up from his body bit by bit. He glanced uneasily at the mother tree of desire, superstar master, etc., and found that they and he had also reacted to the words of the stars. This is just a simple sentence. If the stars are calling for the return of the original creator in front of their own bodies, at that time, what they faced was most likely the fact that the original creator had awakened and returned within their own bodies, because they are all part of the original creator. Theoretically, the original creator can awaken and return in any of them, or in all living creatures. After a moment of silence, the declined king sighed. No one is willing to give up the right to decide their own life to other beings, because this means that they surrender to the stars. And this is obviously impossible. They would rather risk the return of the original creator than to use all their strength to solve the problem of the stars. Hastur also understood this truth. Luo Ji, who held the button of human life and death, was not a hero that everyone loved in the end. Chapter 657 Amon, Fool. I've finally waited for you. Let's reveal the story about the original creator. The jinn felt more and more that this was a taboo topic. The more we discussed it, the earlier the consciousness of the original creator seemed to awaken. Will what I bring from outside the universe definitely be destruction? Hastur said in a relaxed tone. Perhaps my arrival, for this starry sky, will be a kind of redemption and a kind of transcendence. This is just a useless assumption. They won't believe it. The mother tree of desire knew very well the old stance of the outer gods in the starry sky. What about you? We have no intention of standing on the opposite side of the stars. The mother tree of desire was the first to express its stance. When we first went to the palace of stars, all we wanted was to enter the initial barrier, to find the source matter sealed by the Lord of Mysteries. We have no conflict of interest with the stars. The source of matter is our purpose of staying outside the initial barrier. Ahem. We are the rare peace-loving outer gods of the past. The jinn also said something with a shy face, although even he himself would not believe it. Peace-loving? Why don't you say you stand for love and justice? Hastur silently complained in his heart, and then looked around at the jinn and other outer gods. The starry sky is a sea that belongs to the stars. No matter which side they or you choose, it still cannot change this fact. We are still willing to pay a certain price to go within the initial barrier. The speaker was the mother tree of desire, whose clone had died due to jealousy and madness. The Hall of Stars can still be your gathering place in the future. Hastur also expressed his attitude. He doesn't want to fall out with the mother tree of desire, superstar master, etc. At the moment. After all, he still needs to use their power to deal with Adam and the true creator. The ability currently displayed by the Palace of Stars can only protect himself. If he wants to deal with Adam, the true creator, or the outer god of the past, he still lacks the necessary offensive means. He needs time to grow. The jinn smiled and said, It seems that both of us have achieved a satisfactory result. The mother tree of desire and others recognized the words of the jinn god. And then Hastur let them talk freely about the starry sky today. He also wanted to know what the starry sky is like today. From the words of the jinn, the mother tree of desire, and the superstar lord, he more intuitively understood what it was like to be an enemy of this starry sky. Due to the sudden change in the starry sky some time ago, The initial defensive strength of the barrier was a little weak. This made more and more outer gods choose to join the camp of the fallen mother goddess in the past. And then through the channels opened by the fallen mother goddess, and the connections within the initial barrier, they infiltrated their power one after another. Part of them is to compete for the Siren, and part of them is to deal with him. If you want to find your own flaws in the real world, people and things close to you will become targets. Hearing this, Asta looked calm and disapproving. But he was inevitably worried about the situation of Sharon and Audrey. When this temporary meeting of stars came to an end, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Superstar Master came up with a hypothesis. That is, every time the stars pass through the initial barrier, the power of the initial barrier will be weakened. This is part of the truth they gleaned from the changes caused by the last time the stars came to the starry sky. This forced Hastur to reconsider his return to the real world. After sending away the Mother Tree of Desire, the Superstar Lord, the Declined King, and the Glorious Hunter, the Jinn chose to stay alone. Stars, why didn't you bring the Black Devourer to the Hall of Stars today? What do you want to say? Hastur looked at the Jinn with a smile. I just think you shouldn't let down your guard against the Black Devourer because of his help last time. He is not as simple as he seems on the surface. What do you know? I'm just giving the stars a warning. But I think the stars have already kept a certain distance from him. After the Jinn said these words, he stood up and left the Hall of Stars. After seeing them off, Hastur sat in the calm and silent Palace of Stars, looking at the increasingly bright starry sky. He had been promoted to Singer of Sequence 1 star during this period. He originally wanted to find a way to return to the real world. But the words of the Desire Mother Tree made him think deeply. There was indeed some connection between the Hall of Stars and the initial barrier. And he felt it himself at the moment when he crossed the initial barrier. The original barrier. The original creator. Could it be that he has given birth to a ray of consciousness and is hiding in the original barrier? No. It probably hasn't reached that point yet. It's instinct. The instinct to be hostile and wary of the stars. Perhaps the relationship between the stars and the original creator is like God and the Lord of Mysteries. Sometimes mortal enemies can promote each other's awakening. In the Republic of Intis, the descendant of the Gustav family relied on the platform and help of the Church of Steam to gradually regain the land of Intis and began to rebuild the capital of Intis. Trier. Roger Gustav will hold a coronation ceremony 10 days later and will completely become the consul ruling the Republic of Intis, attracting a lot of attention here. When there were only 2 days left for the coronation ceremony, Klein rarely came out of Source Castle to take a breath. Will told him that Mr. Hastur had successfully climbed to the stars and escaped from trouble, and still had the power to intervene in the real world. After hearing this, Klein felt relieved to leave Source Castle. He should also prepare to be promoted to Sequence 3 Ancient Scholar. He is still very confident about this sequence. With the knowledge and secrets he currently has, he estimates that the Ancient Scholar's potion will melt in his mouth. Walking on the streets of Trier, reconstruction is taking place everywhere, trying to make Trier the shining capital of the Intis Republic again. Klein walked in the direction of White Maple Palace, which was once the place where Russell fell, and is now the palace of his descendants. Ding bell. A bicycle bell rang. Klein subconsciously avoided it to avoid being hit by the bicycle. But the ringing of the bicycle bell did not weaken because of his avoidance, but became more and more impatient. Klein sensed something was wrong, and instantly his whole body burst into flames, burning his Paperman incarnation. When his figure appeared in a house a few hundred meters away, the rhythm of the impatient car bell became stronger and stronger, making him feel dizzy and give him a splitting headache. He had no choice but to destroy his marionette. This time, he didn't hear the irritable and strange car bell. But what followed was a familiar voice. Fool, I have finally waited for you. This is Amon's voice. Klein immediately became alert and quickly left his original position through the magician's ability. He changed direction several times in succession, and finally broke into the White Maple Palace directly. But Amon's voice still sounded in his ears. Very clear. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Klein felt that all the thoughts in his head disappeared in an instant. Even the idea of escape was stolen away, and he just stood there blankly. But soon, he reacted again, and thought of returning directly to Source Castle to avoid Amon's sudden attack. But the next second, he rejected this decision and just stood there quietly without any panic expression on his face. Amon? Is this game fun? Of course it's not bad. As soon as Amon's voice came out, hundreds of thunderbolts descended from the sky, baptizing the area near Klein. Amon's voice fell silent instantly, and Klein just watched the scene calmly. He has a cover over his head now. The stars will and the God of knowledge and wisdom are all watching everything that happens here. It is not that easy for Amon to deal with him. I just want to chat with you. Why should you be so guarded? Amon's voice sounded again. And at the same time, a black sky covered the sky of Trier, blocking the temptation from the outside world. They are indeed watching everything. But there are also many hidden beings watching them. Amon said something meaningful and appeared in front of Klein, stealing his thoughts of escaping and seeking help from the stars. You're scared, Klein mocked. I'm just wondering why you and Asta are recognized by Source Castle and the Hall of Stars even though they are just ordinary people. Of course, it's because we have justice in our hearts, Klein said with a smile. You don't have much time left. Do you want to kill me? Time is running out. Amon nodded, pushed up his monocle, and looked further away. You seem to know that I can't invade Source Castle directly? What do you think? The stars should have told you. Amon's tone was somewhat unpredictable. What exactly do you want to do? Klein had a bad feeling in his heart. For the stars and the enviable snake of fate, your priority is very high. Amon looked up at the black sky that had been torn apart. The starry sky was so bright. When they take care of you, they can't take care of anyone else. The corner of Amon's mouth raised slightly. His target from the beginning was not Klein, who came to Trier, but Pauls, who was hiding. Chapter 658. Russell, Klein. Stay with me. In the lone kingdom far away from Intis, Pauls, who has left Leonard, is now hiding out as an administrator in a library at a university in South Wales. Without the stars patrolling the sky and watching everything, Amon and the true creators would definitely be ready to take action. So he stayed away from Leonard and hid here. But Amon still came to him. He tried to fight with all his strength, but he was still no match for Amon. But the starry sky here had been covered, and the eyes of the stars could not focus here in a short time. Amon just glanced at him calmly, and then used the bone church borrowed from Adam to trap him in Pails. The next second, he took Pails and the bone church away from here quickly. There was a tearing sound in the sky, and the dark sky was torn apart. Muffled thunder sounded in the air, but no target was found. Amon already knew about this development, so he would not waste too much time in the same place with Pails, even though the stars are watching everything. As long as he changes his position at any time, the attacks of the stars will always fall behind him. After several moves, Amon took the bone church back to the black holy mountain of the true creator. He only needs a little time, and Adam and the true creator can definitely buy this time for him. Back then, the stars could help will take away the extraordinary characteristics of Aurelius, and now the true creator can also help him do this. In the starry sky, above the Hall of Stars, Hastur watched all this, knowing that the extraordinary characteristics of the sequence one-time worm in Pails could no longer be maintained. The most he could do was save his life. He was separated from the starry sky and the Hall of Stars, so it took time to react, and Amon feinted a shot at Klein, which delayed the best time. More importantly, the priority of saving Pails is not that high. Sooner or later, the extraordinary characteristics of the time insect in Pauls must be dedicated, first to become Amon, and then to become Klein. Pails is destined to be a victim on the path of the Lord of Mysteries. He has no external support and has lost the qualification to compete. Exiting in time can guarantee your life. The stars shine. Wrath of the meteoric star. Hastur used these two abilities for the first time, and his abilities were instantly amplified through the Hall of Stars, and the entire starry sky trembled, bursting out with more brilliant brilliance than before. Then, under the pull of Hastur's power, a complete small planet passed straight through the initial barrier and smashed into the black holy mountain. Amon, who was suppressing Pails and taking away the extraordinary characteristics from his body, looked up and saw that the sky above his head was full of pits and spots of that star. It occupied the entire starry sky and was pressing towards the black holy mountain. And down. The heavy pressure caused the sea area around the black holy mountain to explode, and the black holy mountain was continuously pressed into the sea. Amon did not dare to delay any longer. With the help of the true creator, he quickly took away the extraordinary characteristics of Pail's body, and then disappeared with the black holy mountain at high speed. But no matter where the black holy mountain fled to, the huge star pressing overhead still hung above the black holy mountain. The kingdom of God, the true creator, is locked. Amon saw this, and had a solemn expression on his face. He could clearly feel that the power of the stars was much stronger than before he ascended to the starry sky. If the stars were not now separated from the original barrier, then he would never be able to take Pails away this time. It's a pity that you are blocked from the starry sky. As far as the original barrier is concerned, you are already an intruder, Amon muttered to himself. And the next second, he was transferred out of the Black Holy Mountain by the true Creator. The meaning is very clear. The real Creator asked him to leave the Black Holy Mountain first to avoid accidents. Intruders? Ah! Heretics from beyond the stars. How long will your light shine? Until the end of this starry sky? Amon just stayed away. His eyes did not leave the Black Holy Mountain. As he watched, the locked Black Holy Mountain was pressed down by the meteorite, causing the entire sea area to collapse. The Black Holy Mountain was the first to bear the brunt, and was completely blown to pieces in the violent roar. After all, you still have to pay the price of a divine kingdom. Amon did not stay where he was, and quickly left the vicinity, avoiding the gaze of the stars, so as not to attract terrible revenge for himself. Pales, shrouded in the light of the stars, was unharmed in the meteorite explosion. Looking at the starry sky that had restrained its sharpness, he secretly sighed that he was still found by Amon. If I had been more careful, if I had noticed the danger earlier and prayed to the stars, I should have been able to avoid this disaster. Actually, this is not bad. Living a lonely life on the run is really boring. Pales was not too sad. Judging from the current situation, the prelude to the war between gods has begun. Adam and the real creation mainly paved the way for Amon to become a god. If he keeps this sequence one extraordinary characteristic, then the person who finds him next time will no longer be Amon, but the ancient sun god. The stars in the starry sky cannot stop what the ancient sun god wants to do in time. The fact that he was able to save this life was already blessed by the stars. Otherwise the true creator would have allowed himself to be buried with his kingdom. This is to allow the stars to temporarily hold back their anger. After thinking about this, Pales felt relaxed. He was no longer qualified to participate in the future battle between gods. It was better to leave it to Amon and the future fool to fight. Trier. Amon beside Klein disappeared without a trace when he succeeded. The next moment, Russell appeared next to Klein. There was a strange clone of an alien god wandering nearby just now, and I couldn't get there in time, Russell explained, and said angrily, this damn thief. If Adam and the true creator hadn't protected him, he would have been killed long ago. I have fallen down countless times. Perhaps Amon's target today was not me from the beginning to the end. I was just a bait used by him to divert attention. Klein sighed. It's better to stay on top of Origin Castle for safety. You are now the Sequence 4 Conspiracy Mage, so I can't stay in Source Castle all the time. Let's go and sit in my new palace. Russell affectionately put his arm around Klein's shoulders and led him outside his palace. By the way, my current identity is Roger Gustav. Klein could only reluctantly praise. This is really a name that matches your temperament. Do you also think this name is a good one? Russell's eyes lit up, and Klein had a bad feeling in his heart. Do you know how many brain cells I wasted trying to come up with this name? I even made a series of permutations and combinations and listed dozens of names. Even my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather of this identity all had a name. Klein could only nod silently, listening to Russell's talkative narration. After entering the palace and being watched by others, Russell regained his mature and steady side. When the two came to the study, Russell said, Klein, come to me, and work with me to regain the lost territory of the Intis Republic and make Intis great again. This sentence structure sounds so familiar. Shouldn't it be paired with some body movements and a bright red scarf? Klein complained silently in his heart. The higher you go on the extraordinary path, the more difficult it becomes to get promoted. You can still rely on your own strength now, but in the future you will definitely need other people to help you collect extraordinary materials and related intelligence. The power of a person is limited, but the power of a country can move much faster than you imagine. I am willing to measure Intis's material strength and your happiness. Russell looked at Klein with burning eyes. Great Emperor, can we stop playing tricks all the time? Klein originally had something in mind, but with Russell's last words, his power was instantly broken. Russell saw Klein's thoughts and said with a smile, don't be so serious. Isn't the current Spring Festival Gala almost turning into a silly brat? I promised not to make fun of you. But here you are again. Klein calmed down a little and then said, your proposal is very good. Let me think about it again. If he didn't have to endure Russell's verbal bombardment all the time, he would have the intention to stay in Intis for a while. Don't worry. After the coronation ceremony, I will personally conquer the country and completely take back the lost land of Intis. This matter has been decided. Russell didn't give Klein another chance to refuse. He had already begun to rub his chin, thinking about giving Klein a new name. and then leaving him in Intis. It doesn't sound like I'm trying to be a man's favorite. Klein no longer wants to complain. He just wants to say that you, Emperor, are happy. 2 days later, Roger Gustav, the new consul of the Republic of Intis, performed his coronation ceremony with the blessing of the god of steam and machinery. And everything went smoothly. Klein stayed in the Republic of Intis under a new name, Antinous, as the sworn brother of Roger Gustav. This name was given by Russell. Although Klein once strongly resisted, he finally accepted it. Russell's little mouth is so eloquent. Chapter 659. Their respective current situations. In a tavern in a small city in the southwest of the Lone Kingdom, Leonard, who was unshaven and still drinking in broad daylight, suddenly felt that there was something in his body. Old man, are you back? Leonard put down his wine glass, his whole body trembling with the tone. Oh, you're really good at drinking in broad daylight. The mocking word shook Leonard's spirits. He pursed his lips, drained the beer in the glass, and said with a smile, without you guys here, I am alone and bored, so I can only drink some wine to pass the time. Aren't you going to continue to advance to a higher level? As high as you can go. I can only go so far in my life. Don't you always think of yourself as the protagonist of this era? That's just because I haven't met the real protagonist of the era yet. Now that I have met him, I am content with being ordinary. Leonard's voice was filled with relief. So living a life of drunkenness and dreaming of death is the path you have chosen. I'm preparing to wander around the world and become a real bard. Old man, are you interested in accompanying me on this journey? You just want to find a free guide. Right, old man. You have seen through all my little thoughts. Leonard paid for the drink, stood up and left the tavern with a smile. As a bard, it is natural to have poems to sing, and poems praising the stars and the fool are all very good. Soon, Leonard was singing a poem praising the stars and departed. In the southern continent, Audrey and Sharon were carefully looking at the starlight incarnation in front of them. Audrey even stretched out her finger to poke the arm of Hastur's incarnation without any concrete feeling. This is just an incarnation of starlight, made purely of light, Hastur explained with a smile. During this period of time, he has been adapting to his promotion to the singer of sequence 1 star in the Hall of Stars. Continuous promotion is also a load for him, which needs to be digested slowly. In order to prevent Sharon and Audrey from worrying, he sent down a starlight incarnation to meet them first. It is purely composed of light. Isn't it just an illusory existence, like an illusion? Audrey asked curiously. There is still an essential difference, Hastur explained. Illusions cannot interfere with the real world, but my incarnation can. Hastur gathered a beam of starlight with one hand and hit Azhara, who was eating small dried fish. Frightened it so hard that it jumped onto the house, and then let out an aggrieved meow. Audrey roughly understood the function of this incarnation, and had no intention of continuing to explore it. Are you really safe in the stars? Well, there's no danger at the moment. Sharon raised her head and glanced at the starry sky. I always have a bad feeling in my heart. You are overthinking. Just relax. After Hastur comforted Sharon and chatted with them for a while, his starlight incarnation left the southern continent and descended on the Yellow Church in Backland. Hastur did not disturb the followers in yellow, and only met with Lady Lisa. As soon as they met, Mrs. Lisa knelt on the ground, prostrate, as if she had been greatly frightened. Are you surprised to see me back safe? No. You misunderstood. I am apologizing for having unintentionally peeked into your secret. What secret? The prophesied black star. Mrs. Lisa's tone was trembling, and she didn't even dare to raise her head. I can't continue to recall the secret. Otherwise my soul will be completely destroyed. Asta was puzzled by this. And Mrs. Lisa explained, this is a prohibition I set for myself, so as not to allow myself to recall the forbidden secret again. Gee, is this the self-cultivation of a devout believer? Asta sighed in his heart. He had roughly guessed what the forbidden secret Mrs. Lisa was talking about. She should have known the fact that she was not the king in yellow. The stars are not the same as the king in yellow, and there is even hostility between the two. Mrs. Lisa spied on some secrets, and she was frightened to seal that part of her memory to prevent herself from blaspheming the gods. The followers of the king in yellow have now gradually taken the shape of stars. To Hastur, the great old one, believers are nothing more than toys for fun. Asta did not dwell on this issue anymore and began to ask Mrs. Lisa about the current situation of the Yellow Closed Church during this period. After confirming that there was no trouble, he left the Yellow Closed Church. He felt it for a while, then went to the place where Will's parents originally lived, and really found Will here. I tried my best to control my aura, but you still caught me. How perverted. Will, a 16 or 17-year-old young man, curled his lips. This is the pull of fate. My shape has long been imprinted on your destiny. Can you please stop speaking so ambiguously? Why are you still here? I always want to spend this life with my parents in this life. Will glanced at his unconscious parents, who were busy in the kitchen preparing tonight's dinner. Is this what fate requires? No. This is my need. Will shook his head. I want to end this life on my own. Hastur did not mention this issue again, and asked Will what happened during this time. The number of outer gods from the stars in the past was much greater than before. They acted unscrupulously, and have caused many troubles. Adam and the true creator are connected to the stars. You must be careful. Those foreign gods used to do things without any moral bottom line. Hastur chatted with Will for a while before leaving Backland. He went to Intis and met Klein. Hearing that Klein's current name was Antinous, Hastur couldn't help but smile. And finally couldn't help laughing. He had heard of the name Antinous, a famous male favorite in history, who was favored by an emperor named Hadrian. After Antinous finally died, Emperor Hadrian made him a god, the savior of the world and the god of peace, and built a city and countless statues in his honor. Klein may not know the origin of this name, but Russell, who gave him the name, definitely knows. Klein smiled bitterly and said, I have always felt that there is something wrong with this name. Actually, this name suits you and Russell quite well. Klein could hear Hastur's deliberately suppressed laughter, and sighed, Roselle, we should call him Emperor Terrier from now on. This title suits him very well. Hastur briefly chatted with Klein, and then handed Klein a bookmark with the secrets of each sequence of the diviner's path written on it. This is not the real fortune teller's tarot card. It is the content he carved from Nbanu. Klein took the bookmark and looked at it in fascination. This was the gift he needed most at the moment. With this bookmark, the entire diviner path has no secrets for him. He only needs to focus on finding extraordinary materials and digesting magic potions, which saves him too much time. Mr. Hastur, this gift is too valuable. Before I ascended to the stars, you once gave me a blessing. Now, this is my return gift to you. Klein didn't refuse in the end. This was indeed the gift he needed most at the moment. Is Mr. Hastur going to be far away again? Pay attention to my gaze, which comes from the stars. Don't let them notice you too. Hastur briefly chatted with Klein for a few more words before leaving Intis. His last stop was the Rosette Islands, Bernadette's Star Sea Kingdom. Sensing Hastur's arrival, Bernadette ended the meeting early. Recently, her old father asked her to fund a lot of wealth in order to restore the glory of Intis. To this end, the Kingdom of Star Sea and the Republic of Intis signed many contracts. Are you used to not having the djinn chattering next to you? Hastur stood on the balcony protruding from the second floor of the castle. A starry sky without shining stars is a scenery I can't get used to, Bernadette said with a smile. Now you are becoming more and more like a qualified believer of the stars. This is your father's evaluation of you. Stars, do you want to hear what my father said about you? In no mood, Hastur directly rejected the proposal. He knew that Russell's mouth would never say anything good. Bernadette smiled and did not mention this topic again. The stars are ascending in the starry sky, and the whole starry sky is boiling with excitement. You seem to be yearning for the starry sky? Because of my father, I have been fearful and longing for the starry sky since I was a child. At least now, the starry sky is not suitable for you. Now what I yearn for is no longer the starry sky. Bernadette said something meaningful. Hastur chatted a lot with Bernadette, and asked Bernadette to be careful when leaving, and then returned to the starry sky. Chapter 660. It's time to formulate rules for the starry sky. In the starry sky, more than 3 months have passed since the arrival of the stars made waves, and the boiling starry sky has become silent again. The stars did not show any dazzling performance. Instead, the side of the fallen mother goddess became more and more powerful. It seemed that they were holding a large-scale sacrificial ceremony to penetrate more of the outer god's old influence into the initial barrier. Hastur is still sitting in the Hall of Stars, letting the Jinn and the Mother Tree of Desire inquire about the relevant information. He is ready to begin exercising the authority of the stars. The stars have returned to their positions. Now that he has ascended to the starry sky, it is time to start formulating a rule for this starry sky to perfect the authority of the stars. He wants to send all the old clones of the outer god hidden within the initial barrier back to the stars. The starry sky is the suitable place for them. As for the initial barrier, it is the forbidden land belonging to the outer gods in the past, and is not allowed to be crossed. But Hastur did not inform the Mother Tree of Desire and other outer gods about such a plan. He just started this action in the name of targeting the fallen Mother Goddess. The Mother Tree of Desire also doesn't want too many outer gods to be like them in the past, who could enter the initial barrier in advance and work very hard in doing things. It is now known that the 3 ancient clones of the outer gods have sneaked into the original barrier. The Jinn came to the Hall of Stars in private to communicate with Hastur about the news he had heard during this period. The Destiny Weaver, the Everlasting Whisper, and the Goddess of Desolation. They all entered the initial barrier through the passage opened by the fallen Mother Goddess some time ago. The black spider of Destiny Weaver that likes to hide in the dark is the most difficult to deal with. After sending the Jinn away, Hastur looked at the starry sky in front of him. The starry sky in the Hall of Stars is still mostly dark, and there are not many stars that are actually lit up. Originally, Hastur could only wait for them to light up on their own. But now, he can take the initiative to light up and awaken these still dim stars. This is part of the authority of the Star Singer sequence. The Destiny Weaver. Hastur's voice was magnificent, and his voice spread like a faint song to the starry sky in front of him. Destiny Weaver, an originally dim and dead star, successfully lit up at his call. When the stars lit up, Hastur could already glimpse the existence of the Destiny Weaver through the stars. Whether it is the original body or the clone that sneaked into the initial barrier, they are all under the gaze of the stars. After being promoted to Sequence 1, the star path began to gradually reveal its various powers over the starry sky. Sequence 2, the starry attendant's control of the star game. Sequence 1, the star singers lighting up the stars. The starry sky should be under the gaze of the stars, no matter which outer god it is. As long as it is a star in the starry sky, it should be under the control of the stars. The Goddess of Desolation. Hastur lit another star that the outer god had represented in the past. As for the unquenchable Babel, the star it represents has already been lit. Within the initial barrier, the Destiny Weaver, hidden in the shadow of destiny, suddenly felt a line of sight from the starry sky, watching his every move. It was as if all his actions were under the gaze of that sight. Stars. The Destiny Weaver gently spits out the names of the stars from its round belly intertwined with black and white lines. He began to weave threads of destiny as thin as silk, twisting and weaving them into a white cocoon, hiding himself inside, avoiding the gaze of the stars. But he still felt that the gazes from the stars were locked on the cocoon of destiny that he had woven. The gaze from the stars cannot be avoided and can only be isolated in this way. But he cannot guarantee that the stars really cannot see through the cocoon of his destiny. On the other side, deep in the desolate land in the northern part of the Fuzak Empire, a light gray giant egg-shaped desolate goddess is constantly using her authority to absorb the life force of the surrounding earth, turning the land of life into a dead and desolate land. In this way, he is constantly strengthening his field, and at the same time, he is also constantly increasing his own strength, allowing his avatar to break through the limits and reach the Sequence 0 level, or even higher. But for no reason, he felt a palpitation in his heart, as a dangerous gaze was projected from the starry sky. Stars. Only the stars have the authority to see through themselves, and they have discovered their existence. Well, he is coming. The Goddess of Desolation felt the huge danger, and the light gray giant egg shook wildly, cracking a hole, allowing herself to hatch out of the giant egg in advance. The next second after he completed this act, a huge star pressed down from the sky. The entire land could not withstand the huge force and began to collapse, spreading all the way to the depths of the earth, where he was hiding. The giant egg could not withstand the huge force and was crushed in an instant. As for the Goddess of Desolation, its appearance was like a huge SHL, with several multi-section cylindrical pseudopods extending from the half-open SHL. A mouthless face with sunken eye sockets peered out from within. He quickly opened up the hard ground and escaped from here. When he just appeared in another underground place, the power in his body suddenly went out of control. His body emerged from the depths of the ground and appeared in midair, just below the huge star. He didn't even have time to call out the honorable name of the stars before he was completely crushed by the meteor. Then a burst of starlight flickered, and the clone of the Goddess of Desolation was completely transmitted back to the starry sky. The starry sky, the dead starry sky where the Desolation Goddess lived, erupted with an extremely angry scream. Soon, many nearby outer gods witnessed with their own eyes that the Goddess of Desolation had left the starry sky where she lived and was angrily traveling through the starry sky, looking for possible traces of the stars. Hastur also witnessed this scene from the Hall of Stars. He didn't care about this. The reason why he chose the goddess of desolation to operate was because her authority was not suitable for escape. If it is in existence, like the Destiny Weaver who has a particularly strong sense of its own destiny, it will be a relatively difficult thing for Hastur to completely send his clone back to the starry sky. At first glance, the goddess of desolation is the outer god of the past, who is not good at this aspect. When they light up their symbolic stars, they will spontaneously establish a certain connection with the Hall of Stars. This weak connection can probably be used to perform the star gain once. Hastur is summarizing the gains from this attack and preparing to send the Destiny Weaver clone back to the starry sky next time. At the moment, when he sent the goddess of desolation back to the starry sky according to his arranged position, Hastur could clearly feel the strengthening of the power of the stars. If one day he can make all the stars move according to his will, then at that time he will be the one who truly controls the stars. Take your time. This is destined to be a long process. Hastur's eyes glanced at the star where the goddess of desolation was. She was venting her anger at being sent back to the starry sky. If the Jinn were here, they would definitely taunt him with incompetence and rage. As soon as this thought came to Hastur's mind, he saw the Jinn suddenly appear in the starry sky where the goddess of desolation was, and let out a burst of gloating mockery from afar. Then, the goddess of desolation poured out all her anger on the Jinn, chasing the Jinn across several starry skies before stopping because she lost sight of the Jinn, and then gradually regained her composure. Hastur glanced at him for a few times, then let out a light sound, stretched out a chain of stars through the Hall of Stars, slapped him hard, drew away one of his clones, came to the Hall of Stars, and opened the box of the old ones at the same time. Before he had time to react, he sent his clone into the box of the past. The goddess of desolation, who had originally calmed down, fell into a violent state again and began to vent her anger crazily towards the stars in front of her. The Jinn came back again, letting out bursts of triumphant taunts. And then, he was being chased by the goddess of desolation. How cheap. The Jinn has been jumping around for so long without being killed. The outer gods of the entire starry sky should bear unshirkable responsibility for this matter, especially the fallen mother goddess. As the only pillar in the starry sky, how can she allow the Jinn god to keep mocking her like this? Hastur sighed sincerely, and was too lazy to observe the movements of the goddess of desolation. He began to target the Destiny Weaver. In his gaze, the Destiny Weaver seems to be manipulating the fate of people and things related to him. This process was very slow, probably because he didn't want Will to notice it. This behavior made Hastur recall that he had met a strange destiny extraordinary in Backland, a spider that was good at spinning cocoons. The Destiny Weaver's true form seems to be in the form of a spider. Spider, cobweb, web of fate. Hastur gradually gained insight into the power of the Destiny Weaver, thinking about how to capture him and send him back to the stars.